O wicked dragon, behold the power of the deep bond between me and my companions. A knight raised his sword, pointing it straight at the towering, ferocious dragon ahead, then suddenly turned his head to look this way. Muli, hurry and write this down. Once I defeat this dragon, I'm definitely leveling up. Okay. The stunning white-haired half-elf quietly lifted her pen to record the scene before her. Me, Muli. That crazy knight shouting nonsense about bonds and leveling up is my boss, Tang. And I am the unlucky bard who believed his tall tales and was dragged onto his pirate ship of madness. My job is to record his so-called exploits of defeating some non-existent demon king, then adapt them into ballads and tales to spread around. Shout the skill name with me. The louder we are, the stronger the move becomes. Iex, curry stick. I'm already used to it. From the very first day we met, he has been a lunatic. Thinking back, it has in fact been quite a long time since I first met Tang. That day at noon, in a small corner of the Arillo Kingdom called New Covenant Town, the streets and houses were neat and clean, yet so poor that people had nothing to do but idle away their days, many residents wasting their time in an old tavern drunk and lost. The sour tang of cheap ale mingled with the charred aroma of roasted meat in the air. Warm yellow candlelight flickered to the clatter of tankards. A white-haired half-elf bard lowered her head and plucked a small lyre, releasing colorful notes. Her clumsy, numb recitation of hero tales was swallowed down by the drinkers along with their rumors and gossip. That kid surnamed Tang from the theater cracked his head. He struts around in cardboard armor, giving flowers to bother the women in town, calling himself some kind of righteous knight. The burly, thick-faced man bellowed. But to be fair, he really does have a bit of a knight's skill. He can knock out a thief with a single strike of his stick. A man at the neighboring table lowered his voice. A knight, a woman, and a thief. Heh, quite a few pretty women have gone missing in town lately, and that useless knight order hasn't found a thing. At another table, someone suddenly slapped the table mid-conversation. Have you heard? Someone opened a treasure chest in the dungeon and found a huge pile of gems inside. And a fair, delicate, great beauty to boot. Having just finished her performance, the bard Muli slumped at the bar and asked the owner for some water to quench her thirst. Her hand brushed over the small lyre, then froze in midair, not daring to pluck a single string. She merely listened quietly to the drinkers chatter, her mind filled with confusion about her future. Another day of working for nothing. No tips, no money, only a chicken bone tossed aside by some drunk. How humiliating. Useless at this and bad at that. Maybe this is all my life will ever amount to. Her pointed ears drooped as she tasted bitterness in the clear water from her cup. She did not know what she ought to do, nor what she truly wanted, so she had come to New Covenant Town to look for a job in a flower shop. Before that, she wanted to give it one last try, and as always the result was the same. So now she had decided to give up on being a bard. With a sigh, she left the money for the water and her small lyre on the bar, then walked mechanically out of the tavern, only to spot a strange knight as she passed a flower bed. The man wore armor, cobbled together from cardboard and tin plates, a cross-shaped wooden stick at his waist, and a makeshift cape that looked like a tablecloth with the word justice scrawled in large letters across his back. He was kneeling on one knee, holding out a red rose to an ordinary-looking commoner woman. It seemed he was confessing his love. Wait, was this guy the same theater actor everyone said had scrambled his brains in a fall? Thinking of the drinkers' gossip, Muli cast a gaze of surprise toward Tang and decided to stay and see what would happen. Oh, beautiful lady. From the very first moment I beheld you, I was deeply moved by your beauty. I have fallen hopelessly in love with you. Please extend your noble right hand and accept my fervent affection. Tang's tone and gestures were extravagantly theatrical, as if he were performing in a play, yet in his eyes there was no blazing passion, only the stillness of stagnant water. The woman was flustered by the sudden confession and hurriedly waved her hands. I'm very sorry, but I already have someone I like. Upon hearing her rejection, no trace of disappointment appeared on Tang's face. Instead, he twirled the rose in his hand, and it transformed into a blue flower that carried the meaning of blessing. Muli recognized that flower. It was called Thick Cloud Smear, named for its heavy fragrance, known for powerfully masking other scents. In bardic tales, it was usually a tool criminals used to conceal their own odor. Even Muli often wrote it into her stories. But how had he done it? It was as though the rose had vanished into thin air, replaced by thick cloud smear conjured from somewhere else. Could it be spatial magic? Then Tang rose and bowed to the woman with a gentleman's grace. I apologize for the trouble I have caused you just now. Please accept this flower. May you and the one you love share long-lasting harmony. The woman started slightly, her gaze meeting Tang's eyes. A faint blush rose on her cheeks. She was unexpectedly captivated by him in that moment. I'm sorry I lied just now. I'm actually still single. I can accept your... Her hasty explanation was quickly cut off by Tang raising a hand. I'm very sorry, beautiful lady. Just now I have already fallen in love with someone else. Hearing this, Muli could not help arching a brow, feeling that Tang's words made him sound like a complete scoundrel. She felt that Tang had not come to confess at all. It was more like he was performing, or confessing just for the sake of giving away flowers. But why I? The woman stared at Tang in shock. Because a knight does not fall in love with the same person twice. As he spoke, Tang placed the blue flower into the woman's hand. I wish you may soon find the one you love, who also loves you in return. Muli curled her lips, thinking Tang a heartless man, and secretly resolved to write this incident into a poem and harshly denounce him. She never imagined that in the future she would lavish him with praise over this very matter. Just as Muli was about to leave, Tang noticed her. White hair completely different from the townsfolk's, and those pointed ears. She stood out like a crane among chickens that would have been stranger if Tang had not noticed her. Sensing the warmth in Tang's gaze, Muli hurriedly turned away. That scumbag isn't planning to confess to me, is he? Before she could take more than a few steps, Tang had already run ahead and blocked her path. Please wait, my lady. Tang showed a smile completely different from the one he had used just now to confess, clearly far more interested in Muli. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of accepting your confession. Before Tang could speak further, Muli cut him off, glaring at him with a small, annoyed and disdainful look. Hearing Muli's words and seeing her expression, Tang realized, somewhat stunned, that he was actually being disliked. After a moment's daze, he changed to a gentler smile and began to explain. You misunderstand. I did not come to confess to you. That would be far too presumptuous. So he does understand what presumptuous means. Unexpectedly, he is rather polite, Muli thought. Muli mused silently. You're from out of town, aren't you? I've never seen you before. As he spoke, Tang shifted his gaze toward the small side path, where there was a patch of beautiful flowers. I only wanted to remind you. If someone offers you flowers, you must refuse them. Muli followed Tang's gaze to the flower bed, feeling nothing particularly unusual. Her eyes swept over it, then were drawn sharply back. No, the edges of the flower bed bore clear traces of trimming. The residents of this impoverished town were surprisingly devoted to floral arrangement. In that case, thank you for the warning. I'll keep it in mind, Muli replied, though she still regarded Tang warily. After this brief encounter, Muli realized that Tang was not nearly as crazy as the rumors claimed. In fact, he left a rather favorable impression. Then I am relieved. Farewell. Tang gave a slight nod and simply walked away. Watching him leave, Muli suddenly felt a strange sensation. Had she just been refused a confession that had never actually happened? Before long, Muli found the flower shop she had been looking for. The shop was tastefully decorated with wreaths and potted plants as adornment, classic in style, giving off a warm feeling. Yet what truly caught Muli's attention was a potted plant at the door. That was not a native flower, or rather such a flower should not exist anywhere in the Eerie kingdom. For this was a flower found only in their enemy, the Fear's kingdom, and it should be impossible to cultivate it in Eerie at all. So why had this flower appeared in New Covenant Town? A soft cough pulled Muli's drifting thoughts back. She instinctively turned toward the sound, and discovered that at some point a handsome man had appeared at the entrance of the flower shop. Thin-rimmed glasses, a formal suit, light golden hair. No matter how one looked at him, he was the very picture of a refined, gentle gentleman. Young lady, those flowers are not for sale. If you wish to purchase blossoms, you may come inside and have a look. I am sure you will find something you like. The man smiled with gentle warmth, his manner courteous and elegant. With the flower shop as his backdrop, he looked like sunlight on a spring day, soft and soothing. The flowers were beautiful, and so was the handsome man. Muli felt her mood brighten considerably. Sorry, I'm not here to buy flowers. I came to apply for the job. Coming back to her senses, Muli gave a timid smile, a little embarrassed that she had actually been mistaken for a customer. Upon hearing that she was an applicant rather than a customer, the corners of the man's smiling lips drew back slightly. He was no longer quite as overly polite as before, yet he remained urbane and gracious. You must be Miss Muli, correct? The man quickly ran his gaze up and down, taking in her appearance. Yes, you're the shop owner, aren't you? We exchanged letters before, Muli said. Seeing that his attitude toward an applicant was still so kind, she quickly broke into a delighted smile. Barring any surprises, this was surely a very easygoing shop owner. No one dislikes having a superior who is easy to get along with. Yes, our correspondence was enough for me to grasp the extent of your knowledge about flowers. Now then, the owner's tone paused for a moment. Returning to what we were just discussing, why were you drawn to that flower just now? Was this question meant to be a surprise test of her knowledge about flowers? Humph. As a bard, Muli did not dare claim true mastery over botany, but she could guarantee she knew at least a little about all sorts of things, especially unusual ones like this. That is a spirit casket. The iridescent sheen on its surface comes from the petals reflecting sunlight. Because its buds resemble a little casket before they open, it gained that name. It is a plant unique to the Fear's kingdom. Hearing Muli recount the flower's origin, the owner nodded in approval, signaling for her to continue. Spirit caskets cannot be cultivated in the Eerie kingdom, which is why I was so surprised. I never thought you could actually grow one here. Muli looked at the owner with confidence. I brought these flowers back when I passed through the Fear's kingdom along with soil from there, the owner began to explain. The environment of New Covenant Town is different from most of the Eerie kingdom. Instead, it resembles the Fear's kingdom. That is why the spirit casket can bloom here. So that's it. The dependence of flowers on the land. Muli murmured in amazement. Her instinct was to jot this down, but she suddenly remembered she was no longer a bard and halted the motion. Smiling, the owner quickly picked up one of the spirit caskets and handed it to her. This flower is a gift for you. Consider it your welcome present. A flower given to her. Muli's mind flashed to Tang's warning, only for her to cast it aside the next instant. Even if his warning was true, it surely referred to flowers given by strangers in passing, not a welcome gift from the shop owner. Is this really all right, owner? Spirit caskets must count as rare flowers in the Eerie kingdom. Muli looked up at him. But they are everywhere in the Fear's kingdom, hardly anything precious, he replied with a smile. After that, Muli took the pot of flowers with her, and the owner led her into the shop, where he spent half an hour teaching her the work procedures. Muli learned quickly. Though she had only a preliminary understanding of many flowers, she could still accurately recommend them to customers who came in more than enough to handle everyday business. Just as Muli was marveling at how light and leisurely this job was, enough to keep her mood blooming like flowers, the shop door was pushed open and an unexpected guest stepped inside. "Hello, may I?" Wearing a bright smile, Muli prepared to leave a good first impression on the customer. Yet when she saw who stood before her, the words she had carefully prepared refused to leave her mouth. "Oh, we meet again. A pleasure, madam." The customer who entered was oddly dressed. It was none other than Tang, whom Muli had seen earlier. How could this man be here? Oh right. Rumor had it he carried fresh flowers every day to confess his love to someone. Could it be that he was buying those flowers from this very shop? Yes, that must be it. Muli's feelings grew a bit complicated. This meant she would likely run into Tang often when he came to buy flowers. She could not tell whether that was good or bad. Before she could respond, however, the owner, having heard the voice, walked over. "Isn't this Tang? Turned down again today?" The owner called with a mild, sunny smile, raising a hand in greeting as he walked over. His tone toward Tang was that of an old friend, even teasing him in passing. "Yes, disliked again," Tang replied with a smile and a nod, utterly unfazed by his rejected confession. "You've only ever bought a single rose from me, and even coated it with wax to keep it from wilting," the owner said with a helpless chuckle. The owner shook his head with a soft laugh, clearly exasperated by Tang's antics. Muli heard the implication in his words. Since Tang had only ever bought one rose, didn't that mean all of his confessions up till now had ended in failure? "What will it be this time?" the owner asked. "I rather like that flower outside your shop. It shimmers so beautifully," Tang replied with a grin. When Tang mentioned the spirit casket, the owner's expression changed at once. "No, Tang, that flower is not for sale. Take a look at the others instead," he said, shaking his head. "Besides, you choose a different flower every time you come. I'm afraid my shop doesn't have many kinds left that still interest you," the owner added. "Not for sale. But there seem to be quite a few of them," Tang said with a light chuckle, casting the owner a rather peculiar look. "Tang, those flowers may well be found only here in my shop in the entire Arlo Kingdom. They are not props for you to act out your romantic comedy," the owner said, hoping Tang would understand his stance. "All right then. Is this lady one of your employees?" Tang abruptly shifted the subject, his gaze turning toward Muli. For a moment, Muli almost failed to react, as she had not expected the topic to suddenly land on her. "Yes, this is Muli, an outstanding new employee," the owner answered. "Muli, just call me Tang. May I trouble you to help me choose some flowers?" Tang gave her a friendly smile. "I believe flowers chosen by a young lady will bring me good fortune." "Tang, don't go using flowers chosen by Muli to confess to her," the owner warned, fixing Tang with a stare. "I'm already disliked before I've even confessed," Tang replied with a helpless shake of his head. Muli curled her lips faintly, then quickly picked out a bouquet for Tang from among the flowers he had not yet purchased. The day's work soon came to an end. Muli returned to the inn where she was temporarily staying, only to flop onto the bed and immediately begin lamenting to herself. "From now on, I'll just sell flowers. Being a bard can stay a hobby. I still have to rent a place later," she murmured, and before long drifted into sleep. Yet when the night grew deep and silent, someone arrived outside the inn leading a hunting dog. Once the dog had confirmed the source of the scent, its handler lifted his head and fixed his gaze on a certain window. It was the very room where Muli was staying. Clang! Suddenly a wave of headache jolted Muli awake. She opened her eyes only to find herself surrounded by darkness, with the sound of women's sobs echoing in her ears and the wheels rolling over the ground. What is happening? Am I still dreaming? A sense of terror gripped Muli as she tried to move, only to discover her limbs were immobile. She had been kidnapped. Woo-woo, woo-woo, woo-woo. She attempted to speak, but her mouth seemed to be gagged by some cloth, and all she could produce were muffled whimpers. At that moment, Muli suddenly calmed down. She felt the dark environment, listened to the cries of others, and sensed her surroundings with her skin. It seemed to be a semi-enclosed carriage. She recalled stories of beautiful women being kidnapped by robbers, only for a brave and handsome hero to swoop in for a dramatic rescue. She had crafted similar narratives before, but never imagined she would one day become the kidnapped victim. But wasn't she supposed to be sleeping in an inn? How could she have been suddenly kidnapped? How had she drawn the attention of these people? Never mind, I need to free myself first. I remember the spell for untying should be. Woo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo. Muli began to emit rhythmic sounds, and beautiful colored light spots appeared around her body. With a snap, the ropes binding her arms were undone. Once free, Muli removed the cloth covering her eyes and finally saw her situation clearly. Indeed, it was a semi-enclosed space, a wooden cage about half her height covered with a large cloth with only a small opening near the back for ventilation. Looking around, Muli saw only women, from children to adults, all blindfolded and gagged in here. Right, someone had mentioned missing women in the tavern. This must be the group behind it. Bang! Suddenly the carriage jolted violently, causing everyone inside to lose their balance and nearly hit their heads. In an instant, those in pain emitted panicked and fearful whimpers. Muli cradled her head in pain, too afraid to make too much noise, fearing the attention of the kidnappers. This pain felt familiar. She must have also hit her head in the same way moments ago. It's so noisy. Suddenly, an impatient voice came from the front of the carriage. Although faint, Muli managed to catch it amidst the chaos. She pressed against the edge, trying to get closer to hear better. "Get used to it. This bumpy road does this every time waking up the cargo in the carriage. The voice belonged to a man, but it sounded relatively thin, giving off a sly impression. Used to what? You talk too much nonsense. The impatient voice spoke again, complaining about his job. Last night that stupid dog played around for hours. I'm really annoyed right now. Maybe the dog's nose is broken from overuse. It wasn't like that before. We've gone in circles for a while, and the number of people we've caught is dwindling. At this rate the boss will scold us. Tisk, next time let's use a different dog. Dog? What dog? Muli felt confused. Did these kidnappers use dogs to track their victims? If they used dogs they would need to leave a mark, usually a scent. As she pondered, an image of Tang gifting heavily scented flowers flashed in her mind, and her eyes widened in shock. The scent of the heavily perfumed flowers is strong and lingers for a long time, making it easy for dogs to identify. That guy named Tang often confessed to women with flowers, and each time he was rejected, he would send flowers as an apology. They must be similar to the heavily perfumed bouquets he used. The shopkeeper said he never bought the same flowers twice, likely trying to eliminate suspicion. It can't be wrong. Tang is not a madman, he is a human trafficker. What should I do next? Should I use their own tricks against them, or escape using magic to unlock the cage? My magic isn't strong, I might not be a match for the kidnappers. Muli nervously bit her nails, troubled about what to do next. Suddenly, with a loud rumble, the horses and the two men screamed in panic, and the carriage accelerated, throwing everyone in the cage forward. This time someone cushioned Muli's fall, preventing her from hitting her head again, but it still felt unpleasant, as if she had been suddenly yanked forward. Whoa, damn it. What the hell is going on? Where did such a big pit come from? Woof, woof, woof. The furious barking of the dog quickly pulled Muli back to reality. Amidst the chaos, she sensed something different. Everyone stop. This road is blocked. I advise you to surrender and hand over the kidnapped hostages, and I will escort you to the knight's order. Otherwise, I will be forced to use force to resolve our conflict. The speaker's tone was polite and very gentlemanly, reminiscent of the elegant knights Muli had heard of in legendary tales, though the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Who is this fool? Who are you scaring with cardboard? Hey, this guy seems to be that idiot from the theater. I saw him confessing with flowers to an elderly lady just a few days ago. Huh. Oh, huh. So he's a madman. Out here pretending to be a hero with a bad head, huh? Go home and drink your grandma's foot-washing water to fix your brain. Hearing the raucous laughter of the traffickers, Muli was momentarily stunned. They were mocking Tang, right? That guy in cardboard and tin, didn't he only have a cross-shaped stick at his waist? Muli felt a wave of disappointment, as she had thought she would be rescued by a handsome hero knight and then live a blissful life like in the stories. No, Tang is in danger. Realizing this, Muli immediately ran to the back of the carriage, ready to unlock the cage with magic, figuring 2 against 2 would be better than 1 against 2. But upon seeing the massive iron lock on the cage, she was momentarily stunned. Her unlocking magic was limited, as she couldn't open such a lock. Considering the crimes you've committed and the insults to my dignity, I shall draw my sword and duel you. Huh, draw your sword. Can that stick in your hand compete with my big iron rod? Haha, I've never seen someone so crazy. Come on, let's show him some color. Hearing the commotion outside, Muli grew more anxious and simply sighed, bumped the wooden cage. However, after this collision, the cage remained unscathed, and instead she clutched her sore arm. Outside, the sounds of fighting erupted, intense and chaotic. It's over. Muli began to mourn for Tang in her heart. Justice's judgment. Whirlwind slash. Triple stab. What kind of ridiculous names are those? No wait. Surge strike. Night silence. Glory's shield. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Aekus. Curry stick. Silence. The surroundings fell quiet. The battle seemed to have ended. Muli felt a bit dazed. It appeared that Tang had won. He must be looking quite disheveled now. Suddenly, the large cloth covering the cage was yanked open, and the bright sunlight blinded Muli momentarily, allowing her to see a handsome figure standing beside her. Muli. Haha, so you came to save people too, what a coincidence. Quickly adapting to the bright light, Muli soon saw Tang clearly. At that moment, Tang suddenly felt inspired, climbing to a higher position on the edge of the carriage, smiling brightly at Muli. In Muli's eyes, his smile was more radiant than the sun behind him, almost dazzling. Are you planning to infiltrate the prisoner convoy to track down the human trafficker's lair? Am I bothering you? Tang looked at Muli, his smile slightly shy. His words stunned Muli for a moment, making her suspect he was mocking her, but looking at his face, she felt otherwise. Thus Muli hurriedly said, No, not at all, Tang, you arrived just in time. Tang wanted to say something more, but the other women in the carriage at that moment confirmed that Tang was not a bad person and might even be a handsome good guy, so they boldly called for help. Tang looked at the crowd and smiled. All right, then I'll break the lock and take everyone back first. After saying that, Tang jumped down from the edge of the carriage and went to the front. When he returned to the vicinity of the carriage, he had a wolf fawn club in his hand. Muli watched as he gathered strength next to the big lock, shouting something like Earth Splitter, and then he simply smashed the lock and opened the cage. At that moment, a scene suddenly formed in Muli's mind. The originally comical knight, Tang, calling forth numerous special effects to defeat the traffickers, suddenly became plain, turning into a young boy, shouting a Chinibu slogan, bravely battling the evil traffickers, and ultimately emerging victorious. Before she could react, Tang had already climbed into the cage and reached the side of the bound women. Sorry, I don't have sharp tools. I can only untie the ropes by hand, and there may be some physical contact, so please forgive me, sisters. Tang respectfully addressed the ladies. The women shook their heads indicating they didn't mind, and some younger girls blushed just from hearing Tang's voice. Wow, he calls other sisters how intimate. After internally complaining a bit, Muli couldn't help but ask Tang, Tang, are they your relatives? Are they all sisters? Tang, who was just starting to untie a woman, turned to glance at Muli, then focused on untying the ropes, also answering Muli's question. They are all residents of the town. I call them that to be more familiar, to avoid making the sisters frightened and mistaking me for a criminal. Tang quickly untied the ropes from the woman's body, and she immediately took down the cloth that covered her mouth, only to be immediately blinded by the sunlight. Be careful, take your time to adapt. Tang immediately moved to block the light for the woman. You are. Puffed Tang. Tang, I saw your performance during the festival. It was very, wonderful. The woman looked at Tang, who was dressed comically, and couldn't help but start justifying her laughter. I am now a knight. Tang smiled naturally and easily. As soon as the woman adapted to the light, she voluntarily helped untie everyone, and Muli said, I'll help too, and joined in. Since two women had already stepped in, Tang sat aside on the grounds of gender difference and began chatting with them. Tang, why did you suddenly stop working at the theater? Although everyone was not wealthy, they still had some spare money to enjoy the theater, and your salary must be decent, a woman asked. The compensation is indeed generous, and everyone treats me very well, but I feel it is time to chase my dreams. You mean to dress as a knight and confess to strange girls on the street with flowers? The woman teased. No, I mean to become the greatest knight in the world. Tang corrected. Just listening to their back and forth, Muli suddenly felt a peculiar sensation. She envied Tang, who was starting to pursue his dreams while she had just given up on hers. Tang, why do you want to become a knight? Muli couldn't help but blurt out. In fact, she shouldn't have inquired about someone else's reason for pursuing dreams, but her heart was filled with emotions, making it impossible to suppress her grievances and unwillingness to become the greatest knight. As for the reason, its aspiration. Tang's tone was lively and confident, filled with anticipation for his dream journey. Muli didn't answer, only quickened her movements. What about you? Muli, you are from outside. You must have seen a lot of things, right? Besides working in the flower shop, what other plans do you have? Tang turned the question around to Muli. I don't know. Muli spoke the truth. She had always been confused, not knowing what to do, and she had never achieved anything she could talk about with anyone. So what were you doing before? Tang probed. I was a bard. I am no longer a bard now. Muli emphasized the latter part. Tang looked meaningfully at Muli's back, deep in thought, then shifted his gaze away, not knowing what he was thinking. The crowd was rescued, and thanked Tang, saying they would rely on this carriage to return, but when they got off, the horse was in a pit. Under a not-so-deep pit, the horse that was supposed to pull the carriage was helplessly pawing, unable to climb out. Beside the pit was a large black dog that barked a few times as if mocking the horse. Well, it looks like it would take some effort to get back by carriage. In addition, there were two unconscious bandits on the ground, one stout and one thin, covered in wounds, definitely human traffickers. Some women, feeling indignant, took the ropes that were previously used to bind them and tied the two traffickers up like dumplings. Looking at all this, Muli turned her gaze to Tang and deliberately asked him, You are injured, right? I know some simple healing magic. Upon hearing this, Tang showed some surprise, but waved his hand saying, No need, I am perfectly fine. Muli saw that he indeed did not seem injured, so she nodded while her heart wondered, relying solely on the wooden stick in his hand to take on two evildoers, not only defeating them without a scratch. Was Tang's strength not weak? Could he really be an ordinary theater actor? Should we quickly get the horse out? The first rescued woman looked at Tang. Her intention couldn't be clearer. Tang understood, but asked, Is there anyone here who is skilled with horses and knows how to drive a carriage? The crowd shook their heads in response. This is troublesome. I can't do it either, Tang said awkwardly. At that moment, the women were stunned, and Muli was also taken aback. Aren't you a knight? How can you not ride a horse? Muli looked at Tang in disbelief. I just decided to become a knight recently, and have yet to learn the skills of a knight, Tang explained with a smile, not ashamed of it. But after asking this question, she glanced at the cardboard and iron armor on Tang, and couldn't help but facepalm. What was she doing arguing with a madman? It's okay, being saved is already great, we can't ask for too much, a woman giggled, covering her mouth. It seems our great hero still has a long way to go to become a knight, another lady teased. We also have quite a distance to go. Looking back, we can see the town at least an hour's walk, right? Let's go home. After marking the spot where they left the traffickers and the carriage, the crowd began walking toward the town. After walking for a while, all previous emotions returned to calm, and Muli began to think. Tang is probably not a human trafficker, but who else could be watching me? After thinking it over, Muli realized the only person she could suspect was the flower shop owner. But could such a good person as the shop owner really be a bad person? Muli was unwilling to believe it, yet the owner had given her a spirit box that corresponded to the flowers Tang had mentioned earlier. Tang, how did you find us? Muli took the opportunity to ask Tang. Oh, I owe it all to this guy here, Tang said, pointing at the black dog following him, which strutted around as if it had just won a great victory. Tang began to explain his actions during this time. Through constant investigation, he discovered that all the missing persons had received flowers from others. He informed the night order, but instead of results, he was warned not to falsely report leads. So he took it upon himself to offer flowers under the guise of a confession to seek clues later, finding that women who had received flowers with strong scent coverage had not been kidnapped. After multiple attempts, I was certain of this. I found the local dog trainer and just happened to hear that many people have been renting hunting dogs during this time. Muli was shocked to learn that Tang's flower confessions were for this reason. It really wasn't for romance. So you really have never succeeded in confessing. I have succeeded, but I backed out, hurting their pride, and then I had to explain things to them. So you never thought about finding a partner? Muli felt a bit gossipy. How could I? To become the greatest knight, one must have a lover, but I don't want to find love in this way. Tang explained that while his confessions were false, his desire for a lover was genuine. Muli momentarily didn't know how to respond, so she redirected the conversation. How did you use the hunting dog to find us? It broke free and ran sniffing the spirit box at the flower shop door. When it saw me coming, it turned and led me here. Tang spoke casually, but Muli felt a chill run down her spine. The spirit box. That gentle shop owner was really a human trafficker. Thank goodness she met Tang. Spirit box. Are you talking about that brilliantly colored flower? A girl interjected. I've also received the same flower, a lady exclaimed. We should report that person to the Night Order when we get back. Yes. Too despicable. Soon after returning to town, the women found themselves surrounded by numerous knights before they could even enter the town gate, prompting Muli to hurriedly explain. It turned out that someone had reported their disappearance to the Night Order in the dead of night, and the Order had been searching until dawn. At this moment, both excited and exhausted, they mistook Tang for a trafficker. So Tang, you single-handedly rescued the women who were kidnapped at night, subdued 2 criminals, and found the key person, the night squad leader asked Tang. And Muli, she infiltrated to find the trafficker's den, but I ruined that, though we should be able to find out the location from other traffickers. Tang pointed at Muli. Hearing this, Muli was startled and embarrassedly touched her flushed cheeks, unable to explain that she was also one of the kidnapped. The squad leader nodded, advising the women to quietly return home and not to make a fuss, and then he quietly surrounded the flower shop with Tang, Muli, and several knights. Before capturing anyone, they needed to confirm the identity of the flower shop owner, so they sent a young knight inside to buy flowers while the others observed quietly. The knight pushed the door open, curiously looking around as if he were a customer, but still startled the shop owner. Knight, sir, are you here to buy flowers? The shop owner's smile was somewhat stiff. Yes, Do you have any flowers that can increase the success rate of confessions? The knight asked, blushing and smiling shyly. Upon hearing this, the shop owner visibly relaxed, and his smile became much more natural. It turned out this knight was here to buy flowers for someone. He had seen many young couples like this, and the knights were certainly not faking. We have some. How about these roses? Halfway through his sentence, the shop owner paused and changed his tone. The women in town probably get tired of roses. Let's take a look at other flowers. Outside the flower shop, everyone watching this scene smiled, but Tang's expression was not good. The shop owner's words were clearly aimed at him, as he had frequently used roses to confess and had been repeatedly rejected. While selecting flowers, the knight looked around casually behind the shop owner, pretending to search for suitable flowers, but actually looking for clues about the shop owner's possible involvement in the crime. After looking around, he rejected many of the flowers recommended by the shop owner, but the knight and the others outside the flower shop still found nothing. Fortunately, the group was well prepared. Shop owner, have you considered hiring some girls as employees? Women would understand other women's feelings better. This. The shop owner hesitated slightly, seemingly contemplating something. At that moment, Muli outside pressed tightly against the outer wall, holding her breath and nervously waiting for the shop owner's answer. I have considered it, but I just haven't found a suitable candidate. The shop owner's voice fell into everyone's ears, and it could basically be confirmed that he was indeed one of the traffickers and a rather key figure. The knights showed proud smiles, and Tang also breathed a sigh of relief, but in the next moment his gaze turned to Muli. After a brief moment of holding her breath, Muli accepted the result. Although she felt a bit regretful that the shop owner was a bad person, what really affected her mood was something else. She had lost her job. Is that so? But I heard that the shop owner just hired someone named Muli yesterday. A knight inside the flower shop looked sternly at the shop owner. At that moment, the shop owner's heart sank, and he nervously replied, That's not true. Who told you that? As he spoke, the shop owner subtly shifted the direction of his toes. Bang! In an instant, the door burst open, and a group of knights rushed into the flower shop. The prepared shop owner almost immediately turned to run towards the window, trying to escape through it, only to find that knights were already surrounding him outside. He had nowhere to flee. The shop owner was captured by the knights and escorted to the Night Order. He was compliant, offering no resistance, but as he passed by Muli, he revealed an unexpected expression. What's wrong? Did you not expect me to come back? Muli felt a surge of energy and questioned the shop owner. The shop owner did not answer, only turning away dejectedly and giving an angry glare to a certain knight. The knight, being stared at, seemed a bit nervous, not daring to meet his gaze, quickly averting his eyes as if the two had a history. And all of this caught Tang's attention. What kind of look is that? Just then a knight came over, grabbing the shop owner's hair and punching him, causing him to stagger while loudly berating him. You will spend your life reflecting in prison. Seeing this, Tang couldn't help but frown, and Muli also turned her gaze away. It was like a thug. The noble and elegant knights of legend simply didn't exist. Please wait. Please wait a moment. Muli suddenly called out to a knight. May I ask, what will become of this florist's shop? Ah, this is one of the human traffickers' dens. Once our investigation concludes, it will be seized and sealed by order. Further disposition rests entirely with the town mayor. The knight explained. As for the flowers inside, they may be sold off at a discount. Thank you. Muli nodded gratefully, her expression visibly dimming. The knight returned the nod and turned away without a second glance. Muli, what's wrong? Your mood has plummeted so suddenly. Tang approached, her concern etched across his face. I've just lost the job I just found. Muli lifted her gaze to Tang and gave a wry self-mocking smile. That's hardly a catastrophe. I'm unemployed too. Tang shook his head gently. I'm living off my savings now. But mine are nearly gone. Wait, my savings. Muli's eyes widened as if struck by revelation. She glanced up at the sky, then flinched in alarm. My luggage. My belongings. She cried out in panic, abandoning all formalities and dashing toward the inn where she'd been staying. Seeing her frantic departure, Tang feared she might stumble into danger and took a step after her, only to hear a sharp bark beside him. The borrowed black hound still stood there. With a sigh, he cast one last glance at Muli's retreating figure, then led the dog away. Muli sprinted breathlessly all the way, and finally spotted her sack of luggage and two staff members standing before the front desk. Both were middle-aged women flanking the sack as though they'd just been debating its fate. Excuse me, that's my luggage. Muli called out. The women turned. One immediately pivoted and walked off, while the other waved dismissively, her expression laced with disdain. Go ahead, take it. Check everything's there. Don't come back later claiming we stole something. Muli nodded, swiftly unfastened the sack and scanned its contents. Relief flooding her once she confirmed nothing was missing. Everything's accounted for. May I stay a few more days? She asked the woman still stationed at the front desk. The woman raised a hand, shaking her head firmly. No, we've already rented out your room. It expired yesterday. In fact, we even held onto your luggage for several hours. Ah, well, thank you. Muli swallowed hard, offered a terse thanks, and withdrew with her sack. Truth be told, given she'd been kidnapped, the inn's mere tolerance, not charging her storage fees, was already extraordinary grace. She resolved to find another inn, for now. As she walked, she pulled out her small coin purse. Her poverty was pitifully plain. A modest pouch of coins required no counting. Its meagerness was instantly apparent. Now even those coins were insufficient, not enough for shelter, let alone food. Perhaps she should never have become a bard. Tales alone could not fill an empty stomach. Grumbling inwardly, Muli headed back toward the tavern where she'd performed earlier, hoping against hope to reclaim the harp she'd left behind and barter a meal. Before she even pushed open the tavern door, laughter and chatter spilled forth, just as lively as before. As she entered, the innkeeper standing behind the bar caught sight of her and beckoned her over. Half-elf girl, this harp belongs to you, doesn't it? You left it here quite some time ago. Take it, don't forget it again this time. He retrieved her small harp from beneath the counter and handed it to her. Thank you. Muli accepted it, awkwardly omitting the truth that she'd deliberately abandoned it, a quiet farewell to her dream. Now reviving that dream solely to survive felt like a weary old hound dragging a muddy bone back to its shabby den. Innkeeper, may I perform once more? Right here? Muli asked, embarrassed. Of course, go ahead. He replied indifferently. He neither charged bards for stage space nor paid them wages. How much Muli earned depended entirely on her own skill. Plucking a string, she stepped unceremoniously to the wall and began what she vowed, half-heartedly, would be her true final performance. Long ago, dragons ravaged the world, demons enslaved the spirit folk, suffering reigned unchecked. 30 minutes passed before someone tossed her a reward, a half-empty bottle of sour wine. Say, Missy, your legends aren't half as entertaining as a good ribald tale. Tell us about elven bedroom antics instead. He, a round-faced drunken patron, chuckled foolishly. I know nothing of such things. Muli turned her head aside, displeased. I tell serious stories, not merely for coin. Oh, I know. Dreams. But dreams serve no purpose. Why not simply abandon them? His careless words pierced Muli's heart like a dagger. Abandonment. Yes, she had wanted to surrender. Yet it seemed this one pursuit was all she knew how to do. Abandon it, why? At that moment, the tavern door burst open. A man clad in armor forged from cardboard and tin strode in with rhythmic, almost liturgical steps. His voice resonated like sacred chant. Muli, the white-haired half-elf. You possess the rare gift destined to make you the world's greatest bard. Tang. Muli stared astonished, utterly baffled as to why he'd appeared here. Well, if it isn't Tang, when are you finally becoming a knight? The same drunkard who'd urged her toward lewd tales sneered at Tang. And he wasn't alone. Others burst into laughter the moment Tang crossed the threshold, treating his presence as pure farce. So, Sir Knight, when do you depart? Tang, give up those impossible fantasies. Return to the theater and play the clown once more. Word has it Fear's kingdom prepares to invade Ariro kingdom. Knightly sir, you cannot stand idle. March forth and crush them. Amid the shrill mockery, Tang vaulted onto an empty table nearby, suddenly towering above the crowd, then placed a hand upon his chest, striking the dramatic pose of an opera tenor. Are you truly content with life as it is? Has your ambition reached its terminus? Or is this all your existence amounts to? Shh. His voice rang with such force that the tavern fell silent, every eye drawn to him in startled curiosity. I am done playing a puppet in other stories upon that stage. I refuse to let my life be defined by mere imitation. This numb, hollow existence is not my calling. I shall become the greatest knight the world has ever known. With impassioned flourish, Tang swept his arm wide and struck the hanging lantern. Its creaking sway cast shimmering light around his head, lending him the uncanny aura of one glowing from within. Come, join me, Muli. Tang suddenly extended his hand toward her. Me. Muli pointed incredulously at herself. Before she could even react, Tang seized her wrist and pulled her up. Somehow, inexplicably, she found herself atop the table, standing beside him as if summoned by fate itself. I hereby retain your services, to chronicle my deeds, to compose the epic ballad of the world's greatest knight. The world's greatest bard, the white-haired half-elf, Muli. Although she did not feel particularly excited, being able to continue as a bard and do what she wanted was enough for her. With this thought in mind, she agreed. Such employment conditions can hardly be considered generous, even bearing a hint of gamble, but at least it was better than her current state of poverty and uncertainty. Tang's appearance gave Muli a clear direction. Even if it wasn't the path she would have chosen, it at least allowed her to escape the state of confusion for the time being. As she walked out of the tavern on the way home with Tang, Muli gradually calmed down and soon took out her pen and paper to begin recording stories as a bard. Tang, since you want me to record and adapt your story, I need to ask some questions. You mustn't find it bothersome and must answer seriously. Muli said, pen in hand, closely following Tang. No problem, I will speak freely and truthfully. A great knight does not stoop to lies. Tang proudly patted his chest as cardboard metal and his palm clashed together, making a noisy sound. First question, why do you want to become a knight? Correction, the greatest knight. The reason is, because I want to. Just as Muli was about to write, she suddenly hesitated and did not continue. What kind of answer was that? Yet Tang seemed serious. Never mind. Let's change the question. What are the requirements to become the greatest knight? Muli changed the question. You need noble titles, equipment forged by masters, legendary mounts like dragons, attendants and companions, a lover, and formidable opponents. It sounds somewhat reasonable, though a bit too materialistic. Muli recorded the question and answer on paper. Next question, didn't you feel ashamed shouting many techniques while fighting the traffickers? The louder you shout the techniques, the more imposing they become. The stronger the momentum, the greater the skill's power. It's common sense, Tang replied confidently. Muli couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking, is that really common sense? How come I didn't know? Nevertheless, she still wrote it down. Next, what was that EAK's curry stick you shouted back then? That's a long story. Tang slowed his pace, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, as if reminiscing about something. It's okay, I don't mind. Please tell me, Muli said earnestly. Tang cleared his throat and said, legend has it that there was a great kingdom ruled by a king, and every knight had to be guided by her to understand the 8 virtues of knighthood. To combat the demon king, St. Joan led the people to rise against him, defeating the fallen 12 knights of the Round Table, 7 deadly sin demon gods, 4 heavenly kings, and 2 protectors, ultimately sacrificing her life to seal the demon king. But the seal is weakening. The demon king has revived and is secretly plotting his return, and I have inherited their will, determined to eliminate the demon king and become the greatest knight. Captivated, Muli suddenly realized she had yet to write anything down, regrettably only remembering the beginning and the end. She hastily jotted it down, thankful that the main idea was conveyed. This is the first time I've heard of this. Does that mean the demon king really exists? Muli looked at Tang in confusion. I believe the demon king definitely exists. Oh, Suddenly Muli reacted. You believe? Definitely. That means you're uncertain, right? What you just said was all made up, wasn't it? Looking at Tang, who seemed very certain, Muli finally confirmed one thing. Although Tang appeared gentlemanly and astute, he was indeed a bit of a lunatic. And this lunatic seemed to tell stories better than she did. However, just thinking about it made Muli feel somewhat uncomfortable. Muli, I have a question and hope you can enlighten me. Tang suddenly became quite serious. Go ahead. Muli looked at Tang in confusion. You are a bard who has traveled many places, but why do you have only a small bundle of luggage? Tang turned around while speaking, began to walk backwards, and pointed at the small bundle behind Muli. Muli turned her head to glance at her bundle, which was quite small, barely larger than her head. I only have 1 set of clothes to change into, a spare pair of boots, basic toiletries, and a little bit of money. Muli revealed the contents of her bundle. Is that all? Tang sounded a bit surprised, as it seemed too little to him. Muli immediately understood Tang's meaning and let out a sigh, feeling somewhat helpless. Tang, traveling long distances requires packing light. The fewer things you bring, the better. If I could, I'd love to bring some beautiful clothes, comfortable pajamas, cute accessories, and more comfortable shoes. But I must make sacrifices for the journey. Toiletries must be compact, clothes must be attractive yet of high quality for easy resale, and boots must be durable and foldable for storage. Don't be fooled by the few items I have. Each one is chosen for portability and durability, and the purchase price is not low. After listening to Muli's lengthy explanation, Tang nodded in agreement, his gaze resembling that of a student who had successfully learned a skill, quietly contemplating how to use it to solve his own troubles. Seeing Tang's reaction, Muli felt a bit puzzled. When she entered Tang's house, she quickly understood why he reacted that way and why he asked about her light packing. Because at the moment the door opened, Muli saw many boxes piled in the middle of the hall, easily guessing Tang's intention to travel far. But therein lies the problem. With so much luggage, Muli thought a cart would be necessary for transport. Do you have a cart? She casually asked him. No, it seems I need to repack. Tang shook his head, and then led Muli to a spacious small room. You can rest in this room, Tang said. Muli nodded and followed Tang to see other areas, only to discover more issues. Tang's house surprisingly had only basic furniture, nothing else. Tang, do you live here alone? Don't you find it too empty? Muli asked curiously as she followed him into the room. Tang removed the metal and cardboard from his body, placing them on the bed. I've always lived alone, this house was left by my parents. As for your comment about it being empty. Knock knock. Just then someone knocked on the door, interrupting Tang's words. Muli was startled by the scene, and the knight in half armor was also taken aback, quickly retracting his hand and offering an apologetic smile to the unusually calm Tang. Sorry, Tang. It's all right, Mamboa. Tang smiled and shook his head. What brings you here? Do you need help? Not that, Tang. I came to tell you that everyone you saved has returned home. Halfway through his sentence, Mamboa noticed Muli in the room. He smiled politely at Muli and then changed his words. It's about the people you saved who said they would come to thank you. Another matter is that the captain asked me to convey that you should come tomorrow to witness the public display of the criminals. In fact, it was a public parade to announce the crimes of the offenders, allowing people to see the faces of the criminals while also serving as a deterrent to malefactors. The captain and the others have brought back the location of the person and vehicle who marked you, and they will publicly announce the incident tomorrow. The time is quite early, so don't stay out too late. At the end of his speech, the knight Mamboa revealed a meaningful smile. Perhaps you have some misunderstanding regarding the relationship between me and this lady full of justice, but I am glad you came to inform us, Mamboa. Remember not to tarnish this lattice reputation. Worried about rumors being spread, Tang emphasized. Really? Mamboa raised an eyebrow, then glanced around and immediately noticed the neatly packed luggage in the living room. He frowned and said, Tang, is the rumor true? No rumors, Mamboa. Tang replied immediately. Mamboa stared seriously at Tang, then sighed helplessly and turned to leave. As soon as the knight Mamboa left, Muli opened her mouth to ask, Tang, what was the rumor that knight mentioned? It's nothing serious. Hearing this, Muli smiled somewhat smugly. Tang, since you are hiring me to write your story, you shouldn't hide anything from me. Tang found this very reasonable and mentioned the so-called rumor. I have sold my house and will be leaving within a month, preparing to travel the world to punish evil and uphold justice. Seriously? Absolutely. Muli thought about it, feeling it wouldn't affect her, and casually said, all right, just remember to call me before you leave. I can help confirm what needs to be done. Seeing Tang nod, Muli flipped through her notebook and suddenly remembered something. By the way, Tang, what is your full name? Full name? Noticing Tang hesitating, Muli immediately cast a curious glance and explained, Tang, since you want me to write your story, I should record your full name. Can I make one up? Tang seemed troubled. Do you want to become famous with a fictional name? Muli retorted, beginning to suspect that Tang might have a ridiculous name, possibly something like Tang Ergo or Tang Lauda. Upon hearing this, Tang felt disheartened and lowered his voice. Actually, I hit my head during a fall at the theater. Muli thought to herself, I can understand. It's clear his mind isn't quite right. I don't remember my name nor my past. Everything I know is based on the accounts of my neighbors. Muli was skeptical, quietly taking notes, and said, the neighbors should know your name. The night just now, Mamboa called me Tang Wanxing, and the dog trainer, who lent me his hound, called me Tang Jalia. Even my former colleagues from the theater can't clarify my name. Tang helplessly spread his hands. It seems they have confused me with the role I played, so how can I know who I am? Oh, all right. Muli did not believe Tang's words, and thus wrote down Tang in the name line, promising to fill in the blank once she learned Tang's name in the future. In the evening, Tang took Muli out for a meal, and when teased about finding a girlfriend, he immediately clarified for Muli. After finishing her meal, Muli noted down this segment in her notebook. Tang treated me to the most sumptuous dinner I've had in half a year, with golden ripple buns, crispy fragrant croissants, cloudy sour sauce yogurt, and fruit-flavored ribs, a platter of pork and beef ribs that could have a better name like Beastly Championship. There is no nightlife in New Covenant Town, and everyone sleeps early. Following Tang's habit, Muli also lay down early. Reflecting on the fatigue of the day, she fell asleep before she could even express her feelings. The next morning, after enjoying what was the second best meal in the past 6 months, a regular breakfast, Muli increasingly felt that accepting the employment of a mentally unstable knight was a wise decision. At least the treatment was decent. Stepping back onto the bustling street, crowds filled the sidewalks with people of all ages peering curiously at the flower shop owner being escorted by the knights. Even Muli, who had traveled to many places, found this scene rare. The cart belonged to human traffickers originally, used to transport the women they had kidnapped, now repurposed by the knights to transport the traffickers. There were no fewer than 10 traffickers, and apart from the 3 Muli had seen, the others were strangers to her. The ringleader, Mausolea Icilian, betrayed the kingdom of Ariluo and allied with the new claws of the kingdom of furs, using the residents of Ariluo as slaves to sell to the kingdom of furs. The knight captain publicly declared the crimes of these traffickers, holding a piece of parchment. Muli listened carefully, realizing that this trafficker operation was not as simple as she had imagined. Mausolea Icilian was the owner of the flower shop, supported by a rival kingdom, specifically capturing the residents of Ariluo to sell to other countries. Essentially, this was a struggle between two kingdoms. Hearing this, Mausolea's expression turned grim completely, losing her usual gentleness and warmth, scanning her companions with fierce eyes, seemingly searching for the one who leaked this information. We hereby sentence the criminals, life imprisonment. The captain of the knights swiftly announced the final verdict, unexpectedly inciting discontent among the crowd. Kill them. The people who were taken away haven't returned yet. They all deserve to die. The knights blocked the agitated crowd, yet the captain of the knights paid no heed to them and continued with the handling of the involved parties. Mr. Ajizan, your trained hounds helped these guys capture quite a few residents. We will confiscate all your illegal gains during this time and punish you financially. The captain of the knights fixed his gaze on a middle-aged man in the crowd. The man named Ajizan turned pale with fear, unwilling to accept this outcome, stammering for a long time without saying a complete sentence. This meant that all his earnings from the past month would go to waste, and he would have to pay a considerable amount as compensation. Wait, I think this is unfair. Hearing a familiar voice, Muli looked on in surprise. In the blink of an eye, Tang had stepped forward to stand in front of the captain of the knights. The captain of the knights, towering like a small mountain, looked down coldly at Tang, who had to tilt his head back to make eye contact. Seeing the situation was not good, Muli immediately ran to Tang's side, attempting to pull him away. Sorry, he has a bit of a problem with his head. Muli kept her head down the entire time, trying to push Tang away, but found him unmoving and couldn't help but urge softly, Tang, move away, don't provoke the knights. I want back down. Tang simply shook his head a few times, his determined gaze fixed on the eyes of the knight opposite him. Muli awkwardly looked at the knight, feeling a powerful sense of oppression under the shadow, and dared not speak further. So frightening. The leader of the knight group paid no attention to Muli, calmly staring at Tang. This is indeed unfair, Mr. Ajizan was unwittingly used by villains. It was an unintentional act. Tang looked seriously at the leader of the knight group, showing no intention of retreat. The knight group has been searching for over a month, yet I could locate the kidnapped person using Mr. Ajizan's hunting dogs. Mr. Ajizan is not at fault and in fact has contributed. He should not be punished. Tang, the leader of the knight group, suddenly shouted, startling Muli, who nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Do you know what you were saying? He glared at Tang in anger. Tang's words were tantamount to insulting the knight group, claiming their incompetence, even likening them to a dog. I say Mr. Ajizan has contributed, not at fault. The knight group should not punish him. Tang stood proudly, puffing out his chest. If the knight group insists on punishment, then I will challenge them to a duel. Muli's eyes widened in fear at Tang's declaration, unsure of how to react. How could an ordinary person fight against the knight group? Tang had gone mad. Oh right, Tang had long been mad. He had always been mad, just appearing very normal. Tang, no knight would duel with you. The leader of the knight group looked at Tang. You are not a knight. Face the reality. Tang's self-proclaimed knights are not true knights. After saying this, the leader walked past Tang, ignoring him. As for the dog trainer, Mr. Ajizan, he was still stripped of the money he earned recently from human traffickers and was fined. The crowd around looked at Tang and the knight group, evidently leaning towards Tang, wanting to express their support, but hesitating to speak due to other reasons, likely sharing Muli's concerns. Tang stared intently at the knight group, and beneath his calm gaze lay an astonishing anger. Muli felt a shiver just from a glance at Tang. Noticing Tang's tightly clenched fists, Muli instinctively frowned, contemplating what she should say to Tang next. Just then a petite figure dashed out from the crowd, attracting everyone's attention. How can you be a bad person, store manager? How can you be a bad person? The speaker was a girl who looked to be under 10 years old. She held a bouquet of beautiful flowers and looked at Mausoleia, who was trapped in a wooden cage, displaying an expression of heartbreak, as if betrayed. After glancing at the girl, Mausoleia suddenly turned his head to gaze at the sky. I like standing in the sunlight because most flowers bloom only in the sunlight. If necessary, I would not immerse myself in the night. His words seemed nonsensical to most, but took on a poetic interpretation in the ears of the emotional girl. A knight, hearing Mausoleia's words, suddenly displayed a look of terror, then walked away, quietly lightening his footsteps. This knight had previously interacted with Mausoleia, exhibiting unusual behavior multiple times, definitely suspicious. Tang quickly glanced and noted the knight's appearance. Clang! Suddenly a noise startled Mausoleia. It turned out a knight had kicked the wooden cage. The knight dissatisfiedly remarked, "What riddles are you speaking? Just a despicable person blinded by greed." This statement shattered any remaining hopes within some girls, leaving no one with unrealistic fantasies about Mausoleia. Before long, the group of human traffickers was escorted away. Before the knights left, Mambo, who was familiar with Tang, rushed over, patting Tang's shoulder twice. Tang, the leader, asked me to remind you of something. What? Those people are part of a complete slave crime syndicate. This is just one of their entry points, and there are numerous distribution channels yet to be shut down. You and this lady should be cautious of their retaliation. After a moment of silence, Tang nodded, and then watched Mambo run back to the team. Looking at the knights riding away, Tang turned to Ajizan, who looked dejected in the crowd, and walked over. Feeling the tug on her hand, Muli turned in surprise, realizing she had been gripping Tang's hand and forgot to let go. She hurriedly released her grip and followed Tang to Ajizan. Ajizan, aged 43, had a thick head of black hair, though it was already streaked with gray, and his face showed signs of weariness. He was the only one in the town who knew how to train hunting dogs. Mr. Ajizan. Tang called out, but for a moment he couldn't think of what to say. Ujizan looked at Tang as he approached, revealing a self-mocking smile, sighing. Tang, if I had known, I wouldn't have lent you the dog. No, let's pretend I said nothing. Realizing he had misspoken, Ujizan shook his head and turned to leave his figure resembling a downtrodden old dog on the street. Muli cautiously glanced at Tang, and seeing him stable in emotions, she asked, Tang, you seem not to be a knight. No, I am a knight, just not yet recognized as a noble. Tang shook his head, then nodded. Knights are a privilege of the nobility. I know, but that means you are not a knight recognized by law. Muli reminded him. The leader did not accept Tang's duel, which could be seen as protecting him. Because Tang was not a knight, challenging the knights to a duel would not be recognized, and could even be considered a legal assault. No wonder you only carry a wooden stick and not a sword. Ordinary people were generally not allowed to carry swords in the city, and it was also illegal. I know this is also an injustice, I will break it eventually. Muli sighed, realizing she shouldn't discuss these things with a madman. Tang wouldn't take it in. However, this injustice has also protected many people. Tang's words surprised Muli, and when she turned to look, she found Tang was also gazing at her. In a few days, accompany me to a place, Muli. Tang smiled. Is there something special? Muli's heart raced as her imagination ran wild. It's very important. That previous night, with a dark moon and strong winds, a knight patrolled the prison with a torch, but the usually noisy cells were abnormally quiet that night. The knight glanced at the nearest cell, but was suddenly frightened. His hand shook and the torch fell to the ground, extinguishing its light. As the clouds dispersed, moonlight fell into the cell, illuminating one dry corpse after another. In panic, the knight quickly surveyed the cell, and no one was spared. In the cell that originally held Mosalia, there was even a knight's corpse alongside a wine cup. If Tang were here, he would certainly recognize the knight who had exchanged glances with Mosalia and could smell the blood in the wine cup. Realizing that something was terribly wrong, the knight hurriedly ran out of the cell, only to see a figure bathed in moonlight suddenly appear outside, with flowing golden hair, gradually turning silver under the moonlight. The person suddenly turned back, their azure eyes swiftly transforming into crimson slit pupils, changing from a human into a member of the blood clan within the demon race. In fear, the knight recognized the identity of the figure. Mosalia. The next day, before the town mayor learned of Mosalia's transformation into a demon and fled, enraged, the news of our first partner, the rebellious second miss of the Roland Marquis family, spread rapidly throughout the entire Yuluro kingdom. The young lady ran away from home to escape an arranged marriage. That was how it was spread, but according to my account, the truth differs somewhat from the rumors. Near the resplendent castle beside a grove, a handsome young man looked around with a complex expression, as if searching for someone. His eyes and spirit showed signs of fatigue, a hint of anger simmering within, and a touch of impatience. At first glance, he seemed to be seeking out an unwelcome person. Hey! A lively female voice came from the tree above. The young man merely lifted his head slightly, and immediately noticed something falling. Instinctively, he caught an apple, his gaze lingering hesitantly on the fruit. The young man pressed his lips together, struggling with his emotions, then raised his head to cast a bland, yet dissatisfied look at the person in the tree. What are you staring at? A beautifully dressed woman in the tree shouted in the local dialect, revealing a smug and relaxed smile. The young man did not respond, instead fixating intently on the golden-haired girl in the tree, then curled his lips in disdain. The woman was clearly wearing a beautiful dress, yet showed no semblance of a lady. The expensive gown had several tiers, obviously ripped by branches while climbing. At that moment, she was barefoot, squatting on the tree trunk, her exquisite shoes embellished with powdered jewels resting a short distance away on a branch, resembling a beautiful monkey at first glance. What? You can't recognize me just because I'm in different clothes. It's me, Xinxia Luolan. Xinxia declared proudly with a hint of mockery in her eyes, like a victor. Huh. The young man exhaled, lowering his gaze to a corner, then angrily lifted his head to glare at Xinxia. Xinxia, no one would like someone like you. I wouldn't marry you. Get a hold of yourself. With that, the young man turned and stormed away. Xinxia pouted, revealing a kitten-like smile, then used her hands to support herself on the tree trunk while calmly watching the young man leave. I didn't ask you to marry me, anyway, it's better this way. Just then a series of squeaks sounded, and Xinxia happily turned her head, reaching out to catch a large red apple that was thrown down. Wow, she exclaimed, turning to look at the treetop where a monkey was smiling at her. This was no ordinary monkey. Its brown fur was interspersed with golden strands, its hand fur was pure white, resembling white gloves, and there was a hand on its tail. This was a white-hand spider monkey, a relatively friendly magical beast. Thanks, little monkey. Xinxia joyfully waved at the little monkey, then quickly wiped the apple with her clothes and took a big bite. With a crunch, juice splattered, the sweet and sour taste filled her mouth, prompting Xinxia to hum in delight at the fruit's sweetness. Her two delicate feet swung freely in the air, one in front of the other, feeling quite comfortable and joyful. Xinxia even turned around, relaxing against the tree trunk, one foot dangling gently, while the other rested on the trunk, enjoying the blue sky and white clouds while continuing to eat her apple. Before long, Xinxia heard the sound of shoes scraping against the grass, as if someone was approaching. She turned her head and saw a beautiful woman somewhat resembling her, but older, looking around. The woman seemed to sense something and looked up to make eye contact with Xinxia. Sister. Xinxia happily called out, finishing the apple in a few bites and tossing the core onto the grass behind her. She quickly got up, elbowed the tree trunk, and naturally reached out to catch a red apple that fell. She nimbly jumped down from the big tree and walked up to her sister, offering the apple, which her sister instinctively accepted, glancing at it, before looking at Xinxia with concern. Xinxia, why did you scare him off? I didn't force him, he left on his own. That was someone Mother invited for you, and now Mother is furious, saying she will throw away all the hero novels in your room. No way, Xinxia exclaimed, suddenly agitated. How could she do that? Without waiting for her sister to respond, Xinxia dashed out. Her sister wanted to follow, but unexpectedly saw Xinxia's dark feet covered in dirt and grass, then turned to look at the big tree, noticing the shoes on the branch. Holding the apple, she looked anxiously at the shoes on the branch, seemingly pondering how to retrieve those wild and stubborn shoes. On the path, a maid heard hurried footsteps and tried to call out to Xinxia, who was running by, but when she reached out, Xinxia twisted her body and escaped under her arm. After running for a while, Xinxia saw a servant transporting books ahead, turned to look at her. Annoyed, she pouted and dashed into the house, just in time to hear a woman's shout. Stop reading those useless things every day, and you spoil her. Look at her, does she have any semblance of a lady? The beautiful woman yelled at a handsome man with a full beard, pointing towards the door. Since that savage from the underground city became the queen of the Fire's kingdom, I've had enough troubles. Noticing someone standing there, both turned to look, and the beautiful woman's expression darkened further. Mother, how can you throw out all my things? Do you know how long I've been collecting them? Many are rare editions. Xinxia huffed, staring discontentedly at her mother. I don't care about your things. You've been ruined by them. The beautiful woman, in her anger, showed more wrinkles on her face. It's always knights or heroes with no semblance of what a lady should be. You'll burn them all today. The handsome man, also known as Marquis Luolan, raised his hands, wanting to stand between them, but was pushed aside by his wife. But you can't touch my things. Is it just to force me into an arranged marriage? Xinxia protested angrily. I don't like anyone. How could an arranged marriage possibly lead to happiness? Your father and I are in an arranged marriage, but don't you see we're unhappy? The beautiful woman pointed at Xinxia, suddenly widening her eyes, looking at her daughter in disbelief. Her clothes were tattered, she was barefoot, and there was quite a bit of dust and mud on her, looking just like a savage who had crawled out of the dirt. Seeing her like this made the lady even angrier. You are not allowed to go anywhere these days. Just stay in your room and reflect. In her fury, the lady left the room, but the cleanup of Xinxia's belongings did not stop. Locked in the empty room, Xinxia could only hug her knees and sulk. Arranged marriage, arranged marriage. I'd rather be a ranger. Muttering to herself, Xinxia suddenly stood up and began packing her things. Just then there was a knock at the door, and Mrs. Luolan's voice came from outside. Xinxia, I brought you some fruit. Xinxia, are you still angry? After several knocks with no response, Mrs. Luolan's expression turned serious, and she immediately took out her key to open the door. But inside, apart from the fluttering curtains and messy clothes, there was no sign of Xinxia. With a crash, the fruit platter fell, and Mrs. Luolan was both shocked and angry, running off without regard for her dignity. Guards! Quickly find someone. Bring Xinxia back to me. Hurry. The time had come for Tang and Muli to arrive at that place. They would later learn that at this moment Xinxia was not far from the town of New Covenant. Is this truly the place you promised to bring me? Muli turned to Tang with a complex expression, glancing first at the towering structure ahead, then at the relaxed knights standing guard around them. Indeed, the mayor's administrative castle, Tang replied, solemnly, nodding with grave seriousness. Upon hearing this, Muli's lips twitched involuntarily, her smile strained and brittle. She had imagined something far more romantic. Surely in every tale heroes led their beloved to sun-dappled hills or star-strewn meadows under the velvet night sky. All illusion. Muli sighed inwardly. It seemed the fates reserved such poetic privileges for legendary protagonists alone, never for her. Then Tang, what brings us here? She unfurled parchment and grasped her wooden stylus, poised to record his reply. To petition for knighthood. At his answer, the stylus trembled in her hand, as she shot him a look of startled disbelief. You seek knighthood from the mayor himself. Her expression twisted with incredulity, yet recalling Tang's reputed eccentricity, the notion suddenly acquired a grim plausibility. But how could an ordinary townsman possibly gain audience with the mayor? Even a minor noble held celestial authority over common folk, his word law itself. We have just resolved a case that plagued the knightly order for over a month, and rescued numerous captives. By royal statute, such service merits formal ennoblement as a knight. Tang laid out the facts. Only then did Muli grasp why he had intervened in the knight's affairs. Knighthood was his sole, unwavering objective. Recalling the legal codes of the kingdom of Arillo, she found his claims startlingly sound, and thus followed Tang toward the mayor's castle. No sooner had they approached than several knights stepped forward to bar their path. Halt! This is the mayor's castle. Unless urgent business brings you here, depart at once. One knight declared, eyes locked sharply on Tang, his impatience barely concealed. Tang, are you here again to petition for knighthood? The mayor will never consent. Return home. Another knight urged him gently. Muli glanced at Tang, surprised anew. So Tang had petitioned before. By statute, I rescued scores of citizens and delivered decisive aid to the knightly order, thus fulfilling all conditions for ennoblement. Tang spoke with unshakable conviction. In this small domain, power rests solely with the nobility. Thus the mayor's decree is the law, retorted the first knight, voice thick with disdain. Noble status derives from law itself. Should nobles place themselves above the law, that status dissolves, and those who stand outside the law forfeit its protection. Tang lowered his brows, his gaze sharpening into granite resolve. His words struck Muli as dangerously seditious, yet upon reflection chillingly irrefutable. She had never heard such doctrine before, yet why did it resonate so deeply within her? Bewildered, she nevertheless knew where her loyalty would lie. The impatient knight clicked his tongue, stepping forward to seize Tang, only to be restrained by his comrade, who shook his head. Let them enter. The mayor will persuade him. Thus, guided by the knight, they passed through the gates, and were announced simply as two commoners who have rendered meritorious service and request audience with the mayor. My lord mayor, the petitioners await outside the council chamber. Tang and Muli stood in the antechamber, hearing the knight's formal announcement, and the mayor's reply heavy with simmering resentment. Admit them. Muli detected suppressed fury beneath his tone, and turned to Tang, whose calm composure steadied her nerves. With quiet courage, she followed him across the threshold. Brave, Tang. The mayor's rote greeting died mid-sentence upon recognizing his visitor. Your Excellency, we come today to... Tang bowed deeply, but was cut off by an eruption of rage. Get out. Tang, I will never grant you knighthood. Not now, not ever. And keep your distance from my daughter. My lord, by statute, I possess the right to petition you. I hereby revoke that right, in my capacity as mayor. Leave now. Guards, escort him out. If he resists, bind him per the law. His voice thundered, fingers stabbing the air like a judge pronouncing doom. At once, Your Excellency. The very knight who had escorted them and stepped forward, positioning himself before Tang and guiding him firmly, but not roughly, toward the exit. Come along, Tang. The knight said, his tone laced with weary resignation, as if to say, I warned you. Tang offered no protest, merely acquiescing with stiff reluctance. Muli remained utterly bewildered. What transgression had Tang committed to earn such vitriol? Yet before she could process it, a knight burst into the chamber unannounced and breathless. His breach of protocol ignited the mayor's fury, until the knight's first words froze the room. Your Excellency, your daughter is missing. With a crash, the knight dropped to his knees, gasping. A second crash followed. The mayor, stunned, had tumbled from his chair onto the marble floor. The sudden crisis halted even Tang's expulsion. The guards paused. Tang and Muli instinctively remained rooted in place. The nearest knight rushed to lift the dazed mayor, who stammered, trembling. Quick, take me to her chambers. Summon every soul in the town. Find her. Knights scattered instantly, leaving Tang and Muli forgotten. As Muli stirred to move, she saw Tang stride purposefully after them. With no choice but to follow, she entered the lady's chamber alongside the knights. And though the opulent decor might have awed others, she recoiled instead at the chaos, garments strewn wildly across the floor. This is unprecedented disorder. My lord, here are withered flower petals, reported a knight holding up a strange, desiccated bloom. Muli leaned closer, recognizing them instantly. Lynxiabeo petals. Their former luminous radiance had faded, their scent, once ethereal, now carried a sharp, alien tang. She was not alone in recognition. Recent events had made every knight acutely sensitive to Lynxiabeo, its presence never benign. As the knights debated, Muli noticed Tang moving stealthily, lightfoot, unseen, bending low to retrieve a small triangular garment from the floor, clutching it tightly behind his back. Standing directly behind him, Muli witnessed it all. A flush rose to her cheeks. Then in the next breath, astonishment eclipsed embarrassment. The garment vanished, gone as if erased from reality. Yes, just as before. Undeniably, unmistakably spatial magic. Tang wielded spatial magic. Sensing her gaze, he glanced back and pressed a finger to his lips in silent warning. But in that fleeting moment, the mayor turned, and his shock hardened into outrage. What are you doing here? Guards, remove him. And so they were expelled once more, left standing outside the castle walls, chilled by the wind's quiet, indifferent sigh. Looking back at the busy knights and guards behind her, Muli suddenly reached out and pulled Tang away to a small tree nearby. Bang! Before Tang could react to what had happened, Muli's hand slapped against the tree trunk beside his ear. The commotion caused several leaves to fall fluttering down beside Tang's profile. As she turned her gaze, Muli's face was already closed, displaying a serious and complex expression. Tang, what do you intend to do with that? Muli pursed her lips, furrowing her brow. Although she harbored some bad suspicions, she felt that Tang was not the person she imagined. Hearing Muli's question, Tang suddenly smirked proudly. It has great use. Muli made a strange face and silently walked aside, pretending to take notes with paper and pen, deliberately saying a series of words for Tang to hear. The knight, who was not a knight, finally couldn't hold back his beastly nature, exposing his true self. Hey, don't write nonsense. Tang quickly spoke up to stop her, leaning over to take a look, only to find that Muli was not writing what she said at all. Tang secretly took the mayor's daughter's personal belongings, the purpose of which was temporarily unclear. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Muli, only to see her gazing at him with a look full of blame and dissatisfaction. Pouting, her expression seemed to say, please respect my profession and duty and don't keep things from me. Cough, actually it's like this. Tang awkwardly cleared his throat and explained, the knight order doesn't train dogs. I plan to borrow a hunting dog from Mr. Ujizan to find the mayor's daughter. Such a great contribution will surely earn me a title from the mayor and also help reclaim the wealth taken from Mr. Ajizan. Muli put away her previous expression and pondering said, "A Tuberts with an Estone plan a good idea." She then resumed writing. "Wait, what about the title? What? Handsome, brave, resourceful, and so on." Muli rolled her eyes at Tang. "Once you become famous, there will naturally be people to sing your praises." Tang thought for a moment and said, "Then add a line, the obscure knight Tang excels in various martial arts." Obscure? Why write that? Muli looked at Tang in confusion. This was not the kind of wording that would praise someone. While it wasn't derogatory, it would make most subjects uncomfortable. Reputation level. What is reputation level? It's categorizing my reputation. Muli gave Tang a speechless look, too lazy to understand the thoughts of a madman, and wrote it down as Tang said. Seeing Muli finish writing, Tang nodded in satisfaction. "Let's go find Mr. Ajizan." Following Tang, Muli asked again, "Tang, you can use space magic, right? Who did you learn it from?" I know a bit, I just grasped it without any reason, I can only store things." Tang replied, while also casting a scrutinizing glance at Muli. "Oh, so your wind element affinity is quite high." Muli began to take notes again. "What wind element? Since you can use magic, how can you not know about the wind element?" Muli looked at Tang strangely. However, Tang's gaze was clear, completely not pretending, and Muli naturally interpreted it as him having hit his head, so she explained, "The 4 elements of magic are earth, water, fire, and wind. Space magic belongs to the wind element. Everyone is born with an affinity for one of the 4 elements, but the affinity varies in strength and inclination. In other words, Tang, your wind element affinity might be quite exceptional." Muli pointed at Tang's chest. "Perhaps you shouldn't be a knight at all, but rather more suited to be a mage. Or a thief." This statement Muli did not voice. The wind element magic symbolizes freedom with highly functional abilities such as lockpicking, stealing. Of course, he could also be a priest who dispels fire element curses. Upon hearing this, Tang pondered for a moment and asked, "Whether knight, warrior, or mage, can they all actually use magic?" "Yes, so what? I want to become the greatest knight." "Oh," Muli replied coldly. She had already had such a suspicion and was not surprised. "Perhaps my magic isn't any wind element." Tang said. "Then what is it?" Muli couldn't help but be curious. "The heart of belief is my magic." Tang's tone suddenly became a bit excited. Muli was left speechless, giving Tang a blank stare, feeling rather exasperated. What is this? The law of becoming stronger through idealism. It was completely nonsensical, yet oddly pleasant to listen to. While internally mocking, Muli wrote down this sentence. Back to the main topic. "Tang, tell me how you offended the mayor." Muli's tone carried a hint of despair. The mayor's reaction clearly showed a strong aversion to Tang, likely because he was tired of being tormented by a madman. "Do you remember when I said I succeeded in confessing my feelings?" Muli's eyes suddenly widened with interest. "Could it be?" "Yes." Tang nodded. "The mayor's daughter agreed, but I backed out." "She pursued you?" "Yes." No wonder the mayor reacted so strongly to you." Muli twirled the wooden pen in her hand. "It turns out that in the eyes of the old mayor, you are a yellow-haired boy, which is quite bothersome. Moreover, you left a bad impression of being a scoundrel who starts things and then abandons them, attracting bees and butterflies." However, Muli carefully examined Tang's features. He was indeed quite handsome, just not very bright, with some mental issues. The two soon arrived in front of a small courtyard where the fence was uneven and a group of lively dogs were playing in the open space in front. These dogs did not bark upon seeing people. They simply restrained their playfulness and directed more attention to Tang and Muli as they walked into the courtyard. Feeling the gaze of these hunting dogs, Muli inexplicably felt a chill. It would be better if these dogs barked at dogs that don't bark usually bite. "Uncle, are you home?" Mr. Ajizan. Arriving at the closed inner door, Tang raised his hands to form a trumpet shape in front of his mouth, gathering his breath to shout. Coming. A somewhat dispirited voice soon came from inside the house. Not long after, the front door opened with an old creaking sound. Mr. Ajizan pushed the door open, and upon seeing Tang suddenly sighed, seemingly still troubled about the income that had been confiscated by the night order. "Tang, what's the matter? Just pick a dog to borrow, don't worry about the money. Oh, just remember to get the dog some food." Mr. Ajizan's tone was dejected, lacking any spirit. "That won't do. We should calculate the fee based on the rental time." After saying this, Tang took out his money pouch from his waist, preparing to count the money for prepayment. However, Mr. Ajizan raised his hand to stop him and cast a serious look at Tang. "Tang, you solved the case for the night order and saved many people. Who did you get anything in return?" Feeling the questioning tone in Mr. Ajizan's words, Tang remained silent for a while. "No, nothing at all, not a single penny." Tang still answered. "Then why did you save people?" "It's not that saving people is bad, it's just that the night order is in a terrible state now. The mayor, the lord, the king, they're all the same." Mr. Ajizan expressed his dissatisfaction to Tang while also feeling it was unfair for him. This is a trial that one must endure to become a knight. I will seek justice." Tang's gaze was burning as he stared at Mr. Ajizan as if making a promise. Mr. Ajizan misunderstood Tang, but Muli understood what Tang meant by justice. That was Mr. Ajizan's wealth, the unawarded bonus, the title Tang should receive, and the reward that had not been granted to him. Mr. Ajizan shook his head and closed the door, and Tang skillfully called out to the pack of dogs. "Come. Xiaohei, come here quickly." A bark responded to him. It was the black hunting dog that had assisted in rescuing. With a loud bang, a man with a face full of stubble was slammed against the wall. Before he could react, a mirror-like gleaming longsword was already pressed against his neck. The sharp sword effortlessly severed his loose hair, causing the man to panic, his muscles tense with fear. Terrified, he looked at the sword wielder, the mayor of New Covenant Town, the local baron. Furious, the mayor glared at the man and demanded, "Speak. Where have you taken my daughter?" "No, we wouldn't dare, oh great mayor. We wouldn't dare to kidnap a noble," the man explained in a panic, his eyes darting to the sword at his neck. Even as he waved his hands frantically, he dared not move his neck, fearing that the noble would accidentally slice it open. "Wouldn't dare." The mayor withdrew the sword and kicked the man sharply on the side of his head. The sudden kick caught the man off guard, and with a thud he fell to the ground. Once he opened his eyes after the intense pain, some dim, beautifully shimmering petals fell before him, landing just a few inches from his pupils. The man recognized these petals. They belonged to a spirit box, an important tool used by their small group to confirm kidnapping targets. "I found this in my daughter's room." "How do you explain that?" The mayor questioned the man again. "I truly don't know, great mayor. I was only brought here today." The man scrambled to his feet, rolling and crawling towards the mayor. He pleaded desperately, but suddenly remembered something and continued, "My superior is a man named Mosalia who runs a flower shop in town. Although he's an alien, he holds a title in the kingdom of Fells. He has already transformed into a demon and escaped." "Damn it." The mayor exploded in anger, kicking the man down again, then handing the sword to a nearby knight. As the kicked man watched the mayor turn to leave, he reached out in terror, wanting to stop him. Suddenly, he caught a glint of silver light, turning to see the knight raising his sword. With a swing of the sword, crack, a splash of crimson blood splattered onto the petals on the ground. The dim, shimmering color of the spirit box seemed far less vibrant than the blood. "Sorry, the spirit box I received earlier has already been dealt with by the knights." In front of a house, Tang and Muli, holding a black hunting dog, unexpectedly gazed at the woman they had rescued. "I'm sorry." Next scene. "I'm afraid you are too late." Next scene. "The knights have already taken it away." Next scene. Shaking head. Waving hand. Again and again. Tang and Muli sat despondently by the roadside, resting their chins on their hands, looking troubled, while the black dog gnawed on a bone, without a care in the world. "Tang, all the spirit boxes have been destroyed by the night order. Do you have any thoughts on what to do next?" Muli turned to ask Tang. Tang shook his head, unsure of what to do, merely watching the black dog gnawing on the bone. "Can't we find her with the clothing belonging to the mayor's daughter?" Muli asked again. Tang immediately shook his head and explained, "The black dog hasn't reacted. The scent seems very faint. It can only be used for precise searches in a small area. To find a general area, we still need the spirit box." Considering that Muli might not understand why, Tang added, "Those traffickers have been abducting people in town using the spirit box for over a month. The scent of the spirit box along the path is the clearest. To find people, we need the spirit box." Muli looked up at the sky, recalling the scene when she was rescued. If only we had continued the pursuit back then, she couldn't help but sigh. Tang immediately understood what she meant and shook his head again, saying, "No, Muli, there were too many people who were abducted at that time. We should escort them back first, unless..." "Unless what?" Muli asked, curiously looking at Tang. Tang looked at Muli with a more conflicted expression. "Muli, it might be a bit offensive, but do you really have the ability to fend off beasts and bandits along the way, eh?" Hearing this, Muli instantly became dejected. "All right, I'm just an ordinary bard with no strength to bind a chicken and only a slight understanding of magic." She conceded, she truly lacked that strength. Although she was a half-elf, her magical talent was actually quite average. If she had fought the traffickers, she would probably have fallen within seconds. Wait. Hold on. Muli suddenly remembered that she too had been one of those captured. Indeed, she had received a spirit box. "Tang, I know a place that might still have a spirit box." Muli suddenly stood up excitedly, startling the black dog that was gnawing on the bone. "Where?" Tang also became excited. Seeing Tang's shocked expression, Muli smiled proudly and said, "The inn." Following Muli's lead, Tang quickly entered the inn where Muli had previously stayed, explaining the situation in general. The inn staff, all locals, had a good attitude towards Tang and agreed to help. "Actually, I did see it before. I thought it was something the inn already had. We don't have flowers at our inn and we can't afford them, you know." The cleaning lady shot a glance at the front desk attendant, who then looked back at Tang and Muli. "You came at just the right time. That person just left today, but the room hasn't been cleaned yet." "That's all right. Well, just grab the flowers and go." Muli shook her head, not worried about the room being messy. So the two followed the cleaning lady into the room. Contrary to what they expected, while the room was not cleaned up, it was neither dirty nor smelly, generally quite clean. Perhaps the previous occupant was a neat freak. Muli scanned the room and quickly spotted the pot of flowers that Mosalia had given her on the balcony, rushing over to present it to the black dog. But Tang felt something was off. He suddenly looked up and sniffed the air in the room, frowning. "Muli, do you smell blood?" "Blood? No, do you have such a keen nose?" Muli looked at Tang in surprise. "My perception is fairly sharp," Tang replied. "Perhaps the person who stayed here was a female," Muli said casually. Tang was taken aback, quickly understanding what Muli meant, and was persuaded by her. It's actually quite normal for a girl's room to occasionally have a scent of blood. After letting the black dog sniff the scent of the spirit box, Tang then stored it in what he called his storage space. Although it was not Muli's first time seeing it, she still found it amazing, feeling a bit envious of Tang's talent. Soon the two followed the black dog to the gate of New Covenant Town, but were stopped by a familiar voice. Tang, where are you going? The one who came forward to stop them was Manbwa. At this moment Manbwa was clad in gleaming silver armor, lifting his visor and wielding a spear polished to a shine that surpassed even the iron shell on Tang. Now this is the proper attire of a knight. Manbwa, so it's you guarding the city today? Here, take this. Tang casually handed over a blue flower that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. Muli saw clearly that it was a branch of cloud smudge taken out by Tang using space magic. Looking at the flower Tang handed over, Manbwa was momentarily stunned. Tang, am normal. Manbwa looked at Tang with some difficulty. Tang shook his head, and before Manbwa could hastily defend himself said, if I don't return for a long time, go report to the Night Order that I may have found the mayor's missing daughter. Now Manbwa understood that he had misunderstood Tang. It wasn't that Tang was love-deprived and had lost his mind, but rather that he was seeking the missing daughter of the mayor. Huh? Who are you looking for? Tang, do you know about the young lady? I'm not sure, but I will leave Cloud Smudge as a marker along the way. Remember to borrow a hunting dog from Ajizan to track the markers we leave behind. Tang placed his hand on Manbwa's shoulder and patted it gently twice. We are entrusting our lives to you, partner. After saying that, Tang led Muli and Xiaohei out the door, running swiftly away. Manbwa, who allowed them to leave, was still in a daze, just turning to look at their departing figures. It took him a long time to realize that Tang had entrusted him with a serious matter. Following Tang at a quick pace, Xiaohei suddenly slowed down, even stopping to turn in circles. The scent is somewhat complex. This might be a crossroads of people. Muli quietly took notes of this scene, then looked at Tang with curiosity. After the chance encounter connecting the solution to the problem with the people who need help, if the Night Order really finds them with Ujizan's hunting dog and successfully retrieves the mayor's missing daughter, the mayor should acknowledge Tang and Ujizan's contributions. In this way, whether it was for the title or to seek justice for Ajizan, it could all be accomplished. Was this a coincidence, or was Tang intentionally designing it? Muli silently wrote her thoughts in her book. Although Tang seemed a bit crazy, his actions and logic were very normal, even somewhat shrewd. He wouldn't be pretending to be mad, would he? Crossed out afterthought. Tang's brain really has problems, though I shouldn't have doubted. Xiaohei quickly determined a direction, guiding the two to continue following. Seeing this, Tang conjured a branch of cloud smudge, buried a few petals shallowly in the ground, then continued on with Muli. Half an hour later, the three of them entered the woods, constantly moving towards the mountain peak. Along the way, Tang had buried many petals. To prevent rabbits or other unforeseen events from carrying away the markers, he scattered plenty of petals around the same spot. Woof woof. Xiaohei suddenly barked excitedly twice, then quickly ran ahead, stopping a short distance away to look back at the two, urging them to catch up. Seeing this, Tang's expression brightened, and he grabbed Muli's wrist to chase after Xiaohei. They made their way to the mountainside without any obstacles, finally seeing an empty campsite. Here were living supplies, but it seemed that no one had lived here for several days. Xiaohei circled around, continuing to follow the scent trail. Tang began to examine the scene and discovered some traces of battle. Muli spotted a large pot in the clearing and walked over to lift the lid. You, a foul smell. Muli pinched her nose and made a disgusted sound, quickly replacing the lid and waving her hand to disperse the odor in the air. This should have been a previous stronghold which was eradicated after being discovered by the Night Order. Tang quickly concluded, then began to search around for items, but eventually sighed helplessly. What are you looking for? Muli asked curiously. A sword or another weapon, Tang replied. Don't you have any weapons? Muli frowned slightly. Tang silently conjured a cross-shaped wooden stick and waved it a couple of times in front of Muli. Only this, I have tied 2 wooden sticks together with rope. After saying that, he put it away and explained, non-knights are not allowed to wear full armor or carry lethal weapons in the city. This is a law that most kingdoms have to protect the common people. Suddenly remembering something, Tang cast a curious gaze at Muli. By the way, Muli, do you have a magic wand or staff? Or any other magical tools? Muli shook her head, stating matter-of-factly, how could a poor bard like me possess such things? Tang pouted and said nothing. Thus the two began to search for other clues around, but of course they found nothing. Muli felt that this was all in vain, so she sat down where she could see Xiaohei's position, waiting for him to determine a direction. Woof woof, woof. After a while, Xiaohei suddenly barked excitedly, running to Muli's side, spinning quickly a few times before running to find Tang. With prior experience, Muli already knew what this meant and followed Xiaohei to the back of another mountain. This mountain was dense with bushes and the canopy was thick. One could easily get lost if not careful. There was no wind here, yet the bushes were slightly swaying and the rustling sound was very obvious. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air and embedded itself in the bushes. Then came the sound of gravel rolling down the slope, and a man holding a longbow and carrying a quiver slid down, pulling out a rabbit from the bushes. Haha, little thing, did you really think I wouldn't find you? The man said, proudly slapping the rabbit and then letting out a sneer. In the bushes behind, Tang cautiously watched the man through a gap, one hand covering Xiaohei's mouth to prevent him from making a sound, while Muli crouched beside him, also nervously covering her mouth. With a gulp, Muli swallowed her saliva, a drop of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. In fact, she had also made some noise earlier, but it wasn't as obvious as in the opposite bushes. If it weren't for the wild rabbit being there, that arrow would have shot at her just now. The sound of gravel rolling down again, and this time the man who came down was carrying some wooden stakes and some miscellaneous goods, which at first glance looked like cooking supplies. Yo, looks like we are in for a feast. Let me roast it, he. Take it. Add more cumin. No problem. Seeing the two who were preparing to roast the rabbit lower their guard, Tang carefully observed his surroundings and cast a glance at Muli, indicating that it was time to temporarily retreat and move for reinforcements. Seeing Tang like this, Muli breathed a sigh of relief, as she thought Tang would rush in recklessly. But just then the conversation between the two made them abandon the thought of going back for reinforcements. Today is the trading day, right? I heard from others that the quantity of goods is insufficient. After a month of accumulation, it's more than half. Isn't there a small noble? It should be able to offset some of the targets. The revenge of nature. Muli watched as Tang shouted with great vigor, casually summoning a cross-shaped wooden stick to smash it towards the archer. The archer reacted quickly, raising his hand to block the wooden stick aimed at his head. However, Tang's speed was equally swift, allowing him to close in on the archer in that brief moment, grabbing and pushing back. With a soft thud, Tang seized the archer's wrist and forcefully pushed it in one direction, piercing the archer's chin with a sharp wooden stick skewered with roasted rabbit meat. The other person, who reacted a bit slower, still hadn't grasped what had happened, but upon seeing his companion's sudden demise, he instinctively made a move to flee. Simultaneously, Tang turned around effortlessly, seizing the bow and arrows, drawing and aiming. Pseudo-cloud piercing arrow. Whoosh! Another piercing sound echoed as the man's head was shot through. Then he fell to the ground. Having consecutively slain two, Tang readied his bow and scanned the surroundings. After a turn, his arrow was aimed at Muli, causing her to raise her hands in fright. Tang gently lowered the bow and then put it away, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Tang, you are stronger than many knights. Muli awkwardly spoke, realizing she should have waited for Tang to lower his guard before stepping out. This is the power of the strength of dreams, Tang smiled. As for the dreams, and he mentioned becoming the greatest knight, Muli absolutely did not believe in such power, merely thinking Tang was spouting nonsense again. That was a combat skill, right? A very standard earth element combat skill, solid and powerful. Are you referring to natural impact and wind-piercing thrust? Tang smiled. I just thought shouting like that sounded impressive. By the way, what is a combat skill? Muli was taken aback, looking at Tang in surprise. No wonder the names were different each time. It turns out he was just shouting randomly. Muli, with an involuntary twitch at the corner of her mouth, explained to Tang, a combat skill is a fighting technique that combines magical power and magic. I don't know that yet. Tang readily accepted the situation, squatting down to start rummaging through the clothes of the two corpses. Muli, come help me loot the bodies, Tang said. Huh. Oh. Although Muli didn't understand what looting meant, she could roughly tell what Tang was doing. Then she quietly chanted a series of spells, catching Tang's attention, and released colorful light upon the two corpses before her. Whoosh! All the equipment on the two corpses unlocked, and the money bags and other small items flew out, neatly arranged on the ground. This is the corpse looting magic. Tang looked at Muli in surprise. What is that? It's a daily use organizing magic used in conjunction with binding and unlocking magic. Muli felt a hint of condescension in Tang's words. Remember the wind element magic I told you about? These three are the same. Muli added. So the wind element is more functional, right? Tang summarized in his own way. You could say that. Tang nodded upon hearing this, and his gaze towards Muli held more acknowledgement. At that moment, Xiaohei also ran over, circling around the corpses a couple of times before looking up at the mountain. Tang patted Xiaohei's head, instructing Xiaohei, go back and find the night order. Just stick with Manbua, he will understand. Xiaohei barked a couple of times in understanding, then turned and ran back, quickly disappearing from sight. When Muli turned her head again, she found that all the items looted from the corpses had vanished, likely stored away by Tang in his space. How enviable! Muli couldn't help but murmur softly. Tang, not understanding what Muli envied, quickly stripped the clothing from the two traffickers and threw one piece to Muli. Let's disguise ourselves, we'll infiltrate soon. As he spoke, Tang had already removed his paper-thin armor and quickly put on the trafficker's clothing. Muli, however, grimaced as she picked up a suit of clothes. The sour and rotten smell immediately assaulted her senses, causing her to tilt her head back in disgust. Heavens, she hadn't expected to encounter such a thing when agreeing to document Tang's adventure. Despite her distaste, Muli changed her clothes fairly quickly. Soon she ascended the mountain with Tang and soon discovered a large stronghold. Outside the stronghold, there was only one guard, who appeared lazy and leaned against the doorframe, seemingly ready to doze off at any moment. Tang and Muli exchanged a glance, then he led her around to the side. There were high fences on the side, arranged in a staggered manner, but with small gaps that could evade the traffickers' line of sight, while allowing them to observe the situation inside. These fences were not meant to keep people out, but to keep wild beasts at bay. This stronghold was already well concealed, and to find it, Tang and Muli had already taken many twists and turns. Typically no one could locate it, and the traffickers naturally wouldn't take special precautions. This area was unguarded, yet there were several large wooden cages holding captives, presenting a good opportunity for Tang and Muli. Tang first pushed the clumsy Muli up onto the fence, then easily climbed over to the other side and helped her down. Seeing two traffickers suddenly jump down, the captives in the cage were startled and huddled together. But soon someone recognized Tang and called out in surprise, Tang, How did you join the traffickers? Tang looked at the women and immediately raised a finger to signal for silence, whispering, ladies, don't worry, I've already left a message for the night order. Upon hearing this, everyone felt slightly reassured. During this time, Tang quickly scanned the scene, not expecting that more than half of the previously missing townspeople were actually there. It seemed this was a concentration transfer station for the traffickers' hostages. Muli was also surveying the scene and suddenly remembered something, excitedly tugging on Tang's clothing. Tang, what if the night order fights with the traffickers? What if the traffickers use everyone as hostages to threaten the night order? Staring into Muli's wide eyes, Tang began to think of a countermeasure. But just then a voice broke his thoughts. Hey, over here. This way. I have a plan. Hurry over. A somewhat delicate voice came from behind the large cage. Tang and Muli curiously approached to take a look, only to find a blonde youth. I know the layout inside. There is a pharmacy where these traffickers use drugs to knock people out and then kidnap them. The blonde youth immediately said upon seeing them, I know where the pharmacy is, I can take you there. Muli looked at the youth and couldn't help but frown, asking, who are you? This person was strikingly handsome, a rare beauty, but dressed plainly incongruous with his aura, making him look like a child who had run away from a wealthy family. I am called Shinsi. The youth named Shinsi revealed a somewhat forced smile. Tang quietly observed Shinsi scrutinizing him, then asked Shinsi, it seems the traffickers only target females. How did you get captured? Well, actually, Shinsi awkwardly scratched his cheek, his gaze darting to the side, seemingly finding it difficult to speak. Originally I was headed to New Covenant Town, but I took a bit of a detour on the way, Xian, she said, coughing a little awkwardly. Muli and Tang instantly understood that he had gotten lost along the way. Then I unexpectedly discovered that there were human traffickers transporting people. I immediately followed them, stealthily preparing to capture their leader first. Xian, she continued. Tang nodded in approval. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Your courage is commendable. And then, oi, Muli asked. Then I was discovered. Xian, she awkwardly looked away. Feeling embarrassed, his cheeks flushed a noticeable red. Muli and Tang also sensed his embarrassment, exchanging glances and silently agreeing to skip over the matter. Wait a minute, they couldn't have locked you in a cage, which should be. Muli suddenly realized something was off, but she felt it was inappropriate to say the second part. However, everyone present understood her meaning. As a male, it was unlikely for Xian she to have survived to this point. Now Xian, she felt a bit embarrassed. He scratched his head shyly, saying, because they said I looked too good. So they kept me here. Muli was first taken aback, then realized the deeper meaning and was somewhat surprised, but ultimately relieved. Xian, she indeed looked petite and delicate, very attractive. Those traffickers wouldn't find it impossible. Cough, cough. Feeling the increasingly awkward atmosphere, Xian, she took the initiative to break the silence. Let's not talk about that. We should find a way to get me out of here. The key to this cage is hanging in the nearest room, but there are also no need to be so troublesome. Muli smiled proudly. Both Tang and Xian, she cast curious glances at her, and Muli explained, this kind of ordinary small lock is no challenge for me. She pointed at the small lock of the wooden cage and quickly began to chant a magic spell. Colorful little lights gradually appeared around Muli, although they weren't as dazzling as the previous corpse touch spell. They allowed Tang to see more clearly. These were tiny light spots that seemed to have life, dancing along with Muli's incantation. A few even curiously circled around Tang twice, and when the chanting ended, one of the little light spots landed on the small lock. Click. At the moment the lock opened, Tang reached out to catch it, preventing the lock from crashing onto the wooden cage. Otherwise the unusual noise might attract other traffickers. What a smooth, unlocking spell. Xian, as she pushed open the wooden cage, not forgetting to express his admiration for Muli. Of course, Muli said with a hint of pride, I never take keys when I go out. I rely entirely on this magic for my freedom to come and go. Muli, what were those earlier? Tang recalled the little light spots that had surrounded him and couldn't help but feel curious. Those things were definitely some kind of life form. Those are elemental spirits, beings that exist in the natural world. They are usually invisible to the naked eye, Muli replied. Their natural back and forth raised Xian's eyes confusion. This gentleman. You don't know what elemental spirits are. I thought this should be common knowledge. Xian, she frowned, feeling that Tang was strange. He must have bumped his head, Muli answered for Tang. And besides, this isn't exactly common knowledge. Xian, you're not like an ordinary person. Muli said meaningfully. I do have some assets at home, but there have been some changes, so I'm traveling alone. He lowered his head, speaking half-heartedly, then suddenly lifted his head and changed the subject. What are your names, benefactors? Me. And Muli. Just call me Tang. All right, Muli and Tang, do you have any plans next? You plan to rescue the hostages here, right? Xian's eyes reaction suddenly became excited, looking very enthusiastic. Seeing that the two hesitated a bit, Xian, she immediately spoke up. Since there's no plan, why not listen to my idea? First, we go to the pharmacy to get some medicine to put in the well. It should take about half an hour for everyone to drink the water and feel its effects. During the traffickers' weakened state, we can quickly take them down or rescue the hostages. The knights that come later will easily defeat them as well. Looking at the excited Xian, Tang and Muli exchanged a glance, feeling that the feasibility of his plan was extremely high. Muli, what do you think? Tang asked Muli. I'm fine with it, but does this align with the spirit of knighthood? Muli looked at Tang with concern. In her view, Tang's inquiry about her opinion indicated some hesitation. Although Tang had not yet reached the social status of a knight, he always held himself to the standards of a knight. Using drugs is considered a very low-level tactic in the eyes of knights, right? Muli looked at Tang, but Tang shook his head, leaving Muli puzzled. Why was Tang not being knightly at this moment? This is a strategy. Returning the favor in kind is an eye for an eye, and it aligns with the principle of fairness. Tang said very seriously while looking at Muli. Since these people use drugs to incapacitate the hostages for their kidnapping, making them fall victim to their own tools of evil is called retribution for their misdeeds. Tang grasped Muli's hands and placed them on his chest, at first glance looking as if they were praying together for something. Muli, the star of justice above the dome, is shining. This sudden fierce attitude made Muli blush, wondering how he could be so handsome. Had Tang lost his mind? Although, Muli shyly responded a couple of times, saying nothing more. The two then looked at Xian, she preparing to discuss the next steps, only to find Xian, she already leaning excitedly close to Tang. You are a knight, my lord. Xian, she stared at Tang, with shining eyes, completely appearing overly excited. The phrase, knight my lord, came with a youthful inflection, just like encountering an idol they admired. Feeling the closeness, Tang immediately stepped back a few paces to restore an appropriate distance, but Xian, she followed his steps closely, still pressed against him. Xian, you're too close, Tang said awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Xian, she immediately stepped back, but remained excited. I really admire great knights and legendary heroes, but my family has always opposed me. He began to explain to himself. I want to follow the knight's adventures. Please let me be your squire, my lord. A squire. One of the necessary conditions to become a knight. This matter still seems too. Just as Muli thought Tang would have more concerns, he did something completely unexpected. Sure, Tang replied without any hesitation. Muli was stunned. In an instant, both the knight and the squire excitedly raised their fists as if taking a big step towards some goal. Later, Muli heard from the involved party that the reason Xian, she actively requested to be Tang's squire was largely due to Tang's previous performance resembling the great knights described in some knightly works, unlike the incompetent and corrupt knights of today. As for what happened afterward, it wouldn't take long for the filter on the other party to shatter. You are like a rat, Mausoleria. Your own side has faltered, yet you drag us down with you. It is already generous that we have not cast you out. Inside the mountain stronghold's main hall, a burly, fearsome man cast a disdainful glance toward a hooded figure draped in a long robe. Silver strands spilled from beneath the hood. As he lifted his head, a pair of sharp crimson eyes flashed, so unnerving that even the seated brute flinched under their gaze. Yes, he was Mausoleria, transformed into a demonkin, escaped from prison and hiding here these past days. Mausoleria, I warn you. We both serve Her Majesty the Empress. You must not raise a hand against me. Sweat beaded across the brute's brow as he recoiled from Mausoleria's stare, sensing he stood no chance in combat, so he resorted only to hollow warnings. Humph. Mausoleria snorted in contempt, drew a slow, deep breath, and turned away, striding out of the hall. A crowd watched him tensely, holding their breath until his figure vanished from sight. Only then did they exhale in unison. The brute gestured for his men to shut the great doors, then slumped back into his chair, adjusting his posture with practiced ease. Just a lucky wretch, thinking a minor title makes him noble. Once I deliver a grand gift to the Empress, I'll earn nobility myself. Our chief is wise beyond measure. Our chief is mighty beyond compare. Mausoleria, he's less than nothing. A dog who stumbled upon fortune. His subordinates chorused eagerly, and the brute roared with laughter, delighted by their praise. Yet they did not know Mausoleria had not truly left. He lingered just beyond sight, concealed by the steep terrain, his pointed ears twitching to catch every word they spoke. Mausoleria turned his head, his expression twisted with disgust, then gazed fixedly at a small cottage nearby. A scornful, mirthless chuckle escaped his lips, and he began walking toward it. Before the cottage stood several slavers exchanging idle banter, until they caught sight of Mausoleria approaching. Instantly their faces hardened, they straightened up, feigning diligence, as if they'd never been slacking. Lord Mausoleria, no unauthorized persons have entered the apothecary during this period, and all medicinal inventory has been logged precisely per your instructions, the slavers said in unison, bowing low and delivering their report. Mausoleria gave two curt nods, then abruptly raised his hand. A sharp shhhk echoed, and in that instant deep gashes appeared across their throats, blood rising into the air like suspended rubies. Terror flooded their eyes. They had no time to cry out, no chance to beg. They did not even comprehend why. Before their gazes dimmed into lifeless voids. Mausoleria dragged the corpses into the apothecary, then levitated the floating blood with arcane precision. 5 long minutes passed before he emerged, sealing the door behind him with a quiet final click. Having completed his grim task, Mausoleria departed the stronghold without hesitation. If this place no longer welcomed him, he would seek another. No sooner had he vanished than Muli and her 2 companions, Shinsi and Tang, arrived via a narrow side path, narrowly missing him beside the apothecary. This is the apothecary. Guards usually stand watch at the front entrance. No cover there. Muli, hide behind that tree. Shinsi pointed to a large oak behind the building. Muli nodded. Her agility was poor, so she would remain outside as lookout. Then Shinsi turned to Tang, excitement trembling in his voice. Sir Knight, please lift me up. Let me scout ahead first. Tang nodded, crouching low so Shinsi could step onto his palms. With a steady heave, he boosted him upward until Shinsi grasped the high side window. Shinsi cautiously peered inside, then jerked back, instantly shuddering violently. What is it? Tang asked, already bracing for danger. Dry corpses. Shinsi turned pale and wide-eyed toward Tang. Anything else? Tang pressed. Shinsi shook his head, gradually steadying himself. They resemble those left by bloodkin, desiccated husks. No hiding places inside. Likely no one remains. Let me go next, Tang decided after a brief pause. But my strength isn't nearly yours, Sir Knight, Shinsi replied, hesitant. Tang assessed the wall's height. Then lend me your hand. I'll pull you out once I'm inside. Shinsi nodded, gripping the stone with one hand, while reaching the other toward Tang. Tang stepped back 2 paces, then sprinted forward, launched himself upward, struck the wall 3 times in rapid succession, seized Shinsi's hand for leverage, and vaulted cleanly onto the windowsill. Muli watched silently, sketching notes on parchment, and murmured, Halfod, boys really do possess superior physical resilience. She knew had she attempted it, she might grasp the ledge, but never haul herself up. Shinsi slipped swiftly into the apothecary. Tang settled onto the windowsill, motionless, observing. Tang, what does it look like inside? Muli asked, glancing up, not at his face, but at his trousers. Rows of recessed cabinets line the walls. The space is vast and barren, no concealment possible, and the air reeks of complex, clashing herbal essences. As Tang spoke, Muli scribbled rapidly, then pressed close to the wall, advancing with meticulous care. At the corridor's bend she paused, ears pricked, listening intently before daring to peer around. She was a half-elf. Her elongated ears granted her preternatural hearing far surpassing that of ordinary humans. Satisfied all was silent, she finally leaned forward, and immediately sensed something amiss. Where was everyone? Boldly she approached the apothecary's entrance, scanning left and right, finding no sentries. Then, catching a glint beneath the door's narrow gap, she spotted a key. Muli dropped to her knees, retrieved the key, and called softly inward, Shinsi. Tang, the outside is clear. The sudden voice startled Shinsi into a full-body tremor. Instinct screamed flee, until reason returned and he relaxed. The door swung open moments later. The trio gathered several heavy sacks of powdered herbs and withdrew, though before leaving Tang paused deliberately beside the corner, studying the desiccated corpses with quiet intensity. What is it, Tang? Muli asked. Were these slain by vampires? You mean bloodkin? Vampire is rather apt. Bloodrinkers, ghosts, and shadow. Muli mused that the very term could inspire an entire tale. Could bloodkin dwell within this stronghold? Are there known countermeasures? Silver weapons blunt their regenerative power, but sunlight remains their sole, true bane. Tang studied her curiously. Pure silver. Crosses. Garlic. Indeed. Rest assured, Sir Knight, bloodkin cannot endure daylight. As long as we avoid shaded refuges, our risk remains low. Shinsi beamed at Tang. After a moment's thought, Tang carefully arranged the corpses upright at the apothecary's threshold, then followed Shinsi toward the well where they prepared to deploy their herbs. But fortune abandoned them this time. A slaver stood guard beside the well, horn strapped to his belt, axe gripped tight, while others patrolled the perimeter. If discovered, a single blast of that horn would rouse the entire stronghold. What then was their next move? So annoying. Why are we guarding this well? Complained a trafficker. It's that Mosalia who said this is the only water source in the hideout, worried someone might make a move, and suggested it to the boss. Don't speak carelessly. He has received the queen's blood and has become a pureblood vampire. His strength is not weak. Even the boss is afraid of him. There were some barrels and wooden boxes here, but there were no blind spots. How could they approach the well? Muli looked around then at Tang and Exine, she noticing that both were contemplating how to approach the well without alerting the traffickers. After thinking for a while, it seemed there was no way to do it without taking risks. So Tang placed his hand on Exine's shoulder, giving him and Muli a silent signal. Tang, you aren't going to. Muli already had a guess. Tang nodded seriously. It'll distract them. You two take the chance to act. That's too dangerous, Tang. Although you have some skills, you can't possibly take on so many people. Exine, you should help persuade him. Muli looked at Exine, she only to fall silent. At this moment, Exine, she looked at Tang with admiration, whispering things like, so handsome, Sir Knight, and just like a hero. At that moment, Muli's ears perked up, hearing strange footsteps. Tang also heard the noise, immediately pulling the two closer to the wall to conceal themselves. It turned out to be a member of the trafficker group rushing here, shouting, hurry. The boss is angry. Mosalia. The pharmacy. Although he was panting heavily, everyone understood that something serious had happened, ignoring the guarding of the well, and hurried to fetch water to help them catch their breath. Then this group hurriedly ran away, leaving the only water source unguarded. The sudden opportunity left Muli and the others momentarily confused about what had happened, even beginning to suspect whether the knights had arrived early. Before leaving New Covenant Town, Tang specifically instructed Man Bo to notify the knights only after he had been away for a long time to avoid an early arrival that would allow the traffickers to use hostages against them. However, looking in the direction the group left, it seemed they were gathering towards the pharmacy, which made Muli and the others feel slightly relieved. What could be at the pharmacy? Several corpses. Yes, it must be that the corpses were discovered, which alarmed the traffickers. So Tang and Xian immediately ran to the well and poured all the medicinal powder they had taken from the pharmacy into the water. Just as Muli was about to start recording, she suddenly sensed movement, turned to look into the distance, and rushed towards Tang and Xian, she shouting Tang. Xian, hurry, they are back. Calling out to the two, Muli was the first to turn and flee, but after just a few steps, she hurriedly retreated. There were traffickers everywhere, both up the mountain and down, with people gathering from the direction of the pharmacy. Muli and the others were surrounded. What? That was too fast. Xian, she was frightened by the returning traffickers, not even realizing it had been less than 2 minutes. The journey isn't that short, we must have been interrupted on the way. Tang explained, nervously looking around for a place to hide. What should we do? They are coming. Muli, hearing the approaching noise, looked at Tang in panic and nervously pinched her earlobe, unsure of what to do. Suddenly Tang seemed to think of something and turned to look at Muli. Her previously panicked gaze instantly froze, staring at Tang in confusion. Muli. Tang gazed into her eyes, his tone serious. What is it? Muli swallowed, nervously, instinctively hugging herself. You will have to make a sacrifice. Huh. With a loud thud, a large foul-smelling cleaver was plunged into the ground right in front of them. Damn it. With a curse, a tall and strong man sat on a wooden box. Boss, have some water to cool down. A thin trafficker immediately fetched a bowl of water from the well and brought it to the strong man. The strong man accepted it without hesitation and drank it all, then angrily smashed the bowl on the ground. Damn, Mosalia. I took him in to hide for a few days, and this is how he repays me. Who dares to kill me? The strong man loudly berated Mosalia's actions, kicking the wooden box beneath him in anger. With a crack, the wooden plank broke, but at this moment no one cared about such a minor detail. Light seeped through the broken plank into the wooden box, revealing 3 pairs of eyes. It turned out that Muli and the others were all hiding inside this large wooden box. The tallest Tang sat cross-legged, holding Muli and Xian, she barely managing to squeeze in here. What he meant by asking Muli to make a sacrifice was for her to truly squeeze in with the 2 men. If it weren't for the urgent situation, it would be inappropriate for a weak woman to be crammed into such a small space with 2 men. With her cheek pressed against Tang's chest, Muli's face was already flushed, listening to the powerful heartbeat from Tang's chest, her heart inexplicably racing. It was simply too close, too embarrassing. Xian's eyes face was also red. Since leaving home, this was the most thrilling thing he had encountered, and he couldn't help but lean a bit closer to Tang to feel safer. And Tang, his gaze was firm and deep, fully focused on the world outside the wooden box. Mosalia. He escaped. No wonder he was so angry when he saw the town mayor. Tang knew the mayor disliked him, but he wouldn't be so furious upon meeting him. Now he understood where the problem lay. Damn, Mosalia, that pretty boy. Why does he get the queen's favor just because he looks good? The trafficker boss continued to complain. He initially rejected the queen's blood, and now he's become a vampire, acting all high and mighty. Listening to the boss' complaints, the other traffickers began to curse Mosalia, venting their frustrations for their boss. What's wrong with becoming a vampire? With great power, immortal and unaging, don't you think? Right. Exactly. Once the queen sees that Mosalia is useless, she'll definitely kick him out and let the boss take his place. Well said. Haha. The trafficker boss' mood improved significantly. The traffickers quickly left, each busy with their own affairs, while a few worked together to move the wooden box containing Muli and the others to the second location where the hostages were kept. What's in this box? It's so heavy. One trafficker curiously looked at his companion. I don't know, it should be an empty box. Let's open and take a look. Let's not, I don't dare to mess with it. That's true, I'll let the one who put people in it handle it. After a brief exchange, the 2 traffickers walked over to a wooden cage and kicked it. Hey, why is no one talking today? Upon hearing the words of the 2 traffickers, the 3 individuals hidden inside the wooden crate quietly pushed open the boards and followed their gazes to see a maid locked alone in a cage. At first glance, Tang immediately recognized the maid. She was the personal maid of the mayor's daughter. However, the maid did not notice them, merely glaring at the 2 traffickers with disdain. Weren't you just cursing loudly before? It's quite disturbing, and now you're suddenly silent. It's rather unsettling. One of the traffickers laughed heartily, his mood noticeably lifted. Indeed, it seems you've resigned yourself to your fate, ha. The other trafficker let out a sharp laugh. The maid closed her eyes in discontent, unwilling to look at the 2. Sadly, the truth was that she had realized she could not escape, which led her to abandon her fierce resistance and verbal attacks. Today the boss was so furious that I almost got scared to death. Aren't you right? Let's go while we still have time, let's grab a drink. Hey, let's go. Why do I feel so lightheaded? The 2 traffickers preparing to leave suddenly felt unsteady as they took a step. Suddenly their legs went weak and the 2 traffickers fell beside the wooden cage. With a loud thud, they collided with the edge of the large cage, startling the hostages into quickly retreating. The maid trapped in the small cage looked at them curiously, feeling that something was strange, but not knowing why. Until the sound of more footsteps appeared, her eyes widened in disbelief. Hearing the footsteps, the traffickers thought it was other companions arriving, and one of them called out, "Hey brother, lend us a hand." Yeah, we don't know what happened, but our legs suddenly went weak. Tang led the 2 behind the traffickers, coldly observing them. The hostages in the large cage saw the clothes of Muli and Tang and showed expressions of fear, while the traffickers, noticing the hostages' emotional reactions, became even more convinced that their companions were behind them. Brother, don't be silent. We'll take you for drinks later. Right, but we need to report this strange matter to the boss first. You probably won't get the chance, Tang replied to the two. No, brother, what do you mean? You don't want to take our place, do you? Listening to their guesses, Tang merely chuckled, then declared with an imposing tone, secret technique, sleep strike. Before the two traffickers could figure out what this meant, Tang's fists had already struck the back of their heads. One punch, each precisely knocking them into a state of unconsciousness. This scene left the hostages in the large cage dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why the traffickers suddenly turned against each other. Where are you ladies from? You don't seem to be from New Covenant Town. After moving the two traffickers aside, Tang asked the hostages about their origins. He was certain that these individuals were not residents of New Covenant Town. The women inside the cage exchanged glances, feeling anxious and unwilling to reveal their origins to Tang. They are from nearby villages, all taken captive. The maid locked in the cage recognized Tang and spoke up to clarify for him. So there are others from nearby villages suffering. Muli murmured, then turned to Tang. Tang, it seems they are not targeting specific towns, but are committing crimes against everyone within a certain range. Tang nodded. This indicated that the harm caused by the human trafficking group's hideout was far greater than everyone had anticipated, affecting not just the women of New Covenant Town. Truly heinous. She also understood the implication and couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time, he was grateful that he could follow a knight who resembled a hero from a legendary story to dismantle this evil group, feeling as if he had transformed into a character from a tale. Tang, why are you here? Hurry and notify the knight order. These people are very dangerous and are connected to the demonic faction, the maid urged Tang anxiously. Actually, we left a beacon for the knight order before coming. They should arrive shortly, Muli answered for Tang. Upon hearing this, the maid felt hopeful for rescue and relaxed. While the traffickers are down, let's rescue the others first. Wait a moment. Tang glanced at Xin. She then asked the maid, where is your lady? She is locked in a separate cage in the main hall. Tang, you should inform the knight order first, then rescue my lady before worrying about us. Speaking of her lady, the maid grew anxious. However, just as they finished speaking, those in the large cage began to express their discontent, though no one paid them any mind. Upon hearing about the mayor's daughter, Tang immediately prepared to move. I will go rescue her. Wait, Tang. If you alert the enemy, it might put the lady in danger, and we might be better off getting rescued ourselves. The maid spoke urgently. Sir Knight, those drugs will only weaken the traffickers' bodies. They won't render them immobile, and the effects have only just begun. She also stopped Tang, believing they should wait for the knight order, which would be more prudent. She, how long will the drug effects last? About half an hour. Maybe an hour. She was not very certain. Upon hearing this, Tang took a deep breath and said seriously, I cannot be sure when the knight order will arrive, so I must go rescue, and then bring everyone away from here, striving for more time to escape. Tang, don't be foolish and endanger the lady. You're not even a knight. There's no way you can match them. You're just an ordinary theater actor. The maid said angrily. In that instant, she felt as if struck by lightning, gazing at Tang with a stiff expression, unable to believe it. Tang wasn't a knight. So he was a fraud claiming to be a knight. No, that couldn't be. So he wasn't a knight's attendant, but merely a servant of a theater actor. The overwhelming impact of this rapid identity shift shattered Xian's perception of Tang, but reflecting on the events of the day and the things Tang had said, she instead felt that Tang was more like a true knight than those of the knight order. Once I rescue your lady, the mayor will surely knight me, Tang said with a proud smile, then instructed She go find the key to unlock and release them. She was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the building, the head trafficker sat in a large chair feasting on meat and drinking, while other traffickers at different tables were enjoying themselves. Ha ha ha, little noble, do you want to eat? Huh, no way, ha. The drunken head trafficker raised his food towards the nearby cage, flaunting it before the women inside. The woman, rolling her eyes at the trafficker disdainful, was none other than the mayor's daughter. Hey, oh. Suddenly one trafficker stumbled and fell to the ground. The surrounding traffickers looked over, pointing and laughing uproariously. What a loser. And that was only a few drinks. Hey, don't say that, I'm feeling a bit dizzy too. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was kicked open, startling the drunken traffickers awake. Everyone turned to the doorway, where a knight clad in iron paper armor stepped in against the sunlight. I, the great knight, Tang. Hereby I challenge you to a fair duel. Seeing such a comically dressed knight appear, everyone at the scene was stunned except for Tang. My knight, I knew you would come to save me. The town mayor's daughter in the cage let out an excited cry. Behind Tang by the door, there was also a white-haired half-elf peeking out to observe the scene. Indeed, it was Muli. She coldly observed the reaction of the town mayor's daughter and then began to record everything down. Although she had anticipated it, the actual reaction of the town mayor's daughter was still stronger than Muli had imagined. As soon as the town mayor's daughter finished her shout, laughter erupted throughout the venue. Aha! Did you hear? He wants a fair duel. Look at how he's dressed, what a clown. Listening to the sharp taunts around him, Tang did not react, but stared intently at the main seat. On the seat, the human trafficker boss also laughed. Haha, I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's that crazy knight who locked up the pretty boy from Mausolea? Ha! The next moment Tang pointed his finger at the human trafficker boss and declared boldly, the insult to my reputation and character I will reclaim double in the duel. Hearing Tang's words, everyone was taken aback, then laughed even louder. Boss, let me show this arrogant kid what he's up against. Immediately, a human trafficker volunteered, and the boss agreed. But as that person shook and stood up, he stumbled after taking a step and fell to the ground. Bang! That loud noise filled the hall, and everyone could hear it clearly. No one was laughing anymore. What happened? My body. I can't muster any strength. The human trafficker spoke wearily. This was just the beginning. Soon the same situation appeared among the other traffickers, with people collapsing one after another around Tang. Wow, no wonder he is the knight I admire. He can defeat so many traffickers just by his aura. So cool. The town mayor's daughter cheered for Tang from the cage. Perhaps due to an overdose, the uninformed traffickers even relaxed their neural responses, surprisingly believing the town mayor's daughter's words and casting bewildered glances at Tang. Wasn't this person just a stage actor who fell and hit his head? How could he possess such a terrifying aura attack? The feeling of weakness all over. Could this be the Boda's fear? Seeing his men collapse one after another, the human trafficker boss also felt his body weaken and began to doubt whether Tang truly had any special abilities. What did you do? The human trafficker boss watched Tang warily, his right hand subtly moving towards the large knife on the armrest. The human trafficker boss suddenly turned to glance at the knife's position, which was a full 10 meters away, then turned back to stare at Tang. I drugged you. Tang honestly answered the question. After a brief moment of shock, the traffickers broke into curses. How despicable. Is this what you call a knight? You despicable guy. If you have the guts, wait until we recover before we fight. The human trafficker boss angrily glared at Tang and questioned, drugging us, is this your idea of a fair duel? Tang did not get angry at their words, but patiently explained, for me to single-handedly duel against all of you, who are weakened yet numerous, is quite fair. Where is the fairness? The human trafficker boss shouted. Both Muli and the town mayor's daughter shared the same question. How can it be unfair for me to face many of you who are weak? Tang retorted to the human trafficker, then resolutely stated, if I were to comply with your requests, that would be extreme unfairness towards me. Oh, isn't that quite fair? Muli was already convinced by Tang's reasoning, and the other traffickers had nothing to say. The human trafficker boss clicked his tongue, realizing that Tang, this spiritual knight, was neither as corrupt as a common knight, nor as naive as a noble knight. Instead, he was sharp-witted and somewhat troublesome. This is your own doing. Even if you're weak, you can't possibly be my opponent. The human trafficker boss forcefully pushed himself up from the armrest and took 2 unsteady steps towards Tang. I will use my will and determination to pierce through your arrogance and savagery. Tang stared intently at his opponent, his gaze sharp. You are merely a clown on stage today. I will show you the difference. The human trafficker boss roared. His muscles were quite solid, and perhaps Tang, who had not received formal training, might truly not be his match. At least that's how it seemed to Muli. The human trafficker boss had not taken more than a few steps when he suddenly froze in place, then silently retreated as if the footage was played in reverse, and he sat back down in his chair. You, an esteemed knight, do I surrender? After saying this, the human trafficker boss nervously swallowed. Looking at Tang in front of him, he suddenly saw a bow and arrow appear in Tang's hand and right at his head. With his currently weak body and no weapons in hand, it was a sure fatal arrow. In other words, he had given in. Tang adjusted the aim of the bow and released the string, the arrow piercing through the muscle of the human trafficker boss' right shoulder and pinning him to the chair, leaving him utterly unable to retaliate. Muli recorded this down. The great knight, Tang, shattered the will of the human trafficker leader with his determination. After finishing all this, Tang excitedly shouted towards Muli. Hearing Tang's words, the traffickers had rather complicated thoughts. Which knight's determination also included ranged attacks. However, feeling their extreme weakness, they still chose to remain on the ground and pretend to be dead. After all, they were not knights and had no honor or glory. Whoever wanted to fight could do so. Tang quickly took the key from the human trafficker boss and rescued the town mayor's daughter. However, as soon as she was saved, the young lady showed no signs of having survived a disaster, but instead happily leaped into Tang's arms. After exchanging a few words, Tang took the initiative to hold the town mayor's daughter's hand, causing her complexion to blush. But they were a bit far apart, and the voices were low, so Muli did not hear the content of their conversation. She only saw Tang suddenly transform into the town mayor's daughter's little triangular token in his hand, making her even more embarrassed. After putting away the token, the town mayor's daughter seemed to have made a certain decision, suddenly standing on her tiptoes, leaning towards Tang, and then, "You scoundrel!" The town mayor rushed in with the knight squad at that moment. Seeing the mayor's arrival, Tang immediately gave him a knight's salute, but the town mayor's daughter seemed a bit flustered, as if she wanted to explain something. "Father, shut up. Whatever you have to say, say it back home." The town mayor immediately interrupted his daughter's words, then looked at the traffickers lying around in disarray, then at the unscathed Tang. "Did you do this?" "Yes." The town mayor's gaze towards Tang remained unfriendly, but there was more appreciation in it, and he then instructed the knights to bind the traffickers and take them away. An awkward exile, she quickly came to Tang's side as he had encountered the aggressive knight squad right after rescuing the hostage. It was he who led the knight squad to reinforcements. But unexpectedly, the situation was not quite as he imagined. and it seemed to have ruined Tang's lifetime affair. Not at all, Xian, let's prepare to go back and claim our reward. Tang replied with a happy smile. Today was the moment he was conferred as a knight. On the way to the path, the town mayor divided the hostages at the fork in the road according to their residences, assigning knights from the Knight Order to escort them without hesitation, and wrote a letter for one knight to ride to the nearest major city. New Covenant Town is not a large city, and the prison cells are limited, while the number of human traffickers is too many, necessitating their transfer to other cities for detention. Such a lightning-fast handling of the situation left Shinsi quite surprised. Tang, this mayor is quite a good mayor, Shinsi whispered to Tang as she walked up behind him. Having such a mayor in New Covenant Town is indeed a stroke of luck. Tang replied. Muli silently took notes of this conversation, then turned her gaze to the two hunting dogs frolicking nearby. One was a small black dog, and the other was a white hunting dog, both trained by Mr. Bajizan. The Knight Order arrived swiftly. Considering they were on horseback, Muli roughly calculated their speed and deduced that Manhwa must have reported this matter immediately after they left the city. Muli relayed this to Tang, but Tang dismissed it, saying, I knew he would do this. Then why did you? It seems a bit redundant. Muli looked at Tang oddly. No, Muli. Tang shook his head. If no one acted in front, I doubt the Knight Order would have been so swift. Tang understood the Knight Order too well. This was just their character. However, he still wished the Knight Order could arrive a bit later. Otherwise, he was uncertain if he could smoothly rescue the hostages and achieve great merit, and most importantly, return the item that could potentially tarnish his reputation back to its original owner. This time, Muli and the others successfully followed the Knight Order into the mayor's castle and witnessed Mr. Bajizan being summoned by the knights to receive his reward. Mr. Bajizan, for your success in training the dogs, not only saving over 100 hostages, but also capturing 100 villains, I will grant you the reward you deserve. The mayor did not mention any personal matters from beginning to end, and then waved his hand, instructing the servants to place 3 bags of money that had been prepared in advance on the hall. Here is the money collected from the traffickers using the hunting dogs you previously trained. Oh, after much consideration, I have decided to return it to you. This bag of silver coins is a reward for your achievements, given according to the laws of the Eerie Kingdom, based on merit. Please accept it. The last bag is my personal reward. Upon hearing this, Mr. Bajizan bowed his head and said, Thank you, Mayor, for the reward, and thank you, Lord Baron. The mayor gestured for Mr. Bajizan to stand up and leave first. Mr. Bajizan understood, took his reward, and deliberately stood in front of Tang, casting a grateful glance at him. Tang smiled lightly and shook his head, saying nothing. Mr. Bajizan nodded seriously, then left the castle. And my loyal knight Manhwa. The mayor looked at the lined-up knights, and then Manhwa solemnly walked to the center of the hall, kneeling on one knee to the mayor, performing a very standard Lord Knight salute. From today on, you are promoted to the position of squad leader with your salary doubled, and I will reward you with a bag of silver coins. I am immensely grateful for your kindness, Lord Baron. The mayor nodded, gesturing for the servants to bring over a bag of money much smaller than the previous one. Manhwa accepted the reward and returned to the ranks at the mayor's gesture. However, before that, he also cast a grateful glance at Tang. Tang gently nodded, remaining silent. Finally, Tang. The mayor's tone suddenly dropped, looking at Tang with dissatisfaction and helplessness. Come up. All right, Lord Baron. Tang stepped out from between his two companions and walked to the center of the hall, ready to perform a knight's salute to the mayor, but was stopped by the mayor. No need, you are not a knight. The mayor shrugged, speaking in a somewhat disdainful tone. Tang, this time your contribution is undeniable. Oh, take this bag of gold coins and go back. The mayor gestured for the servants to bring over a large money bag, which startled Muli. It was the first time she had seen so much money. This bag of money is bigger than my head. If all of it is gold coins, this converted to copper coins, it would take a large cart to carry, right? Shinsi calmly watched all of this as if for him this was all a minor affair. Lord Baron, I implore you to grant me a title. Tang did not step forward to accept the reward. Upon hearing this, the mayor turned to look at his daughter sitting beside him, and then cast a serious look at Tang. Tang, do you wish to become a knight of my family and stay here for life? I'm sorry, Mayor, I do not intend to be a family retainer. I plan to travel far and save the world. The mayor immediately raised his hand to stop Tang from continuing. Tang, no need to say more. If you think that way, I will not grant you the title. In that moment, not only Tang, but also Shinsi, Muli, and even the other knights showed surprised expressions. Wait, Father, why can't you grant Tang a title? His merits are enough to be knighted. It's already written in the law. The mayor's daughter immediately spoke up, even more anxious than Tang. The mayor glared at her, but the mayor's daughter showed no fear. Father, you cannot be unjust to Tang. He risked his life to save me. The mayor suppressed his anger, gently shook his head, yet said nothing. Mayor, may I be so bold as to ask, is your daughter the only child? Shinsi suddenly stepped forward, his demeanor quite formal. The mayor's originally displeased expression suddenly changed at that moment, studying Shinsi seriously. Because this is noble etiquette. May I ask if the young lady has reached adulthood? Shinsi looked at the mayor's daughter again, and she nodded in confusion. Well, according to the laws of the Eerie Kingdom, a noble's only child is automatically considered the heir to the title, and the heir can also be knighted after reaching adulthood. May I ask the young lady to grant a title to Tang? Shinsi said with a smug smile. At that moment, the mayor's eyes widened, and both Tang and Muli showed expressions of surprise, while the mayor's daughter stood up excitedly. Yes, Tang, I will grant you the title of knight. From today on, you are a true knight. The mayor's daughter pointed at Tang. Nonsense. The mayor stood up angrily looking at his daughter. Without any ceremony, your title means nothing. Lord Baron, according to the law, the ceremony for conferring titles can be waived in special circumstances as long as the noble acknowledges it unilaterally. Shinsi smirked, feeling somewhat refreshed. The mayor immediately looked at Shinsi, but all his dissatisfaction could only be bottled up, unspoken. The mayor's daughter happily stepped forward, standing in front of Tang, taking his hand. All right, Tang, I will unilaterally acknowledge your knight status. As the Baron's heir, do you wish to become my knight? At that moment, Tang hesitated for a moment, then spoke. I'm sorry, young lady, I have no intentions of becoming a family retainer. Oh, I see. The mayor's daughter clearly looked disappointed. Shinsi and Muli also showed complicated expressions, but neither of them could interfere in this matter. The mayor was also glaring angrily at Tang. However, I already knew it would turn out this way. The mayor's daughter smiled lightly. Even so, I am willing to grant a title for you, Tang. At that moment, Tang looked up in disbelief, gazing into the mayor's daughter's eyes. From now on, you will be a true knight, Tang. Tang, whose name is unknown, was conferred by the daughter of the Baron of the New Covenant Town, becoming a newly minted wandering knight. Muli silently wrote this line in her notebook. The mayor's daughter helped Tang up, gazing at him tenderly. When you embark on your journey, when will you return? Taking a deep breath, Tang replied. When the world is free of evil, when the ordinary are treated justly, and when those who bear the burdens for the many are not frozen by the wind and snow, the great knight Tang shall return with honor. That is an exceedingly difficult wish to fulfill, but I will always support you, Tang, the mayor's daughter said with a radiant smile, glancing at the impatient mayor behind her. If I remember correctly, the next step is to provide the knight with armor and a sword, right? The mayor's daughter said playfully. No, Tang is not a knight of our family. Without noble insignia, he cannot wear the knight's armor nor wield the knight's sword. Upon hearing this, both the mayor's daughter and Shinsi displayed troubled expressions. The reality was indeed as the mayor said. While there were many ways to obtain weapons, if a knight lacked armor, most blacksmiths would not dare forge armor for him. If armor were forged for a non-knight, the blacksmith would be arrested and sentenced. Even mercenary groups could only wear half armor, otherwise it would be tantamount to rebellion. All these laws revolved around a principle of nation building. Knighthood is a privilege of the nobility, a commonality across almost all countries. However, seeing his daughter's troubled expression, the Baron made a concession. There is an old set of armor in the warehouse. Have the blacksmith remove the insignias and let this lad wear it. Upon hearing this, everyone rejoiced. Needless to say, Tang's two companions were elated, and even many within the knight's order were happy for him. The mayor's daughter excitedly threw herself into the mayor's embrace, playfully acting like a child. Father, I like you the most. Hey, what kind of decorum is this? The mayor pushed his daughter away, though his flushed face suggested he was secretly pleased. Ahem. How can a knight be conferred without armor? I am not indulging you just because you are my daughter. The mayor's daughter grinned, saying nothing, but everyone understood what she meant. The old man still cared about his dignity, let's not expose him. Thank you, my lord Baron, and thank you, miss. Now Tang could finally perform a proper knightly salute in front of this aged noble. You are too early to celebrate. Seeing Tang's slightly proud expression, the Baron immediately put on a stern face. You are not the sword of my family, nor will you become a shield, thus I will not provide you with weapons. Take your companions and leave. Tang respectfully and gracefully bowed to the two noblemen ahead, then left the knight's order with Shinsi and Muli. Watching them depart, the mayor waved his hand to signal the knight's order to disperse, and slowly left the hall with his daughter's support. Father, you are really tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. The mayor's daughter linked arms with the mayor, her smile triumphant. But the mayor shot her a glare. Silly child, I am trying every way to keep that boy for you. Why did you let him go? Why do you want to help me keep him? The mayor's daughter looked at the mayor in confusion, asking. Don't you like him? The mayor questioned. But didn't you say you didn't like him? The mayor's daughter retorted, though her lips curled up as if anticipating the mayor's response. The mayor sighed, frustrated. When I learned he was willing to battle 100 villains for you even if I don't like him, could I still stop you? He drugged you, you know. The mayor looked at his daughter with a complex expression. Skills can be honed, but what about courage? I really don't understand how your mind works. He continued to complain. But soon after, the mayor's daughter sweetly leaned on his shoulder and softly said, I like him, that's my business. Why does he need to like me? The mayor looked at his daughter in silence, then sighed deeply, helplessly shaking his head. On the other side, Tang kept his head down, seemingly suppressing something. Until he distanced himself from the castle and arrived at an open area with fewer people, he finally released the power he had been holding back inside. Suddenly, he raised both fists high, startling Shinsi and Muli behind him, who all withdrew, looking at Tang with strange and surprised expressions. Yahoo! At that moment, Shinsi and Muli felt as if their brains had been struck heavily by something. They exchanged glances, realizing they were both filled with confusion. Was that excited voice just now really from Tang? After taking a deep breath, Tang revealed a radiant smile, seeming more lively and cheerful compared to his earlier calm demeanor. Tang, what's wrong with you? Shinsi cast a concerned glance at Tang. Yes, is the impact of being conferred a knight too overwhelming for you? Muli chimed in from the side. Hearing their voices, Tang finally remembered he was not alone here, so he placed his fists in front of him and gently cleared his throat. It comes from the heart. This is the power of emotion. Looking at the serious Tang, Shinsi and Muli exchanged glances again, both revealing smiles. I thought you were such a rigid person, Shinsi said with a smile, squinting her eyes. Yes, I didn't expect you to be so lively inside, Muli remarked with a teasing smile. Because my heart is towards the light, so my inner self is also sunny. Tang defended himself, then shifted the topic. Let's move. I still have many things to purchase before my armor arrives from the knight's order. Tang, are you leaving the town so soon? Muli asked, in surprise. Tang's eagerness for adventure seemed even higher than she had imagined. I thought you would stay a few more days. Just like you said, you have to go fight some demon lord, right? What do you need to buy? Shinsi looked at Tang in confusion. To be honest, she didn't know what preparations a wandering knight needed to make before setting out. Muli, do you remember what the conditions to become a knight are? Tang asked Muli in return. She knew a town is a small place, but most things can still be self-sufficient. To the east, there is a livestock market where one can see chickens, ducks, and geese locked in cages along the way and hunters bringing their prey here to sell. Muli followed Tang here, and as she listened to the shouts from both sides, she felt it was more lively than anywhere she had been in the town these days, only second to the tavern. Shinshur curiously looked around as it was his first time in such a place, and he was intrigued by everything here. Hey, little buddy, do you want a little bunny? I'm selling it cheap. A hunter shouted from the ground, noticing Shinshur watching his goods, and waved at him. Shinshur immediately walked over to the hunter and peeked into the cage. The hunter, seeing Zinchi's interest, eagerly opened the cage and presented a good-looking rabbit for him to see. The little bunny is cheap, 30 copper coins each, the hunter grinned. Shinshur thought the rabbit was cute and felt tempted, but after checking his pocket he smiled and shook his head in refusal. Sorry, I can't take it. I have no place to keep it. Shinshur made an excuse and stood up preparing to leave. The hunter saw him about to leave and stopped him. If you can't keep it, you can kill it and eat it. Although it's a bit small, it tastes pretty good, perfect for a late-night snack with drinks. Shinshur was taken aback by his words. Looking at the adorable rabbit, he could not imagine what rabbit meat looked like. He quickly shook his head and ran back to Tang's side. Tang glanced back at the commotion and took a deep look at the rabbit captured by the hunter, saying nothing, but silently noting this incident in his mind. Tang, what is your ideal mount like? Muli casually asked Tang, while looking at the poultry and small game around, struggling to imagine finding a decent mount in such a place. A dragon, Tang answered without hesitation. I mean, in this place. A unicorn. Muli was somewhat speechless. Could one really buy a unicorn here? Although a unicorn with a broken horn might be mistaken for an ordinary horse and sold here, the likelihood of that happening is quite low. At that moment, a voice called out to Tang. Hey, Tang, come here, dear. The speaker was an elderly woman, kindly looking, with several cages of chicks behind her. What's the matter, dear? Tang curiously approached. The term dear he used was not a familial reference, but a local dialect term similar to aunt or madam. You saved my daughter before, and I heard today you helped the night brigade bring back the missing people from the town. I didn't have a chance to visit your home, but now that I see you came to buy livestock. The woman turned around and handed Tang a small cage of chicks. Take these chicks as a token of gratitude from me for saving my daughter and a gesture of goodwill towards everyone. Tang immediately raised his hand to decline. Dear, that's something a knight should do. I came to buy a mount today, and I have no place to keep the chicks. I appreciate your kindness. The woman was taken aback, revealing a look of shock. Oh, you've been knighted? Tang, you've made it big. Tang chuckled a couple of times without responding. But you know, Tang, we don't have mules or horses in our town, not even a donkey. The woman started to make things difficult for Tang. I'm looking for something even a cow would do, Tang said. No cows? There's just no cows in town. The woman shook her head and pointed in a direction. If you go in there, you might see some deer, sheep, or something like that. Tang nodded, thanking the woman for her directions, and took Shinshur and Muli deeper into the livestock market. To his surprise, he did spot a large elk caged by a hunter. Tang was intrigued, approached to see the elk, asked for the price, and then moved on to other places. Well, it exceeded his budget. Further in, he saw some fawns and goats, but their prices were quite high. Tang wanted to continue searching, but what he saw next were all dead animals. He walked to the end of the market and finally saw a spotted pig. Tang, you really don't need to be so persistent, Muli said, glancing at the spotted pig, immediately starting to persuade Tang to give up his idea. But Tang, with a serious expression, said, Muli, do you know why knights are called knights? I know, but I think my answer is different from yours. Muli nodded, knowing Tang was about to say something strange. Because knights must ride some kind of creature, that's why they are called knights. Muli was speechless, not expecting Tang's answer to be so shallow, yet still hit the core of the matter. Tang, I know there are knights who ride elephants, flying dragons, griffins, and even prisoners of war, but I've never heard of a knight riding a spotted pig. Shinshur also couldn't imagine the future scene, so he began to persuade Tang to give up. This is my first step. I will definitely take this step. Tang raised his fist like a warrior, heading out filled with determination as he walked towards the pig seller. Tang, are you buying a pig? The last livestock. If you want it, I'll sell it to you for 2 or 3 silver coins cheaper. The pig seller recognized Tang at once and hurried to close up and go home, offering a rather favorable price before Tang could say anything. Tang did not hesitate and decisively bought the spotted pig. The pig just out of the cage was quite excited that the seller in front of the three inexplicably slapped the pig twice before it finally settled down. This pig has a bit of a problem, but... The seller glanced at Muli and continued, but it's nothing serious, just keep it locked up normally. Noticing the seller's gaze, Muli was momentarily puzzled, but did not delve deeper. What kind of problem could a pig have? And how could it relate to her? Don't think too much, Muli. But later it proved she should have thought more. The pig actually had quite a few issues. Next, let's go to the West Market to buy some travel essentials. Muli, this glorious task is entrusted to you, travel master. Tang looked at Muli, eagerly praising her with a single sentence. All right, since you're so sincere, I'll help you out. Muli led Tang to the West Market, picking up quite a few miscellaneous goods along the way. Perhaps feeling embarrassed, Tang did not think about riding the spotted pig at all during this journey. Under Muli's guidance, Tang bought a high-quality large backpack and a leather saddle specifically for carrying luggage which could be hung on the mount. He also bought a large waterproof cloth and several disassemblable wooden sticks, which could be used to set up a temporary waterproof tent in case it rained while they were out in the wild. Finally, after spending the rest of his budget and passionately haggling with the merchant, Tang obtained a long sword with rust, but still usable, named Cursed Artifact Tetanus Blade. That night, Tang set up a simple tent at home for the night, giving his bedroom to Shinshur. The next day, the three finished packing their things, and stood at the door. Beside them was a spotted pig. Tang had already put on that old, ordinary, unremarkable set of armor, with the Cursed Artifact Tetanus Blade wrapped in cloth at his waist, reluctantly bidding farewell to the house left to him by his parents. He turned around, raised his hand, and shouted, "The little-known knight, Tang officially embarks on his adventure." Muli, write this down quickly. Oh, okay, wait. Why is it little known? Isn't it unknown? Muli suddenly looked up at Tang. Because my notoriety level has increased, Muli. Oh, well, whatever you say. The great knight set off on his journey, and then encountered an unexpected event outside the town gate. Move, Flower Knight. Get moving. Hey. In front of the forest outside New Covenant Town, the flower pig seemed to have never entered a forest, feeling a bit of fear towards the unknown environment ahead, becoming reluctant to advance. Tang and Muli pushed and pulled the flower pig, yet it stubbornly refused to budge an inch. What did this pig eat to grow so heavy and strong? Muli suddenly paused to catch her breath, complaining, and then stood back in front to pull at the pig's head again. Flower Knight, you are a qualified mount, so do not fear the unknown. Tang struggled behind the flower pig, pushing it. He had named the flower pig Flower Knight. She stood in the middle, alternating between pushing and pulling, but soon ran out of strength and plopped down on the grass, gasping for air. Tang, do you think it might be hungry? So that's why it won't move. She said casually, plucking a few blades of grass and placing them in front of the pig's head. That shouldn't be the case, right? Didn't we feed it before we set off? Tang, having given up on trying to make the flower pig move after multiple failed attempts, stood aside to catch his breath. Seeing the two of them give up entirely, Muli also lost the little strength she had left. Noticing that the flower pig showed no interest in the grass, she tossed it aside and began to think of how to get the flower pig moving. At that moment, looking at the unmoving flower pig, Muli suddenly remembered something. Tang, didn't you say you couldn't ride? Why not take this opportunity to practice? After all, the flower knight doesn't seem inclined to move. Tang thought seriously for a moment, feeling that Muli's suggestion was quite valid, and nodded, saying, all right, I'll give it a try. Without any prior riding experience, Tang walked to the side of the flower knight, swung his long leg over, and easily sat on its back. But at that moment, the flower knight suddenly reacted strongly, starting to shake violently, causing Tang to jump off its back in a hurry. It wasn't over yet. The flower knight's overexcited reaction stunned the three of them, then it let out an overly excited grunt and charged towards Muli. Muli, watch out, Tang shouted as he rushed after it, but it was already too late. Muli, unable to react in time, was pushed several meters by the flower knight, and after a sudden shake of its head, she flew up like a pot of vegetables, landing right on the back of the flower knight. Oh, Tang, save me. Muli instinctively clung to the flower knight. With such a bumpy and unruly mount, not to mention an ordinary bard like her, even a skilled knight would find it hard to tame this flower pig. Losing sight of Muli in the chaos, the flower knight immediately changed targets, snorting before charging towards Shi. Seeing this, she hurriedly scrambled to her feet, barely dodging the flower knight's charge. However, Muli was thrown off due to the sudden stop of the flower pig, landing right on Shi. The two fell to the ground together, and the flower pig quickly ran over, continuously pushing against Xi's hips, trying to lift her like it did with Muli. Just then, Tang grabbed the flower pig's hind leg, preventing it from advancing further. Feeling the unusual sensation on her body, she suddenly blushed, and in a fit of embarrassment stood up and slapped the flower pig on the head. Smack. This slap was crisp, and the flower pig immediately halted all movements, tilting its head as if frozen in place. Looking at its wide-open eyes, it seemed quite incredulous, the whole pig dazed by that slap. Not satisfied with just that, she countered with another slap. Smack. This slap hit the flower pig squarely on the head, waking it up. The flower pig let out a pitiful sound, then silently lowered its head, lying on the ground with tears streaming down as if it had suffered a great grievance. Why are you feeling wrong now? She frowned, looking at the flower pig with a strange expression. Seeing that the flower pig was not struggling anymore, Tang let go of its hind leg, carefully inspected it from behind, and then said to the two, Xin, she Muli, this is a female. Is a female supposed to be so aggressive? Xin, she squinted, having never raised pigs before. He habitually thought all female animals were gentler than males. Maybe it just wants to play with us. Muli came up with a whimsical and unrealistic idea. Later Muli realized that the flower knight only nudged girls. I didn't know its intentions, perhaps our rapport isn't strong enough. I can sense the flower knight's resistance towards me. Tang patted the flower knight's back, and surprisingly this single pat actually made the flower knight take a step towards the forest. Even if it only walked 2 steps before lying back down, it was still progress. Tang felt hopeful and patted the flower knight's back again, and indeed it took another small step. Tang grew more daring, attempting to sit on the flower knight's back again, but this flower pig remained unyielding, charging off to a grassy spot 5 meters away to lie down. Seeing this, Tang could only sigh. Muli Xin, she, this is definitely not due to my riding skills. Tang, I think it just doesn't like you as much as you think. Muli reluctantly said a hurtful truth. Maybe although I don't have experience in driving horses, I should have some riding talent. Tang nodded. Tang, actually your riding skills Xin, she found it hard to evaluate Tang, so she chose to remain silent. Muli looked at the tearful flower knight, and suddenly felt inspired to try riding again. Tang, let me have a try too. Be careful, Muli. Then you protect me from the side. Saying this, Muli pulled Tang over to the side of the flower knight. The flower knight, seeing Muli in front, gently nudged her shoe, glanced at Tang, then turned away. Muli easily swung herself onto the flower knight's back, and it immediately stood up, then froze in place. Muli gently patted its thigh twice, and the flower knight slowly walked a few steps forward, surprisingly willing to let someone ride. Can I try? At this moment, Xin, she also had an idea. Muli quickly dismounted the pig. Cough anyway, Xin, she also easily mounted the flower knight without encountering the same violent resistance as before. Let me try again. After watching the two ride, Tang, worried that he was truly disliked by the flower knight, decided to give it another go. But after only 2 steps, the armor on him clanked loudly, causing the flower knight to retreat. Seeing Tang's mood drop again, Muli suddenly thought of a reason and said, Tang, is it possible that it dislikes your heavy armor? Tang looked down at his full body armor and then at the flower knight, which could no longer be seen at his waist. In the end, he merely reached out to gently stroke the flower knight's head, and it did not resist. It seemed to be as Muli said, but what kind of knight couldn't charge into battle in armor? Muli, you are the only female here, physically weaker. I worry that if we go too far you won't be able to keep up. You should ride on the flower knight. Tang said to Muli. Muli did not argue, merely acknowledging, and then mounted the flower knight. Xin, she however secretly glanced at Tang and Muli, then at her own chest, and finally discreetly pouted. Tang, what's our next objective? Muli, sitting on the flower knight, picked up her notebook again. To the capital, seeking nobility for rewards, we must eradicate evil along the way. Then let's head to the nearest city first. Let me check the map. The nearest city is. After a while at the Roland family's castle, the Marquis and his wife invited a great archmage. Inside the castle of Marquis Roland, a beautiful woman dressed in a starry-colored robe walked hand in hand with Lady Roland towards Cynthia Roland's room. Unlike before, Cynthia left, the messy room had been tidied up, spotless in hygiene, and the bookshelf was clean. My dear Franca Rossi, please help me find my useless daughter. Lady Roland cast a pleading glance at the beautiful woman beside her. The woman named Franca Rossi gently brushed aside her cascading satin red hair, firmly grasped Lady Roland's hand, and patted her wrist twice. My esteemed lady, you haven't called me by my full name in a long time. It seems Cynthia's situation has left you in quite a panic. Franca smiled slightly. Don't worry, I will find her. Oh, my grand archmage, please find out Cynthia's whereabouts. Marquis Roland also looked at Franca with agitation. Oh, had it not been for the inappropriateness of his current identity, this Marquis did not know what kind of disgraceful expression he would show. All right, my old friend. It's rare for you and your husband to seek my help. As a guest of the Roland family, I will do my utmost, whether for public or private reasons, or out of friendship. Franca said lightly. After seeing her confident smile, the Marquis and his wife felt much more at ease. With the world-renowned Grand Archmage, Franca Rossi here, we can rest assured. Marquis Roland praised Franca, which elicited a light laugh from her. After so many years, you two haven't changed a bit. Franca Rossi waved her hand, and a magic wand suddenly appeared in her grasp. She tossed the wand forward, and it landed perfectly in the center of the room. In an instant, a tremendous surge of magical power gathered, dyeing the entire room in starry hues. As light flowed all around, Franca began to focus intently on capturing those glimmers. But suddenly her eyes widened in surprise, revealing a look of disbelief. With a slight frown, she retracted her magic, adopting a serious, contemplative demeanor. Seeing her grave expression, the Roland couple became anxious. Franca, my dear Franca, has Cynthia encountered danger? My old friend, I cannot lose Cynthia. The couple surrounded Franca, looking at her nervously. No, you misunderstand. Franca shook her head, then looked seriously at the two. I merely realized that the quality of my future life will significantly decline, so I was contemplating what to have for dinner tonight. Upon hearing this, the couple felt a wave of relief. You're only serious in front of others, but you reveal your true self in front of old friends. Lady Roland smiled reassuringly. Since you still have the heart to talk about this, it means Cynthia is all right. Quickly tell me her current situation. Cynthia has made 2 friends and is now embarking on an adventure with a knight. You need not worry about her, my dear. Franca smiled at Lady Roland. Upon hearing this news, Marquis Roland was overjoyed and urged, Franca, quickly bring Cynthia back. With your skills, it shouldn't take long. Wait, why should she come back? At that moment, Lady Roland suddenly started to oppose her husband. For a moment, both Marquis Roland and Franca looked at her in confusion. Did she not find a knightly friend? If she wishes to learn to be a knight and go on adventures, let her experience hardship. Then she will return. As she spoke, this lady who had just been worried about her daughter revealed a furious expression. But Marquis Roland wanted to say something, but was interrupted by his wife. But what? If I still need to arrange a marriage for her, what a hassle. With that, Lady Roland stormed off. Marquis Roland watched his departing wife, opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words, and ultimately looked at Franca with a helpless gaze, silently asking her for help. She knows that Cynthia is fine and has completely put her mind at ease, Franca smiled. You said so, I am also relieved. However, as a father, I still worry about whether she eats well, sleeps well, and if anyone bullies her. Franca, could I trouble you to go protect Cynthia? Even if it's just in secret, please ensure she doesn't get hurt. Marquis Roland once again made a request to the red-haired archmage. Of course I am willing, my old friend. I shall set off at once. After bidding farewell to Marquis Roland, Franca tapped her wand against the space, and a large oval door resembling the starry sky opened. Once she passed through the door, she stepped into a cozy little room. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting rectangular beams on the floor, and the sound of a cauldron simmering could be heard, accompanied by a rich aroma in the air. However, this delightful scent had nothing to do with any herbs, as it was the aroma of beef bone stew. Franca, are you back after finishing your business? At that moment, a young girl's voice sounded, followed by the enticing fragrance of the stew. Ivna, my dear apprentice, I have found you a good job. As a girl with short purplish red hair brought a pot of soup to the table, Franca immediately let out a lazy sound. What good job can you give me? Are you going to make fun of me again, or do you have some troublesome task for me? The girl named Ivna cast a helpless glance at Franca, her eyes lacking any expectation. Ivna's robe was similar to Franca's starry robe, but less extravagant, appearing more modest. Just by looking at their outfits and the stark contrast in their appearances alongside their excellent relationship, one could easily guess that they were master and apprentice. Marquis Roland asked me to protect Cynthia. I don't want to go, you can go instead, and he'll give you all the reward. Franca revealed a mischievous grin, as this was precisely how she intended to use her apprentice. The reward from the Marquis. All right, give me an address and tell me how to find them. Ivna calculated in her mind and felt the reward would be quite considerable, so she agreed. The golden-haired attendant to Cynthia, disguised as a boy, accompanied by a white-haired half-elf companion and a knight. According to the results displayed by the divination magic, you just need to arrive in the city ahead of time and wait for them. As Franca spoke, she raised a finger, as if to say, I have considered this thoroughly. Quickly praise me, good apprentice. Are we leaving right after eating? Yes, we are leaving right after eating. Franca nodded in agreement as they shared one last meal before parting. This world-renowned Grand Archmage personally saw her apprentice off, yet upon seeing her apprentice fly away on a broom, she felt a twinge of reluctance. Sigh. Ivna, now that you are gone, I will have to live like a primitive person. She sighed, but in the next moment her expression turned serious. A soul from another land has replaced memories of this world. Then she fell into contemplation. Can a pot of stew last for a month if I keep adding water? How do I cook? I remember the color of the laundry powder is. Meanwhile, Tang and his companions also encountered a situation. Prepare as I instructed. See, isn't it useful? On the back of the flower knight, Muli proudly plucked the strings of her small harp. If it weren't for my rich experience, we would have been drenched like drowned rats in yesterday's rain. Muli said this in a singing tone. Among the 2 backpacks beside the flower knight, one of them was still dripping water from its side seam. Yes, thanks to Muli. If it were the usual kind of tent, we wouldn't have made it in time at all. Tang Bulin praised her and spoke many words of admiration. The 3 of us quickly disassembled the wooden planks to set up a waterproof cloth as a rain shelter. Once the rain stops, we can even set it up as a large tent. What a brilliantly ingenious idea. Xi and she joyfully praised Muli. Although yesterday's heavy rain came suddenly, the teamwork and facing troubles together made him feel quite good. This is the daily life of a wandering adventurer. As they walked through the woods, the 3 could see from afar a group of people surrounding a village, looking fierce and threatening, not like good people. There were still many people at the village entrance. Judging by the size of the village and the number of people, it seemed that more than half of the villagers had come out. Clearly something was wrong. Tang swiftly pulled his companions to the side, using a large tree to partially conceal their figures, and began discussing strategies. There's a band of thieves over there. Muli, Xi and she, can you fight? Tang turned his gaze to his 2 companions. Are you really going to rush in and fight? 5 thieves, can you handle it? Muli began to worry about Tang's safety, implying that she had no fighting ability. As for me, I don't know. I have no combat experience. Xi, she gently shook her head, unsure if she could handle even 1 thief. Tang turned to Muli's face and asked, Muli, do wind and water magic have any combat capabilities? How do you know I can use water magic? Muli looked at Tang in shock, as she had only discussed wine magic with him. I figured it out with my eyes. Tang pointed to his own eyes. Muli didn't pay much attention to Tang's words, thinking he was just being eccentric, but still gave him some explanation. Tang water magic is transformation-based. When it comes to combat, earth magic is more adept, followed by fire magic, Muli replied. Tang nodded and looked at Xin, asking, Xin, can you use earth magic? Magic? Xin, she was confused. I don't know magic. Tang was momentarily stunned, looking at Xin with confusion before giving up on questioning her. He instead picked up the cursed item tetanus blade and turned to the village entrance, seemingly ready for a swift strike. You all wait for me here, I'll be right back. Wait. At that moment, Muli called out to Tang. Before Tang could ask, he heard Muli's magical incantation. The magic fell upon Tang, surprising him. He took a small step, his eyes widening in shock. Muli, what magic is this? Acceleration magic, Tang. Although I can use healing magic to tend your wounds, you still need to be careful. Well, I'm quite weak. Muli smiled shyly. Though she was a half-elf, she wasn't particularly good at magic. If Tang were to be seriously injured, she wouldn't be able to heal him. However, although Tang's armor was old, its defensive capabilities should still be decent. I feel like I am the Flash right now. Tang confidently nodded, gripping his sword and preparing to spring into action. Hearing him say some incomprehensible strange things, Muli and Xin, now accustomed to it, paid no mind. They both focused their gaze on the village entrance, where they just happened to see a young man reluctantly carrying out a large burlap sack. Now's the time. Hee, that's right. Hand over the money earlier, and we won't have to waste so much breath, one of the thieves laughed. But we already paid the money, a child present murmured softly, but his whisper was still overheard by the thief. Paid the money so you can't pay again. Yesterday's payment can't be counted today. What kind of reasoning is that? The thief shouted at the child. The child, frightened by the thief, shrank behind an adult, while slightly older villagers stepped in front of him, all nervously swallowing their saliva under the sharp gaze of the thief. Seeing this, the thief didn't want to waste time on the villagers, so he reached out towards the money bag. Swift slash. A powerful voice rang out, and in the next instant the sword fell. The thief had not yet reacted when his outstretched hand was already severed and sent flying. The thief flailed his severed arm in panic, and after a brief delay let out a wretched scream. The knight wielding the sword swung his blade, easily deflecting the splattered blood, and immediately followed up with a kick that sent the severed-armed thief flying. A series of crisp sounds came from Tang, followed by 2 daggers falling. Tang merely glanced and quickly focused on one of the thieves. That thief was still in the act of throwing daggers, seemingly frightened by Tang. Such an attack would not only fail to harm Tang, but wouldn't even break through his armor. Experience the charm of stats, Tang whispered as he raised his sword and slashed at the terrified thief. Moonfall slash. But at that moment, Tang suddenly widened his eyes, seemingly startled by something. Although the thief was terrified upon seeing Tang's armor faced with danger, he had no time to think and instinctively rolled away from this deadly strike. Run, run. Where did this knight come from? Run. He's in armor, he can't catch up to us. The thieves immediately grabbed their severed-armed comrade and without hesitation chose to flee. Tang symbolically chased a few steps, but was quickly left far behind by the thieves, only able to look back at their retreating figures with frustration before sheathing his sword. Lord Knight. Great. It's a passing knight. Thank you, Lord Knight. Thank you, Lord Knight. Watching the few thieves who had robbed the village being driven away, the villagers erupted in cheers. Xin and Muli, who was riding on the Flower Knight, also came to Tang's side at that moment. Listening to the villagers' cheers, not just the two of them, even Tang did not expect this battle to be won so easily. Indeed, having armor is good. This is the knight's statistical oppression over the weak. However, looking at the fleeing thieves, Tang did not feel happy. Instead, he turned to Muli and said, Muli, you're quite short. What I already told you I'm weak. Muli pouted. Although her acceleration magic was short-lived, it was still useful. Just then a person who clearly wasn't a villager squeezed out from the crowd. Lord Knight, don't let them escape. There are too many thieves, they will go back and call more. Hearing this, the 3 of them turned to see that the speaker was someone dressed slightly better. However, Muli sensed something behind her and quickly spotted a dwarf further back among the villagers. Upon hearing the shout of the man, the villagers instantly became agitated. Yes, Sir Knight, there are many bandits. These bandits came months ago, dozens and even hundreds of them. If they get away now, next time there will be more than just a few of them. Tang looked at the panicked villagers about to respond when a well-dressed man suddenly pulled out an exquisite small pouch from his bosom and handed it over. Sir Knight, I see you are the only one in armor. You must be a wandering knight, right? I have some gold coins here. May I entrust you to rid us of those scourges? After pondering seriously, Tang glanced at him and replied, I can, but I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to catch up. Don't worry, I just happen to have a horse with good stamina and speed. It will surely help you catch up to those ruffians. Having said that, the man hurriedly ran off and soon returned leading a horse. Without a second thought, Tang mounted the horse and grabbed the reins, shouting, Giddy up. The horse took a few steps forward, then stopped, only snorting and flicking its tail. The crowd looked at Tang in confusion, unable to understand what this knight was doing. Muli was initially stunned, but quickly reacted, anxiously looking at Shinsi. Shinsi, feeling Muli's gaze, immediately recalled something. Tang couldn't ride a horse. Oh, my great Sir Knight, please let me ride for you. Your energy should be focused more on punishing evil. Shinsi immediately gestured to Tang for permission, blinking repeatedly. Tang awkwardly began to blink as well and exaggeratedly responded, "Please come up, my most loyal follower." With that, Tang easily pulled Shinsi onto the horse, letting him sit in front of him. Though Shinsi didn't have Tang's agility, his mounting action was more graceful, clearly showing he was skilled in riding. Once mounted, Shinsi urged Tang to hold on tight, and then they galloped away effortlessly. Seeing this, Muli let out a sigh of relief. Turning around, she found that the exquisite pouch had already been presented to her. "Dear beautiful lady, please accept this payment for the Sir Knight." Muli shyly took the pouch, opened it to take a quick glance, and indeed saw several shining gold coins. Tang had previously given up the gold coins offered by the mayor for his appointment, making Muli worry if he could pay her on time, but upon seeing these gold coins, she felt completely at ease. Even if Tang didn't give her the agreed amount in the end, as long as it wasn't too far off, she would be willing to accept it. She didn't want to give up her freedom for survival. This was something that most people would envy. Meanwhile, the bandits who had run several miles quickly stopped, bending over to catch their breath, with some leaning directly against a tree. "Damn, I really don't know where that knight came from. He appeared in front of us in a flash without even a sound. It's terrifying. No matter how strong he is, he can't catch up to us. Huh. And those villagers so arrogant. Go back and tell the boss to deal with them properly." "Stop chatting quick, help me stop the bleeding," said the bandit who had lost an arm weakly. The other 4 bandits turned, and one immediately approached. "I really can't do anything with you." With that, the bandit took off a white cloth wrapped around his waist, intending to use it to stop his companion's bleeding. But in the next moment, an arrow suddenly pierced through this man's head, going from left ear to right ear, knocking him down to the ground. The 4 bandits were stunned, wondering where the arrow had come from. Following the direction of the arrow, several bandits saw Tang standing on horseback, drawing his bow, and were instantly terrified, their faces turning pale and their mouths dry. The knight actually chased after them. Seeing Tang getting closer with his bow drawn near to a full moon, one bandit immediately turned and shouted, "Run!" Before his words fell, an arrow had already pierced through his neck. The remaining 3 turned pale, barely managing to move their trembling legs, but it was too late to run now. "Think you can escape?" Shinsi rode the merchant's horse like a gust of wind, blocking the path of the 3 bandits. The 3 immediately halted, only to realize the knight on horseback had vanished, followed by a shadow obscuring everyone's view. Lightning slash. With a powerful shout, one bandit instinctively looked up, and the next moment the gleam of a sword fell, cleaving the bandit in 2. The last 2 bandits were filled with terror, and the one with the severed arm was so scared, he collapsed to the ground. Having already lost a lot of blood, and with the successive shocks, he rolled his eyes back and fainted. The only remaining standing bandit wanted to flee, but as he turned around, he heard a shout, "Whirlwind slash." In the next moment, his head fell to the ground. He had been decapitated. Looking at the bandits lying unconscious on the ground, Tang did not deliver the final blow, instead retracting his rusty long sword into his storage space. Shinsi, already accustomed to Tang's magical abilities, envied him no matter how many times he saw it, but he was also exhilarated. This day had been incredibly thrilling. "So cool, Tang. Like this, and that, then one sword strike. So cool." He mimicked Tang's earlier actions, making several gestures while shifting his gaze to the fainted bandits. "Should we keep one as a captive for questioning?" Tang asked Shinsi. "Yes, let's take him back first. He's lost too much blood, and if not treated, he might die." Having said that, Tang picked up a long white cloth from the ground. He wrapped it around the bandit's severed arm a few times, then pulled tight to tie a knot. He wasn't sure if this was the right way to stop the bleeding, but at least the blood flow had decreased. Then he placed the bandit on the horse, letting Shinsi take him back to the village entrance first. With no room to sit on the horse, Tang could only jog back. When he returned, he saw Muli using healing magic to help the bandit's severed arm heal. "The Sir Knight is back. The Sir Knight is so strong. Is our village saved?" Muli quickly withdrew her magic, wiped off the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, and then tossed a small pouch tied at her waist to Tang. "Tang, this is our payment, 15 gold coins." Muli said with a happy smile, knowing that part of it was her earnings. With financial security, she could continue being a bard. How could she not be happy? Hearing there were 15 gold coins, Tang excitedly opened the pouch for a glance, then looked at the merchant nearby, who was stroking the horse's mane. "Excuse me, merchant, are you selling your horse? I need a companion to charge into battle with me." The merchant was taken aback by Tang's words, then shook his head in refusal. "Sir Knight, I only have 1 horse, and this horse is too small to be a war horse." Hearing the refusal, Tang felt somewhat disappointed and began looking for his flower knight. Left and right, he couldn't find it. "Muli, where's the flower knight? And where's Shinsi?" Tang looked towards Muli. Muli replied with a smile, "There in the village Shinsi is." Suddenly, Muli's words were interrupted by a girl's piercing scream. Upon hearing the girl's scream, Tang immediately pushed through the crowd and rushed into the village, only to see the flower knight lifting a girl onto his back and joyfully running in circles. The girl's scream quickly transformed into cheerful laughter, and not far away, Exine, she was also chuckling, leaving Tang utterly dumbfounded. "Oh, so it's true that the flower knight enjoys playing with girls." Xin, she suddenly noticed Tang running over and waved her hand high to greet him. "Tang, I found a place for us to stay tonight. You found an inn in the village." Tang looked at Xin, she in confusion, as he remembered he had never mentioned looking for an inn. "I was just about to tell you that, Tang." At that moment, Muli also caught up to Tang's side. "It's quite strange that such a small village has an inn. I was prepared to sleep outside like I did yesterday." Haha, dear knight, you may not know, but our village is located right between the city and various towns at the border. During the peak season, there are quite a few vehicles and merchants passing through, so naturally there's an inn. This was a gentle, mellow, and relaxed voice. Tang and Muli turned to see a small, bald, old man with a white beard leaning on a cane with one hand behind his back, looking quite amiable. Tang respectfully inquired, "Sir, are you the village chief?" The old man was startled by Tang's respect and quickly waved his hands. No, 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 dear knight, you are being too polite. I cannot bear such a title, but I am indeed the village chief. Just call me chief. Chief. Tang addressed him. You need not call me dear knight. Simply call me Tang, or Knight Tang, or Tang the Knight. How can that be? You are a noble knight, and moreover you are the benefactor who has safeguarded our village's important property. The village chief shook his head, not daring to use more familiar terms. Yes, indeed. You are a noble knight. Dear knight, please do not say that we are all just common folk. Tang glanced at the village chief and then at the villagers, gently shaking his head. I fulfilled my duty, and I have received my reward for slaying the villains. We are even now. Before being knighted, being called dear knight made Tang somewhat happy, but now that he had truly become a knight, hearing such titles made him feel the distance between people. This sense of distance stemmed from status, which made him uneasy. I am a knight, but it has nothing to do with nobility. There should be equality between people, and I hope everyone sees me as a friendly visitor. Tang continued this. The villagers were momentarily at a loss. Finally, it was the merchant who had previously entrusted Tang, who could no longer bear it, and stepped forward to tentatively say, Mr. Tang, would it be all right to call you that? Tang nodded. That would be fine. He then looked at everyone. My companions and I are weary from our travels and need to rest in the village for a day. If we cause any inconvenience, please forgive me and let me know. Dear knight, you are too polite. This is the first time I've met such an amicable knight. Much better than the knight order in the city, they completely ignore our requests. At that moment, Xian walked past Tang and stood between him and the village chief. Tang, I didn't get a chance to tell you earlier, the inn we're staying at tonight is the village chief's house, free of charge, and there's a separate stable. Pig. Stable. While speaking, Xian glanced at the flower knight, who was joyfully making noises not far away, and hesitated before ultimately choosing to use the word stable. Cough. Muli couldn't hold back her laughter and coughed to ease the awkwardness. Oh my, a pig stable. Muli had heard of cuckoos occupying magpies' nests, but this was her first time hearing about pigs occupying stables. Free. No, absolutely not. Tang suddenly frowned, then turned to the village chief with some difficulty and waved his hands, intending to decline the goodwill. At that moment, Xian picked up on Tang's frown. She was puzzled as to why Tang looked troubled. This was not embarrassment, but a sense that something was amiss. It's a small token of our appreciation, Mr. Tang, if you truly feel uncomfortable. The village chief's words trailed off, and his gaze towards Tang became quite complex. At this point, Muli also realized what was happening. She looked around and noticed that the villagers had all fallen silent. The merchant, who had previously advocated for Tang to chase the bandits, even avoided making eye contact with Muli, turning his head to gaze at the horizon after nervously swallowing. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Xian, she put away her earlier joy. Yes, they had been calculated by the villagers. Mr. Tang, could you please stay in town a little longer? Just 5 days. I only asked for 5 days. I implore you to agree. The village chief softened his tone and looked at Tang with a pitiful expression, yet his actions were quite firm. Please explain the reason, otherwise I would rather leave now. Tang rarely showed displeasure, and beneath his slightly furrowed brow lay a hint of anger. Before the village chief could speak, the merchant stepped forward. Let me explain. The merchant said. Do you remember when we mentioned the large number of bandits? You killed a few bandits, and the bandit leader will surely come seeking revenge to solidify his position. So, at this point, the merchant no longer dared to look at Tang. From the moment he gave the commission, he had intended to drag Tang into this. Please help us, dear knight. I beg you to stay for a few days. There are women in our village who have been taken. We cannot let them come to snatch more people. These bandits not only rob, but also take people and grain. Tang displayed a deliberately displeased expression towards the villagers, pleading for help, speaking in a serious tone. As a knight, I do not accept any moral coercion from anyone. Mr. Tang, after 5 days we will offer you a generous reward. The merchant mustered up his courage to speak again. I beg you, sir, my wife is from this village and has already been captured. Well, I want to save her. Haven't you sought help from the Knight Order? There are plenty of knights in the city. Xian, she asked. Why would the Knight Order care about us? I have sent letters multiple times without any response. The village chief angrily struck the ground with his cane. The Knight Order only protects the nobility. But even if I stayed for 5 days, I would not be a match for 100 villains. Tang said. You misunderstand, Mr. Tang. The bandits do not have fixed routes and may send other small teams to harass us. We only need you to hold them off. The merchant began to explain their intentions. The scattered bandits usually do not return immediately. It will probably take about 5 days for the bandit leader to react. During this time, I will take the village chief to the city to present our demands in person. If the city lord remains indifferent, we will withdraw and let the bandits occupy the empty village. At that time, the presence of the bandits will affect the business in the area, directly impacting the city's tax revenue, leading to a temporary food shortage in the city. Regardless of the outcome, we will pay you for your commission, so please rest assured about that. Realizing he had said too much, the merchant promptly halted the conversation. Muli looked at the surrounding villagers, and then at the pensive Tang waiting for his response. Soon Tang made his decision. All right, since that's the case, I will stay and help you deal with the bandits. Hearing Tang's words, Muli was not surprised. This Tang must have recalled some knightly code thinking it was a knight's duty, thus he agreed. Wait, did Tang actually agree? It seemed like he agreed, yet it also felt like he didn't. Muli sensed something was off. Upon hearing Tang's response, the villagers collectively sighed in relief, immediately offering him more goodwill, mentioning things like inviting him to their homes for dinner or giving him some eggs. Xian, she with a complicated expression, pulled the flower knight back, preparing to take it to the inn where the three would stay tonight. Just at that moment, an inappropriate voice emerged from the crowd. Sir Knight, may I see the weapon you used to slay the bandits? A few people turned to the sound, and were surprised to find that it was a dwarf. Muli also recognized him as the dwarf she had noticed before, intentionally hiding at the back of the crowd. The dwarf had a towel wrapped around his head, and his bushy beard was twisted into several braids. Due to the hair obscuring his face, it was hard to tell his age, but the depth and sparsity of the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes suggested he was not young. The previous movement was too quick, I couldn't see clearly, the dwarf continued. Upon hearing his words, several villagers immediately reached out to try to pull him back, believing his actions were disrespectful to the lofty knight. Tang found it inconsequential, thus he drew forth the heavily rusted longsword in public. And the dwarf frowned. You used this thing to kill the bandits? The dwarf's tone seemed to suppress some emotion. Indeed, it's the very one. Tang nodded in response, casting a peculiar glance at the dwarf. Both Xian, she and Muli shared this sentiment, as they could distinctly sense the disdain emanating from the dwarf. How can someone with such a piece of junk be called a knight? The dwarf questioned Tang. Why not? Tang revealed a displeased expression. The villagers hastily grabbed the dwarf's hand, trying to pull him away, but the dwarf was stronger, easily breaking free and nearly causing the villagers to stumble. Are you seriously going to use that trash which no one would pick up off the ground to fight the bandits? I could even use it to slay more evildoers. What you hold is not a weapon, it's something that should be discarded, a piece of useless junk. Even without the rust, it would still be worthless. The dwarf fixed his piercing gaze on Tang. Even so, I can use it to punish evil and uphold justice. Tang stared back at the dwarf, standing his ground. Suddenly, with a loud clap, a pair of aged, wrinkled hands appeared between the two. They turned to see that it was the village chief intervening. Well said. Truly, Tang the knight, your sense of justice is moving. With this remark, the village chief effectively took a stance. Everyone cheer for Knight Tang. The merchant was the first to start applauding, and soon the villagers were swept up in the enthusiasm, creating a very lively atmosphere. The dwarf intended to say more, but the village chief blocked his path, striking the dwarf's leg with his cane and voicing his displeasure. The dwarf, left with no choice, had to leave. However, after walking a short distance, he suddenly turned back and shouted at Tang. You will definitely regret this. If you provoke me again, I will challenge you to a duel to defend my honor. Tang responded to the dwarf without courtesy. The dwarf was taken aback, standing still for a few seconds before shouting again, just you wait. I will make you see. With that, fearing Tang would pursue him, the dwarf hurriedly sprinted away. Sir Knight, please do not take offense, that fellow. The village chief placed his hands on Tang's arms, hoping to soothe his emotions with words. But Tang suddenly turned, revealing a look as if he wanted to say something, but held back. The village chief was momentarily stunned, quickly slapping his own cheek. Mr. Knight Tang, I am an old man, my memory isn't very good. Upon hearing the village chief change his address, Tang's expression softened slightly. Mr. Tang, that dwarf is the only blacksmith in our village. Please don't mind him, a gentleman does not remember the faults of a common person. He has a bit of a temper and is very particular about ironwork. If he sees someone using a rusty hoe in the fields, he will directly snatch it away, melt it down to make a new one, and return it to them. After listening to the village chief's explanation, Tang became curious about the dwarf. Is there really a blacksmith who is so meticulous and rejects inferior ironware? Tang, dwarves are like that, whether warriors, blacksmiths, or any other profession, they tend to be stubborn and somewhat extreme. Xian, she gently patted Tang's thigh. By the way, why is there only one dwarf here? The rest are all ordinary people. Muli quickly scanned the crowd. That fellow came to our village 5 years ago. He was originally an outsider, but he initially offered to forge new ironware for free, and everyone gradually became familiar with him, the village chief explained. Not quite. Xian, she shook her head, drawing the attention of both Tang and Muli. Although dwarves and humans both belong to the spiritual race branch with slight mixed habitation, dwarves shouldn't travel a long distance to a relatively remote village like yours. They should only be seen in large cities. Seeing Xian's eyes' serious expression, everyone couldn't help but ponder seriously. Muli agreed with Xian, she recalling the numerous places she had been. Just as Xian, she said it was too strange for dwarves to appear in this village. Tang was also lost in thought. However, at this moment, Muli was unaware that Tang was not contemplating this matter. Instead, he would only realize later while reviewing the story that he was pondering, what is the spiritual race? We do not know about this. We have never paid attention to this matter. After all, he has lived here for 5 years. Suddenly, a young boy raised his hands excitedly and exclaimed, I know. I once heard him say something while drunk. In an instant, everyone turned to look at the boy. The dwarf uncle was originally a warrior, it said. I forget how many years ago he came here, and after he stopped being a warrior, he settled down here. Upon hearing this, Muli suddenly recalled something and gently tugged at Tang, whispering, Tang, I heard that hundreds of years ago this was the territory of the dwarves. I think that should be the reason. Dwarves have long lifespans, and Tang wasn't certain about the age of that dwarf. He might have settled here simply out of nostalgia for his homeland, or perhaps he had lived here since childhood. The territory of the small kingdom is just like this. The establishment of the Ariluo kingdom is only about 100 years old. In any case, it was better not to target him. After abandoning the discussion about the dwarf, the three, along with the pig, followed the village chief to stay at the inn he operated, each in a separate room, which was quite nice, and they even had free food. As night fell, Tang suddenly called Muli and Xianxi into his room. Tang, why are we suddenly called for something at this late hour? In Tang's room, Muli sat on Tang's bed with her hair still damp. To make her adventure more convenient, she had never brought pajamas, and at the moment, she was only wearing a thin undergarment. Muli glanced at Tang, and then at Xianxi, wondering what major matter could prompt these two men to call a meeting. She was merely a bard responsible for recording stories. Tang, is there anything that needs to be discussed at night? Xianxi also felt puzzled. Shouldn't such matters be addressed during the day? 2 men and 1 woman. Oh no, 2 men and a single woman. Whispering together in a room at night felt rather strange. During the day, many people were watching us, including those in the inn. As soon as Tang spoke, both of them immediately showed a cautious look and turned nervously toward the door. Noticing their reaction, Tang quickly explained, Don't worry, there's no one here now. They seem to have relaxed their vigilance towards us. Really? Sigh. I really don't understand why these villagers are so obsessed with monitoring us. Muli suddenly felt a bit fatigued. Their journey seemed to present more troubles than when she traveled alone. Perhaps they are afraid we might run away. Xianxi could roughly understand the villagers' mindset. If we had any thoughts of leaving, they might notify others to try to keep us here, or even relocate immediately. Then Xianxi continued, Tang, do you think they are telling the truth? They should be. Genuine emotions are not easily faked. After saying this, Tang looked at Muli. Muli, when Xianxi and I went to chase the bandits, you stayed behind. Did you hear the villagers plotting anything? Let me think. Muli pondered, doubt, suspicion, fear, relief. Basically, they were all emotional responses and didn't indicate any conspiracy. Then it must all be true. The villagers didn't have time to set a trap for us. So do we really have to stay here for 5 days? Muli asked. Tang neither nodded nor shook his head. Staying a few days isn't the core issue. What's crucial is the bandits. As long as the bandits remain, it doesn't matter how long we stay. Hearing this, Muli suddenly guessed Tang's intention. This guy can't be thinking of charging alone into the bandit lair to take on hundreds of bandits, right? A normal person wouldn't act that way, but Tang is far from normal. So Muli anxiously turned to Xianxi, realizing they shared the same thoughts. Tang, do you mean? Xianxi looked at Tang with some difficulty. I want to take the initiative. Tang no longer hid his thoughts. In that moment, Muli tightly shut her eyes and pressed her hands against her chest. She knew it. Muli sighed heavily and began to persuade. Tang, didn't the village chief go to the city with that merchant? Perhaps the city lord will agree to send knights to eliminate the bandits. But Muli, do you really think the city lord will send knights over? Tang looked at Muli earnestly. If the city lord had such intentions, the knight order would have already arrived rather than waiting for the village chief to personally go. At that moment, Xianxi appeared to be deep in thought, as if he had realized something. Muli, I think Tang is right. The knights won't come, at least not in the short term. In an instant, both Tang and Muli looked at Xianxi, sensing that he seemed to have discovered something. The city lord cannot be unaware of the value of this village. I initially thought there was a conflict between the city lord and the village chief, but now that I think about it seriously, things don't seem so simple. Having said this, Xianxi looked at the two as if asking if they wanted to continue listening. Xianxi, please go ahead. Yes, don't keep us in suspense of what's going on. Xianxi nodded. In theory, the nobility cannot ignore their interests. The bandits are so rampant because they must know something is going on in the city. If the city lord could send troops to eliminate the bandits, the knight order would have already flattened the bandits' lair. Muli frowned upon hearing this. So the village chief and the others really can't bring back any knights. That's right, so I plan to strike at the heart of the problem. Tang said, but aren't you outnumbered by the bandits? You don't even know proper combat skills. Muli was bewildered by Tang's audacity to take such risks. I know, but I only need to deal with their leader. Without a leader, the bandits are just a mob and will eventually scatter. Tang replied. However, Xianxi disagreed and placed his hand on Tang's arm. Tang, your idea is good, but what if the dispersed bandits run amok in the short term? This could lead to an escalation of danger in the short run. Exactly, Tang, even if you succeed, the knight order in the city won't come in the short term. Muli echoed. This left Tang in a bit of a dilemma. How could he navigate both sides? No matter what he did, it felt inappropriate. Was there truly no solution to the problem? At that moment, Xianxi spoke again. Tang, I brought back quite a bit of that medicine, I still have it with me. I know. You mean? If you are confident, this is still very risky. Tang, no one can guarantee success every time. Muli glanced at both of them and understood their thoughts. It was just like last time putting the medicine into the well, but whether it could work a second time was uncertain. If they encountered a strong enemy, even if the opponent took the medicine, they might still have enough resistance. After some thought, Muli decided to remind Tang. Tang, strong individuals have sufficient resistance and won't be easily taken down by such medicines. You witnessed the effects of the last batch. If you encounter a strong foe, you would be no match and might have to escape right. What I mean is, why not let the villagers leave and return after the knights have successfully eradicated the bandits instead of risking yourself? Tang suddenly straightened his back and said seriously, I understand the risks, but as a great knight, I cannot turn a blind eye to such matters. Shi and Muli looked at Tang, opening their mouths, but hesitating to speak. Neither had the confidence to persuade him. Since that was the case, they could only allow Tang to act on his thoughts and see how it went. Didn't Tang capture a bandit today? Let's ask him about the internal situation tomorrow, Muli suggested. Yes, and we need to clarify the routes and personnel arrangements as much as possible. Shi nodded. Tang agreed, and then turned to look out the window at the distant mountain peak. That was where the bandits resided. Under the moonlit night, with silver light all around, the bandits gathered in a clearing, as if holding some special ceremony. A beautiful man with red eyes and white hair smiled gently as he approached the central bandit with a bowl of blood. Upon seeing the bowl of blood, the bandit immediately prepared to receive it, his emotions running high. Lord Mausolea. Indeed, this is the blood the Empress commanded me to bestow upon you, Mausolea said to the bandit, his smile gentle and his tone composed. Just if I drink this bowl of blood, I will become one of the vampires, immortal, and gain great power. The bandit took the bowl from Mausolea, and eyes alight with hope asked for confirmation. Yes, drink it, and you shall become a vampire. By feeding on blood you will grow stronger, Mausolea replied indulgently, as if addressing a charming child. Yet the silver moon hanging in the night sky reflected coldly in his crimson pupils, though no matter how one looked at him, he bore none of a good man's warmth, only guile, cunning, and falsehood. Boss immortal. A slight scrawny bandit stepped forward with small cautious steps, peering at the leader's bowl, as if he had something to say. You want immortality too? The leader smiled. Of course I do, who wouldn't? But the boss must go first. The bandit offered a servile grin, careful not to show greedy entitlement at such a moment. The leader surveyed his men with satisfaction, noting that they too were curious about the bowl in his hands, though none dared disobey his authority. You all want to live forever, do you? The bandit leader asked his followers. Yes, of course, boss. We all want it. Seeing their eager faces, the leader threw back his head and laughed heartily, while Mausolea allowed the corner of his mouth to twitch upward. Fine. If you follow me and do as I command, I guarantee you immortality like mine. With that, he raised the bowl high toward the silver moon. Tonight, I swear by blood beneath the moon. He cried, two hands steadying the bowl as he drank greedily. The emptied vessel struck the ground with a sharp crack, splattering droplets of blood onto the earth. The next moment, feeling an upsurge of power within, the leader threw his arms wide and stared at the moon in rapture. Under its light, his hair grayed, taking on a pale silver sheen. His limbs grew somewhat thicker and his body sprouted more hair, yet his features took on a fierce, terrifying aspect, completely different from Mausolea's refined bearing. This is power beyond mortal ken. The leader clenched his fists, intoxicated by the force coursing through him. Be boss. A trembling voice came from one of the men. The leader, sensing at once that something was amiss, turned, and his presence drove the man several steps backward. Looking around, he found all his followers wearing faces of panic. What is it? Speak, he demanded, seizing the frightened man. Why your face? It changed. It's terrifying. The henchman stammered. The leader frowned and glanced at Mausolea, whose smile remained undiminished. A chill of foreboding seized him. The leader ran until he reached a basin where moonlight and the glow of embers mingled, finally confronting his own reflection. How did I become so ugly? Vampires aren't supposed to be hideous. Mausolea, he turned, roaring the name at him. Tell me, what is the meaning of this? Why have I become like this? I look like a beast. He raged, but Mausolea abruptly stilled his smile and spoke plainly. This is what you longed for. But it is not the Empress' blood you drank, it is mine. The leader froze. Why your blood? Do you think the Empress would hand her blood to you? Do you possess my looks or my mind? The Empress' favor toward me far surpasses that of any other, Mausolea said with a proud smile. Though the leader bristled at Mausolea's arrogance, the truth was plain enough. He had no confidence to rival Mausolea for the Empress' attention. But why have I become like this? The leader persisted. Because you are now a lowest rank vampire, beast-like. Only by endlessly feeding upon blood, growing stronger, serving the Empress, and receiving further rewards to purify your lineage can one truly become like me. Mausolea answered as he paced, then turned his gaze to a nearby wooden cage and fixed it upon the woman inside. The woman recognized at once that Mausolea was no ordinary man and shrank back from him in fear. But Mausolea merely flicked his hand, and a blood whip arced through the air, shattering the wooden cage with ease. Ah! The woman screamed, curling inward and retreating toward the corner. Yet the raised blood whip pursued her without mercy. With a swift thrust it pierced her abdomen and dragged her limp toward Mausolea. All the bandits stood stupefied. After all, they were mere ordinary men who had never witnessed such brutality. Mausolea smiled with satisfaction. While the woman could not yet respond, he sank his teeth into her neck. The bite sounded crisp. He punctured vessels and even fractured bone. The woman could only give a strangled cry. After a few helpless struggles, her strength faded and the blood drained from her cheeks. Mausolea released her, quickly licking his lips to clear the smeared blood, then cast a meaningful look at the bandit leader, as if to demonstrate by deed what a true vampire was. The leader dared not reply. He watched Mausolea walk away, and then knelt respectfully, bidding aloud, "We send you away, Lord Mausolea." Mausolea ignored him, but as the leader carried the woman out through the gate of the mountain bandits' lair, Mausolea's smile grew, unusually pleased. "Fools! How could the Empress ever fancy you?" He did not hide his contempt. The Empress had not bestowed her blood upon these brigands. It was Mausolea's own decision to grant it. Walking along the mountain path, Mausolea noticed a cluster of buds at the roadside. He stepped lightly forward and touched them with tender fingers. His smile faded into irritation. "Flowers that bloom by day will never bloom for me again. Still, it is surprising that I possess the power to create vampires now." He raised his hand before his face and strained it toward the moon as if he might seize it. The Empress? Ridiculous. A so-called noble of the blood kind dragged from an underground city dares call herself the Empress of humankind. Mausolea smiled with dark intent. "And I am not without cough. Please, I beg you." The woman's desperate plea cut across his thoughts and displeased him. He flicked the blood whip and pulled the pierced woman to his feet. "Not dead. A truly tenacious life," Mausolea observed, coldly listening as she begged for mercy. "Do you wish to live?" She answered with hollow eyes, "Please. I don't want to die." A playful smile curved Mausolea's lips as he placed her on the ground. "If you wish to live, abandon your humanity. Become a bloodthirsty, loyal beast." He extended his hands. A fingernail on his left hand lengthened abruptly into a blade-like point. With a quick stroke, a line of blood opened across his right wrist. Blood dripped onto the woman's parched, pale lips, making her instinctively stir. She had witnessed the leader's transformation and heard their remarks, yet ugliness and monstrosity meant little when faced with the chance to survive. She drank Mausolea's blood drop by drop. Her fingers, meridians, and neck veins quivered as every inch of her body began to awaken. In an instant, she sprang up, seized Mausolea's right hand, and bit down, greedily sucking his blood. Mausolea was taken aback, a twitch at his brow, then he broke into an even more exhilarated laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha. From this day forth you shall be a blood beast in my keeping." A hammer fell. At dawn had come. The village forge had already begun its morning clamor, the blacksmiths at their work. As dawn broke, the air was cool, but the gentle cold wind was quickly dispelled by the blazing furnace. When the red-hot iron block struck by the hammer scattered some sparks, its shape gradually formed under the dwarf's relentless hammering. The dwarf's blacksmith workshop was slightly distant from the villagers' dwellings, ensuring that even the morning forge work would not disturb them. At this hour, most people would be rising to start their work, especially in rural and poorer areas where they would wake up even earlier, making the dwarf's forging hardly a disturbance. As the dwarf focused on hammering the iron block in front of him, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a few passing figures, prompting him to look up and see Tang, Muli, and Shi. As the dwarf looked at the three, they too turned their gazes towards him. Their eyes met briefly, yet there was no exchange of words. The dwarf lost interest after a glance and resumed hammering the iron block in his hand. Seeing him at work, the three shifted their focus from the dwarf's face to the glowing red iron block. "Tang, he seems to be forging a longsword." Muli gently tugged at Tang's sleeve. "I observed blacksmiths at work before, and he is definitely crafting a longsword." "Yes, and the materials seem quite solid. As long as his skills aren't too poor, he can definitely forge a high-quality longsword." She added, somewhat entranced. "I guess he wants to mock you with the longsword he's making." Tang remained unfazed. "Let him say what he wants. I know the quality of the longsword in my hand." However, he curiously looked at the two. "How does a high-quality longsword compare to the weapons of the Night Order?" "It should be about the same, right? I haven't looked into it in detail. The Night Order consists of noble soldiers, and generally, they wouldn't let outsiders know much. I only know that the equipment of the Grandees Knights is generally superior to that of lesser nobles." After Muli finished speaking, she quietly took out a notebook and noted down the fact that Tang saw the dwarf forging a longsword that morning. Ordinary equipment is like those knights in New Covenant Town, where a longsword is worth 3 to 5 silver coins, while a high-quality one may cost 8 silver coins or a gold coin. She answered Tang's question while observing the dwarf's forging. Generally, knights are equipped with ordinary grade gear. Only knights in the city might have a complete set of high-quality equipment. As for enchanted or special weapons, typically only high-ranking knights can be equipped with them. After hearing this, Tang nodded and said, "Ordinary is white while high-quality is green, meaning excellent, right?" Muli looked at Tang in confusion and silently noted this down in her notebook. Although she didn't know what use it would have, it seemed to help her understand some of the strange things Tang said. "Excellent grade. You could say that, she replied. Tang then conjured his cursed artifact tetanus blade, saying, "This weapon of mine probably belongs to the inferior grade." Muli also noted this down, and then she realized that categorizing weapons seemed to help readers easily understand the quality of the weapons, just like a rank system. Glancing at Tang again, Muli's expression became much more complicated. She flipped through her previous notes, noting how Tang had evolved from an obscure knight to an almost unknown knight, which also seemed to imply a ranking system. It was as if Tang appeared stronger than before. "Hey Tang. Tang, Muli, come over here." She suddenly waved to the two, yet her gaze remained firmly fixed on the dwarf. "What is it?" Tang and Muli asked in unison, instinctively moving to either side of Shi. This dwarf's forging skills are impressive. I only get to see such craftsmanship when the knight orders various ranks customize their weapons. He could definitely forge a fine weapon, one that could break ordinary weapons with a single strike. Listening to Zai's words, Tang and Muli couldn't help but watch the dwarf's forging attentively. At that moment, the dwarf had just reached a certain stage in the forging process and added a new material. Iron body silver blade. This weapon would cost at least several gold coins to forge and has a strong capacity for enchantments. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Tang quickly abandoned watching, realizing that this situation had exceeded his understanding. Simply put, it was incomprehensible. But Muli felt a strong curiosity towards Shi. Did families with just a little wealth really know this much? Shi, what does your family do? How do you know so much and get to see craftsmen forging weapons for the knights? Muli asked with a light and airy voice. Huh? Oh, I just... She immediately averted her gaze and began scanning the surroundings, clearly flustered. She had inadvertently become lost in thought and forgot her identity. I have a modest fortune, and my family's elders have good relationships with various nobles and are acquainted with some famous powerful figures, which is how I know so much. Really? That sounds suspicious. Just having a bit of wealth allows you to know so many people. Muli looked at Shi with skepticism. To be honest, Shi as a man was too delicate-looking, with crystal-clear eyes like gemstones and a faint, even somewhat floral fragrance about him. According to my parents, they were adventurers in the past and knew some mages and swordsmen and have helped quite a few nobles. So Shi, do you know swordsmanship? Tang asked curiously. I have some knowledge, but no practical skills, just some flashy moves, Shi replied. Tang nodded and then took a step to leave. Let's go check on the captive first. With Tang leading the way, the three walked to a stable and soon spotted the armless bandit lying asleep on the hay. Hey, wake up, it's morning. Tang leaned over the fence and called out to the bandit still lost in sleep. Seeing that the bandit didn't respond, Shi suggested, Tang, why not just go in and wake him up? With that, Shi lifted his leg to step over the fence, preparing to climb in, but Tang reached out and stopped him. Tang gently shook his head. Leave this to me. She blinked in curiosity and then withdrew his long leg, waiting for Tang's performance. Taking a deep breath, Tang shouted at the bandit, how can you sleep at your age? His imposing presence startled Muli and She, causing the sleeping bandit to frown slightly and turn over. Don't you have any aspirations? How can you sleep like this? Have you made any money? Have you done any work? Have you found a wife? Muli quietly pulled Shi aside, glancing at Tang, and whispered, Shi, Tang's words are so harsh. Shi nodded repeatedly, even starting to visualize his own mother. Having heard Tang's words, the bandit was indeed awakened, furiously rising to glare at Tang and loudly questioning, what are you making noise about? Oh my god, you're right. I have no ambition, please don't kill me. Mid-sentence, the bandit suddenly crumpled back down to the ground, showing a face that looked worse than crying. Why do you think I didn't kill you? Tang raised an eyebrow and retorted, I know the trap set outside the lair and the detailed layout inside. I can explain it all to you. If you follow my instructions, you can easily take down the leader with dozens of knights. The bandit quickly grasped the situation and, in a bid for survival, decisively chose to betray his lair. You have quite a sense of self-awareness. Good, that was my intention. If you let me go, I can guide you. That won't be necessary. You should cherish this chance to turn over a new leaf. Tang's words left the bandit momentarily dumbfounded. Looking at his severed arm, he bowed his head in thought and ultimately divulged everything Tang wanted to know. After this, Tang finalized the infiltration plan. Muli and she had decided, we will raid the bandits tonight. Tonight? Yes, tonight. Perhaps due to the season and geography, the moon rises early in this village, and even before it is mealtime for most, the sky has already darkened. As the sky gradually darkened, Tang, who had practiced riding for half a day, quietly left the inn with Muli and Shi. The three of them carefully avoided the crowd, not wanting to be mistaken for leaving, yet they still spotted a dwarf still forging iron on the way. The bright firelight illuminated the dwarf's face, making the beads of sweat glisten clearly. He can't have been forging iron here all day, can he? Muli expressed some surprise, yet also admired the dwarf. She glanced over and nodded, saying, it looks like he hasn't taken a break. Tang remained silent, merely looking at the sword taking shape. Even though he did not understand such matters, he knew that the sword was undoubtedly far superior to the one he currently possessed. The dwarf looked up, saw the three of them, and immediately averted his gaze, even quickening his forging speed. The three of them quickly left, seeing few people along the way, but the enticing aromas wafting from every household made them quicken their steps. It smells so good. Muli could not help but swallow her saliva as she jogged. Just bear with it, I brought some provisions, and we can eat once we get to our destination. She lightly patted the small pack on her back, addressing Muli. With no one at the village entrance, the three quickly departed. They aimed to reach the mountainside before it got completely dark, perfect for a night raid. If they were slow and the dim sky obscured the road, the three of them might risk getting lost. Thus they had to hurry now. Tang, you really should practice your riding skills properly, She remarked during their jog. At this speed, we might actually reach before it gets dark. The Flower Knight doesn't cooperate with my riding practice. That's a problem with the Flower Knight. If it had a larger build, my riding skill wouldn't matter as much. Tang felt a bit awkward, but remained stubborn. If we were riding out now, we'd definitely be faster. Muli also chimed in to tease Tang. Though there was only one flower knight, it would definitely be manageable for Tang to remove his armor and for the three of them to squeeze a bit. Muli the flower knight needs to stay at the inn so that others won't mistakenly think we've run away when they are looking for us, Tang responded to Muli. Of course I know that, but what about you? Can't you really tell what we both mean? Muli looked at Tang with annoyance. Although she and she hadn't said it directly, they were both complaining about Tang's reckless purchase of mounts. The flower knight had done little to fulfill its responsibilities and couldn't even be used to train Tang's riding. It would have been better not to buy it, and instead use that money to upgrade their weapons and equipment, which would give them more assurance in this operation. Or perhaps just get a decent weapon and save the rest of the money to buy a suitable mount when they reach the big city. Aha! Tang attempted to brush it off with laughter. By the way, it's mealtime for the villagers now. Let's find a place to eat the provisions once we reach the foot of the mountain. We need to be well fed to have the strength to do things. Muli rolled her eyes at Tang, who was pretending to be oblivious, confirming that he had certainly understood the implications of their words. This was definitely not solely based on the limited rapport and understanding developed over these days. It was entirely because she and Muli's repeated complaints had given Tang a certain intuitive sense. Meanwhile, on the dwarf's side, a man exuding a strong aura of despondency slowly approached the dwarf. The village has hard-working villagers, but there are also lazy, unaccomplished people, and this man is one of them. A long sword. The man stared at what the dwarf was forging for a while, then said, "Uncle, could you lend me some money?" "Get lost." With a thud of the hammer, the dwarf's impatient words roared out. The man was startled back a few steps by the dwarf's roar, then pouted defiantly and glared at the dwarf, who was focused on forging. He looked around the forge, finding almost nothing valuable, but his sharp eyes still spotted a few silver ingots, which immediately brightened his expression. "Just give me 2 of those silver ingots to borrow. I want to make something with silver in a few days," the man said again. "I see you're trying to have my hammer forge you and the silver ingots together." The dwarf spat out a harsh word, but did not even raise his head to look at the man. The man, feeling displeased, silently noted this down in his mind, thinking, once everyone is asleep, and you're not in the blacksmith shop, let's see if I can take it. The man turned to leave, and only then did the dwarf barely lift his head to glance at him from afar. Fido ruffian. The man walked to the living quarters, smelling the aromas wafting from every household, revealing an expression of longing as his stomach let out a rumble. He looked at the houses around him, but ultimately did not approach. Instead, he continued forward, eventually reaching the inn run by the village chief. "Old village chief, you're still kind to me. I'll come here for some food, and when you die I'll help you inherit your estate," he muttered to himself, only to suddenly hear a pig squeal. The man showed a look of confusion and surprise, not believing his ears, so he stood outside the inn, straining to listen carefully. Indeed, that was a pig squealing. When did the village get pigs, eh? The man wondered, following the sound to the stable, and he immediately saw a flower pig, happily devouring food. The man Sharpied immediately recognized what the flower pig was eating. "There's rice and vegetables and plenty of fat. Haha, the pig eats better than people. That means this pig's meat must be delicious." The man pouted and chuckled a few times. As if he thought of something, the man revealed a sinister grin, trying to motivate himself with words and conjectures. Good one, village chief, appearing to be honest and friendly, yet secretly raking in plenty of profit, even raising pigs. "All my money must have been taken by you, so logically this pig should be compensated to me." The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it sounded. The man smiled proudly, then stealthily approached the large flower pig. The flower knight, happily eating its meal, naturally noticed the man, but it ignored him and continued to focus on eating. Just at that moment, the man leaped up, suddenly pouncing onto the flower knight's back. The startled flower knight cried out in panic, jumping repeatedly in an attempt to shake off the man on its back. However, the man held on tightly, clinging firmly to the flower knight. As the flower knight grew slightly weary, the man swiftly drew a sharp knife from his waist, aiming for the flower knight's thick neck. Just then, a woman rushed over from behind, carrying a basin filled with a mixture of various foods, likely responsible for feeding the creature temporarily. However, upon seeing this man, notorious in the village as a rogue, lying on the back of the noble flower knight, as the knife descended, blood flowed immediately, and the flower pig let out a mournful cry. The woman turned pale with fright. "Stop! Stop it!" The woman had no time for anything else. She could only hastily drop the food basin and rush into the stable to stop him. Food spilled, and the basin fell to the ground. When the hammer fell, dusk had already descended. A long sword was sent into the water to cool by the iron clamp, and the dwarf completed the forging of the weapon. At that moment, a fragrant aroma wafted in as a woman tremblingly walked into the dwarf's blacksmith shop, holding a wooden bowl. "Excuse me, Master Dwarf. Have you tired yourself out forging today? I brought you a bowl of food. Please don't mind its simplicity." The young woman spoke timidly, carefully extending the wooden bowl toward the dwarf. "Oh, thank you." The dwarf made no polite protest. He accepted the bowl, glanced inside, and immediately picked up his utensils. Inside lay succulent crimson-hued meat, its rich aroma intoxicating, so vivid it made one's mouth water. He took only a single bite, and his eyes fluttered shut in blissful delight. Then abruptly his expression shifted to puzzlement. "This tastes like pork, But where would the village have gotten a pig? He turned his gaze upon the woman. She shrank back, her fingers nervously twisting together, her eyes darting left and right, her heel tapping faintly against the ground. Hesitant, tongue-tied, speechless. How many decades had the dwarf lived? One glance told him all he needed to know. Speak. Now, he urged, already frowning, his suspicions coalescing into grim certainty. It was the Night Lord's pig, and that ruffian from the village slaughtered it. She finally blurted it out. In that instant, the dwarf's eyes widened, frozen in stunned silence. After a long, heavy silence, he asked, "Where is he?" "They've locked him up in the stable, right beside the brigand's cell." "And the Night Lord has vanished." Without another word, the dwarf turned, retrieved an iron rod as thick as a baby's arm, and handed it to the woman. She strained to lift it, bewildered, her gaze searching his face. "Use this to strike him." She nodded, clutched the rod tightly, and dashed off, eager, almost desperate to put it to use. As she disappeared, the dwarf's gaze drifted back to the long sword now cooled upon the anvil. Bathed in moonlight and firelight, the blade shimmered with dual luster, the polished surface gleaming softly, the edge catching light with sharp silvery brilliance. A stubborn knight. I told him plainly, wait for me. And yet he chose defiance. He murmured to himself. The earlier words had never been threat or warning, but literal command. Swiftly he strapped on the newly forged sword and strode out of the village, racing toward the shadowed mountains beneath the silver moon. Meanwhile, beneath that same pale moonlight, Muli and her two companions crouched behind scattered cover, cautiously observing the bandit camp sentries. To their mutual surprise, the outpost's vigilance proved far looser than during their previous encounter with the traffickers. Only a single guard sat slumped by the gate, idly drinking wine. Muli, Shinshi, and Tang exchanged startled glances before silently retreating behind a larger boulder. "Muli, Shinshi, do either of you sense something amiss?" Tang asked quietly. "Nothing obvious. We've been avoiding traps all the way here, haven't we? So danger should be past," Muli replied uncertainly. "I suspect entrapment. A lone sentry is bait. The true guard watches unseen, waiting for us to reveal ourselves." Tang studied them intently, his posture taut with wariness. Bandits pose a far graver threat than traffickers. More aggressive, more dangerous. They draw targeted retaliation from the Knight's order. Such laxity makes no sense. Shinshi lowered her head, silent in thought. Muli, however, nodded slowly. "Then what do we do? Our captive never mentioned this scenario." Muli turned to Tang, offering a suggestion. "What if we toss a few stones near the gate to test their response?" Tang began weighing the idea seriously. Shinshi then turned to Muli. "Muli, I recall a hymn. My elders once spoke of wind affinity magic, spells suited for reconnaissance. Can you cast such a spell? I know the spell you mean, but it's too advanced." "I've never mastered it." Muli shook her head. "Elves possess extraordinary magical aptitude. Even half-elves inherit considerable talent." Shinshi leaned back against the boulder, quiet. "Oh well, my apologies for being such a disappointment," Muli muttered dryly, rolling her eyes, though she bore no real resentment. After all, even as a half-elf with modest magical affinity, hadn't she thrived just fine? Tang, could you be overthinking this?" Shinshi suddenly redirected her question to Tang. Why do you ask?" Tang looked puzzled. Patiently, Shinshi explained. "Aren't these bandits notoriously arrogant? They believe the Knight's order will never raid them, so they act with utter impunity." Tang's eyes lit with sudden understanding. "You mean, they've grown complacent, convinced no assault will ever come?" Muli nodded vigorously. "Exactly. During the New Covenant Town incident, the Knights hunted relentlessly, but never found a trace." The more Tang listened, the more convinced he grew. The trio cautiously peered over the boulder, only to freeze in unison. The sentry gone. A soft rustle, leaves brushing fabric, sounded beside them. Startled, all three whirled around. And there he stood, the very drunkard, now standing inches away. Disaster. They were about to be discovered. Just as their hearts skipped a beat in panic, the bandit did something utterly unexpected. Too much wine. Moonlight bathed his figure. They saw clearly. He was squinting bleary-eyed. The boulder's bulk blocked the moonlight, casting their hiding spot into deep shadow. Drunk and disoriented, the bandit couldn't discern the three figures huddled within the gloom. Then, with staggering nonchalance, he unfastened his trousers and began urinating. And faithfully he chose to do so right beside Muli. Silver moonlight spilled across the scene, every detail horrifyingly clear. Shinshi flushed crimson and turned sharply away. Tang awkwardly tilted his head skyward. But Muli, what could she do? She pressed both hands hard against her burning cheeks, enduring the proximity of that looming figure, and the faint, warm, pungent scent drifting her way. "Ugh, Tang! Shinshi!" Muli screamed, inwardly voiceless, paralyzed by embarrassment, mortification, and sheer fluster, her face blazing scarlet. "PSSSH, PSSSH, drip, PSSSH." He marked his territory with uneven, sputtering streams, like a broken sluice gate. Why 5 splashes? After finishing, he staggered forward and collapsed face down right onto the damp patch he'd just created. The thud startled Muli anew. All three stared and confirmed he was fast asleep. "Phew, scared me half to death." Muli patted her chest, exhaling deeply. Shinshi quietly withdrew a small pouch of powdered herbs from her satchel and sprinkled its contents into the bandit's wine flask. "There's still plenty of wine left. When he wakes thirsty and takes a sip, it'll drop him instantly." Satisfied, Shinchi's lips curved into a subtle, knowing smile. This was meticulousness incarnate. Tang, whose attention had remained fixed on the gate, observed no further patrols emerging to search for the guard, and at last he was certain. No one came looking. That confirms Shinchi's theory, Tang said, turning to grasp Muli's wrist. Stay close to me, don't fall behind. Bandits are far deadlier than traffickers. Yes. Muli flushed, not sure whether it was shyness at his sudden protectiveness, or lingering embarrassment, or both. The trio waited until clouds veiled the moon, dimming the night, then slipped silently into the bandit stronghold. Suddenly, "Hey, you there!" A voice rang out from behind them. Disaster. They'd been spotted. Muli and Shinchi swallowed, hard nerves taut. Tang's right hand relaxed slightly, yet poised ready to summon a weapon from his spatial storage at the first sign of danger. "Hey, why are you back so late? The spoils have already been tallied." Hick. A bandit behind them spoke suddenly, letting out a loud belch. The pungent reek of wine wafted over. The three were certain he'd drunk heavily. Muli began to reply, but Tang abruptly clapped a hand over her mouth. She froze for a heartbeat before realization dawned. Night cloaked them thickly, and the bandit was thoroughly intoxicated, unable to recognize them. Yet no female bandit would ever appear in such a gang. One word from her would shatter the ruse entirely. "Ahem. We met with an unexpected delay on the road. A wandering knight-errant crossed our path, and we clashed. Nothing worth mentioning." Tang replied coolly to the voice behind him, and slowly turned his head. "A knight? Oh, a knight-errant, not a member of any formal knightly order. Good. You nearly startled me." By the dim, wavering light, Tang barely made out the man's features. An ordinary bandit leaned against the doorway, posture identical to the first, slumped carelessly on the floor. No wonder he'd gone unnoticed earlier. He hadn't come searching for his comrade, not out of vigilance or entrapment, but simply because he had no idea his fellow gatekeeper had temporarily stepped away. "Hey, want some wine? You're late. Probably won't get much left anyway." The drunken bandit raised a large earthenware jar toward the trio. "Yes, many." Tang faltered, then swiftly corrected himself. "Plenty, please." Bandits were coarse men. Words like "thank you" rarely crossed their lips. That was Tang's assumption. "Hell no. None left. Ha ha ha." The inebriated bandit roared with boisterous laughter. Tang joined in with a few polite chuckles, inwardly musing how effortlessly male camaraderie bloomed, even when forged between adversaries. Then Tang poured a portion of the wine onto his own tunic. "Here, you take it," he said, handing the jar to Shinchi. Shinchi sniffed its sharp aroma, wrinkling her nose instinctively. She mimed drinking deeply, while surreptitiously emptying the contents into her clothes. She dared not speak aloud, merely hummed in acknowledgement before pushing the jar firmly against Muli's chest. Muli, too silent to protest, seized it, took a single large gulp, and immediately thrust it back into Tang's hands. A soft glug echoed as she forced the liquor down. Then her entire face crumpled. Bitterly sour. How could anyone enjoy this acrid swill? Was this some grim metaphor for life itself? Muli raged silently within, only to feel a gentle warmth bloom behind her temples, a faint hazy euphoria settling over her thoughts. "Hey, catch." Tang tossed the jar lightly back to the bandit. "I don't think this is free. Next time, you're buying." The bandit gasped between bursts of laughter, clearly nearing unconsciousness. "There won't be a next time," Tang said. "Huh? What did you say? I didn't catch that." As clouds parted, pale moonlight spilled between Tang and the bandit. Tang's armor shimmered with a soft, silvery luminescence beneath the moon. The bandit, catching sight of it, felt his fog mind sharpen, just slightly. Convinced he'd imagined it, he rubbed his eyes fiercely, only for Tang to vanish before his very gaze. Before the bandit could even flinch, a whisper brushed his ear, "Slumber strike." With a dull thud, his vision blackened, and he collapsed, utterly insensate. "Muli, quick. Corpse search magic," Tang urged. "Huh? Corpse search magic? Oh, right. But that's not what it's called, corpse search magic." Slightly tipsy, Muli slurred the incantation. Moments later, she gathered several small trinkets from the bandit's person, though not a single coin. Tang glanced briefly, then began stripping the bandit's outer garments, tossing them to Muli. "No key items found. For now, disguise yourself as a man, Muli." Oh. Muli nodded, dizzily suppressing a grimace as she pulled on the rough-spun clothes, and wrapped a long cloth tightly around her hair and pointed ears concealing her half-elven features. Just then the last clouds dispersed. As Muli finished adjusting her disguise, she noticed damp patches darkening the chests of both Tang and Shinchi, and frowned, puzzled. "Why are your chests wet?" Emboldened by drink, Muli pressed close to Tang's chest and inhaled deeply. "Smells like wine," she muttered, then turned and sniffed Shinchi's tunic as well. "Same here, though, brother. You smell delicious." Shinchi's lips twitched awkwardly as she offered, "It's natural. I was born this way." "Oh," Muli murmured, then suddenly widened her eyes. Something was wrong. "Wait, did neither of you actually drink?" Tang shook his head. "I don't drink." Muli curled her lip skeptically. A grown man, a knight, who couldn't hold his liquor. Absurd, until she recalled he couldn't even ride a horse, and the absurdity curdled into quiet dismay. She turned to Shinchi instead. "I grew up in comfort. I simply can't stomach cheap wine," Shinchi admitted with an embarrassed smile, utterly truthful. For Shinchi, better known as Lady Zincha's second daughter of Marquis Roland, such coarse vintage was unimaginable. Merely joining this venture was already the harshest trial she'd ever endured. Cheap wine, cheap wine. Yes, cheap wine indeed. Muli rolled her eyes at Shinsi. The cheap wine Shinsi dismissed was precisely the kind Muli couldn't afford even a single cup of at taverns. Yet having never tasted it before, she'd had no inkling just how wretched it truly was. Let's go quickly, Tang urged. Hold on a moment, Muli replied, and moved forward to lift the unconscious bandit, carefully propping him upright against the doorframe. She retrieved the fallen wine jar, emptied its dregs beside him, then placed it squarely atop his head. Done. A self-satisfied smirk played across Muli's lips, as if she'd just completed a masterwork. Tang and Shinsi exchanged glances, then shrugged in unison, wordlessly voicing their shared resignation. They soon located the well, and slipped their powdered concoction in without hindrance. It struck them how fewer obstacles they faced this time, revealing by contrast just how little the bandits understood, or feared, the nightly order. To put it bluntly, even pigs in a sty showed more wariness than these bandits. Master Shinsi, look here. Right beside the well, yet so many wine jars remain. Why do you suppose that is? Spotting the wooden rack still laden with vessels, Muli seized the chance to impress Shinsi with her insight. Because they're brewing wine here? Shinsi asked, genuinely baffled. Wrong. They dilute it, to stretch each jar, making the supply appear larger. That's why they keep the jars right here. Muli planted her hands defiantly on her hips. Oh, Shinsi responded flatly. Unimpressed, Muli shifted her thoughts. Should we dose these wines too? These bandits are all drunkards. They'll likely touch no water all day. Sound reasoning. Shinsi, how much powder remains? Tang asked. Shinsi patted the small pouch at her waist. Not much. Use it all. Yes. Soon every jar bore its silent sleeping draft, when abruptly they glimpsed a figure racing toward them, pushing a heavy cart. Muli and Shinsi instinctively sought cover, but scanned left and right. Not a single hiding place existed in that open space. Hey, where'd you get that armor? The cart-pushing bandit shouted from afar, and sprinted straight to Tang. These bandits possessed staggering audacity and astonishing faith in the Knightly Order's impotence, believing it incapable of threatening their stronghold during this period. Seeing armored figures inside their camp, their first thought wasn't infiltration. It was that one of their own had somehow acquired fine armor and returned to show it off. Brother, let me feel that armor. He reached Tang before permission was granted, fingers already tracing the contours of his breastplate. Real steel. Isn't that reserved only for noble knights? Did you three rob a passing knight-errant? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Before the trio could react, the bandit launched into effusive praise of Tang's armor. How did you know it belonged to a knight-errant? Shinsi's eyes darted slyly. Then she seized the thread. Of course. The official knightly order wouldn't dare venture here. Not with the city in that state. You're not afraid. Don't you take me for a knight? Tang asked, intrigued. Knights. With things as dire as they are in town. It'll take months to sort out. I saw right through your show-off act. Puffed cough. Muli burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. The bandit shot her a curious glance. Then asked, say, the three of you. There is something wrong with you three appearing here at this time. It must be a problem. The bandit suddenly scrutinized the three with sharp eyes. Could it be that they are really about to be discovered? Stealing a drink. The bandit revealed a smug smile. Have these bandits become too complacent? Should I say these bandits are too bold, or that the Knight Order has no deterrent power at all? God, did this section ever appear in adventure books? In a moment, the three of them had different thoughts. The bandits are not stupid, but their intelligence is limited. Seeing the three remain silent, the bandit mistakenly believed he had guessed correctly, becoming increasingly arrogant and haughty toward them. Don't think I can pretend not to see you stealing drinks. According to the rules of the gang, you all have to pay the price. Oh, you speak. The three showed indifference to the bandit's threat, which only made him laugh in anger. Do you know what you are doing? Forget it. I don't have time to argue with you. Come and help carry the drinks, and he'll pretend I didn't see anything. Upon hearing about transporting drinks, she immediately had an idea and excitedly asked, How much? How much? Fill it up. The boss is drinking with the supply officer. The bandit shouted. In the past, when the boss was angry, he would only hit people, but now he wants to kill. Right away, right away. Tang immediately responded, then began stacking the wine jars from the shelf onto the cart. Big brother, you lead the way ahead. Don't let this matter get out. Tang smiled at the bandit. The bandit mocked Tang. Take off your armor. Why show off so much? The bandit teased Tang, but the next moment he reached out to touch Tang's armor, feeling envy in his heart. I can't take it off. Why? Is it stuck to you? Hearing the bandit's words, Muli couldn't help but complain in her heart. It really is stuck to him. She hadn't seen him take it off except before going to sleep. If I don't wear this armor, how would the boss know my bravery in battling the knights alone? Tang made a serious expression. TCH, the bandit disdainfully waved his hand and immediately walked ahead to lead the way for the three. The four quickly entered the hall, delivering the drinks to the main venue. Muli and the others carefully observed their surroundings, feeling as if they had seen a similar scene before. The bandits gathered together, drinking and eating heartily as if they were at a party. It seemed like this was the same scene from before. At the head seat sat a burly man with long gray hair. Beside him was a mysterious figure in a long robe, and between them was a small table laid with food and drinks. Do people living in this bandit camp have a habit of holding celebration feasts in advance? Muli was puzzled, only later realizing that it was just the people of the Phyllis Kingdom who had a habit of popping champagne early. Hey, who are you? Why are you wearing armor? The burly man at the head seat immediately spotted Tang in armor, but did not regard him as a knight. Boss, this kid is quite arrogant, claiming to have taken out a ranger knight on the way, deliberately wearing armor to show off, the bandit who led the three and explained. Oh, not bad, has some power. The bandit leader pointed at Tang, then his finger slid to Muli. You three. Go sit in the corner. The bandit leader suddenly showed some strangeness, then stopped looking at Muli, quietly swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Muli also nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, as she had seen the bandit leader's appearance, and understood the situation, which frightened her. This was a low-level vampire, ugly with gray hair and red eyes, not much muscle on his hands, but long finger bones with black and sharp nails. Why would the bandit leader be of the Blood Clan? Is this too dangerous? Muli quietly looked at Tang, finding him calm with neither fear nor hesitation. Well, Tang is brave, but Muli does not believe Tang can defeat this vampire. Tang does not know combat skills and has no weapons to restrain vampires. He simply cannot overcome him, even if he were 10 times stronger. The Blood Clan has keen senses. How can she inform Tang of this without alarming the vampire? Following Tang and Muli, they sat at the edge of the corner. All three dared not touch the cups and water, merely eating silently while observing others. Muli quietly glanced at Exine, she only to find him lightly frowning, seemingly sensing something was off with the bandit leader, but not recognizing that he was a vampire. Exine, she, can't you as the young master show the insight you ought to have at this moment? If Exine, she heard the roar in Muli's heart, he would surely shout that it was a misunderstanding. Exine, she had seen vampires before, just not one so ugly and low-level. In Exine's eyes, impression vampires should be handsome and beautiful, not this ugly. While eating and drinking, the bandit leader suddenly shouted, "Next, let the supply officer tell us the monthly supply count." Everyone perk up. Good? Yay, good. Watching these drunken fellows, the bandit leader and the supply officer did not seem to care much, as if they were already used to it. Then the supply officer began to list numbers that left Tang dumbfounded and angry. The food robbed from the village. The gold and silver coins. The population. They even made statistics on men, women, and children. It surprisingly was not fewer than those kidnapped by human traffickers. Yet Tang remembered clearly that when he entered, he did not see how many people had been captured. Oh, perhaps only food and money remained in the bandit camp. Why would these bandits prioritize transporting people? Tang could not understand why the bandits would prioritize abducting the population. Shouldn't it be money? Most notably, the amount of food and supplies the bandits had looted was enormous, and these were all numbers meant for export. It was a tribute. Tribute to whom? You have exceeded the target and completed the task. The queen will surely grant you more power if she is pleased, so I will leave first, and the remaining items will be collected by a convoy. The supply officer publicly announced the result, then rose and walked straight out. The queen. Which queen is it this time? Tang fell into deep thought. The last time he heard about a queen was with the human traffickers, but the human traffickers were an organization supported by the Phyllis Kingdom, and the Phyllis Kingdom had no queen, only a king. Could there be some connection between these two sides? Good. I want to be immortal. I want to be eternal. I want to become a vampire. Several drunken bandits lay on the table, continuously shouting about how limited human power is and wanting to transcend humanity. Vampire. The vampire queen. Tang frowned, beginning to suspect a conspiracy between the Phyllis Kingdom and the vampires. Then he felt someone kicking his foot and turned to see it was Muli. He looked at Muli in confusion and saw her hinting at something. Following her gaze, he was surprised to find Exine Shi. At this moment, Exine Shi was staring at the mysterious supply officer with a serious expression, and the supply officer had also stopped and was locking eyes with Exine Shi. Supply officer. The bandit leader felt something was off and called out, "I haven't seen these three before. If they just returned at night." The supply officer pointed at Muli and the others, then turned to the bandit leader and said, "They returned empty-handed and are late." "Ah, yes, my lord, I overlooked it. But even so, we can still deliver above expectations. Please don't mind them." The bandit leader awkwardly said, "Rest assured, I will properly deal with them today, so they understand what rules are." The supply officer silently withdrew his gaze, then suddenly turned to look at Exine Shi and took out a diamond-shaped crystal from his clothing. With a bit of magic power injected, the crystal burst forth with intense light, and in the blink of an eye, the mysterious supply officer vanished without a trace. Seeing him leave, Exine's eyes expression was complex, as if he was pondering something, while Tang and Muli turned their attention to the bandit leader, keenly sensing something was off. The bandit leader let out a sigh of relief, then slammed the table and pointed at Muli and the others, loudly scolding, "Come here. Hold these three down. Make them bleed." Hearing the bandit leader's roar, Muli trembled in fright, and Exine, she suddenly snapped back to reality, revealing a tense expression. The surrounding bandits wearily responded, struggling to get up, but collapsing weakly onto the table. The bandit leader suddenly realized something was wrong and glared at Tang. At that moment, Tang also drew out his rusty longsword, pointing it at the bandit leader. Exine, she, a stronger enemy has appeared. Who exactly are you? The bandit chief thrust his finger forward like a drawn sword, pointing straight at Tang, who gripped his weapon tightly. I am Tang, the greatest knight of all. Gazing upon the hulking figure before him, more monster than man, Tang tightened his grip on the longsword, a subtle pressure settling upon his shoulders. Tang. He's a bloodline vampire. Muli cried out, unable to contain herself as she saw Tang preparing to fight once more. I knew it from the start, he's no human. Tang replied simply as though Muli's words had barely grazed his awareness. Upon hearing her shout, Shinsi instantly grasped Tang's arm, pulling him back. Run, Tang, you. Shinsi cast a swift glance at the bandit chief. I'll explain later. For now, we retreat. Don't engage him. The bandit chief's gaze slowly shifted from Tang to Muli. He swallowed hard, then began advancing toward Tang. You're merely a wandering knight, aren't you? Very well. I'll grant you a chance to live hand over the person behind you, and I'll spare you. Hearing those words, Muli froze in disbelief. That couldn't be right. Why was this bloodline vampire targeting her? Was he lusting after her beauty? Yet she was disguised as a man. What a... Whoever stands behind me, I will never bargain with you. Tang clenched his long sword and stepped forward deliberately. As Tang closed the distance, the bandit chief scoffed disdainfully. Humph, so? You actually believe you can kill me? Boss, finish him off. Despicable knight, daring to poison us. I've never seen such shameless arrogance. Amid the feeble taunts of the surrounding bandits, Tang responded. To reduce 100 foes to 1, that is defiance against injustice. Then Tang stilled his stance and locked eyes with the bandit chief, now perilously close. Let us duel. May the glory of knighthood shield me. Rubbish, knight. With a sudden burst of power, the bandit chief lunged, fierce as a ravenous beast. Seeing the slashing claws descend, Tang pivoted sideways, spinning like a top to evade, and struck in the same fluid motion. Spiral cut. A searing tear ripped across his flesh. The bandit chief rolled backward, putting distance between them, then glanced down at his flank, only a shallow bleeding gash. Yet the blood ceased flowing almost instantly, and within moments the wound began sealing itself. Relief washed over him, his tense nerves relaxed. Contempt flared anew in his gaze toward Tang. Hear that roar? I thought it was some fearsome technique. Turns out, it's nothing at all. Watching the wound vanish before his eyes, Tang's expression darkened. Tang, use silver weapons and sunlight. Muli's voice pierced the air. Both Tang and the bandit chief turned, only to see Shinsi dragging Muli toward the exit. Tang, we'll go first. Find your chance to break free. Shinsi shouted over her shoulder and vanished through the doorway. Understood. Tang roared his reply and lunged forward with a thrust. Gale thrust. The bandit chief dodged just in time, yet still bore a minor wound already knitting shut. You heard her. You cannot kill me. The bandit chief smirked at Tang. Then let's test that claim. Tang glared and charged again. Anticipating Tang's assault, the bandit chief raised his arms instinctively to block, only for Tang to slip past his claws and carve 3 deep rents into his torso. Zero sequence. Lotus bloom. His blade was fragile. Each strike demanded precise evasion of the vampire's claws. The bandit chief, having landed no meaningful blow thus far, grew increasingly enraged, while fresh wounds multiplied, stirring an unsettling realization. His body was weakening. The act of healing drained his energy. Furious, he spun violently. A full 360-degree whirlwind strike, only to halt mid-turn and find Tang vanished. Grave descent. Hearing the cry overhead, the bandit chief jerked his head upward, just as Tang's blade sliced cleanly through his neck. A sharp crack echoed. The chief's head tumbled to the floor. The sudden loss of weight sent his body swaying, then collapsing entirely. Tang exhaled, deeply spent, but then examined his longsword. A jagged notch marred its edge. It had appeared when severing the bandit chief's neck. Chief. The chief is dead. Impossible, he's immortal. The bandits sprawled on the ground stared stunned at their decapitated leader. This knight was terrifyingly strong. But then, the headless corpse suddenly pushed itself upright on trembling hands. Tang's eyes widened in shock. Even this hadn't killed him. From outside the door, Muli and Shinsi peered in, equally horrified. Tang clearly surpassed the chief in skill, yet possessed no means to end him. This was a battle with no path to victory. Rather than attack Tang again, the headless corpse seized its own severed head and hurled it toward one of the bandits. Wait, chief. No. Terrified, the bandit sobered instantly, yet remained paralyzed, helplessly watching the grotesque head hurtle toward his throat. No, chief, let go. Spare me, eh? His scream choked off abruptly as the headless body rushed forward and reattached its head. Within seconds, the reassembled figure snatched up a nearby corpse. Blood drained from the victim's flesh, muscles withered visibly, collapsing into a desiccated husk before collapsing with a hollow thud. The bandit chief wrenched his neck sharply, snapping his head back into alignment, and laughed wildly. Tang, you are the first bloodline vampire I've ever encountered who wounded me. I shall remember you, forever. He laughed triumphantly, certain Tang could not harm him. Behold, this is power beyond humanity. Having just drained a life, his body surged with renewed might, muscles swelling visibly. Bloodlust makes me stronger, a feat no mortal can achieve. I am undying. With that, he pointed arrogantly at Tang. And you, pitiful human frail vessel of flesh. Even if you flee today, you will still age, decay, and die. Ha ha. Laughing, he spread his arms wide and strode forward at leisure, utterly dismissive of Tang. I concede your strength, knight, but you cannot slay me. Not even if I stood still and let you strike. Tang swallowed hard, his throat dry. Indeed, he could not kill him. Join me instead, Tang. I'll make you a bloodline vampire. I admire you greatly. Ew, Muli sneered from behind the door. Give up, Tang. You have neither silver nor sunlight. You'll only be worn down. Tang raised his sword once more. Then I'll ensure you don't wear me down. The bandit chief frowned. Muli and Shinshi exchanged baffled glances. They had no idea what Tang meant. I see you have been frightened into madness, starting to babble nonsense. Hum hum hum. The bandit leader laughed wildly, then leaped high, raising his fists to strike at Tang. Boom. As his fists smashed down, a large pit appeared on the wooden floor, and Tang managed to jump away, just before the opponent landed, evading the heavy blow. Seeing Tang evade, the bandit leader immediately swung his fists in pursuit, while Tang continuously shouted various move names to dodge the attacks, seeking openings to counterattack. Shinshi, he has grown stronger. From a distance, Muli exclaimed in surprise to Shinshi. I know the Blood Clan can enhance their strength by drinking blood, but there is a limit to it. Shinshi nervously watched the two battling back and forth. No, I mean Tang, he seems stronger than I remember. Tang. Shinshi fell into thought. From the current situation, Tang's agility was indeed much greater than when he first infiltrated the human trafficker's lair. Boom. Another loud noise erupted. The wooden floor cracked again, forming a concentric circle in the center of the hall. Seizing the opportunity while the opponent was still recovering from his attack, Tang raised his sword high and swung down. Falling moon slash. Snap. Not good. Tang. In that moment, the battle froze. Tang's eyes trembled slightly, not expecting that the bandit would catch his attack. He caught it with bare hands. Tang, are you surprised? Hum. The bandit leader looked up at Tang with pride, but his expression quickly changed. Without hesitation, Tang executed a spinning kick that struck the bandit leader's head, sending him flying. As he steadied himself, Tang retracted his sword, then noticed something was off. Wait, why is he retreating so far? That direction. Muli, run. In midair, the bandit leader flipped and rushed towards Muli. His speed and sudden change of direction caught both Muli and Shinshi completely off guard. Didn't expect this, did you, Tang? This is my attack route. In the blink of an eye, the monstrous bandit leader was already in front of Muli, reaching out with his claws. Just as he was about to succeed, a wine jar flew in from the side. The bandit leader's attention was diverted, and his outstretched claws changed direction, shattering the flying jar. Get away! Shinshi shouted at the bandit leader, having just thrown an empty wine jar at him. The bandit leader glared at Shinshi. Suddenly, noticing Muli fleeing in the opposite direction, he turned sharply to grab Muli. Knight's Guardian. Hearing Tang's voice nearby, the bandit leader abruptly switched to clawing. Feeling a rush of wind, Muli instinctively glanced back. Dang! In an instant, the sound of clashing swords rang out as Tang blocked the bandit leader's claw strike. But then came a crack, and metal shards flew everywhere, as if the world slowed down. Tang's sword shattered. Witnessing his sword break, Tang was equally astonished. This fragile sword couldn't withstand even a single attack. The bandit leader, turning shock into joy, continued to slash down with his claws, easily tearing through Tang's armor and leaving a deep claw mark on his chest. This strike had immense power, easily sending Tang flying. As he flipped in the air, Tang didn't forget to grab Muli's hand and throw her away from the bandit leader. Bang! With a heavy thud, the two fell to the ground, rolling several times. The bandit leader, having successfully hit Tang, did not pursue, instead immersing himself in his own world. Did you see that? Tang, did you see? This is the power of the Blood Clan. You can't kill me. But as long as I hit you once, I can severely injure you, ha ha. Feeling the pain in her limbs, Muli gritted her teeth, getting up while running in the opposite direction and chanting a spell. Her scarf fell off at that moment, revealing her white hair and ears. Half-elf. Hum, no matter. The bandit leader, discovering Muli was a half-elf, was still very interested in her blood, but now Tang was seriously injured, and it was his great opportunity. As long as he killed Tang, that white-haired half-elf would be easy to capture. Tang, get up. Muli, who had run away, suddenly shouted, the light of magic instantly enveloping Tang. Under the effect of the magic, Tang quickly regained his strength. The first thing he did upon standing was to remove the shattered chest armor, revealing his strong physique and the claw mark on his chest. Seeing Tang's wound healing partially, the bandit leader glared angrily at Muli. He had worked hard to injure Tang, yet this half-elf healed most of it with a single spell. Who wouldn't be furious? Suddenly, the sound of rushing wind drew the bandit leader's attention as he turned blood-splattered. Ugh! The bandit cried out in pain, quickly grasping the object that had struck his eye and pulling it out to discover it was an arrow. Where did this come from? His wounds healed rapidly. The bandit glared ferociously at Tang, charging towards him. Even without a weapon, you think you can defeat me? He roared and lunged at Tang. Shinshi, take Muli and get out of here. The farther the better. Hearing Tang shout, Shinshi hurriedly grabbed Muli and ran. Tang, hold on. While fleeing, Shinshi shouted back. We'll find a way. Don't die, Tang. Muli, with reddened eyes, worriedly shouted at Tang before burying her head and running after Shinshi. Watching the bandit leader's movements, Tang quickly dodged an attack and then punched the bandit leader's side. Crack. That was the sound of a bone breaking, but it didn't come from the bandit's side, it came from above. Tang sensed danger, but it was too late to evade. He could only awkwardly turn his head to catch sight of a feeble hand swinging down like a long whip, knocking him flying. Tang, who crashed to the ground, quickly got up, witnessing the bandit leader resetting his broken arm. It turned out the opponent had just broken his arm to forcibly change his attack range, which was why he had knocked Tang away. Seizing this opportunity, the bandit leader charged again, not intending to give Tang a moment's respite. Faced with the bandit leader's attack, Tang dared not confront him. Having lost his weapon, he couldn't even retaliate. If only I had a better weapon. I told you would definitely regret this. Ow. Tang felt an auditory hallucination, as if the dwarf's words were right next to his ear. Boom. Suddenly a beam of light struck the charging bandit leader, pushing him back several meters. That silver light was also deflected, spinning in the air, and embedded itself next to Tang. It turned out to be a finely crafted sword. Damn you. The bandit leader quickly stood up again, lunging at Tang, without hesitation. Tang barely had time to look elsewhere. He immediately grabbed the sword beside him to evade the bandit leader's attack, then slashed and cut off one of his arms. The two quickly separated, but the bandit sneered at Tang, who was wielding the sword. Ha, Tang, what does it matter if you have a weapon? Only the sunlight can kill me now. After saying this, he began to expend energy to regenerate his arm. Wait, what's going on? The bandit leader noticed something was wrong. Nervously looking at his arm, he discovered that his wound had actually started to burn. His self-healing ability had temporarily ceased to function. It's a silver weapon. Since you said only sunlight can kill you then. Hearing this, the bandit leader nervously looked at Tang, his eyes betraying a hint of fear. And Tang, just like at the beginning, he pointed his sword directly at the opponent. I will become the blazing sun that tears apart the night. At the moment Tang's gaze met that of the bandit leader, a primal fear instinctively welled up within him, causing him to step back. Under the moonlight, the long sword in Tang's hand shimmered with two distinct lusters. It exuded a subtle elegance that made the bandit leader nervously gulp. The blade of the long sword was forged from fine steel, with a blade made of enchanted silver, possessing enough rigidity to counter the blood race. Tang, this isn't fair for a knight. You have outside assistance. You have extra weapons. You. Knowing he was no match for Tang and faced with a weapon that could kill him, the bandit leader recoiled, helplessly resorting to attacking Tang's knightly status. Is this your last words? Tang coldly stared at the bandit leader, showing no hesitation as he slowly approached. What kind of knight are you? This isn't fair. The bandit leader was completely panicked. No, this is very fair. We both have the chance to face death. With that, Tang raised his longsword, adopting an offensive stance. Just with a glance, the bandit leader immediately turned to flee, hoping to escape, using his physical advantage. Naturally, Tang gave chase, but the weight of his armor and sword slowed him down. As he struggled to catch up to the fleeing bandit leader, Muli's voice suddenly rang out. Charge, Tang. With her words, a spell landed on Tang's legs. Tang felt a lightness in his steps and hurriedly glanced back at the excited Muli. Her eyes were slightly red, as if she had just been crying, with a few tears still lingering at the corners. This was Muli's acceleration spell. Although it lasted only a few seconds, it was enough. This is the power of bonds and friendship. Bonding technique. Swift wind, one flash. Hearing Tang's commanding voice, the bandit leader turned in terror, instinctively glancing back. In that very instant, a flash of sword light swept past him. The bandit leader's gaze went blank, completely oblivious to what had just occurred. A glance revealed that his other arm had already been severed in midair. Why was he suddenly so fast? Am I not of the blood race? I clearly possess power beyond that of humans. I am immortal. The bandit was momentarily dazed. Combat skill? No, this isn't a combat skill. The dwarf's voice reached the battlefield, but no one paid him any mind. No, I can't die yet. As long as I can obtain the blood of a half-elf. The suddenly focused bandit leader locked his gaze onto Muli. As long as I absorb the blood of a fairy, I can become stronger, I can win. Not yet. I won't allow you to harm Muli. Tang's voice came again, but at that moment the bandit leader stiffened all over, as if he had heard the call of hell. Spiral slash. At the moment his voice fell, the bandit leader was already teetering, as Tang had severed another of his legs. After two sword strikes, the magic on Tang had worn off, but now he no longer needed its support. I told you I will become the light that kills you. Standing opposite the bandit leader, Tang pointed his long sword at him and slowly approached the fallen bandit leader. No, don't. Realizing he truly had no strength to struggle, the bandit leader began to weep, tears streaming down his face. Don't come near me. You aren't even a knight. Our battle isn't fair. You bully the weak. You have the numbers. And a half-elf providing you with magical support. If you kill me, this will be a stain on your knightly career for life. You can't kill me. Hearing the bandit leader's roar, Tang had already stood in front of him, raising his longsword high. To hesitate in the face of evil is a knight's sin. Your distorted words of fact and logic cannot shake my resolve. As he spoke, the raised longsword reflected the moonlight, blindingly bright in that fleeting moment. No. The bandit leader looked down, beginning to cry and plead. Do bad people deserve to die? Am I a bad person before my parents? Am I not a good boss in the eyes of my subordinates? I won't discuss this with you, nor do I intend to argue the definition. I only know that you must die. The bandit leader looked up in terror, not understanding how a mouth that felt 37 degrees could utter such cold words. Is this person truly unshakable? Does he have no compassion? How could he bear to strike? Eradicate evil, judgment, slash. With a crisp sound, the head fell, the bandit leader's eyes still wide open in disbelief. Clearly having become an immortal being of the blood race, yet he died just like this. In an instant, the bandit leader's corpse turned gray and white, gradually scattering into ashes in the night wind. The battle was over. The footsteps that followed suddenly caught Tang's attention. He turned in confusion only to have a figure with white hair suddenly leap into his arms. Tang, you really scared me. During dinner, I subtly gave so many hints, yet you didn't react at all. Tang slightly reacted. It did that actually happen during dinner. If you die, who will pay me then? I can't lose my job. Continuing to listen to Muli's voice, Tang found it quite reasonable. He quickly conjured a pouch of coins and handed a few gold coins to Muli. Right, Muli, take this first, and Shinshi, you too. Tang turned his gaze towards Shinshi only to find her eyes slightly red as well. That's not what I meant. Muli angrily punched Tang's chest. I meant for you to run next time you encounter something like this. Don't make us worry. You should have said earlier that you couldn't kill the blood race with an iron sword. You didn't listen. You should have run back then. What if there wasn't? As she spoke halfway, Muli silently stepped away from Tang and turned to look at the dwarf in the back. Thank you. Hey, race your longsword back. Tang smiled at the dwarf, silently walking towards him. This was no ordinary blacksmith. He had just knocked the bandit leader away with a thrown weapon. No need. This is the village's reward for eliminating the bandits. The dwarf shook his head and began to scold Tang. I told you that you would regret it. I warned you not to use such a weapon against bandits. I repeatedly emphasized that you should wait, yet you didn't listen. You are so stubborn. Tang was at a loss for words, quietly scratching the back of his head. To be honest, given the scene and tone at the time, he couldn't discern that the dwarf's words were meant in that way. He had always thought the dwarf was maliciously provoking him. Then he suddenly realized something and couldn't help but ask, did you understand what I meant back then? The dwarf nodded. It's obvious you said you wanted to eradicate the bandits. I did the same when I was young. Tang smiled sheepishly. This was indeed a misunderstanding. What is it? Feel free to speak. Tang looked at the dwarf with curiosity and then broke into a relaxed smile. The dwarf suddenly fell silent, and after a long pause, he continued, you will understand once we return to the village. Tang felt somewhat strange, but did not press further, instead nodding to acknowledge the matter. Tang, let's first tie up the remaining bandits. Shinshi timely suggested. The group then found ropes on the spot and bound all the 100 powerless bandits. They liberated some captured women, allowing them to accompany them back to the village for the time being. As for the numerous bandits they could not take with them, the group decided to return and inform the villagers, letting them handle it for now and later transferring them to the city for the lord to deal with. These bandits could not all be killed, and the village did not have enough space to hold so many people, so they could only be temporarily kept alive. Additionally, there were food and money in the bandits' lair that the group could not take with them. These matters would also need to be handled by the villagers and the lord. Naturally, these issues were entrusted to the dwarf, who was more familiar with the villagers. The group soon returned to the village, expecting most of the villagers to be asleep by this time, but they were greeted by a brightly lit village. What happened in the village? Why are all the lights on? Muli looked at the dwarf. A small village generally would not keep lights on at night. Either there was nothing to do, or there was something to attend to, or it was a way to save money, so it was rare to see a small village brightly lit at night. Unless a shocking incident had occurred. Muli thought long and hard, and this was the only possibility she could come up with. The dwarf did not provide a direct explanation, but ushered the group into the village. Some of the rescued women were from this village, and they took the initiative to bring the other women back to their homes to settle them temporarily. Their return also alarmed their families and neighbors, and soon the entire village knew. When Muli and the others were leisurely led back to the inn by the dwarf, they unexpectedly saw a large crowd surrounding the inn, seemingly all looking for them. Muli nervously swallowed, then quietly asked Tang, do you know what's going on? Not sure. What about Shinshi? Me? I also don't know what's happening. The three of them looked at the villagers suspiciously, but when the villagers met Tang's gaze, they quickly averted their eyes, seeming quite guilty. The three sensed that something was amiss, as if the villagers were hiding something bad from them. Oh, our great hero has returned. Come and taste the freshly made roasted meat rice. At that moment, a young girl from the inn ran out with a plate and 3 bowls of rice. Although she wore a smile, the three could tell her smile was stiff, but they did not refuse her kindness. Can you tell us what's going on? Shinshi glanced at the roasted meat rice, suddenly losing her appetite and redirecting her focus to the earlier question. Tang did not notice anything wrong, yet he also did not eat. Muli merely poked at the food with her fork, immediately wrinkling her brow. The color of this bowl of rice did not look freshly cooked, but rather like reheated food. Upon hearing the inquiry, the young girl awkwardly stammered, unable to answer. The three could not help but frown suspiciously, casting scrutinizing looks at the villagers present, only to find that everyone was deliberately avoiding their gazes. Just then, a braying sound from a donkey nearby drew everyone's attention away. The one leading the donkey was the village chief's son, quite young, but the donkey was old and lacked any lively spirit. Sir Knight, we are really sorry about something, so our village has decided to compensate you with a donkey. Is that all right? The village chief's son looked nervously at Tang. Tang did not respond, but pondered what could have happened to make the entire village feel indebted to him. Mom, look. A donkey. A child's voice caught the attention of Muli and the others. Ah, yes, a donkey. The woman holding the child looked embarrassed. Perhaps she shouldn't have brought the child out. Which is tastier, donkey meat or pork? The child asked. Upon hearing the child's words, Muli and the others immediately realized what had happened. Their pig had been killed. Looking back at the reheated roasted meat rice in their bowls, the three not only lost their appetite, but also felt a wave of nausea. With their mount killed, Tang was furious and glared at the villagers, but then he heard the child's voice. I've never had donkey meat, but pork is really delicious. Can we have pork every day? No, can we have it once a month? Realizing that not only Muli and the others, but even the villagers had their eyes on her, the woman nervously patted the child's shoulder and said, no, pork is what Sir Knight brought us, and we're lucky if we can have chicken a few times a year. Then I want to be a knight too. That way everyone can eat meat every day. Listening to the child's naive words, Tang had a complex expression, lowering his head in thought. Suddenly feeling someone push his shoulder, Tang said, Muli, what's the matter? Huh, it wasn't me who pushed you. Muli blinked her eyes, awkwardly looking at the donkey that was pushing Tang with its face. Tang turned in confusion, only to find that the donkey was looking at him with intelligent eyes. Upon receiving Tang's attention, the donkey ceased its pushing and instead nudged its head against Tang's hand. This nudge eased Tang's anger considerably, so he gently reached out to stroke the old donkey. Sir Knight, the person who killed the pig, is already locked up in the stable. We have dealt with him. If you're still angry, we can. No need. Tang shook his head, handing the old donkey's reins to the inn's receptionist girl. Could you tie it up in the stable for me? Yai, Sir Knight. The girl quickly left, clearly not wanting to linger in that spot. Phew. You all can go back now, we need to rest. After taking a deep breath, Tang waved off the villagers, then entered the inn amid several apologies and thanks from the village chief's son, placing the 3 bowls of roasted meat rice on the counter. The 3 sat in Tang's room, and after a brief silence, Muli could no longer contain her complaints. I can't believe those people dared to kill our pig. That was Tang's mount. Tang remained silent, merely nodding with his arms crossed. It might not sound good, but I think this could be a blessing in disguise. At least a donkey could help Tang practice his riding skills, allowing for more travel and better load bearing. Shinsi offered a different perspective. Tang still said nothing, continuing to nod. The two looked at Tang and suddenly felt something was off, asking in unison, Tang, what are you thinking? I'm thinking about the Blood Clan's empress. Of both times are related to her, and it seems the Blood Clan is collaborating with the Fear's Kingdom. Tang expressed his concerns. Muli blinked in surprise, somewhat confused. Tang, the Blood Clan does not have an empress, only a king. No empress. Tang turned his head in surprise. But I heard that the Fear's Kingdom also does not have an empress. Who is the empress mentioned by the bandits and traffickers? Muli and Shinsi shook their heads together, indicating they didn't know. After thinking for a while with no results, Tang simply decided to stop pondering. Let's rest for now, we'll depart tomorrow and prepare to enter the city. Okay, good night. After Shinsi finished speaking, he left the door with Muli following closely behind. Tang. Hearing Muli calling him, Tang looked up at the door, where Muli stood by the door. Thank you for today. The moment the words left her mouth, Muli felt a bit shy, quickly closed the door, leaving Tang in a daze. The next morning, sunlight poured through the window onto Muli's eyelids. The sleeping face of the beautiful girl was sweet, her trembling eyelashes were lively. Upon sensing the light, she opened her sleepy eyes and lazily stretched, making the action quite adorable. Indeed, the great bard Muli was such a beautiful girl, Muli remembered. Just after getting up, Muli looked toward the window, feeling the brightness outside, and swiftly patted her cheeks to wake herself up a bit more. The girl quickly got out of bed and pushed the bed back to its original corner. What she wore was not sleepwear, but clothes suitable for going out. All she needed to do was put on her shoes to wash up, which was very convenient. The washing area was on the first floor, where there was a large water tank that the inn staff filled every day by fetching water from the village well. With a splash followed by the intermittent sound of running water and droplets hitting the ground. The originally somewhat groggy Muli instantly woke up, seeing Tang already washing up. Good morning, Muli. At that moment, Muli was somewhat entranced. Tang's face was wet from the water, and a few strands of hair were perfectly sticking to his forehead, making his face appear translucent and quite handsome under the light. Tang, you woke up quite early. Muli casually found a topic to discuss. Of course, it's an old habit of mine. Tang quickly wiped the droplets off his face and used the towel hanging around his neck to absorb the remaining moisture. Noticing that Tang was already done washing up, Muli immediately filled a cup with water and took out a small brush to start brushing her teeth. Coming over was Xian, she who evidently did not expect Tang and Muli to wake up so early. After a brief morning greeting, he stood beside Muli and began washing up. He'll go check on the new mount in the stable, Tang said to the two of them. Go ahead, Muli replied indistinctly. He'll come find you later, Xian, she also responded. Tang left quickly, and Muli soon finished washing up. However, seeing that Xian she was also about to finish, she decided to wait a little. It was during this wait that Muli noticed something special. Xian she, I didn't pay attention before, but now I see. Your washing supplies are exquisitely crafted, not something one could buy easily. Muli looked at the small brush in Xian she's hand, and then at her own. Although the designs were basically the same, the materials were worlds apart. Is that so? Xian she felt a bit nervous at Muli's comment. Of course your toothbrush is made of porcelain, right? Ordinary families can't afford that. The bristles look softer than mine. This is what I brought with me before leaving home. My family was wealthy back then, and we had plenty of material possessions. I might not be used to something else. Hearing Xian's somewhat awkward explanation, Muli became even more concerned. I thought someone from a family like yours would have some airs about them, but I was expecting you to feel out of place these days. Fortunately, after wandering for a while and being caught by traffickers, I've already shed those airs. Xian, she smiled wryly, revealing a hint of bitterness. Before I left, I had fantasized about quickly rising to the peak of life like in stories, standing high up and enjoying the scenery I wished to see. I had the same thought, but I almost starved to death later on. Muli laughed self-deprecatingly, then turned and entered the inn. The two quickly tidied up their belongings, and then found Tang happily interacting with the new mount in the stable. You can understand what I'm saying, right? Gray Dragon. Tang's tone was very excited, like a child who had just seen a beloved new toy. The old donkey, referred to as Gray Dragon by Tang, brayed a couple of times, and nodded, then gently scraped the ground with its hooves. It seems you really like it, Tang. Xian, she said, feeling like she was watching a child. Hearing Xian's voice, Tang immediately turned his head and replied excitedly, of course. Gray Dragon and I share a deep bond. It understands every word I say. We are the best of companions. Tang, what about the flower knight? Muli suddenly pouted. Ahem, Muli, Tang suddenly said seriously, let's not bring up the past anymore. Muli's face suddenly fell. Tang, your statement sounds like a fickle man who gets tired of new things. Although my bond with the flower knight isn't deep, what happened yesterday still makes me angry. The culprit has already been punished, and I shouldn't hold a grudge against the villagers for this matter. As he spoke, Tang looked toward the other side of the stable. Muli and Xian, she curiously walked over, passing by the sleeping one-armed bandit on the grass, and quickly spotting a bruised, dying man tied to the ground. Wow, so tragic, Muli couldn't help but exclaim. The limbs look a bit frail, but the whole person is swollen by 2 sizes. The villagers didn't hold back. Xian, she nodded. If I were Tang and saw the culprit turn out like this, I would probably feel a bit less angry. While saying this, Muli shook her head, no longer looking at the man's tragic state, but instead turning to Tang, who was leading Gray Donkey out of the stable. Tang, what's its name again? Muli asked. Gray Dragon. Dragon. I thought you were going to name it Gray Knight, Muli commented. Now I feel that name is a bit unlucky. Alright, I think I understand what you're thinking, Tang. Why don't you try riding it? Xian, she suggested for Tang to get on the donkey's back. Tang, easily mounted, and Gray Dragon did not resist like the flower knight did, being quite obedient. It's time to showcase my true skills. Watch closely my talent for riding. Tang proudly declared on the donkey's back, then used his body to control Gray Donkey's movements. Muli and Xian, she watched as Tang bounced a few times on the donkey's back, but Gray Donkey showed no reaction. Suddenly, Tang lowered his body and whispered in Gray Donkey's ear, Gray Dragon, take a few steps forward. Gray Donkey perked its ears and immediately took a few steps forward before stopping. Tang immediately turned around on the donkey's back to look at his 2 companions. Muli, Xian, did you see that? But I think Gray Dragon still needs some professional training. Tang, get down and let me try. Xian, she waved at Tang, quickly switching places with him. When Xian, she got on the donkey, there was no resistance, and with just a few movements, she was able to skillfully control Gray Donkey's actions. Then Xian, she got off the donkey and began stroking Gray Dragon's face. While bonding with Gray Donkey, Xian, she did not forget to say to Tang, Tang, Gray Dragon has experience. It understands riding commands. It's your actions that are not right. Did you hear that, Tang? Muli suddenly leaned towards Tang, being playful. It's quite amusing that such a strong knight can't ride properly. Ahem, Tang coughed awkwardly. Muli, Xian, you have to believe that the bond between Gray Dragon and me can transcend any riding skills. Yes, bond, Muli laughed. I think it's because Gray Dragon is too spirited. Xian, she bluntly revealed the truth. It's getting late. I'll go get my luggage. Let's prepare to set off for Qian City, Tang said, leaving without looking back. Muli and Xian, she exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Speaking of which, there are still many magical beasts lurking outside Qian City. Qianan City, the first city on the border of the Illuruo Kingdom, governs all the small towns in this area and is always the front line against magical beasts and external enemies. The newly established New Covenant town also falls under the jurisdiction of Qianan City. The town mayor is a baron, and his superior, the lord of Qianan City, is naturally also a noble, a higher-ranking viscount, and the scale of the Knight Order is not comparable to the several dozen to 100 people of New Covenant town. On the back of the Gray Donkey, Xinshi and Muli sat one after the other. Tang found their pace too slow, which is why he allowed them to ride on the Gray Dragon's back. In a more formal occasion, Tang's mount would not permit them to ride. In the eyes of other knights, this would be seen as an affront to authority and insult. Even if Tang did not think so, he would still have to make them dismount in such situations to avoid complications. This matter was even pointed out by Muli and Xinshi to Tang, otherwise he would have paid it no mind. From a distance, the three could see fully armed knights guarding the city gate, and Muli and Xinshi dismounted in unison, closely following Tang. The flow of people entering and exiting the city was somewhat busy, but there were only 2 knights, and not many knights could be seen at the city gate. Given this situation, it's no wonder the Lord did not dispatch the Knight Order to exterminate the bandits. He probably found his own men insufficient. As they queued, Tang tilted his head and noticed a large wooden box beside the 2 knights filled with numerous weapons such as swords and spears. He was somewhat worried that his longsword might also be confiscated. Fortunately, he had already stored it in his storage space, but he feared he would be unable to use it when necessary in the city. Muli noticed Tang's actions and naturally guessed his thoughts, proactively explaining Tang Ranger Knights are also formal knights. They can carry weapons into the city and use them inside. This is a privilege. Privilege? Upon hearing Muli's voice, Tang felt reassured, but his expression did not reflect much happiness. Privileges in themselves are a form of injustice, yet considering that too much fairness could lead to numerous injuries among civilians or knights, Tang fell into deep thought. Regular mercenaries and adventurers can also bring weapons into the city after registering their information, but in case of any incidents, knights will be the first to approach them. Muli continued. However, wearing full armor in the city is an exception. Even registered mercenaries and adventurers can only wear half armor within the city. Shinchi added to Muli's words. The man in front of Tang, upon hearing terms like full armor, carrying weapons, and privileges, turned his head curiously, only to be startled at the sight of Tang's somewhat damaged armor. Sir Knight, please, you don't need to queue behind me. The man immediately showed a flattering smile at Tang. No need for that. Tang waved his hand to refuse. Upon hearing that there was a knight, those in front turned back, all frightened, stepping aside, as if to let Tang enter the city first. This special treatment made Tang feel uncomfortable. He wanted to refuse, but was elbowed by Muli from behind. The two knights guarding the city gate also noticed Tang, and thinking something was wrong, tightened their grips on their weapons. However, upon seeing the armor on Tang, they exchanged glances, as if inquiring about each other's opinions. One of them immediately pointed at Tang, and shouted, "The one in armor, come here, quickly, don't obstruct our queue." Tang wanted to argue, but Muli and Shinchi pushed him forward. "Tang, you are disrupting normal order." "Tang, this is normal in the city, oh let's go ahead." Tang reluctantly nodded, leading the two on a donkey to the front of the city gate. "Are you a knight?" the guarding knight asked Tang. Tang nodded, and replied, "Ranger Knight." "Ranger Knight? Ranger Knights can easily be impersonated. We need to conduct a detailed inquiry, please don't mind." Another knight said after some thought. "No problem, feel free to ask." Tang did not hesitate at all. "Where's your breastplate?" "During the battle against the Blood Clan, it was shattered." "Where are you from, knight?" "Who conferred you?" "From New Covenant Town, conferred by the Baron's daughter of New Covenant Town." Upon hearing Tang's response, the two knights suddenly frowned, exchanging glances, as if becoming vigilant towards Tang. At that moment, Shinchi stepped forward and proactively explained, "The noble's only daughter has the right of inheritance if she can confer at adulthood." The two knights nodded, acknowledging this result, and then asked, "What is the situation with the Blood Clan? Can you share?" Tang replied, "They are bandits who occupy the mountain. Their leader turned into a Blood Clan member, and I, along with my companions, infiltrated their hideout and killed him." Tang's answer shared the credit and glory with Shinchi and Muli, allowing the two knights to imagine the three battling against the bandits, making them feel somewhat incredulous. "We are aware of the bandits you mentioned. Many village heads have written to request the Knight Order to send troops, but the Knight Order is powerless to exterminate the bandits. Now, with frequent activities of magical beasts outside the city and a lack of personnel within, if you truly have the capability to exterminate a bandit hideout, would you consider joining our Knight Order?" Tang immediately shook his head, refusing the Knight Order's invitation. Although entering the Knight Order isn't as simple as an invitation, this could be seen as a recommendation, and the real decision-makers would surely consider it leniently. "May I ask if a village head and a merchant have recently come by?" "I just came from the village they manage, and the old village head likely does not know about this matter." Tang inquired about the whereabouts of the village head from the two knights. "Yes, they left in the morning. You came too late," the knight replied. Tang nodded, and simply bid farewell to the two knights before entering the city. It seems the old village head got the results he wanted, so he hurried back to the village. Muli continued the conversation based on Tang's previous question. "I think they are probably preparing to move, otherwise they wouldn't be in such a rush." Shinchi shared her thoughts. "Once they learn that the bandit leader is dead and the other members have been captured, they will surely be shocked." Tang nodded, and quickly changed the topic. "By the way, do you know any fun places in the city?" "This is my first time in a big city." Shinchi gently shook her head. "Tang, strictly speaking, this is just a medium-sized city. There aren't many large cities in the Illyrio Kingdom." Muli thought for a moment. There shouldn't be many fun places, but the larger the city, the more prosperous its economy. Why not go for a stroll? Upon hearing Muli's suggestion, Tang immediately nodded. Meanwhile, a certain wizard who should have been waiting for the trio in Qianan City was still in a forest. The surrounding trees were towering lush, and the sounds of insects and birds could be heard, likely from a deep mountain forest. With many fallen leaves stuck in her hair, the disheveled and downtrodden wizard Ivina held a map, constantly comparing it, but the more she looked, the more she felt something was wrong. Finally, in frustration, she threw the map and shouted, "Where is this place?" A woo! A wolf howl echoed, and the forest fell silent. Ivina froze upon seeing many pairs of eyes appearing around her. "Huh! Hey, wow!" After Tang emitted two exclamations, he suddenly transformed into a disinterested state regarding his surroundings. Muli was momentarily at a loss as to where to begin her critique. "What's wrong, Tang? Do you feel something strange?" She looked at Tang, wanting to know why he had made such sounds. "No, I just feel it's a bit different from what I imagined." Tang gently shook his head. "So what did you imagine Qian City to be like?" Muli asked Tang. For example, there are witches flying on broomsticks in the sky, powerful warriors everywhere, and potion shops at every turn. As Tang spoke, he pointed around. The ordinary residential houses were built of stone and would looking quite plain with nothing particularly special. There were quite a few pedestrians on the street, causing the road to be somewhat congested with vehicles or livestock occasionally passing by and people crossing here and there. On the roadside, there were some small vendors with baskets of crops and a large piece of cloth marking a stall. Those who were a bit more refined would set up their goods on wooden racks and call out every so often. As one walked towards the city center, there were more shops, but they were all small, with customers lining up outside selecting goods from the samples on the shelves and then having someone bring them out to check out. Looking around, it seemed there was nothing related to magic. Muli listened to Tang's words and sighed helplessly. Tang, I really don't know what you're fantasizing about. Although cities like the one you described exist, there are very few in the world. Oh, where are they? Tang became instantly interested upon hearing that a magical city which he had imagined might actually exist. You need to go to a larger kingdom, a more prosperous city, or a place where wizards often gather. Otherwise, well, Muli suddenly pouted, gesturing for Tang to look in the direction she indicated. Tang curiously turned to look and discovered a tall, furry man, likely in his prime. Tang couldn't be sure, but the little girl he was holding was definitely his daughter. The little girl seemed to sense Tang's gaze and immediately turned her head, then timidly shrank closer to her father. Her father had just received a loaf of bread from the shopkeeper and quickly noticed his daughter's unease. Looking in the direction indicated by her gaze, he turned his attention to Tang. His initial look was one of wariness and hostility, but upon noticing Tang's armor, he quickly reined in those emotions and respectfully nodded towards Tang. Tang also silently nodded back, watching as the man hurriedly led the child away. It seemed the residents of the city had a certain fear of knights. That's a canine race, an orc. By the way, this can't be Tang's first encounter with an orc, right? If Tang hasn't left New Covenant Town, I doubt there would be orcs in such a border town. Xin, she looked at Tang curiously. Tang shook his head. This is my first time traveling far. To be honest, I feel excited and thrilled, but also a bit uneasy. Tang feels uneasy too. I thought you were fearless. Muli teased. Tang smiled and explained it's not fear, just anticipation and unfamiliarity with the unknown. Let's go. We should find a place to rent. We might need to stay here for a while. After saying that, Tang prepared to head in another direction. Wait a minute, how long is for a while? What do you plan to do, Tang? Muli instinctively sensed something was off and quickly grabbed Tang. Isn't the city currently facing the threat of magical beasts? I plan to stay and see if I can help a bit. If the situation continues for too long, we will proceed to the royal capital as originally planned. Xin, she frowned slightly and said, Tang, this isn't something you can control alone. Of course I know, but if everyone thinks like that, the city might fall sooner or later. Besides, I intend to become the greatest knight. How can I retreat at such a time? Tang retorted. Seeing Tang reveal a confident smile, Muli and Xin, she exchanged glances, both recognizing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Once Tang sets his mind to something, there's no way to persuade him otherwise. This really has nothing to do with you, Tang. Muli said with a light smile. This is about lending a hand to those in need. I can't just walk away. After saying that, Tang gently patted the back of the gray donkey. What do you think? Gray dragon. The gray donkey brayed twice, nodding its head in approval of Tang's idea. Seeing it nod, Tang was delighted and affectionately patted his new mount. All right, my knight who told you to be my boss. Muli revealed a helpless smile and silently took out paper and pen to record this experience. After she finished recording Xin, she gently nudged Muli's arm with his elbow and whispered, actually, a knight like Tang is more reliable than the knight order, making people feel at ease. Muli thought about it carefully and realized it was true. If all knights could be like Tang, the knight order would surely be beloved. Afterward, the three of them wandered around, asking local residents about places to stay, spending quite a bit of time, and finally renting a large flat. The room was reasonably furnished with a long table and 4 chairs, as well as a large wardrobe and 3 single beds. Yes, all 3 of them would have to sleep in the same room. I'm sorry, the funds are limited, and to stay long-term it can only be like this. Tang smiled apologetically at Muli. Don't we still have the tent? It can serve as a screen as long as you don't mind. Muli replied, I'm fine. Oh, weren't we 3 sleeping together in the tent in the wild before? It's nothing major, just as long as you 2 big men pay a bit more attention. As she said this, Muli glared at Xin, she and Tang. After all, she was the only beautiful girl here. What if the 2 men sharing the living space tried to do something to her? While Muli actually trusted that Xin, she and Tang wouldn't do such things. What about Xin, she? Tang looked at Xin, she. This young master, coming from a privileged background, had only shared a tent out of necessity. It was uncertain how he would adapt to this situation. Oh, me. I have no objections, but could I also have a screen? Xin, she looked at Tang, feeling a bit shy. She was a young lady disguised as a man, if she needed a screen to cover up. If her 2 companions discovered her true identity, her adventure would likely come to an end. No problem. After saying that, Tang quickly set up 2 makeshift screens between the 3 beds. All right now. Tang suddenly flashed a triumphant smile at Muli. Muli, take note, the great knight, Tang, is about to embark on a new adventure. Muli blinked in confusion and asked, what do you want to do? I saw a place called the Adventurers Guild from a distance on the way to find a place to stay. It's a must-visit spot. The Adventurers Guild, aptly named. is where adventurers accept commissions in exchange for reward. They could equally be called mercenaries, yet adventurer connotes a spirit of daring and discovery, far more dignified, and thus the guild adopted this title. Within Xianan City stands but a single adventurers guild, modest in scale, not sprawling yet spacious enough to accommodate over 100 souls with ease. Its interior bears no extravagant ornamentation, its aesthetic mirrors that of common residences, white stone walls, timber roofs, doors, and windows, elegant in its understated refinement. Tang, what kind of commission would you like to accept? Muli asked, standing at the guild's threshold. Monster slaying, of course. I've long yearned to witness slimes and goblins firsthand. Tang declared, brimming with excitement. Yet at the mere mention of those two creatures, Muli wrinkled her nose in distaste. Ah, slimes and goblins. What's wrong, Muli? Tang tilted his head, curious at her expression of revulsion. Slimes are commonly encountered in the wild. They pose little threat, yet leave one disgustingly sticky. As for goblins, here Muli shuddered involuntarily. I was once hunted by them during my solo travels. Grotesque, repulsive, utterly vile to behold. Hearing this, Shinsi leaned in, intrigued. Are they truly as dreadful as you say? I'd imagine most monsters rather charming, or at least as alluring as vampires, who tend to be strikingly handsome or beautiful. What an unworldly young master you are, utterly ignorant of life's perils. Muli retorted, half teasing, half exasperated. Truly one wonders what sheltered paradise he's lived in. How utterly maddening and enviable. Don't fear, Muli. They'll protect you. And consider this your vengeance. Tang smiled, then added swiftly, there's another reason too. I also wish to hone my skills through combat. But there's something far more vital. What is it? Muli and Shinsi spoke in unison. Earning coin, to pay you both. From now on, I'll strive to settle your wages ahead of schedule. Shinsi paused, startled, then offered a shy, tender smile. Muli, however, gazed at Tang with eyes alight, brimming with newfound admiration. Tang, the moment you vowed to earn money and pay us early, I felt your silhouette rise, towering, radiant, indomitable. Oh, is that so? I've always thought so myself. Tang curved his lips upward. Of course it is. When someone like you declares a raise, it's nothing short of heroic. Here, try it now. Tang's smile vanished instantly. Muli, I'm sorry. I simply lack the means to increase your wages just yet. Just teasing. Come on, let's go inside. With a playful grin, Muli slipped her arm through Tang's and gently guided him into the guild. Inside, adventurers queued before the counter, humans and several beastkin alike. Tang's gaze was drawn immediately to the latter. After only a brief wait, the pair reached the front desk. Oh, Sir Knight, how may I assist you? The receptionist, spotting Tang's armor, bowed slightly in deference. I'd like to accept a commission. Tang cut straight to the point. Yet the receptionist hesitated, then asked cautiously, are you a wandering knight? Tang nodded. Ah, understood. Please wait a moment. She exhaled softly, visibly relieved, and promptly handed him a registration form. Fill this out. We'll issue your guild card upon completion. Tang complied without delay. Glancing at Muli and Shinsi beside him, he uttered not a word. Yet both shook their heads in silent refusal, as if reading his unspoken intent. Only Tang needed to register. As this is your first commission, guild regulations prohibit assigning overly demanding tasks, meaning your reward may fall short of expectation. Would this assignment suit you? She handed Tang a commission slip. Slay 10 slimes by the riverside and collect their viscous secretions. Reward 1 gold coin. A textbook standard assignment. Tang murmured aloud. Textbook? What textbook? Muli furrowed her brow in mild confusion, but dismissed it, assuming Tang had merely spoken nonsense again. Accepted. This one will do. Slimes, gelatinous, amorphous beasts, were notoriously feeble. One strike was all it took. Shink. A sword descended, and a slime dissolved into a puddle upon the grass. Shinsi silently retrieved a globule of viscous secretion from the puddle and placed it into a specimen pouch. Tang, 9 collected. He quickly tallied the pouch's contents and reported the count. Ah, just one more. Tang replied, voice calm and unruffled. Nearby, Muli sat cross-legged atop a large boulder, diligently sketching notes on Tang's slime-slaying technique. Tang, weren't you ecstatic just moments ago? Why the sudden disinterest? She called out. Because slimes bear no resemblance to what I imagined. They're pathetically weak. Tang turned, shouting back, and with a casual sweep of his blade felled the 10th slime. Shinsi darted forward to retrieve its secretion. Seeing Tang sheath his weapon, Muli knew the task was complete. She leapt from the boulder and rushed to his side, protesting. Tang, you must at least look heroic. How can I chronicle your epic battle against the slimes if you fight like this? But I truly need only one effortless stroke. Tang sighed, exasperated. You should channel your presence, like before. Muli instantly mimicked him, adopting a solemn, commanding expression. I shall become the blazing sun that rends the night asunder. That's how you do it. No lethargy, no silence. You don't even shout a single technique anymore while slaying slimes. Muli, it really is just one effortless stroke. Then tell me, what did you imagine slimes to be like? Muli leaned in, genuinely curious about the formidable, thrilling slimes that might ignite Tang's fervor. At last, Tang's eyes lit up. In my vision, slimes shift fluidly between forms, deflect all physical strikes, devour even the mightiest spells, consume and assimilate anything into nourishment for themselves. Muli froze, speechless. Tang, what realm of torment did you just describe? Thus concluded the novice adventurer's inaugural trial, effortlessly completed, earning him 1 gold coin. Alas, this was a newcomer's privilege. Standard pay would have been merely 1 silver coin. Had Tang pursued such commissions daily? Well, meanwhile at last a disheveled young mage approached the city gate. Her robes were grimed and torn and her body weary beyond measure, her wand clutched like a crutch to bear her weight. Gazing upon Qianan City, so near at last, tears welled in her eyes. Hordes of beasts, swarms of insects, hunters' snares. Haha. Qianan City, I've made it. The task was completed so quickly. I believe Sir Knight will surely become an excellent adventurer, right? Please take this, it is your reward. In the Adventurers Guild, the receptionist quickly counted the commission tasks upon seeing Tang return and immediately paid him a gold coin. Seeing her flattering demeanor towards Tang, Muli inexplicably found the woman somewhat unpleasant. While she smiled at ordinary adventurers, there was always a sense of indifference, yet when facing Tang there was an air of sycophancy, which naturally led Muli to label her as a flatterer in her heart. Listening to the praises, Tang gently shook his head and smiled. My goal is not to become a better adventurer. The receptionist realized she had misspoken and did not rush to explain, only displaying a friendly smile. By the way, do I need to choose a name for myself? A pseudonym, a code name? Tang looked curiously at the receptionist, his face showing clear excitement. It seemed he was eager to choose a name that could resonate throughout the world. If you want, you can change the registration information at any time, but please note that after each change, the next modification will take quite a long time. The receptionist smiled. Tang nodded to indicate he understood. Considering the potential long wait time, he decided not to rush into changing his name. Instead, taking Muli and Xian, she to find a restaurant for a nice meal. To celebrate the successful completion of our first adventure commission, let's indulge today. The budget is this 1 gold coin. Walking along the road, Tang held the gold coin in his hand and flicked it high. The golden coin reflected a light, symbolizing wealth in the sunlight, immediately attracting the attention of many passers-by, and then he quickly grabbed it. Noticing the gazes directed at him, Xian, she immediately leaned closer to Tang and whispered, Tang, don't flaunt your wealth, be careful of pickpockets. Hearing Xian's words, Tang smiled confidently. I know, I'll look at the gazes of the people around us, just as I expected. Xian, she raised her eyebrows in surprise, and then looked around, realizing that the gazes that had been on them had already disappeared. Occasionally catching sight of a man with a shifty demeanor, the man merely shot a wary glance at Tang before quickly fleeing. It seemed these people were afraid of Tang. No, it should be fear of the armor Tang was wearing. Oh right, Tang is a knight, and the public tends to fear knights. I should have realized that sooner. But why was I worried just now? Xian, she started to scrutinize Tang closely and soon understood the reason. Tang was completely different from most knights. She knew to the point that she sometimes forgot he was a genuine knight, and she had even witnessed his knighthood ceremony herself. Tang, were you doing that on purpose? Muli sensed a deeper meaning in Tang's words. Yes, I just wanted to observe the people's reactions to a knight. The results were completely different from New Covenant Town. It's different. New Covenant Town is too small, and the knights there are all from the village neighbors who have known each other since childhood. Tang, once you go to a larger city, you'll have a deeper experience. Xian, she said, also worried that Tang might feel out of place in such an environment. Tang laughed lightly and shook his head, saying, what's done is done, let's eat first. The two were taken aback, then also laughed lightly. Hee, since you're so generous, I won't hold back. Then I'll order something expensive too. Sure, just don't exceed the budget. Tang, there are plenty of delicious foods in the city. Oh, as a bard, I know all the signature dishes from various places. Then, led by Muli, the two wandered around and chose a restaurant that looked quite nice. They joked about eating Tang poor, but they didn't order anything too expensive. 1 gold coin is equivalent to 10 silver coins, and the three of them spent 3 silver coins for this meal. After eating and drinking their fill, they also remembered to buy some radishes at the market to bring back for the Grey Dragon. However, as they walked, Tang suddenly stopped in his tracks, looking in a certain direction. Tang. Xian, she immediately noticed Tang's pause and quickly grabbed Muli, who was walking in front. Over there. Tang gazed into the distance and gently pointed, signaling the two to look. Xian, she and Muli curiously turned their gaze to where Tang pointed and immediately saw a disheveled wizard. The wizard wore a pointed witch hat and a starry patterned magical robe, making it evident to anyone that he was a wizard, but he wasn't holding a wand and was dirty all over. A wizard. Xian, she murmured to herself. Looks like he has encountered quite a bit. Muli cast a sympathetic glance. In the next moment, the two caught sight of a figure passing by them, and they were instantly startled. Why did Tang rush over? Ah, my wand. So hungry. The wizard, ignoring the gazes of those around him, lamented to himself. Suddenly his legs went soft, and he began to fall forward. However, the expected slight pain did not come. The wizard looked up to find that someone was supporting him. Ah, thank you, I'm sorry for dirtying your clothes. If I need to pay for damages, please wait a moment, my money was stolen. The wizard was quite polite, but there was a sense of excessive self-defense. There's no need to apologize. More than these matters, it seems you need help. Do you want me to help you catch the thief? Hearing the sunny voice of the person who helped him, which was unexpectedly gentle and pleasant, the wizard slightly lifted his head and soon saw the armored arm. Was he a mercenary with ulterior motives? Or just a passing young adventurer? The wizard thought to himself, then lifted his head to look at Tang's handsome face. That face was unexpectedly charming. The wizard blinked and immediately took 2 steps back, maintaining a certain distance from Tang. I apologize, Sir Knight. I hope I haven't caused you any trouble. The wizard watched Tang with caution. Although he was missing a piece of chest armor, his armor was relatively intact, definitely a knight, yet there was no noble crest in sight. Could he be a ranger knight? No trouble at all. I am a knight, and helping those in need is what I should do. After Tang finished speaking Muli and Xian, she also came to his side. Let's get acquainted. My name is Tang. The wizard, cautiously examining the 3 before him, began to speak. My name is Yifna Gordon. Yifna announced her name, carefully observing the expressions of the 3, but noticed nothing unusual. You look like you've just escaped from being chased by a pack of magical beasts in the forest, only to be stopped by the guards at the city gate, who confiscated your wand. Muli scrutinized Yifna for a moment, and then delivered a rather apt long sentence. Yifna was taken aback, her mouth slightly agape. After a few seconds she replied, Indeed, that's the case. Not only that, but I also had my wallet stolen amidst the crowd, and now I'm both tired and hungry. If you don't mind. Tang didn't finish his sentence, but glanced at Shinsi. Shinsi blinked, quickly understanding Tang's meaning, and then pulled out a few carrots from her backpack, saying, Tang, this is all I have. Tang looked at Yifna again, silently inquiring about her thoughts. Thank you, but no need. Yifna shook her head in refusal, yet her stomach let out a loud growl a moment later. Gur, I'm so hungry. That's probably what Yifna's stomach was saying. She immediately turned her head away in embarrassment. You take this for now. Tang quickly took out 7 silver coins and forced them into Yifna's hands. Under the astonished gaze of the others, Tang continued, I will help you find the thief, but I can't get your wand back. I'll take my leave now. See you next time. Wait. Yifna called out as she saw Tang eager to find the thief. No need for you to look. Once I've eaten my fill, I'll find a way to catch him myself. Yifna quickly scanned her surroundings and soon locked onto a shop. Wait for me, don't leave. After telling Tang, she dashed toward a bakery by the street. However, she was too tired and hungry. After taking just a few steps, her left foot tripped over her right. Fortunately, after a few wobbles, she steadied herself and continued to jog towards the shop. Where did this beggar come from? Go away, don't disturb my business. As soon as the shopkeeper saw a disheveled person leaning on the counter, he immediately wanted to chase her away. Yifna, clearly angered by this remark, shouted, Look closely. I am a magician. And that bring me 4 bottles of that drink. After saying this, before the shopkeeper could react, she slammed a silver coin on the counter. Upon seeing the money, the shopkeeper no longer cared whether the person before him was a beggar or a noble magician. He focused on welcoming his customers with a smile, fetching the food Yifna requested. Starved Yifna didn't care about her image. She could finish 3 loaves of bread and a bottle of milk in just a few bites. She quickly took her change and ran back to Tang with 3 bottles of milk in her arms. You all take this. She distributed the milk to the 3 and continued, I will definitely return the borrowed money within a week. After finishing her words, Yifna's gaze suddenly sharpened as she scrutinized the 3 again. She had been too hungry to think straight, now that she looked closely. A knight, the blonde one, is a retainer and a half-elf. Isn't this exactly the person her master told her to find? The task seems to be to secretly protect Senseiya. It's best to pretend not to know for now. By the way, I haven't asked for your names yet. Yifna looked at Muli and Shinsi. You can call me Muli. Shinsi. Senseiya, it must be correct. This is the 2nd young lady of the Roland Marquis family. Yifna thought to herself. At this moment, Tang interrupted her thoughts with a question. Miss Yifna, the method you mentioned earlier, is it related to wind and earth magic? At that moment, Yifna shot Tang a wary and incredulous look, as if she had seen some kind of monster. How do you know I can use those 2 types of magic? I can see you have a talent in that area, Tang smiled. Just then Shinsi suddenly reached out and grabbed Tang's arm, pulling him back a few steps and whispering, Tang, you're saying too much. Don't reveal too much about yourself. I know, sorry to worry you, Tang replied softly. It's not that I'm worried about you. I find this magician a bit strange. Shinsi said. Tang was somewhat surprised. Strange. How so? Shinsi, actually I approached her on my own. Shinsi was stunned. Upon careful thought, it was indeed like that. If anyone were to be strange, it should be Yifna. Finding Tang strange, how could they suspect her? Now as Tang turned back to chat warmly with Yifna, Shinsi did not stop him. Even the strange feeling from earlier was dismissed as an illusion. Muli glanced at Tang, then at Shinsi, and then whispered to Yifna. Tang fell and hit his head. So, he sometimes says strange things. Don't take it to heart. Yifna nodded, temporarily setting aside her doubts about Tang. Watching Tang approach, she immediately put on a friendly smile and inquired. Tang, I just arrived in the city today, and I don't have a place to stay yet. Do you know where there are places with cheaper rent? I'm sorry to ask you for help again, but I'm currently broke. You all must have just arrived not long ago, right? I've heard that there have been many magical creatures around Qianan City recently, so you all should be careful. Although there is a night order, occasionally, some small magical beasts slip in. At that moment, Yifna had thrown out too much information for Tang to know where to start. After thinking it over, he decided to first address her housing issue. But little did Tang know this was exactly the result Yifna wanted. At this moment, Yifna was feeling quite pleased. This tactic was quite effective. It was one that Franca used to fool me every day. Speaking of which, I wonder how she's doing now. Her survival skills shouldn't have deteriorated, right? Although I can't cook or do housework aside from magic, it seems like I can't do anything else. but surely it should be fine to spend money on eating out and hiring someone to do housework. Sigh, what a worrisome master I have. After that, Yifna took the initiative to lead the conversation, chatting harmoniously with the three. In the end, with Tang's help, she borrowed some more money from him to rent a small room right next to Tang. Indeed, this was the result Yifna had wanted. She was sure that the others had just arrived not long ago, and given Tang's average gear, they didn't appear affluent. Therefore, proposing to help rent a room and diverting the conversation would easily allow her to rent a place nearby. However, Yifna was unaware that this was also Tang's planned outcome, the best result. After briefly bidding farewell to Yifna, the three went to the small stable in the backyard and fed the gray dragon with carrots. As 3 carrots appeared before it, the aged gray donkey hesitated for a moment, then began to eat the 3 carrots one by one, trying to give equal attention to each. Speaking of which, Tang, you seem quite enthusiastic about Yifna, Muli remarked, looking at the gray donkey in front of her mind wandering. Muli, Shinsi, you'll be honest with you, I don't spread it around. What's going on? Shinsi suddenly perked up, recalling scenes from heroic adventure stories about knights. Yes, I've taken a liking to her, Tang said earnestly. Soon after he heard the sound of something falling to the ground, it turned out a piece of carrot had dropped from the gray dragon's mouth. Tang. You. Muli looked at Tang in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Tang had fallen in love with Yifna. No way. She felt that Tang's thoughts were likely different from her own. Muli, you're the only one here who can use magic. Do you know how much it costs to learn magic from a magician? Tang cast a serious look at Muli. Oh, so it's like that. Muli displayed an expression of having expected this. Learning magic is extremely expensive, and not every magician has the ability to teach others how to use magic. To learn a spell from scratch, you need at least this amount. Muli held up one finger. 1 coin. No, 10 gold coins. Tang stared at Muri's raised fingers and swallowed nervously. At the mention of that sum, Tang's expression darkened unusually, and he lowered his head, lost in thought. Mori, how many gold coins did you spend learning magic? Tang asked, awkwardly glancing at her. Seeing his flustered demeanor, Mori inexplicably felt a surge of smug satisfaction and promptly preened. Who would have thought Tang could look so flustered? True, he was skilled, generous, courteous, and unfailingly polite, but he was after all merely a theater actor from a remote rural town, unversed in the wider world. If you only wish to grasp the fundamentals, I paid nothing. I learned from my parents, Mori replied. At the mention of her parents, Shinsi suddenly perked up with interest. Mori, you're a half-elf, so which parent is the elf? They must be stunningly beautiful, and your magical aptitude must be extraordinary. Shinsi's sudden enthusiasm left Mori momentarily speechless. After a long pause, she continued, my father is a formidable elf, but I inherited none of his magical talent. Having answered Shinsi, Mori redirected the conversation back to Tang's earlier question. Once you've mastered the basics, you may purchase matching grimoires for self-study, significantly reducing expenses, though your progress and technique will still lag behind those trained personally by a master. Besides, Tang, you're a knight. Why learn magic at all? You should train in martial techniques instead. They cost only 1/10 to half as much. Moreover, before beginning any training, you'll need an aptitude assessment to determine which elemental affinity suits you best. Tang stroked his chin in contemplation, then nodded, signaling understanding and offering Mori his sincere gratitude. Then Mori and Shinsi. I intend to accept adventuring commissions daily to earn more gold, Tang declared earnestly, fixing them both with steady eyes. Mori's face instantly fell, clearly reluctant. She'd just spent so long explaining, yet Tang's resolve remained unshaken. He clearly hadn't abandoned his ambition to learn magic. Shinsi rested her chin on her hand, silent, deep in quiet deliberation. If she invoked the power of bond, perhaps she could secure Tang an exceptional martial instructor. But doing so risked exposing her true identity, potentially ending all future adventures alongside Tang and Mori. That was Shinsi's private calculation. Please, I need you, Tang pleaded, his expression gently strained. He knew full well his own experience paled beside Mori's and Shinsi's. Without their aid, every endeavor would meet resistance. And weren't they comrades? One a retainer, the other a hired companion. How could either refuse such a heartfelt entreaty? Fine, I surrender. Mori sighed, offering a wry smile. But let me be clear, I'm quite weak, so you must protect us. Overjoyed, Tang thumped his chest in solemn vow. Of course. I swear it upon my life. Startled, Mori hastily batted his hand away. No. I can't bear it. Tang, forgive me for not asking earlier, do you know formal systematic swordsmanship? Shinsi inquired. Tang hesitated for a second, then shook his head. This time Shinsi's eyes lit with genuine delight. I studied swordsmanship before. I'll spar with you regularly, and we'll grow stronger together. Tang instantly grasped her offer of mentorship. With elation, he extended a fist. I entrust myself to you, Shinsi. Smiling warmly, Shinsi met his fist with her own. Watching the two exchange easy comradely banter, Mori pouted and murmured, though I can't teach magic properly, I will instruct you freely in wind and water affinity spells if you wish. Then you'll be Master Mori. Haha. Hearing this, Mori blushed faintly, playfully tussling with Tang for a moment. After feeding the gray dragon, they turned toward the house, only for Mori to spot Elfna dashing out the door, freshly changed. Her mage robes had been swapped for simple attire. Her short violet red hair fluttered lightly, scattering glistening droplets. She'd evidently just bathed, rushing out before even drying her hair, likely summoned by urgent business, perhaps chasing down a thief. Elfna ran a short distance, then pulled out a crude map, walking while sketching, constantly verifying landmarks around her. Some 30 minutes later, having circled back, Elfna approached a kindly-looking orc elder. Guided by his directions, she finally arrived before a weathered wooden cottage. Phew, Flanka's curio shop. I hope she left something worthwhile, Elfna murmured confidently, and immediately pressed her palm to the door. She swiftly chanted a spell, drawing forth a swarm of mana sprites that coalesced into a shimmering magical barrier before the entrance. As the sprites flooded the barrier, it dissolved entirely. Elfna withdrew a key from her pocket. Click. The lock disengaged smoothly, and the creaking wooden door swung open, releasing a plume of dust. Elfna waved her sleeve briskly to dispel the haze, then peered into the foggy interior. It wasn't filthy exactly, just profoundly cluttered, thick with dust. How long has Flanka been gone? Never mind, I'll clean it up. From now on, this shop belongs to me. Stepping inside, Elfna fluidly cast an unlocking charm on a wooden chest, then guided a delicate magic wand into her palm, using telekinetic force, and with a graceful flick unleashed a cascade of spells. Cleansing, organizing, dispersing dust. The mastery of her wind affinity magic far eclipsed Muri's by orders of magnitude. Surveying the newly tidied space, Elfna personally rearranged each object with meticulous care. While spell-based organization was efficient, its logic proved flawed, requiring human judgment to correct. As she removed several books, a small notebook slipped to the floor, catching her eye. She set the books aside and picked up the notebook, glanced once, and immediately wore an expression of profound, incredulous disdain. A ledger of overdue borrowed items. Flanka hasn't set foot here in at least 5 years. She murmured to herself, then noticed something tucked between the pages. Flipping it open, she found a note. The note bore handwriting, apparently a message: to my yet unmet disciple, if you found this note, you've passed your apprenticeship. In the storeroom awaits your graduation gift. Oh, and Flanka, please remember to eat on time. Touched, Elfna hurried to the storeroom, and there within a chest lay an exquisitely ornate magic wand. And a light weaving spell. Strange, why would Flanka put this thing in the box? Ivna set down her spellbook and took out the wand from the box, immediately feeling an attachment to it. But as she picked up the wand and carefully felt its exquisite craftsmanship, a few slightly yellowed pieces of paper that had been pressed by the wand caught Ivna's eye. Suggested selling price of 2 gold coins. The listing date is just a few days later. Ivna was utterly shocked. Her master Flanka was a grand sorcerer skilled in earth and wind elements with remarkable foresight and teleportation magic. These notes must have been left from prophetic divinations made 5 years ago. Flanka actually knew about the events that might occur today back then, but what did she mean by leaving these things behind? Ivna felt utterly confused. Her mind began to imagine Franka's daily demeanor, but no matter how she thought, she could only picture a cute fuzzy caterpillar with Franka's head, and she sighed helplessly. Flanka, oh Flanka, I really wonder if you've forgotten about this place. Ivna helplessly picked up her spellbook and took it behind the counter in the shop. Fire element magic, surely, it wasn't prepared for me. Ivna murmured to herself, then stood the new wand upright in the center of the space. Although Flanka left her some bewildering items, there was still something very important to do: find the thief who stole her wallet. As a disciple of a grand sorcerer, Ivna was also skilled in earth and wind magic, making it incredibly easy to find a little thief. The next day on the street, Muli and the others were on their way to the Adventurers Guild. According to yesterday's agreement, they would take on a commission task each day to accumulate funds for upgrading their equipment, but the trio's attention was soon diverted by the conversations of passers-by. I heard that the item shop in town has reopened. Is that magician back? The potions made by that magician work wonders. They can even cure baldness. I heard it's a little girl. Why not go take a look together? Seeing the companions leave, Tang slowly stopped and shifted his gaze to follow the figures of those people. A magic item shop, Tang repeated to himself. In simple terms, it's a shop that sells various magical-related goods, with most item shops primarily selling potions. It's quite expensive, isn't it? Anything related to magic isn't cheap, but it depends on the situation. Just then Tang suddenly moved and blocked a little boy passing by Muli. Stop right there. As soon as Tang spoke, the little boy suddenly tried to flee, startling him into quickly grabbing the boy's wrist. The little boy clearly hadn't expected Tang's reaction to be so quick. He turned to look at Tang, then his gaze was drawn to Tang's arm guard. In the next moment, the boy immediately crouched down and threw a bag of money onto the ground, loudly pleading, I'm sorry, noble knight. I didn't know this lady was related to you. Please don't catch me anymore." The boy's overwhelming reaction surprised all 3 of them. Muli immediately focused on the ground, exclaiming, "This seems to be my wallet." She patted herself in surprise, realizing that the place where her wallet should have been was empty. When was it stolen? Tang immediately glared at the boy. "You are so young, why are you out here stealing?" "Noble knight, please don't catch me, I beg you. I'm just a homeless orphan, and others think I'm too young to give me work, and I had no choice but to steal. Please don't catch me." Listening to the boy's desperate pleas, Tang frowned, feeling a bit conflicted. "I stole a lattice wallet yesterday, and now knights are after me. If I'm caught again, I'll definitely end up in jail." Upon hearing the keywords yesterday lady and wallet, Shinsi immediately leaned closer. "Is the lady you mentioned a magician?" Yes, she is a magician, but I thought she was down on her luck and didn't realize she was a magician at the time. No need to argue. Tang suddenly interrupted the boy's explanation, startling him into trembling all over. Please don't. Hearing the boy about to continue pleading, Tang quickly interjected, I won't send you to jail. Upon hearing this, the boy felt a bit relieved, but a sense of caution and confusion filled his heart. Tang, are you planning to let him go? Muli looked at Tang. If he goes out to steal again, it will harm others, right? But going to jail is too cruel for a child. Shinsi looked at Tang with a hint of helplessness. It seemed that no matter which choice was made, it would go against Tang's chivalry. Both of them were aware of this and felt worried for Tang. Tang did not respond to his companions, but squatted down earnestly, gazing into the boy's eyes. If I give you a chance to live a more stable life, like an ordinary person, would you be willing? The boy didn't understand Tang's meaning, but still nodded and responded, I would be willing, but if I had a choice, I wouldn't want to steal. Tang nodded, then took out 2 silver coins and placed them in the boy's hand. The boy thought this was Tang's charity and was about to thank him, but Tang quickly stopped him. Take these 2 silver coins to catch a carriage. If you encounter a village on the way to New Covenant Town, stop and ask the village chief if you can stay there, but you must help with the farm work. If someone asks about your background, say that you were sent by the knight Tang, who defeated the bandits. If they refuse, or there is no one in the village, just continue on to New Covenant Town and find an old man named Ujasong to apprentice under him and help him in his old age. If anyone asks about your origin, say you were introduced by Knight Tang. Did you remember all that? The boy stared at Tang, somewhat dazed, and nodded slightly. This may be your only chance, don't waste it. After saying this, Tang released the boy and patted his back. Now go, hurry up. The boy instinctively took a few steps forward, then cast a look of admiration towards Tang. He said nothing, only pressed his lips together, lowered his head and thought for a moment, then jogged away. Watching the boy's retreating figure, Tang suddenly asked his 2 companions, how do you think Ivna found him in the vast sea of people? What kind of magic is that so incredible? There are many wind element spells that can track items, including foresight and divination magic. As a wind element magician, Muli felt a bit proud. Speaking of which, we must mention the Grand Sorcerer, Franca Rossi. She's very strong, right? What level is a Grand Sorcerer? Of course, as for Grand Sorcerers, they are probably at the pinnacle of the world. So, when can you become a Grand Sorcerer, Muli? Simple, in my next life. Seeing the lively banter between the two, Shinsi couldn't help but smile. It would be wonderful to travel and adventure like this. However, a Grand Sorcerer. My parents probably can't afford a wind element magician skilled in foresight and divination, right? Shinsi felt a bit anxious. Then the 3 of them successfully accepted a suitable commission task at the Adventurers Guild. The task was a normal one, but perhaps not so friendly to Muli. Are you really planning to do this? The receptionist smiled awkwardly at Tang. Is there any issue with this quest? Tang asked, puzzled, glancing at the receptionist before turning to his 2 companions, only to find their expressions oddly strained. Tang, Muli let out a silly giggle, then said nothing. Shinsi gently tugged Tang's hand. Tang, be especially cautious on goblin hunting quests. Rumor has it they're exceedingly cunning. Hearing this, Tang frowned and immediately turned back to the receptionist. What exactly is unusual about goblins? The receptionist scratched her cheek lightly, then waved her hand dismissively. There's nothing inherently strange about goblins, but generally speaking, we discourage novice adventurers from taking female companions on goblin hunting assignments. Tang's expression turned bewildered. The receptionist continued, it relates to goblin biology. Goblins are exclusively male, and yet they possess the ability to reproduce with any female creature, spawning more goblins. Moreover, their combat prowess multiplies exponentially when fighting female beings. For the safety of new adventurers, we therefore advise against bringing women on such quests, and likewise we never assign goblin hunting commissions to female novices. Tang fell silent, deep in thought. Tang, I won't engage in direct combat. I don't see why you're so worried, Shinsi added calmly. Muli sensed Tang's unease and stepped beside him, nudging his arm lightly with her elbow. Still, goblins demand caution. Muli, perhaps you should stay behind. Tang looked at Muli. She shook her head and pulled out a wooden stylus and notebook, deliberately waving them before his eyes. Just goblins? Really, what on earth are you fretting about? How else am I supposed to document your deeds if I don't accompany you? Besides, Muli paused, then suddenly adopted an air of solemn gravity. I was once hunted by goblins during a solo journey. I still vividly recall every humiliating, desperate moment. That time I was trapped in a tree for 2 full days, rationing a single loaf into 3 meager portions, until the goblins finally retreated home for dinner, granting me my narrow escape. Muli. Tang stared at her, dazed. Remembering that ordeal, Muli clenched her fist, teeth gritted. I will never forget the shame of that day. No, what on earth are you even talking about? Tang found Muli's behavior inexplicably odd. Then he felt a hand settle gently upon his shoulder. He turned to see the Adventurers Guild receptionist. Her face softened with profound empathy as she shook her head, slowly brushing away a tear with one finger, as though Muli's tale had pierced her heart and awakened deep compassion. Tang remained utterly baffled. Shinsi, who'd never known hardship in his life, was equally perplexed. He hadn't even laid eyes on a goblin in all his years. In the next instant, Muli thrust her fist forward. Tang, take me with you. Let's hunt those goblins together. Tang gazed at her for a breathless moment, then nodded gravely. For your sake, I'll unleash the flame fist upon them. Huh? Muli blinked startled. What's the flame fist? A blazing melee strike. Muli blinked again, then awkwardly scratched the back of her head, pondering futilely before concluding Tang had simply lost his wits again. Still, she dutifully jotted it down in her notebook. In any case, Muli, we'll keep you safe. Tang flashed a confident smile and glanced toward Shinsi. Ah, yes, I do have some combat capability. Shinsi nodded, yet a faint wistfulness flickered across his face. He too longed to be shielded by a chivalrous knight or heroic adventurer. Oh, does the Adventurers Guild offer weapons or gear? Suddenly remembering he was unarmed, Shinsi turned eagerly to the receptionist. The guild provides basic equipment rental and purchase services. May I assist you with anything specific? At the mention of work, the receptionist instantly assumed a polished professional smile. A round shield and a short sword, please. Very well, please wait a moment. With a courteous nod, she excused herself and returned moments later from the guild's rear storeroom bearing both items. The short sword was unremarkable, forged of plain iron crudely wrought with no distinguishing features. The round shield was wooden rimmed with a thin band of iron resembling nothing so much as the lid of an oak cask. Had it not possessed a grip on its reverse, it truly would have been indistinguishable from a barrel top. Shinsi studied the gear with mild disdain, lips curling slightly upward. Weapons scavenged from any forgotten corner of his family's armory far surpassed these in craftsmanship. So naturally he held them in low regard. After swinging them idly twice, he offered a half-hearted compliment. Not bad. How much? 2 silver coins for the shield, 1 for the sword, the receptionist replied. As Shinsi reached for his purse, Tang gently stayed his hand. Shinsi, I'll cover this. To Tang, Shinsi was his retainer, and thus his gear ought to be his own responsibility. Yet Shinsi unexpectedly refused. No, Tang, listen carefully. These are the tools I'll use to protect my comrades. Tang did not grasp his meaning at first. Though my skill falls short of yours and my strength is modest, I'm certain I can hold the line long enough for you to return and reinforce me. As he spoke, Shinsi placed 3 silver coins into the receptionist's palm. And should you fall into peril, I'll rush to your side without hesitation. When Shinsi turned to him with that warm, steady smile, Tang finally understood. This was no mere servant setting forth. It was a fellow traveler choosing solidarity. Even were Shinsi not his sworn retainer, he would have made this choice all the same. Grasping the weight of those words, Tang gave a firm, respectful nod. Then my back is in your hands. Understood. Muli is under my protection. Muli watched them both, and quickly realized their talk of the rear referred not only to Tang's back, but also to her standing right behind him. By the way, does the guild sell arrows? What's the unit price? Tang turned to the receptionist. Yes, 1 silver coin per arrow. The receptionist smiled. How much? 1 silver coin. Tang fell silent. A commoner's average meal cost 10 copper coins, meaning a single arrow demanded the equivalent of 10 meals. Wasn't that absurdly expensive? Indeed, after receiving his advanced salary and securing lodging, Tang's coffers were perilously depleted. After a long pause, he spoke. 2 arrows, please. How many? 2. The receptionist, after a beat of quiet resignation, handed over 2 arrows, along with a dagger worth 50 copper coins, for Muli's personal defense, as though bundling scallions at market. Meanwhile, deep within the inner woods beyond the city walls, a strange thudding echoed, where a goblin club dripping crimson stood over its freshly slain prey. A rustling sound caught its ear. The goblin turned sharply to see a wild hare passing by. Disinterested, it turned away, hoisted a mangled, unrecognizable girl from the ground, and lumbered off. Goblins, a type of weak magical creature that may only be slightly stronger than slimes and skeletons, display significant variations in size among individuals, and even their skin colors tend toward various hues. However, these creatures possess a remarkably strong reproductive capability and are highly invasive, being cave-dwelling creatures that can operate around the clock. Yet one should not underestimate goblins. They are indeed formidable killers for newcomers. Many novice adventurers often suffer losses at the hands of goblins due to their carelessness, and some even lose their lives. This is what the notes on the quest information sheet state. It may seem somewhat alarmist, but it is always good to take it seriously. Oh, at least it increases the chance of survival. While it is wise to be cautious, Tang, are you being overly cautious? Muli silently put away the quest sheet and looked at Tang, who was almost lying flat on the ground. At this moment, Tang was still wearing his tattered armor, and due to the lack of a breastplate, he was considerably more agile than when he was fully armored, sufficient to handle some light reconnaissance tasks. He was lying on the ground to reduce his exposure, positioning himself low to avoid his scent being too obvious. It was one thing for him to act crazily alone. Muli was used to it, but even Shinsi was gullible enough to follow Tang, crawling slowly behind him. A senior who specializes in hunting goblins once told me from personal experience that goblins are creatures with a strong sense of revenge, particularly sinister, and grow exceptionally quickly. Tang whispered, lowering his voice. Muli found it somewhat strange, but after thinking it over, she squatted down and slowly followed Tang. Since goblins have a certain social structure and reproduce quickly, I am certain they possess a degree of intelligence capable of coordinating their hunting actions and even utilizing tools and traps. Tang continued. Muli nodded and quickly made a guess. You are concerned about traps, so you want to advance slowly in a way that is less likely to trigger them directly while avoiding the hunting traps set by the goblins, right? Exactly. The most common traps are pitfalls. By increasing the contact area with the ground, it actually becomes harder to fall in. We must remember we have entered the goblins' hunting grounds. Looking around, the three were surrounded by lush green trees and dense vegetation where the sounds of birds chirping could be heard, indicating a vibrant forest. Shinsi blushed with excitement, looking at Tang with admiration. He had only seen such scenes in books before, and experiencing it for the first time was inevitably thrilling. Before long, Tang suddenly stopped. Do you see over there? On the grass, there is a large accumulation of fallen leaves. It is clearly a trap set up. Tang pointed at the grass nearby and turned back to look at the two behind him. A patch of grass suddenly covered with a pile of fallen leaves is indeed quite strange. Muli echoed Tang's words, complaining, "Don't those goblins find it odd at all? They seem rather dim-witted." "That's a good thing," Tang replied, glancing around at the surroundings before picking up a twig and slowly standing up. He used the twig as a probing staff and safely made his way to the pile of leaves, quickly using the stick in his hand to dismantle the trap's disguise. Indeed, there was a large pit here. If a person fell in, they might still manage to climb out, but if an animal fell in, it would likely be trapped and die within. After dismantling the trap, Tang sighed in relief and said to Shinsi and Muli, "You can stand up now. There is no need to be overly cautious." But Muli was at a loss for how to evaluate Tang. It was he who was overly cautious, yet now he was the one saying not to be. "Tang, didn't you say you were worried about revealing our scent?" Shinsi looked at Tang in confusion. "This is my first encounter with goblins. Naturally, I must be cautious, but seeing such a trap now puts my mind at ease." Tang smiled. Muli was somewhat confused and asked Tang what is wrong with this trap. Tang nodded, explaining it is too obvious, and it is a beast trap, which indicates two things. First, the intelligence of goblins is limited. They are not as cunning as I expected. Second, they likely do not have particularly keen olfactory senses and may not even have the ability to track prey by scent, so they would set up a beast trap instead of searching for the prey's lair. Listening to Tang's analysis, Muli suddenly recalled the first few days after meeting Tang. He appeared very gentlemanly and astute, and the continuous teasing over several days almost made her forget that Tang was actually a very clever person. Shinsi also found it very reasonable after hearing this, so he pulled Muli up and brought her to stand behind Tang. "We already know that goblins are social and gregarious creatures, so we can reasonably infer that their hunting methods should be organized group hunting. We are highly unlikely to encounter solitary goblins. What concerns me now is actually the number of goblins in the hunting team and their individual strength. If the strength of the goblin hunting team is too strong, we must prioritize retreating." Muli nodded, but she quickly noticed something and hurriedly asked Tang, "Our mission objective is to kill 10 goblins. Tang nodded, but did not speak, instead signaling for Muli to continue. "If we encounter too many goblins, or if they are too strong, will you abandon the mission?" Tang shook his head and looked at the deep pit trap made by the goblins. There is more than one way to complete the mission, such as finding the goblin's lair and then setting up traps at the entrance. Muli was taken aback by this unexpected answer. After all, when they had previously drugged their opponents at the mountain stronghold, they had used a key strategy of winning with fewer against more. Now, they were to set traps at the entrance of the monster's lair. Why did Tang as a knight not think of charging in at the first opportunity? Wasn't that what the knights and heroes in legendary stories did? The goblin's lair must have many exits. Maybe we should block them and set it aflame or lure more powerful monsters towards the goblins. What do you think, Muli? Tang looked at Muli. "Tang, are you aiming for the extermination of goblins?" Muli couldn't help but retort. Shinsi on the side nodded repeatedly. "You probably haven't seen a goblin yet." Realizing he was being a bit extreme, Tang smiled awkwardly. "Under the influence of that senior, I have a rather unfavorable impression of goblins." "That senior, who is he?" Muli asked curiously. "He is called the Goblin Destroyer." I haven't heard of him. Considering it was mentioned by Tang, it's uncertain whether this person even exists." Suddenly, Tang seemed to discover something, immediately rushing forward to hug both of them and push them to the ground, then quickly rolling behind a tree, retrieving a bow and 2 arrows stored in his spatial inventory. "3 goblins, Muli, prepare to accelerate your magic." What? Wild goblins have appeared? Muli was momentarily stunned upon hearing Tang's voice instinctively chanting a magic spell. In the next moment, Shinsi also reacted, crouching down with her round shield and short sword perfectly positioned in front of Muli. While chanting the spell, Muli did not forget to observe Tang and the direction he was guarding. There was only a thicket over there with no sign of goblins at all. Could it be that Tang has started to go mad again, this time seeing illusions? As she thought this, Muli did not stop her chant, merely silently watching Tang's serious demeanor. Suddenly, Tang notched 2 arrows onto his bow and aimed at the thicket. "Lure and kill archery technique." Tang suddenly shouted, then let go, allowing the 2 silver coins to fly free. Muli just finished casting the spell on Tang and then turned to look towards the thicket. Rustle, the bushes shook, and in the next moment, 3 goblins suddenly charged out. At that instant, the 2 arrows struck down the left and right goblins. With 2 simultaneous piercing sounds, the goblins on the sides had their throats pierced, while the goblin in the middle, holding a wooden stick, clearly did not react in time. It looked around in astonishment, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just happened. The mystic moon unsheathed. Suddenly, it heard a human's shout coming from directly in front of it. The goblin in a daze looked up and saw a suddenly appearing human rushing towards it. Tang held his hands as if gripping air, making a slashing motion. The goblin instinctively extended its wooden stick to block and counterattack, but in the next moment a long sword suddenly appeared in Tang's hand. With a single slash, the goblin and its wooden stick were cleaved in two. Having just slain 3 goblins, Tang immediately sheathed the longsword he had named Mystic Moon, then, without hesitation, crouched down to retrieve the 2 arrows he had shot. Tang quickly checked the arrows for damage, and finding no signs of harm, sighed in relief. He began wiping the blood from the tips with the goblin's modesty cloth, then stored the arrows back into his dimensional space. Arrows are not cheap, while a goblin's life is far less valuable than an arrow. Muli, Shinsi, the crisis has been resolved. Tang turned to look at Shinsi, who was still on guard, and Muli, who was left stunned. The entire battle from shooting arrows to slaying foes took less than a breath's time. Did the battle just end like that? Muli felt it was incredible. Tang, what did you say? The crisis has been resolved. Shinsi looked at Tang with a puzzled expression, realizing he could not keep up with Tang's thoughts at all. Suddenly saying that 3 goblins appeared, not seeing them first before drawing the bow, then actively attracting the exactly 3 goblins to catch the arrows with their lives, and then relying on Muli's acceleration magic to dash out and slay the last goblin in an instant. If it weren't for Tang only having 2 arrows, Shinsi would almost suspect that the 3 goblins they encountered would have all perished together. But how did Tang determine the location and number of the goblins? So precise. That's right, there are temporarily no goblins nearby. Tang nodded seriously, then made a thoughtful gesture. Tang, what are you thinking? Muli got up, brushed off her clothes, and then started examining the goblins on the ground. They died very cleanly without any struggle. I was just thinking I seem to be a bit stronger than I imagined, especially in terms of enemy reconnaissance abilities. Tang answered very earnestly. Upon hearing this, Muli couldn't help but chuckle softly, quietly taking out a notebook and pen to quickly record the recent events. Tang, what does I seem to be a bit stronger than I imagined mean? I have to write this down, Muli teased. Shinsi carefully surveyed the surroundings and found that perhaps maybe there really were no goblins, so she relaxed her guard. Tang, how did you discover the goblins? Shinsi asked Tang. I found 3 moving elemental affinity patterns in my vision. Tang explained, before this, I didn't even know that monsters also possessed elemental affinities. Shinsi frowned in confusion, but did not probe further. Muli, while recording, clarified for Tang. Theoretically, everything has elemental affinities, but more importantly, I think we should take you to see a doctor. This is due to the prestige I have gained. No need to see a doctor, I am fine. Tang rejected Muli's suggestion. But before Muli could respond, Tang took the initiative to change the topic. Since you say that everything has elemental affinities. Tang suddenly began to gaze around, his expression growing more serious. What's wrong, Tang? Did you discover something? Shinsi raised her round shield again, quickly moving closer to Muli. I just unexpectedly found that the tree's fire elemental affinity is surprisingly more pronounced than the water elemental affinity. Tang said somewhat unexpectedly, soon resuming his previous serious demeanor. Fire refers to persistence and intrusion. Theoretically, most vegetation should be more inclined towards fire. Muli said. Leaves have a will of fire. Tang suddenly made a dawning expression, but Shinsi and Muli had already gotten used to it, defaulting to thinking Tang's incomprehensible ramblings were just madness. Shinsi silently cut off a goblin's nose and stored it in her bag as proof of their commissioned task. Let's go, we'll continue looking for goblins. For a while afterward, Tang confidently led Shinsi and Muli through the goblin hunting grounds. Despite Shinsi and Muli being on edge and cautiously guarding their surroundings, fortunately, they did not encounter any surprises, as Tang always found the goblins' locations before they could find him. The task of killing 10 goblins was neither too much nor too little. The goblins wandering outside their den were organized in small groups, typically 3 goblins together, rarely alone. If ordinary novice adventurers were in their position, they would definitely have to engage in direct combat with the goblins and were more likely to encounter ambushes. But with Tang around, the 3 of them could always gain the advantage of sight first. Each attack was a surprise, and each strike was lethal. The task of killing 10 goblins was even easier than expected. Tang single-handedly killed 8. Shinsi found an opportunity to assist Tang in taking down a goblin trying to escape, and the last one was left for Muli to vent her anger on. But now that the task objective was completed, Tang had no intention of returning, as he had successfully located the goblin's den, a cave from which goblins occasionally emerged. I say, you guys don't have the symptom of wanting to rush into a monster's cave without seeing it right. Muli looked nervously at the eager Tang and Shinsi, swallowing a bit of saliva. Tang confidently looked at Muli. Muli, when evil appears before me as a knight, I should charge through it. But the days of goblins plaguing villages and abducting women must come to an end, Muli. Can we do it? Muli hesitantly looked at Tang. Tang displayed a confident smile. 10 minutes later. This is simply impossible. Muli and her companions returned to the Adventurers Guild, quietly waiting in line and then following the procedures to submit their quest materials. However, the receptionist at the front desk seemed to have a very good impression of the 3, and as they queued at the front, she initiated a chatting mode. While you returned much faster than I imagined. It seems you have experienced quite an epic battle, the receptionist smiled. Indeed, it was quite a battle, Shinchi replied with a rare sarcastic tone, recalling the events that had transpired. At this moment the three looked somewhat disheveled. They had just returned from the forest covered in dirt and dust. Muli didn't directly participate in the battle, but her clothes were somewhat worn. Tang's armor bore numerous scars, and even his visor had a crack. Zinx's round shield was already covered in marks with a noticeable crack, and some burn traces clearly showing it had absorbed a lot of damage from Muli. The receptionist, noticing the state of the three, remarked in surprise, "It seems you were unwittingly surrounded by goblins." "No, it was under the leadership of my great boss and companion knight Tang that we surrounded the goblins with stones." Muli expressed a look of though much has happened, I don't wish to explain. Ahem, Tang awkwardly coughed twice and explained, "I didn't expect the goblin lair to be darker than I imagined." The receptionist looked at Muli with confusion and then shifted her gaze to Tang, who bore the most battle scars. "I don't know what happened, but I'm glad you weren't harmed." "Yes, the only ones injured are the armor and the shield. Unfortunately, there are too many scars, and Tang's armor even has some dents. At this rate, it will be completely ruined after a few more battles. The quest has been confirmed, and here is your reward, please accept it." The receptionist quickly took out 8 silver coins and placed them on the counter, equivalent to the lives of 10 goblins. On average, the life of one goblin is worth 80 copper coins, 20 less than a single arrow. After counting the reward, Tang immediately distributed 2 silver coins, each to Shinchi, and Muli keeping 2 for himself, with the remaining 2 counted as team expenses. "Muli, keep the accounts." Tang happily tossed the 2 silver coins, then handed them to Muli. Muli quietly took out a simple purse to put the silver coins inside, then pulled out a brand new notebook to start keeping accounts. "I'm obviously a bard. At this rate, I'm going to end up as your accountant," Muli quietly complained. However, despite her complaints, Muli had no feelings of dissatisfaction, and on the contrary, she rather enjoyed the current situation. Though she wasn't performing outside, she was indeed accumulating material for future performances, and her daily life was much better than before. Most importantly, Tang was more proactive in giving out wages as the boss than the employees were about receiving them. Whenever he made money, he wanted to split it with her and Shinchi immediately. However, as she recorded the accounts, Muli glanced at Tang and Zinx's equipment and suddenly realized a harsh reality. "Tang, Shinchi, it seems like we lost quite a bit of money," Muli suddenly said seriously. Tang and Shinchi were quite confused, but they left the front desk to discuss elsewhere, so as not to disturb other adventurers. Inside the Adventurers Guild, there were some small tables and chairs, and the three found a place to sit down and began discussing Muli's concerns about losing money. "Zinx's shield can't be repaired and must be replaced, so we should count that as a half loss. Then there's Tang's armor. I don't know how many silver coins repairs will cost, and I haven't even included the cost of remaking a breastplate. Although these are currently private belongings, in the future they will definitely be counted as shared funds, meaning our task today may have only netted us 1 or 2 silver coins." After saying this, Muli cast a complex look at Tang. If it weren't for Tang insisting on entering the goblin lair, they wouldn't have incurred this loss. "Muli, when punishing evil, no gain or loss should be measured by numbers," Tang said with a slightly awkward smile. "But we didn't kill that many goblins," Muli retorted. "Next time we'll be prepared with light, and we will go back," and Tang said. "Are we going again?" Shinchi suddenly became excited. Although the losses today were considerable, he felt a surge of adrenaline. "Of course, because evil is still out there," Tang replied matter-of-factly. "Qianan City is currently facing troubles from beast attacks, and there is surely a threat from goblins among them. From another perspective, when we kill goblins, we are actually protecting Qianan City. Moreover, frequently doing such things can increase my reputation value, helping me to level up my reputation faster and accelerate my goal of becoming the greatest knight. Then I will also have a better chance when facing the Demon King." Muli and Shinchi thought for a moment, and it really was like that, but Tang's last statement could be disregarded. It was certainly a crazy remark. As for the reputation value and reputation level he mentioned, let's temporarily record that as one of the criteria for reaching the status of the greatest knight. Although the time spent on the task was short, it was still quite exhausting. To compensate for the suffering caused by his near development into arrogant overconfidence to his 2 companions, Tang decided to treat them to something nice, to which Muli and Shinchi naturally agreed wholeheartedly. In the restaurant, Muli happily flipped through the menu, humming softly, "What should we eat? What should we eat?" Shinchi, perhaps due to his past comfortable living conditions, lost interest after glancing at the menu a few times and casually ordered a few inexpensive dishes. The food was quickly served. One cannot deny that good food can bring joy. Even though they had just been chased out of the goblin lair, the three were able to talk freely about their embarrassing situation while enjoying the meal. "Muli, can wine magic provide illumination? It's pitch black and I can see nothing but the talent distribution icons." "That's within the domain of fire magic, but Tang, I suspect the illusions you saw might be influenced by fire magic. I have occasionally heard about illusion-type curse magic among fire spells at home. Isn't fire magic similar to dot and debuff kinds?" "I don't understand what you're saying, but if you think so, then I guess it is," Muli replied. "By the way, Tang, Muli, don't you think there are too many knights in this restaurant?" Shinchi suddenly turned his head to look around. There were quite a few people dressed in full armor. In the city, these could only be knights. Muli and Tang also looked around. There weren't this many knights when they entered, and the increasing number of knights was indeed a bit much. At a table not far from the three, an older knight emanated a strong smell of alcohol. After finishing his meal, he slowly stood up. Seeing this scene, a waiter immediately approached the old knight, smiling obsequiously. "Sir Knight, you haven't paid yet. We can offer credit to knights, and you can pay in installments." Hearing this, the old knight glared angrily and shouted, "What money? I am a noble knight." The voice of the old knight was thunderous, and his sudden shout echoed throughout the entire restaurant. A knight was attempting to dine and dash. The staff member who had been yelled at by the old knight felt a buzzing in his head. After a brief bout of tinnitus, he heard a cold snort and looked up to see the old knight turning to leave. The staff member had never encountered such a domineering and arrogant knight before, but he couldn't let the money slip away. Was he expected to pay for the meal? Though scared, the staff member bravely clutched the old knight's arm. "Sir Knight, please don't go. Even if you can't pay now, you can have it on credit. We have plenty of knights who owe us money," the staff member shouted. However, upon hearing this, the old knight became even angrier, shaking off the staff member effortlessly. "Credit? Nonsense." The old knight glared wide-eyed, resembling an angry lion, and cursed vehemently. "You people who are under the protection of knights dare to demand money from a knight. Do you even care for your dignity?" Seeing this scene, Tang gently put down his utensils and cast a serious, yet discontented glance at the old knight. He was about to stand up, but someone else in the vicinity was even more anxious. "You old cur. Your very existence tarnishes the reputation of knights." Hearing the voice, Muli and the others turned to see another knight standing up. The young knight was clad in beautiful silver-white armor adorned with noble patterns on his chest representing the knights of Qianan City. Even though Tang couldn't identify the family symbol, he recognized it as a noble emblem. There were several knights in the same armor present, indicating they were a faction, and even the old knight was wearing the same style. This meant these knights belonged to the same noble house, which naturally pointed to the lord of Qianan City. "You young one, you show no respect to your elders." The old knight angrily pointed at the young knight. The knight frowned and picked up his sword, walking towards the old knight and stopping several meters in front of him. The staff member caught in the middle felt like he had seen a savior when he saw the knight standing up and hurriedly got up to stand beside the young knight. "Sir Knight, please help us. We are not asking for the money right now, even an IOU would suffice." The young knight smiled, gently patting the staff member on the shoulder to reassure him, then drew his sword and angrily pointed it at the unarmed old knight. "You shameless old man, relying on your age and knightly status, you dare to dine and dash," the young knight scolded. Tang and Xin, she suddenly turned to look at Muli, who was fixated on the conflict between the two knights, slurping his noodles with even more enthusiasm. "Did I say something wrong? We knights work hard to protect the city and its people. It is only right for them to show us respect. Why shouldn't we enjoy their services as a matter of course?" How the old knight scoffed, letting out a sarcastic laugh. "I see you young one are just shameless, wanting to have your cake and eat it too. You." The young knight was enraged, his teeth clenching. "I challenge you to a duel. Prepare yourself." He charged at the old knight as soon as he finished speaking. Seeing the sword coming at him, the old knight let out a disdainful laugh, sidestepped the attack while grabbing a nearby table. Bang! With a loud crash, the old knight lifted the table with one hand and slammed it down onto the young knight's helmet, leaving him dazed. Then came the sounds of food crashing down, with dishes falling off the table, leaving the young knight sticky and covered in sauce, with the floor also smeared with gravy. The patrons sitting at the table were so frightened by the scene that they all fled the restaurant, while the staff could only watch them run away, too scared to pass by the old knight to chase after them for money. The young knight, wobbling, accidentally stepped on the sauce on the floor, and with a loud thud he fell to the ground, losing grip of his sword. When the young knight regained his senses and looked up, he saw the old knight pointing a sword at him, causing him to gulp in fear. "Humph, a useless thing without skill dares to teach me a lesson. Go back to the knight regiment and practice for a few more years. Wait, I challenge you." At this moment, another knight stood up, also from the knight regiment. Seeing his comrade drawing the old knight's attention, the young knight, feeling humiliated, quietly crawled away from the old knight and dashed out of the restaurant without looking back. Though it was embarrassing, no one was concerned about the fleeing knight at this moment. "Oh, kid, what are you supposed to be?" The old knight smirked at the knight. The knight picked up his great sword and approached the old knight. "I am the champion of the internal martial arts competition of the knight regiment, you old fool. At your age, you should return home to farm and not tarnish the reputation of the knight regiment. If I thought you were something special, and you dare to speak to me like that." Watching the imminent clash, Muli put down his utensils and began chatting with Tang. "Tang, who do you think will win? I'm not sure how strong they are. I can only see their elemental affinity tendencies." Tang gently shook his head, unable to determine the outcome. "Then who is stronger between you and that old knight?" Muli asked again. "I'm young, he's experienced. It's hard to say without facing each other." Tang seriously analyzed. "Then you." Muli wanted to say more, but suddenly a loud crash accompanied by the crowd's commotion captured the attention of the three. After the loud crash, the knight who had just claimed to be the martial arts champion was already lying on the ground, while the old knight now wielded a great sword. Had the outcome been decided so quickly? Tang frowned, about to stand up, but Xion's hand pressed down on his wrist. "Tang, wait." Tang looked at Xion, she in confusion, who shook his head. "Tang, I feel something is off." "Xion," she said seriously. Tang began to ponder, then was distracted by the rustling sound of others standing up. It turned out the other knights had stood up and drawn their weapons against the old knight. What? Do you want to bully the few with your numbers? The old knight mocked. The knights were not planning to argue with the old knight anymore, and one of them commanded, let's all go together and take down this maniac who tarnishes our reputation. But what was the result? The knights charged at him only to make the old knight appear even more like an invincible god of war. With slaps, collisions, pushes, kicks, and punches, none of the knights stood a chance against the old knight's strikes. In a blink of an eye, they all fell to the ground, creating chaos and scaring away all the ordinary patrons. Seeing this, Tang immediately waved to the stunned staff member, hey there, come help me pack up the unfinished food. The staff member glared at Tang in anger, but upon seeing the long sword that had mysteriously appeared in Tang's hand, he reluctantly agreed to the task. Another knight wanted to dine and dash. Oh, what could he use to stop him? A bunch of useless fools. The old knight glanced disdainfully at the knights on the ground and angrily turned to walk out of the restaurant. Tang watched him until he stepped out the door and then shouted, old sir, wait. The wandering knight Tang from New Contract Town applies for a duel with you. P.S. Please keep following for updates, okay? The more followers I have, the more motivation I have to write. As the footsteps landed, the old knight suddenly stopped all movement at the door. After a moment of silence, the old knight let out a soft chuckle and turned to look at the knight who had called out to him. The clerk helping Tang pack the food was dumbfounded. How could this wandering knight be so bold? Did he not see how the old knight had easily taken down a group of knights just moments ago? Tang. Shinshi looked at Tang in surprise, not expecting him to actually go for it. Though having the courage to challenge a strong opponent was admirable, just like the legendary brave knights, Shinshi did not want to see Tang take such action in this situation. Muli also panicked, immediately raising her hands in front of Tang to gesture at the old knight. Sir, please don't listen to his nonsense. He's out of his mind, acting crazy. The old knight raised his palm, signaling Muli to be quiet, which truly frightened her. This old knight was so domineering. He must have done this kind of thing often. He is definitely not an ordinary knight. Half-elf child, this kid's duel challenge has nothing to do with you. Even if you are his companion, you should not interfere in a knight's duel. Muli nervously looked around, trying to find a suitable reason, but in the end, she just stared at Tang, shaking her head at him. Tang, you shouldn't duel him. This person is very strong, you've already seen. Muli, he is right. Tang unexpectedly interrupted Muli. Muli was stunned, and Shinshi also showed a puzzled expression. Tang, holding the long sword Xian Yue, slowly walked past his two companions and said, Muli, Shinshi, the knight's duel has nothing to do with you. It shouldn't involve innocent bystanders, even those dining nearby. After saying this, Tang shot a glare at the old knight. His last sentence was a rebuke of the old knight for involving innocent civilians in the duel. The old knight naturally understood Tang's meaning, but he merely frowned, showing no other reaction. Or rather, he was tacitly accepting Tang's criticism. Kid, you want to duel me dressed in these rags? You don't even have a breastplate, and the only decent thing about you is that sword. After saying this, the old knight promptly discarded the two swords he was holding. I'll let you use my weapons. No need. Tang immediately put the long sword he had just drawn back into his storage space. In an instant, the old knight frowned, looking meaningfully at Tang's hand. The sword had just vanished from that hand without any warning. Is it spatial magic? A wind element knight. A knight's duel is fair and just. I may lack a breastplate and my defense is not as good as yours, but I am lighter. Tang replied seriously. The old knight curled the corners of his mouth in amusement, momentarily at a loss for words to say to Tang, pondering for a while before starting to mock him. You kid, after witnessing my strength, still dare to approach me? Where do you get the courage to challenge me? By the end of his words, the old knight began to loudly question Tang. A knight is a guardian who must never show cowardice. A knight must bravely face strong enemies at all times. Tang slowly walked to a position 5 meters away from the old knight. At his feet, the fallen knights lay with their eyes tightly shut, wishing they could truly faint. The shame they felt from being knocked down earlier was far overshadowed by the impact of Tang's words. What you exhibit is not bravery, but recklessness. The old knight began to gaze at Tang, his expression growing more solemn. Even recklessness is closer to bravery than cowardice. Tang also returned the gaze to the old knight. Seeing Tang start to act all cool and confident again, Shinshi and Muli both flushed with embarrassment. This Tang was simply the ideal idol. Shinshi bit her lip, tightening her fists with her eyes closed. Muli quietly took out a notebook and pen from her bag, meticulously recording every detail of this moment. Humph, the old knight chuckled, responding to Tang in a booming voice. All right. I accept your duel. The wandering knight of New Agreement Town, Tang. Tang nodded. Before the duel begins, I want to make an agreement with you. If you lose, you will pay for the meal and the damages you've caused to the shop, and vow never to engage in such actions again. The old knight raised an eyebrow and asked, what if you lose? Tang turned to the clerk, who was packing his leftover food. Clerk, how much is this old gentleman's meal? The meal costs 7 silver coins. 7 silver coins for one person. He can really eat. Muli pouted and quietly complained. Hearing this, Tang nodded, then looked at the old knight. If I lose, I will pay for your meal and the shop's related losses. Good. The old knight responded with delight, then began to step towards the shop. Just then, Tang suddenly raised his hand to stop him. Wait, let's fight outside. Don't cause more losses to the shop. Tang said seriously. The old knight smiled even wider, but made no further movements. Outside is the street. Aren't you afraid of losing and being humiliated? Inside the shop there are few people and no one will see your shameful defeat. You can even pretend to be unconscious like those on the ground. The old knight's words made the fallen knights wish they could bury their heads in the ground. A knight's duel is open and honest. Even if I lose, what does it matter? Since I challenged you, I am not afraid of defeat. Even if you are a towering giant, I will still seize the chance to remove the flesh from your neck. The old knight frowned slightly. He did not understand some of Tang's words, but he grasped the general idea, so he turned and walked out of the shop, signaling for Tang to follow. Tang naturally followed outside, but just before passing through the door, he turned back to call out, Muli, please come and be the referee and give orders. Muli, who had been recording Tang's dramatic challenge against the old knight, paused for a moment, then quickly put her pen down and responded, okay. I'm coming. After saying this, she packed her things and stood up to follow him. After running a few steps, Muli jogged back. Clerk, please pack up the food I didn't finish. Oh, okay. The clerk responded dazedly. Shinshi also packed her things and said to the clerk, don't forget mine. After saying this, Shinshi followed Muli outside. The clerk looked at the few people who had walked out of the shop, then at the food on the table, and sighed deeply, his cheeks slightly reddening. What a handsome wandering knight. If only all knights were like him. The clerk noticed that the waterproof bags he had brought for packing were insufficient, so he turned to look towards the kitchen and happened to see a group of people peeking their heads out from the kitchen. There were chefs, other clerks, and the shop owner. Had they all been watching this? Looking around, he realized he was the only clerk in the center of this event. At this moment, outside the shop, with 10 meters between the duelists, the old knight suddenly made an unexpected move. He initiated the knight's duel etiquette as if he were the challenger in this duel. Upon witnessing the opponent's movement, Tang widened his eyes in astonishment, a hint of confusion mixed with bewilderment, and quickly performed the same duel etiquette. Both parties nodded in acknowledgement. Muli observed that both sides were almost ready and then spoke, prepare, start. After a moment of silence, Muli stared blankly at both sides as neither made any move. It started. Muli said, somewhat sheepishly, beginning to doubt whether she had actually announced the start of the duel. The old knight grinned and beckoned to Tang, come at me, kid. After all, I am your senior. Tang nodded earnestly, I apologize for the offense. Lightning step. Tang's footsteps were swift as he executed a zigzag pattern, quickly closing in on the old knight, then threw a straight punch aimed at his face. Shinsi, watching from the sidelines, furrowed her brow in confusion. Why wasn't Tang calling out the names of his techniques? The old knight immediately raised his hand to prepare for a block, but in that instant Tang crouched down. Divine Dragon's Tail. The punch transformed into a sweeping kick and Tang's leg swept towards the old knight's lower body. Although it did not knock him down, it destabilized his center of gravity, causing him to stagger back several steps. Good job, Tang. Shinsi couldn't help but shout. No wonder he didn't call out the technique, it was a feint. Focused smash punch. Taking advantage of the old knight's momentary lapse in defense, Tang immediately launched a counterattack. Thud. With a heavy stomp, the old knight quickly steadied himself, raising his right arm to block Tang's punch. With a loud bang, the sound of metal colliding echoed. Yet no one noticed the slight deformation that had appeared on Tang's gauntlet. Before the old knight could retaliate, Tang switched from a fist to an open palm, using both hands to grip the old knight's arm, then flying kick. Using the opponent's arm as a pivot, Tang seemed to fly, kicking towards the old knight's head. The old knight's gaze sharpened as he easily reached out with his left hand to grab Tang's foot, blocking this attack. Heavy stomp. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, Tang used his other foot to stomp down on the old knight's armor. Sensing that taking this foot to the body would result in internal injuries, the old knight immediately released his grip, using his arm to block Tang's stomp. Though he was now an elderly man, his body was still robust, yet compared to his younger days, he was significantly weaker. At the moment of the stomp, Tang released the old knight's hand, using him as a support to push off and create distance. Where did you learn that, you little rascal? Hearing the old knight's voice, Tang was taken aback. The opponent had actually followed his movements, attempting to strike while he was still in the air. Be careful, Tang. Muli shouted worriedly. Use your armor to block. Shinsi also shouted loudly. The commotion on this side grew louder, quickly attracting onlookers. Two knights brawling in the street was a rare sight. Tang immediately curled his body, controlling his form to land more swiftly, rolling as he touched down and quickly getting back on his feet. In that moment, he leaned forward, placing his center of gravity ahead, raising his arms to block. Bang! What tremendous force! The loud sound reverberated through the street. Tang, who took the punch heated, slid back several meters. The old knight did not seize the opportunity to pursue, but instead withdrew his earlier momentum, looking at Tang with a smug expression. It was evident that he had deliberately held back. As Tang barely stabilized himself, he immediately glanced at his gauntlet, noticing a slight indentation from a fist mark on his right arm. I learned it without a teacher. Tang replied to the old knight's earlier question, then cautiously focused on the opponent, searching for weaknesses. It wasn't just the disparity in strength, the difference in equipment was substantial as well. This old knight was the strongest person Tang had encountered thus far, yet in terms of winning chances, although slim, it was not impossible. Nonsense. The old knight did not believe it, saying, how could one without a teacher possess such skill? Are you trying to fool an old man? A knight does not speak foolishness. Tang's tone was firm, and he then took the initiative to attack the old knight. Tang having fallen only as a stage actor, how could he learn a knight's combat skills? It was utterly impossible to learn. Before he joined the Knight Order, there would be no knight to teach him, not even his good neighbor Knight Manhwa could do so. Triple strike, lightning fist, gale fist, mountain opening fist. Tang unleashed a series of punches with great momentum, but all of his attacks were easily blocked by the old knight. Looking at these ordinary punches with various techniques, the old knight furrowed his brows in displeasure. Do you disrespect your elder? In a knight duel, one must give it their all. Tang only responded with this, and then delivered a punch. The old knight immediately seized Tang's fist, and in Tang's moment of surprise flung him away. Clearly a wind element knight, yet he didn't use a single combat skill, and still claimed to give it his all. This kid lacked the spirit of a knight in battle. Was it only pity for the old man at this point? Since you want to give it your all, then brace yourself. The old knight shouted angrily, his left fist suddenly glowing red, enveloped by a large number of elemental spirits emanating magical brilliance. Tang snapped back to reality, only to see the old knight leap in fury, his left fist swinging out. The crimson magic transformed in the air into a burning lion's head, exuding an overwhelming might. What is this? Tang stared in amazement. There was nowhere for him to hide. Tang, quickly concede. Muli shouted in panic. You can stop. It's over. Shinsi also panicked. This was a combat skill, and a very powerful earth element combat skill with incredible power. Tang didn't know any combat skills, he couldn't withstand it. With nowhere to dodge, Tang clenched his teeth and crossed his arms in front of him. Hold it. Boom. This punch landed with a thunderous crash. Tang was sent sliding 10 meters from the blow, leaving cracks in the ground, yet he stubbornly managed to block it. With a crack, Tang's right gauntlet shattered, completely falling to the ground with his drooping right hand making a faint sound. Looking at Tang, he gritted his teeth against the searing pain, then shifted his gaze to his trembling left hand, followed by his numbed legs, which seemed unable to muster any strength. You bastard. Tang, quickly dodge. Enough. Stop. Hearing 3 indistinct voices, Tang instinctively raised his head, only to see an even larger flaming lion's head descending. He slowly lifted his left hand. The old knight, sensing something was wrong, suddenly frowned and hurriedly retracted his magic, but that punch still landed on Tang, sending him flying several meters and crashing to the ground. No. This. The old knight was somewhat dazed. If things seemed a bit different from what he had imagined. He looked at Tang, who was struggling to get up, and just as he was about to step forward, 2 figures reached Tang's side faster than he could. That's enough. Muli glared furiously, casting a wind element spell at the old knight, then slid to Tang's side, supporting him. The old knight heard a cracking sound from his body and moved, but in the next moment, he hurriedly grabbed his nearly falling belt. He anxiously glanced at Tang, just as Shinsi rushed over, using her damaged round shield and short sword to block between Tang and Muli. Tang, bear with it. I'll heal you right now. Hearing Muri's voice, Tang weakly turned his head and saw in her rosy eyes glistening tears. He had made his companions weep with worry. Mori, help me up. Now, Tang murmured, his voice frail. What? Startled, Muri paused mid-incantation and glanced at Tang, only to find in his unwavering gaze a resolve so unshakable that she clenched her teeth, nodded faintly, and gently lifted him upright. His legs trembled violently, his entire body quaked, but still with Muri's support, Tang stood tall, spine straight as a drawn bowstring. How can you still stand? How can you still stand? The elderly knight stared at Tang as though beholding a creature beyond mortal comprehension. Once Tang was upright, Muri immediately resumed her incantation, drawing swarms of ambient mana sprites toward them, weaving slow, steady currents of healing energy into his battered form. You've won. You fell my body. Now you may go. Tang replied. His frame still trembled, not from fear but from the unbearable weight of will pressing down upon flesh too frail to bear it. The elderly knight faltered, then asked, his voice stripped of its earlier authority, why did you not use a combat technique? I have never learned one. What of that spatial magic you used earlier? It is innate. I was born with it. The elder knight fell silent. He refused to believe it, yet Tang's very presence compelled belief. The knight took 2 steps forward, only for Shinsi to draw his short sword and press its gleaming tip against the elder's chest. Step back, he commanded, eyes blazing with fury. The elderly knight stared at Shinsi in stunned disbelief, never imagining that even a mere attendant beside Tang would dare draw steel upon a knight. Glancing around at the curious onlookers and the shattered cobblestones, the knight turned once more to Tang. Sir Tang, what is your full name? Tang remained silent, offering no reply. The knight exhaled, deflated. I'll cover the street repairs. That was never part of our agreement. With that, he turned and walked away, his silhouette hunched and hollow as though he were the one defeated in the duel. Sniffling, Muri, still tearful from healing Tang, shouted after the retreating knight, Is this old knight utterly deranged? Is this old knight utterly deranged? To spend coin on street repairs yet dine without paying? Once the knight vanished from sight, Shinsi relaxed slightly, sheathed his blade, and rushed to Tang's side. Tang, how are you holding up? Can you move? Shinsi gazed at him, hand hovering midair, trembling with hesitation, afraid even to brush his skin. I can't muster strength, Tang said with a wry, rueful smile. What a pitiful defeat this was. Hearing him jest, even now, Shinsi felt a quiet, fragile relief. By then Muli had ceased her spellcasting and looked at Tang flustered. My magic only reaches this far. It's fine, far better than before. It's fine, far better than before. Tang paused then added softly, I'm sorry, I've troubled you both. Don't speak of it. I'll carry you. Didn't we hear there's a curio shop in town? Don't speak of it. I'll carry you. Didn't we hear there's a curio shop in town? Shinsi crouched low back, turned to Tang. With Mori's aid Tang slumped onto his slender frame. Though visibly slighter than Tang, Shinsi bore him, and the battered rent armor. Effortlessly an unexpected feat of quiet strength. Shinsi. Moi. You smell faintly sweet. Is it perfume? Innate, perhaps from herbs added to the washwater. Innate, perhaps from herbs added to the washwater. Such refined sensibility. From where Tang couldn't see a soft flush rose to Shinsi's cheeks. Enough talk. Let's go. Enough talk. Let's go. No. Tang refused. We've one thing left, to go to the tavern. Only then did Muli and Shinsi recall Tang still owed payment for the night's meal and the tavern's damages. How easily urgency blurs memory, yet neither imagined Tang grievously wounded would retain such meticulous conscience. Knowing Tang's nature, they reluctantly guided him inside, only to find a crowd standing in perfect formation facing them and breaking instantly into thunderous applause. Sir Tang, Sir Tang, Sir Tang. The cheers rang out rhythmic and fervent, leaving all three utterly bewildered, grasping for meaning. May I ask, who among you owns this establishment? Tang inquired as the clamor subsided. At his call, the modest-statured proprietor stepped forward. Sir Knight, I am he. Sir Knight, I am he. Proprietor, how much damage did the brawl inflict? What is its value? I shall compensate you fully. Hearing Tang uphold his promise to cover the knight's debt, the owner waved dismissively. No need. Just settle the meal fee. No need. Just settle the meal fee. But this. You misunderstand, the owner interjected with a warm, knowing smile. Truth be told, I've been fretting over what to do with these tables and chairs once I renovate. Now, they'll serve perfectly as firewood. No compensation required. Tang studied the man closely, detecting no falsehood, and turned to Muli. The coin is in my tunic. Muli, the coin is in my tunic. Ah, all right. Flustered Muli slipped her hand into his tunic and retrieved the pouch, handing over the exact sum for the meal. Yet, Tang's physique was remarkably solid. Having accepted the coins, the proprietor suddenly counted out a separate sum and pressed it into Muri's palm. What are you doing? Muli stammered. A humble request, a humble request. The owner beamed at the trio. Would you three grace my tavern regularly? Would you three grace my tavern regularly? I'll offer you a 30% discount, and this sum is precisely 70% of what you just paid. Muli swiftly counted the coins, then gave Tang a confirming nod. Tang frowned deeper. What service do you wish to commission from me? The proprietor chuckled, eyes crinkling. Why? To dine here, of course. Why? To dine here, of course. You're the only knight who pays immediately upon finishing a meal. Others, they'll run tabs for months or years, leaving unpaid debts behind. Muli and the others exchanged incredulous glances. That's just dining without paying. Then recalling the elderly knight, their expressions sobered. So long as you pay promptly, other knights, bound by honor, will follow suit. So long as you pay promptly, other knights, bound by honor, will follow suit, the proprietor laughed. They stared blankly at one another, skeptical yet gradually swayed by his earnest persuasion, until at last they acquiesced. Watching them depart, the proprietor's spirits soared. He immediately directed his staff to clear the premises, and summoned the young clerk who'd served Tang moments earlier. Order new furniture, solid steel top to bottom. Tell the blacksmith to anchor every table and chair firmly to the floor. Let's see who dares shatter them next. Yes, sir. The clerk bowed and turned to leave, then paused. Wait, what is Sir Tang's full name? He never said. He never said. Elsewhere, Muli, Shinsi, and Tang walked wordlessly toward the curio shop. Noticing Tang's distant gaze, Muli ventured gently. Tang, losing the duel must feel crushing, doesn't it? It's really not. It's really not. No, I accept my defeat, Tang interrupted quietly. I'm merely pondering that technique just now. Was it the stone elephant combat art? That elder's stone elephant affinity was exceptionally pronounced. Was it the stone elephant combat art? That elder's stone elephant affinity was exceptionally pronounced. Stone elephant embodies unyielding fortitude and explosive power. Their combat arts are legendary for sheer devastation, Shinsi explained succinctly. So, Tang trailed off. Muli blinked. Where may I learn such a combat art? Learning battle techniques. Muli heard Tang's question and immediately revealed a subtle smile. Tang, as long as you have money, many people will eagerly seek to teach you. Upon hearing Muli's words, she felt embarrassed and quietly glanced elsewhere. Tang stared blankly at Muli and then excitedly shouted, I understand. Muli, you mean I should work harder to complete tasks and earn money to offer sufficient rewards to those willing to teach me battle techniques? Muli's mouth fell open in surprise. Yes, I suppose that is what I meant. Although it sounded a bit odd, it seemed to be true. Approaching the newly opened item shop according to the resident's directions, Muli and her group didn't even have to actively search. A glance at the bustling crowd revealed its location. It was a relatively exquisite large house with a sign that simply read, Item Shop, Without a prefix different from the shops Tang had seen before, here one could enter freely rather than waiting at a collection window. Many people entered the item shop and then left with various strange glass bottles appearing quite satisfied with their purchases. Tang particularly noticed the bottles in the residents' hands and immediately asked Muli and Xinshi, "Are those bottles potions? Or holy water?" "What?" Muli looked at Tang curiously and then followed his gaze to see the glass bottles in the residents' hands. "That's shampoo used for washing hair. Haven't you seen it before?" Muli gazed at Tang in surprise, quickly realizing and feeling a bit troubled as she slapped her forehead. "Ah, I forgot you have never left New Covenant Town before. So it's shampoo." Tang's tone noticeably dropped. "I didn't expect there would be civilian items who I thought there were only battle assistance potions." She turned to Tang who was on her back. "Tang, don't underestimate shampoo. It's quite profitable. The most expensive shampoo I've used cost over 10 gold coins per bottle. So it's that expensive." Tang clearly hadn't expected the seemingly ordinary shampoo to have such a high profit margin, surely the other potions in the shop couldn't be cheap either. "Let's go in first. I wonder how effective the potions in a small city are," Muli said, casting a worried glance at Tang on Xinshi's back, and then took the lead into the shop. Upon entering, the three saw shelves filled with goods. The shelves held not only potions, but also many strange little items. Each small item had a tag below it displaying its name and price. Everything is organized neatly, just like the item shops in big cities. Muli couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the state of the interior. Often a city's economy is limited by its geographical location and size, so small city item shops usually don't have much in stock with varying quality and chaotic management. But this shop was different. It used a labeling system similar to that of large item shops, ensuring even if the shelves weren't fully stocked, items would still be categorized distinctly. The benefit of this approach is that anyone can quickly find what they need, while the drawback is that space cannot be maximized. So many people, and they all. She glanced around at the customers, not voicing the title that came to her mind. The shop was filled with customers, but they were all older individuals. The youngest appeared to be in their 40s, a rare sight in other cities. "Let's look for healing potions first," Muli suggested, taking the lead. She followed behind with Tang on her back, while Tang had nothing else to do for the moment and began to examine the items in the shop. Consumer goods, hair growth potions, hair removal potions, oral hygiene potions, mosquito repellent potions, magic potions, burning potions, corrosive potions, freezing potions. Tang quickly discovered something particularly interesting. Here not only were there potions, but also elixirs, which seemed to differ only in packaging. Potions were sold in whole bottles, while elixirs appeared to be sold by measure. "Found it. Tang, look," Muli exclaimed, immediately picking up a bottle of red potion to show Tang. The red potion swayed in the bottle without any sticky feeling. It looked slightly duller than pomegranate juice, yet brighter than blood. Tang examined the healing potion and then looked at the label. 5 silver coins per bottle. That's actually 150 copper coins. Not bad, that's an acceptable price. Tang visibly sighed in relief. I'm just worried that one bottle won't be enough for the effect." Muli awkwardly looked away, unsure how much it would cost to heal Tang. Cough. Tang coughed. "Let's buy a bottle to try the effect first. By the way, isn't there also a blue potion here that can restore magic power?" "Huh. How do you know?" Muli looked at Tang in surprise. While this knowledge was common for most adventurers, it was surprising that Tang knew this. "Just a guess," Tang smiled. "Let's go check out first." Muli nodded in confusion, but quickly brushed aside her puzzlement, considering that Tang often said things that were hard to understand. The three approached the front counter, and after maneuvering around the customers blocking the way, they all displayed surprised expressions. "That'll be 4 silver coins, thank you for your patronage." To their surprise, the magician Ivna they had seen yesterday was at the front counter. Suddenly noticing the trio's gaze, Ivna quickly turned and showed a look of joy. "Tang, you all. Oh wait, why is Tang injured? Come here now." Noticing Tang's serious injury, Ivna disregarded the customers waiting to check out and immediately waved for the trio to come over. "All right," Muli responded excitedly, then smiled apologetically at other customers. "I'm sorry, my friend is seriously injured. I apologize for the inconvenience." She also smiled apologetically at the customers waiting in line. "Sorry, coming through. Tang had to politely thank these people as well. "It's all right, treating injuries is the priority. Oh, this young man is a knight at such a young age. What a handsome young man. How felf, I wonder if he has a girlfriend." Seeing the trio being so polite and courteous and being a handsome group, the customers in the shop generously made way. To these older residents, Muli and her friends looked about the same age as their children, naturally prompting a more nurturing attitude towards them. Ivna, who paused the checkout process, didn't idle either. She immediately brought a folding bed from the warehouse and signaled she to lay Tang on it. Just a brief glance made Ivna frown. Then, catching sight of the healing potion in Muli's hand, she displayed a look of dissatisfaction. "Why did you pick this? It's not very effective. Put it back, I'll get something better." With that, Ivna walked back into the warehouse. Hearing a series of rummaging sounds from the warehouse, Muli scratched her head in confusion, ultimately placing the healing potion back on the shelf. "Found it. This is it." Eve's voice echoed from the warehouse, piquing the curiosity of all the customers. Soon after, they saw Eve emerge holding a bottle of somewhat extravagant potion. The potion was purple, but not a simple shade. It had a certain depth along with some shiny spots created by unknown materials resembling the addition of fluorescent powder. This potion, Xin, she seemed to recognize what it was, looking at Eve with some surprise. He originally wanted to say something, but when his gaze fell upon Tang, who was lying on a folding chair, he swallowed back all his words and quietly reached for his wallet. This potion looks amazing. Muli's expression was somewhat stiff as she forced a smile and said to Eve, hurry and give it to Tang. Afterward, Muli quietly reached for her small wallet, and while Tang's gaze was not on her, she made a face that looked worse than crying. Eve acknowledged and prepared to open the potion bottle. Wait. Tang immediately called out to stop Eve, startling Xin. She and Muli, who put their hands in front of themselves pretending nothing had just happened. This potion looks too expensive. Let's exchange it for something cheaper even if it can't heal immediately. It's not expensive, I'm still owing you money. Eve waved her hand, and the next moment, she opened the potion bottle. Seeing this, Muli was the first to reach out, saying he'll feed him. Seeing that Muli had already taken the potion bottle, Xin, she silently retracted her hand that had been raised, quietly standing by, as she watched Muli feed Tang the very expensive potion. Eve watched as Tang drank the potion, then returned to the counter to check out other customers, calculating prices while chatting with Muli and the others. Tell me, how did Tang get hurt so badly? We were at the restaurant. I dueled with a knight and lost to him. Just as Muli was about to explain the situation, Tang quickly summarized the event in his own way. Muli looked at Tang in astonishment. She had wanted to complain about how terrible the knights of the Night Order were, but Tang seemed to see through her thoughts and gently shook his head. Your opponent used the earth element technique, didn't they? Otherwise you wouldn't be hurt like this. 3 silver coins. Thank you for your patronage. Upon hearing Eve reveal the truth, Muli and the others looked at her in surprise. How could she know it was the earth element technique that caused the injuries? The first to react was Tang. It seems you are a very strong earth element magician, Eve. It's alright, but I'm not weak either. 1 gold coin. Thank you for your patronage. While chatting, Eve also sent off another customer. Looking at this friendly magician, Xin, she took the initiative to speak, thanking Eve on behalf of Tang. Eve, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. The potion just now might. It's no trouble. Eve replied. Muli was somewhat surprised, but you're just working here, right? And it's your first day on the job. In their eyes, Eve was still indebted to Tang and currently in a state of poverty. Using a very expensive potion on her first day of work, and she definitely couldn't afford to compensate for it in a short time, she would surely be disliked by her boss. It's not a job. This store is mine now, and most of the potions in the store were concocted by me overnight. 5 silver coins. Thank you for your patronage. The 3 of them were all shocked. Eve is the owner of the potion shop. The expensive potion just now was concocted by Eve. This surely isn't something an ordinary magician could do, right? After the last customer in line left, Eve turned to Tang. The potion's effect should be kicking in. Want to try moving? Hearing this, Tang tried to lift his arm. Suddenly a series of cracking sounds echoed, the sound of bones shifting. Muli and Xin, she were startled by these noises, and before they could react, Tang suddenly sat up. He quickly got off the ground and began to move his body as if nothing had happened. A series of cracking sounds erupted like firecrackers, and it wasn't until a full minute later that the sound stopped. At least on the surface, Tang had already recovered to a state where he could run and jump. What a miraculous potion. Tang couldn't help but exclaim, it feels like I've come back to life. It's not as exaggerated as coming back to life. You're exaggerating too much. Eve felt her cheeks flush as she listened to Tang's words. Muli and Xin, she simultaneously showed expressions of dissatisfaction, and later they realized that Tang's coming back to life referred to his body returning to its best state. Tang nodded with a smile, beginning to survey Eve and the various potions in the shop again. Suddenly, Tang performed a knight's salute to Eve. Miss Eve, I have an unusual request and hope to receive your assistance. Eve was startled by Tang. Why so suddenly serious? Just tell me what you need help with. Muli and Xin, she exchanged glances, likely guessing Tang's intention. Could you teach me how to use magic? I will pay. Tang looked at Eve very seriously, and Muli and Xin, she also looked at her nervously. The fact that Eve could concoct potions for the entire shop indicated that her magical skills were sufficient to teach others how to use magic. Sure. Eve almost immediately agreed. Teaching you how to use magic will be 4 gold coins, and the talent compatibility test will cost 2 gold coins. Hearing this, the 3 were momentarily stunned, and then joy followed. That's great. Tang, congratulations. Muli and Xin, she were both happy for Tang to find a teacher willing to teach him magic. Eve looked at the lively trio and smiled as well. Her fees were not just cheap, they were purely symbolic. If she really wanted to make money, it would be more than this price. However, she also felt a bit envious, secretly sighing their relationship is really good. A lonely magician like herself has no friends. Tang happily smiled back at Muli and Xin and thanked Eve. Thank you for taking the time to teach me magic, but let's skip the talent compatibility, imbalanced in the 4 elements. For elements balanced. Eve showed a somewhat surprised expression. That's rare. So do you know what magic you want to learn? I suggest you specialize in one of them and not waste extra energy. Tang thought for a moment and decided to listen to this little teacher advice. Could you explain to me the differences in learning? Of course, no problem. Eve gently patted her chest. Wind element magic has the most spells, is easy to learn, and has the strongest practicality. Earth element magic has fewer spells, but the power is generally weak at the beginning. Fire element magic is quite balanced with good practicality and broad coverage. Water element magic has the fewest spells, but has high practice costs. After hearing this, Tang began to ponder. He needed to be able to use magic quickly. Water element could be ruled out, and earth element's initial weak power could also be dismissed. He would choose between wind element and fire element. Tang turned to glance at Muli, and then confirmed, then he'll learn fire element magic first. Fire element magic. Wait a minute. Eve suddenly remembered something, and turned to rush back into the warehouse, leaving the three stunned staring at each other. The three waited for a moment, and soon Yufuna came out with a small notebook. Take a look, this is the fire element's illumination magic. Yufuna placed the spell book on the table. Are you interested? The pricing rights for this one are not in my hands. It's quite cheap, and if you want it, I will set it aside for you. If Tang doesn't want it, Yufuna plans to put this spell book on the shelf according to her master's note on a fixed date. This is the one. Tang almost immediately responded. If there had been illumination magic in the goblin's lair before, his armor and Zinsis round shield wouldn't have been damaged too much. This was exactly the magic he needed. Tang, illumination magic. We today. Muli deliberately left her words unfinished and kept hinting. Tang immediately understood Muli's meaning and nodded at her. The two of them were on the same wavelength. Shinsi also showed excitement at first, but the next moment she felt that something was off. It seemed like too much of a coincidence. No, perhaps it was just an illusion. This should be called luck, or perhaps a blessing in disguise. If Tang hadn't been injured, they wouldn't have come to the item shop at this time, and they might have missed the cheap illumination magic. Shinsi, Muli, let's head to the Adventurers Guild now. Tang excitedly looked at Shinsi and Muli, his tone revealing strong confidence. Muli, start timing. I will earn enough gold coins as quickly as possible. Okay, I got it. Look how anxious you are. Muli teased Tang with a smile, but her recording movements were not hesitant at all. Tang decided to earn enough gold coins at the Adventurers Guild as soon as possible, and then learn illumination magic from Yufuna. As Muli started to tidy up her notebook, Tang called out to Shinsi, Shinsi, let's go. Oh, okay. Shinsi quickly re-equipped her round shield. Yufuna, see you later. See you later. As the three left with enthusiasm, Yufuna suddenly pressed her hand on the table, resting her chin on one hand, and sighed. I envy them so much. But is Franca's fire element magic really prepared for Tang? It seems her assignment isn't entirely focused on Zinsha, and Tang, is it coming too quickly? Is the effect of that potion of mine so strong? How strange. However, murmuring aside, upon seeing a customer enter the shop, Yufuna quickly shifted her attention back to business. Hello, how can I help you? Yufuna warmly greeted the few customers who entered the shop. These people walked in a group, clearly companions, and since there were no other customers in the store, Yufuna naturally had the time to attend to them personally. Additionally, she was very concerned about the age of these customers, appearing to be in their 20s or 30s, different from the older folks she had seen before. The youngest customers in her item shop today were Muli and her companions. It was quite noteworthy to have unfamiliar young customers come in. Hello, we need a large quantity of slime lure potions. One of the men stepped forward to explain their needs at the counter. Yufuna nodded first, then glanced at the others, noticing they were curiously wandering around the store, so she didn't pay much attention. Is there a specific formula? No specific formula. The man shook his head. Yufuna nodded in understanding. Then I will mix it myself. Each potion is priced at 50 copper coins. How many do you need? A lot. Hearing the answer, Yufuna suddenly became alert and asked, how many slimes are you planning to lure? The specifics are unclear, but there are many slimes around the outskirts of Qianan City. Right now, the more potions we prepare, the better. Oh, I see. Yufuna deliberately stretched her tone and carefully observed the man's changing expressions. This probably isn't the Lord's request, is it? No, it's personal. We are preparing to hunt a large number of slimes. The man explained. Not seeing anything noteworthy from him, Yufuna decided to take on this business. Could you give me an estimate? Let's start with 10,000 portions. 10,000 portions. Yufuna was shocked. That quantity was far too much. Why do they need to lure so many slimes? 10,000 portions. It's possible, but for that quantity, you will need to pay half as a deposit first. Additionally, I don't have that many potion bottles here, so I can only put them in potion barrels for you. That's fine. After the man replied, he painfully took out his wallet, carefully counted the gold coins to ensure he wouldn't give too much, and then handed it to Yufuna. With the transaction settled, Yufuna told them to come back in a few days to pick up their goods, and they quickly left the item shop. As she watched them leave, Yufuna still felt that something was off, but she couldn't figure out the reason and had to let it go. Sigh. 10,000 portions, the stock materials are definitely insufficient. Franca doesn't know to stock more. Otherwise, I should go to the Adventurers Guild to post a commission. Following that, Yufuna's gaze fell on the task commission sheet she had just signed. She handed out the task commission sheet, and after the adventurers in front of her left, soon 3 familiar figures appeared in her sight. The receptionist at the Adventurers Guild looked up and saw that it was the Ranger Knights who had come to take a commission before. Oh, it's you again this time. The guild receptionist quickly scanned Tang with her eyes, and then frowned concerned. Sir Knight, it seems you have fought against some enemies. At this moment, Tang had already lost his right arm guard, and his left arm guard had many cracks, making him look different from before. Tang nodded, admitting to this. Are there any commissions available? Are there any short-term high-reward commissions? I'm very sorry, Sir Knight. The short-term high-reward commissions in the guild are not yet open to newcomers like you. The highest reward commission currently is to eliminate goblins. The guild receptionist made a gesture with an apologetic, meaning her attitude was very respectful, expressing a kind of sorry, I couldn't help you sentiment. Seeing this, Muli pouted slightly with dissatisfaction. She had compared how this receptionist treated other people. Although she was polite, it was not to the extent she treated Tang. She really couldn't tell if this person was treating him preferentially because of Tang's knight status, or if she had taken a liking to him. Again, goblins. Tang fell into thought. I'm curious, what exactly is the use of goblins? Do they drop any rare materials? Shinsi, seeing Tang's confusion, took the initiative to explain, Tang, goblins are useless, they are trash. The guild receptionist immediately provided a more complete answer. Goblins are indeed useless, but they breed too fast and cause too much disturbance to villages and cities, so they must be regularly exterminated. I see, they are pure evil. Tang began to murmur. Not sure if it was her imagination, but Muli felt that the killing intent in Tang's words was stronger than ever. No, perhaps it should be called righteous indignation. After all, he had said that evil must be eradicated. That's right, Sir Knight. If you want to take the task of eliminating goblins, I happen to have a new commission. Hearing the words of the guild lady, the three of them curiously looked over, watching as she took out a slightly different commission for the extermination of goblins. This is... Muli immediately showed a look of surprise. The guild lady seemed to have guessed Muli's thoughts and smiled wryly, saying, actually, this is the first time I've heard of a commission regarding the extermination of a particular creature. A goblin's life is valued at 1 silver coin with no upper limit. Shinsi was also astonished by the cruelty of this commission. It was clearly aimed at the extermination of goblins. Originally, a goblin's life was worth 80 copper coins, and now every goblin killed would earn a quarter more than before. Surely most adventurers would go crazy over this, right? And with no upper limit, that is the most ruthless part. Why such hatred for goblins? Tang felt a strong sense of confusion. Neither Muli nor Shinsi could answer this question, but the guild lady took the initiative to explain. It was a wealthy merchant. His young daughter was allegedly captured by goblins, so not long ago he sent someone to register this commission, allowing all adventurers to take it on together. Captured by goblins? Muli's eyes widened in shock. No wonder the merchant was willing to spend a fortune to exterminate goblins. According to past records, those who were taken by goblins could not possibly have a good ending, even if it was just for an hour. Why didn't that wealthy merchant issue a rescue commission? Tang did not rush to take on the mission. Compared to hunting goblins, he was more concerned about rescuing the girl captured by them. Tang, there probably won't be such a commission. Muli gently tugged at Tang's clothes. Tang looked puzzled, giving her a confused glance. Noticing the shock in Tang's gaze, Muli was about to explain, but worried that given Tang's personality, he might have negative feelings after learning the truth. After a brief hesitation, she decided to tell the truth. Tang, in a story passed down by bards, there are records of how goblins treat their prey. There was a bard who with superb stealth skills lurked in a goblin's den, recording their living habits for several months. In the records, a female goat was captured by goblins and soon gave birth to several goblins. After giving birth, the goat wept, licking the dirt off the goblins, but not long after it was eaten by the other goblins. After briefly recounting the story, Muli began to scrutinize Tang's expression, finding that it was not as severe as she had imagined. There was merely a clear sense of disappointment and hostility towards the evil. The merchant's daughter is still young, so she is probably... Shinsi trembled slightly as she guessed the outcome. I understand now, I will accept this commission. Tang decisively decided to take on the commission. Muli, Shinsi, prepare yourselves, we... Stop. Muli quickly raised her hand to interrupt Tang. You aren't planning for us to launch a night raid on goblins, are you? Goblins have much better night vision than humans, Tang. Yes, Tang, it's almost evening now. Shinsi also began to dissuade Tang. Otherwise, given his temperament, he might really charge at the goblin nest again. Seeing his companion's anxious expressions, Tang immediately revealed a faint smile. I know, we will go back to prepare first and wait until tomorrow morning to go. Upon hearing this, Muli and Shinsi felt awkward. It turned out that Tang was more rational than they had thought. One could even say he was rationally crazy. At least he wouldn't become a hot-blooded fool from impulsiveness, as in legendary tales. Returning to their living quarters, the three washed up in turn and took a break, freeing themselves from the day's busyness, even if it was just leaning against the bed chair or window, doing nothing at all. Killing goblins in the morning, witnessing night duels in the afternoon, and then going to the item shop. This day has truly been busy. Muli gazed out the window, expressing her feelings. But very fulfilling. Shinsi sat comfortably in her chair, stretching her body, instantly relaxing her entire being. As for Tang, he did not immerse himself in the relaxed atmosphere. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he was still contemplating the matter of exterminating goblins tomorrow. At this moment, he was not wearing armor, just ordinary clothes, yet this did not make his body feel any lighter. As deep night fell, the bright moon hung high in the sky and the night was quiet. Tang quietly walked to the edge of the bed, looking at the bright moon in the sky, unsure of what he was thinking. Turning back, the silver moonlight fell on Muli's chest and arms, casting a beautiful glow on some of her hair. She opened her mouth, then suddenly pressed her lips together, instinctively reaching her hand inside her clothes to scratch her chest, then kicked off the blanket that only covered half her body and continued to sleep soundly. She said she liked the feeling of the first rays of morning sunlight on her face, so the bed by the window was given to her. Although she did not have to participate in the battle this day, had worn her out. Tang quietly approached the bed, picked up the blanket Muli had kicked off, and gently covered her with it. Whoosh. Muli suddenly turned over and kicked the blanket off again, then turned back, one hand resting on her chest, the other dangling by the pillow, and continued to sleep soundly. Tang chuckled softly and shook his head, finally folding the blanket and laying it over Muli's abdomen. At least don't catch a cold, he said softly, and Muli seemed to sense this, pressing her lips together, and truly fell asleep again. Tang glanced at the bed in the middle where Shinsi lay on her side, sleeping peacefully. Truly she was the child of a wealthy family, her sleeping posture exuding a sense of grace. Tang quietly passed by the bed closest to the door, then stealthily left the room, leaving the quiet to the sleeping individuals. He walked to the stable and quietly gazed at the sleeping gray dragon under the moonlight. If one understands nothing and just goes with the flow, would that be a kind of happiness, say? Tang whispered, staring at the gray dragon. At that moment, the gray dragon's ears twitched as if it had heard Tang's voice, and then it slowly awakened and got up to come before Tang. Oh, sorry, did I wake you? Looking at the gray dragon that had approached him, Tang naturally reached out to stroke its face. After a few rubs, the gray dragon suddenly snorted. What's wrong? Worried about me? The gray dragon then made a sound and nodded vigorously. It truly was full of spirit. Don't worry, I'm just a bit restless, old buddy, Tang said softly, reaching out to stroke the gray dragon's face again. By the way, I've never asked if you would like to embark on the path of a night with me. However, I think before this no one would have inquired about your opinion. The gray dragon seemed to worry about disturbing the sleeping individuals and only let out a soft grunt. Is that so? I see. When dawn broke, Muli opened her eyes and stretched with a long yawn, then noticed the blanket draped over her abdomen. Who folded this for me? Muli asked, a bit confused. Suddenly hearing some strange noises, her ears twitched slightly, and she got out of bed barefoot to open the window, curiously sticking her head out to look outside. As the day began to dawn, the smooth road was coated with a layer of blue light reminiscent of summer's ice-cold lemonade, accompanied by a gentle breeze that felt refreshing. At this moment, the streets were still quite empty, and Muli craned her neck to look around, soon spotting Tang, who was jogging in circles around the house. His clothes were already soaked with sweat, beads of glistening perspiration reflecting the light of the rising sun from his forehead and hair, making him quite a sight. Why is Tang up so early to run? Could it be that he didn't sleep all night? Muli muttered to herself, then leaned on the window, silently watching Tang as he exercised. Tang had always maintained excellent physical fitness. At this pace, he would work up quite a sweat, suggesting he must have risen hours ago. Feeling that the time was about right, Tang gradually slowed his pace, wiping away the sweat from his face, and glanced up at the rented house. Upon seeing Muli, he was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and waved gently at her. Muli also raised her hand to greet Tang, then quickly turned and went inside to rummage through the luggage of the three to find Tang's towel. With Tang's towel in hand, as Muli was about to head out, she passed by Xian's bed and noticed he was still asleep. She gently patted his legs to wake him up. Xian, it's morning time to get up. Huh, is it already light outside? Xian, as she groggily sat up, rubbing his eyes, then squinted around. Seeing that he was awake, Muli said, It's morning, we have quite a few things to do today, so I'm heading down first. Xian, she clearly still felt a bit dazed. After he responded, a door slammed shut suddenly. Muli had already jogged out of the house. Tang, here. Muli quickly approached the sweaty Tang. Why are you up so early to run? Thanks, Muli. Tang immediately took the towel to wipe the sweat from his face and then draped it around his neck. I couldn't sleep, so I came out to run. Tang responded to Muli's question, and Muli was taken aback. You didn't sleep at all last night. It's not uncommon. Oh, it doesn't affect me. Seeing Tang's sunny smile, Muli chose not to say more, but she knew he must have been affected by what happened yesterday. A knight who couldn't be shaken by a lost duel would likely only feel unsettled upon hearing about another's tragedy. You should go take a shower. I'll go feed the gray dragon. I've already fed it. The gray dragon chatted with me all night and has gone to sleep now. Muli blinked in confusion. Tang, when did you learn animal language? No, the gray dragon can understand human speech. I've promised to get it some armor in the future. Muli scratched her head in confusion, unable to comprehend what was going through Tang's mind. Getting armor for the gray dragon. Was he planning to arm it like a battle donkey? The gray dragon was just an old donkey. How could it charge into battle alongside a knight? However, Muli didn't voice these thoughts. She didn't believe Tang was oblivious to this. If he wanted to get armor for the gray dragon, then let him take his time. Next to come out was Xian, she who was also surprised to see Tang drenched in sweat, and he went through the same process. Muli had just done questioning Tang, urging him to freshen up before feeding the donkey, and then expressing skepticism about Tang's animal language. Shall we go buy breakfast first? Xian, she waited for Tang's opinion. Tang nodded, took out 2 silver coins from his pocket, and placed them in Xian's hand. And pick up some torches, flint, and fuel while you're at it. Tang, you still want to go in? Xian, she suddenly understood what Tang was planning. You mean to? Muli also guessed Tang's intention. Yes, even if the hope is slim, I still want to try. Tang affirmed his companion's suspicions. He intended to search the goblin's lair for the girl who had been captured. The two understood Tang's nature and agreed. The commander planned to charge at the goblins, so how could the followers and scribe not keep up? Meanwhile, within the grand castle of Qian City, a solitary training ground welcomed a middle-aged man dressed in splendid attire. Boom. A crimson lion's head lingered in the air for several seconds. Even from a distance, one could feel as if a lion was silently roaring. The middle-aged man followed the heat-emitting fist, his gaze falling upon an aged face. Though this face was lined with wrinkles, its expression remained resolute. "My knight commander, I searched for you yesterday for quite some time, but couldn't find you. Where have you been?" The middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, a kind smile directed towards the old knight. "I heard from other maidens that you returned reeking of alcohol and wearing a rookie's armor. I know you're upset, but don't be too despondent." "I had a duel." The old knight replied without turning his head, then exhaled and unleashed another punch. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted, and the crimson lion's head reappeared, its might 3 times that of the previous punch. The middle-aged man frowned slightly and asked, "Who was it? An invader?" "No, just an interesting junior." The old knight retracted his fist and turned to look at the middle-aged man. "Not going to use your strongest third form?" "Not necessary." "All right, but how did you end up dueling with a junior? From your tone, you seem to appreciate him. Who is he?" Just a bunch of useless drunks, it's not them. It's a wandering knight named Tang from New Covenant Town." As the old knight spoke, he picked up a towel that was set aside and gently wiped the sweat from his body. Listening to the old knight, the middle-aged man felt slightly displeased, but then his curiosity grew stronger. "There aren't many junior knights who can make you remember their names. Did you lose?" "No, that wouldn't be possible. He took my crimson flame lion's Fong Heaton with his body." The old knight's tone was nonchalant, yet his gaze drifted into the distance, as if watching Tang, who was beyond his sight. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man suddenly displayed a look of terror. "Did you kill him? If so, even though you are the commander of my knights as the city lord, I must punish you severely." "No, he took 1.5 punches from me, just a newbie who doesn't even know any combat skills. A newcomer knight worthy of respect." As he spoke, the old knight's cheeks flushed as if he were drunk. The lord of Qian City rarely cast a scrutinizing glance at this knight commander, as if he was meeting this person for the first time. After a brief silence, the city lord spoke in a serious tone. "The magical beasts outside the city have begun to stir again. Oh, it seems a new round of attacks is imminent." "I understand," the old knight responded, and then walked past the city lord. The city lord was taken aback, surprised as he turned to look at the old knight, who was gradually walking away, loudly asking, "Where are you going?" "To stop them." The city lord was astonished and asked again, "Are you planning to?" "Indeed," the old knight replied. "I want to keep that flame burning in his heart." With a whoosh, a flame ignited in the darkness. The torch was lit, and the warm yellow light quickly illuminated the nearby rock walls. The originally pitch-black cave was graced with a source of light, instantly attracting countless gazes. Damp and foul-smelling, a variety of complex odors rushed towards the torch. Crackle! A spark flickered for a moment, and a shadow swiftly darted away. "Moonlit slash!" Tang shouted, swinging his sword upward, and a goblin's corpse fell in response. He didn't spare a glance at the goblin's body. Instead, he immediately turned back, tapping the torch in his hand against the side, igniting another flame. Muli held the torch, letting the light illuminate the figures of herself and Xinshi. Xinshi cautiously raised her round shield in front, wielding her short sword with one hand, prepared for a sneak attack. Then Tang hurled the torch forward. With a thud, it struck the ground, the flickering flames brightly illuminating the goblins within the cave. A group of small, ugly, green-skinned goblins clad only in rags and wielding various crude weapons stared hungrily at Muli, drooling uncontrollably. "Tang, there are many goblins, be careful." Muli's voice echoed in the cave, her concerned words only excited the goblins further. "Understood, prepare for magic." Just as Tang responded, a small goblin charged out, quickly brandishing a stone dagger, racing towards Muli along the wall. "Flying strike." As the words fell, the assassin goblin suddenly sensed movement beside him, turning to see Tang's longsword descending, slaying the goblin with a single strike. As Tang moved, the other goblins immediately roared, excitedly lunging at Xinshi and Muli. Fatal strike. With a whoosh, a goblin's stone dagger suddenly flew, piercing another goblin's brain. Spiral slash. Silver light. Falling moon. Blade storm. In the blink of an eye, several goblins charging at the front were reduced to severed limbs. With a crash, a strong goblin blocked Tang's strike with a large club, only for an arrow to suddenly appear and pierce its skull. Grab, Sky Serpent. Tang used one hand to seize the goblin's head, using it as a throwing weapon against the other goblins. Taking advantage of the moment when the goblins were obstructed, magic suddenly enveloped Tang, and with the acceleration of the spell, he circled around to the goblin's rear, slaying the last goblin. Suddenly catching a glint of silver, Tang saw one goblin carrying a human dagger. He quickly sheathed his longsword, Xianyue, and grabbed the goblin by the shoulder with one hand. This goblin seemed to be the sharpest of the group, immediately turning to stab with its dagger. But its fist met Tang's body, leaving the goblin dumbfounded as its dagger had vanished. Fatal strike. A flash of silver descended, and the assassin goblin was instantly killed. The other goblins had yet to react when Tang's voice rang out again. Backstab. Throat seal. Silver serpent dance. At this moment, a larger goblin finally threw off the body of the strong goblin and swung its meteor hammer to strike behind. though this blow could perhaps crush its companions. That would be even better. Fewer competitors. But in the next moment, the meteor hammer in the big goblin's hand vanished, and it turned to find only a knight's kick before its eyes. Killing flying kick. With a loud bang, the big goblin staggered back toward Exine Shi. Exine Shi. Flank attack. Understood. The big goblin, unsteady on its feet, turned just in time to receive another shield bash. Bang. In that moment of daze, a short sword pierced its throat, blood gushing out as the big goblin quickly fell. Seeing a small group of goblins quickly dealt with, Tang gave Exine Shi a thumbs up. Flattered by his gesture, Exine Shi also felt a bit shy. But in the next moment, Exine Shi's expression tightened as she shouted, "Tang, duck!" Watching Exine Shi throw a shield towards him, Tang was startled into covering his head and crouching down, softly murmuring, "Cover head and crouch for defense," before turning to look behind. Bang! It seemed something exploded, sending Exine Shi's shield flying. The scorched round shield slowly rolled back to Exine Shi's side. In an instant, Tang grabbed the torch on the ground and threw it forward, illuminating an elderly goblin. The goblin held a wooden magic wand as it came, nervously scanning the bodies of its fallen companions before locking eyes with Tang. It was this person who had just killed several goblins in an instant. Under the goblin's gaze, Tang was also fixated on the wand in its hand. Seeing the goblin's lips move slightly, Muli anxiously shouted, "Tang, it's chanting a spell." Tang immediately reacted, swapping the dagger he had just acquired for his longsword and using the sword as a shovel to kick up sand towards the goblin. Sandstorm shot. The sand entered the goblin's eyes and mouth, interrupting its chant. As it brushed off the sand and looked ahead, Tang's downward slash had already fallen. New moon slash. The goblin instinctively raised its hands to block with the magic wand, but it was futile. Tang's longsword effortlessly passed through the goblin's hands, slaying it. Yet after this strike, Tang took a few steps back immediately, because right in front of him, a greater number of better-equipped goblins had already rushed out from the depths of the cave. Tang. Exine Shi picked up her newly injured round shield and called out to Tang, then took the torch from Muli's hand. Understood. Strategic retreat. With that, Tang quickly turned and ran to his companions. Without hesitation, he hoisted Muli and dashed outside with Exine Shi following closely behind. Before the cave entrance, there was some burning oil giving off a pungent smell. Once the three had run a short distance, Exine Shi turned and threw the torch. The goblin that had just reached the cave entrance stepped into the burning oil, and in the next instant a wall of fire erupted, engulfing the goblins in rapidly spreading flames, causing them to scream. The three, having run far enough to no longer hear the goblins' cries, gradually slowed their pace. "We're safe now, there are no monsters nearby," Tang said, letting go of the blushing Muli. "Cough, nearly 10 goblins without proving materials lost us 1 gold coin, ooh, what a pity." Muli glanced at the corner, not out of shyness, but feeling a bit embarrassed for being carried all the way. "Actually, the haul isn't too bad," Exine, she said, setting down her backpack to show Muli a goblin's nose. "There are over 30 here. I suspect the captured people are deeper in the cave. It will likely take some time to successfully infiltrate." Tang sighed after speaking. Seeing Tang sigh, Muli's mood also sank a bit. "Tang, actually, I know, but I have to bring something back from inside." Tang interrupted Muli, though this was something he had anticipated. Then Tang extended his hand to Muli, conjuring a pure wooden magic wand in front of her. "Tang, this is..." At that moment, Muli was stunned. This seemed to be the wand used by that goblin. "I remember you said you couldn't afford a wand. This is a trophy we just acquired. Though it's not very pretty, it works." Tang smiled awkwardly. "Let's head back first, regroup, and then come back to clean out the monsters here as soon as possible." Beyond the walls of Qianan City, crowds streamed in and out each day. Yet lately, the rampant surge of monstrous creatures had left the city's sentinels perpetually clad in full armor. Besides the knights routinely stationed at the gate to inspect arrivals and departures, watchful eyes occasionally peered from numerous narrow apertures along the ramparts. These too were knights, armed with crossbows, scanning the surrounding lands with vigilant precision. They wore supple leather armor rather than heavy plate, favoring mobility over sheer defense. At times they were dispatched beyond the walls as scouts under the city lord's command. Yet not all rampart sentinels conformed to this pattern. Among them stood an elderly knight, clad head to toe in gleaming metal armor, crouching alongside the scouts with quiet intensity as he gazed outward. "Old comrade, who exactly are you searching for? Tell us. We'll keep an eye out," said a leather-armored knight, his expression awkwardly strained. "No need. I'll handle it myself," the elder knight replied without turning, waving dismissively. "If your commander objects, let him take it up with the city lord himself." The leather-armored knight hesitated, brow furrowed, then glanced back toward his superior, who stood arms crossed, wearing an unmistakable scowl. Though visibly displeased, the officer merely flicked his lips in silent resignation and said nothing. Suddenly, the elder knight stiffened, pressing his face so tightly against the stone parapet that his eyes seemed on the verge of bulging, straining to fix upon a figure far in the distance that held his undivided attention. "At last, you've returned. No wonder I scoured the city high and low." In the distance, Muli and her companions trudged slowly toward the city gate, their spoils abundant. Shinsi walked in serene silence, bearing a pack brimming with goblin noses. His round shield and short sword hung loosely from its straps. Around Muli's thigh rested a leather thigh sheath holding a dagger. This was no ordinary blade purchased from the Adventurers Guild. It was a finely forged steel dagger seized by Tang from a goblin's grasp. Judging its quality exceptional, he had gifted it to Muli for self-defense. Though Muli possessed little combat prowess, she retained a modest capacity to resist close-quarters assault, and this dagger might yet prove decisive. Likely looted by goblins from some fallen adventurer, the dagger would fetch several silver coins on the open market. Yet what truly captivated Muli was not the blade, but the unassuming wooden stick now cradled in her hands. It was a plain magic wand, roughly an arm's length, unrefined in appearance, yet the very first she had ever owned. Now flushed with delight, she balanced it lightly between her fingertips, rotating it like a skewer held aloft beneath the sky. Dulula wow, Tang, this wand is hideous. Did the goblins cobble it together from scrap wood? Muli teased. Tang chuckled faintly, a touch embarrassed. You dislike it? Well, truth be told, neither do I. I'll find you a finer one soon. Who said I disliked it? I never said a word. Muli pouted, shooting Tang a mock glare, then fell silent again, staring dreamily at the wand as she murmured, still, perhaps it could be refined. Are there wand crafters in this city? Unlikely, Shinsi replied. True mages rarely visit small towns. Only within a count's domain might one encounter them. Oh, I see. Muli sighed wistfully, when suddenly a murmur ahead caught her ear. Why must I surrender my wand? For the safety of our citizens, Sir Mage, we kindly request your cooperation. A fledgling mage newly arrived and ill-versed in local custom was protesting the mandatory weapon deposit at the gate. To preserve order, a gate sentinel discreetly drew the mage aside. Only after Muli and Tang passed through did the mage spot Muli's wand and reignite the dispute. Such unruly mages appeared monthly. The knights, long accustomed, resolved the matter swiftly. The trio proceeded directly to the Adventurers Guild, submitted proof of their goblin-slaying commission, and collected several gold coins. Tang instinctively began counting the coins, preparing to divide them into 4 shares, only for Muli and Shinsi to decline simultaneously. Tang, hold on to these for now. Muli met his gaze and placed the shared purse, their pooled funds, into his palm. I won't need this money just yet. Lend it to you. Master magic with Yafuna as quickly as you can. Shinsi withdrew her own purse and added it to his hand. Tang stared at her speechless, before Muli slipped yet another purse into his grasp. Shinsi speaks wisely, Tang. With my share added, it should suffice for your studies with Yafuna. Muli smiled warmly. After all, our meals draw from this common fund, and otherwise we spend little. Tang looked between his 2 companions, hesitated only a heartbeat, then nodded firmly. Yes, understood. Muli's expression shifted instantly. Tang, you agreed far too quickly. Shinsi let out a soft, delighted laugh, amused by Muli's spontaneity, while Tang too broke into a gentle smile. I'd never wish to disappoint the kindness of my comrades. Then don't forget to repay us, boss, Tang, Muli teased in a playful lilt, prompting fresh laughter from both. They then returned to yesterday's tavern. Those streets remained scarred with rubble, the district buzzed with undiminished vitality. At the entrance, they immediately noticed every table and chair had been replaced with solid steel. The same server who'd welcomed them before spotted Tang instantly, rushed inside, and re-emerged moments later with the proprietor. Sir Tang, what an honor. Please come in. We've missed you terribly since you left. The innkeeper greeted Tang with effusive deference. Didn't we just meet yesterday? Muli quipped. Precisely why it's such a rare delight. He beamed, hands clasped warmly. I recited your names all night. I slept not a wink. Once seated, the innkeeper personally took their orders, leaving the trio pleasantly flustered. Yet a few easy exchanges soon dissolved their uneasy sense of being elevated too high too fast. By the way, Tang asked, curiously gesturing toward the furniture, was this replacement unusually swift? Yesterday's chairs were wooden. Today they're bolted anchored to the floor. As he spoke, Muli noticed Tang's posture had grown markedly more upright, almost reverent, though she found the shift puzzling and chose not to ask. Later, during a quiet evening chat, she jokingly raised the matter again, only to hear Tang compare the place to a school cafeteria. She'd never seen one herself, nor knew any cafeteria that bolted its furniture to the ground. Hearing the question, the innkeeper bowed slightly, rubbing his fingers together with a sly, knowing grin. Oh, I simply paid the blacksmith extra to hasten his work, haha. Tang blinked, then grasped the implication, shook his head with a wry smile, and prepaid the meal at 1/3 the listed price. Oh, noble Sir Knight, you're a true paragon of virtue. In all my years running this tavern, never have I met a patron so generous as to pay before the meal. He turned toward the kitchen and called out, here, that cooks. Prioritize this night's order. Then with a conspiratorial wink, he vanished behind the curtain with the menu. Muli and Shinsi exchanged light, amused chuckles, calling the innkeeper delightfully eccentric. Muli even declared she'd immortalize him in Tang's future biography. Nearby knights, having witnessed the charming little spectacle, muttered amongst themselves, until Muli glanced around and realized with surprise far fewer knights dined here today than yesterday. Even the boastful recruit who'd claimed yesterday to be the new recruit's martial champion sat wounded at his table. Strange, how had so many knights sustained worse injuries overnight? Although curious about the experiences of the injured knights present, who wore gloomy expressions even during their meal, Muli had no intention of asking them. After all, they are knights, vassals of the nobility after all. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Muli unexpectedly noticed a bard entering through the door. This gentleman was well-dressed, wearing a flat-topped hat and carrying a small wooden lute on his back, surely a fellow performer. The flat hat placed on the ground for collecting tips and performance fees made it convenient. Many impoverished yet discerning bards favored such hats, and the lute was their instrument for performance, as pure human voice could be rather dull. As the gentleman politely greeted the staff and whispered something, the staff led him into the kitchen. Muli followed with her gaze and saw the manager conversing with the bard, quickly grasping the situation. Tang, there might be a bard performing later. Help me get 10 copper coins, will you? Muli poked Tang's arm. Seeing such a familiar action, Muli speculated that the bard must have discussed performing here with the establishment, and the owner had agreed readily, likely not providing a base salary or charging a venue fee similar to her own previous situation. Recalling her own situation back, then out of sympathy and compassion, Muli decided to give the bard a tip later, at least enough for a meal. Tang nodded, took the money, and awaited the dishes while enjoying the bard's performance. However, moments later, the bard went to the wall, placed his hat in a spot less likely to be kicked, and then leaned against the wall, beginning to strum and sing. He appeared to be an experienced performer, knowing to stand by the wall to avoid blocking customers' paths, Muli thought. Suddenly hearing a strum, Muli's smile vanished instantly, and she silently stuffed 10 copper coins into Tang's hand, her expression tightening. What's wrong, Muli? Both Tang and Xian, she cast curious glances at her. This might be a skilled performer. Muli's face turned awkward, feeling ashamed for her earlier pity towards the bard. The gentleman's lute sounded beautiful. Although the strum came suddenly, it was not harsh or startling. Instead, it drew everyone's attention. Then the story began to unfold. This was a tale about heroic knights rumored to involve a pair of exceptionally gifted brothers whose personalities and preferences were starkly different. The elder brother was gentle and kind, exceptionally wise, while the younger brother was hot-tempered and valued loyalty. Their brotherly bond was strong, yet they often quarreled, even coming to blows over the affection of a beautiful woman. Later, the elder brother successfully became the leader of the Knight Order, and the younger brother became the deputy leader. Both were skilled swordsmen, valiant and courageous, earning the love of the townspeople. Though no one had seen their faces behind their helmets, their armor symbolized protection. One day, a terrifying monster attacked. The bard's story was not long, yet it was captivating. The previously lively restaurant soon fell silent, as everyone paused their chatter to focus on the bard's tale. Outside, an old knight tiptoed into the restaurant. Upon hearing the story being sung by the bard, he froze for a moment, then found an empty seat and quietly summoned a staff member. The staff turned and saw it was the old knight, instantly turning serious, as he was the one who had asked this warrior knight for money yesterday. What a coincidence. This guy again. The staff was somewhat distressed internally, but out of respect for the knight's authority, he approached the old knight. I'm not pleased to serve you. What? The old knight was taken aback. I'm very pleased to serve you, noble knight. May I ask, do you have money with you today? The staff forced a stiff smile. The old knight glanced at the staff in dissatisfaction, but did not reprimand him. He quickly ordered his food and sent him away. The staff mistakenly thought he had misheard, and thus confirmed with the old knight, just this one dish. Yes, hurry up. The old knight replied casually, then turned his gaze back to the bard, seemingly absorbed in the story. The staff incredulously reported this matter to the manager, who was somewhat surprised, and confirmed he really only wants a plate of beans. Yes, the staff nodded repeatedly, very certain. The manager looked meaningfully at the distracted old knight, then turned to the staff, saying, I'll personally prepare this dish and deliver it. You go about your business. The old knight continued to listen intently to the story, and soon the sound of the dish colliding with the table snapped him back to reality. He turned to look at the person delivering the dish, only to see that they had already left. Looking at the plate of beans he had ordered, the sauce on the surface formed a message, do you still have any face left? Deputy leader. The old knight's eyes widened in disbelief, and he stirred the word deputy into the beans, then fell into a low mood, mixing the message completely away, eating while listening to the story. In the end of the story, the younger brother sacrificed himself to save the city, and every resident of Qian City would remember this outstanding knight. Only at this point did the listeners realize that the bard was recounting the tale of Qian City, and the deputy leader of the Knight Order had also died recently. After a brief silence, most patrons applauded the bard's story, including Muli, who wore a look of envy. Tang wanted to give some performance fees, but some others were faster than him, knights from the Knight Order. They were serious, not only giving performance fees, but also voluntarily covering the meal costs before leaving quietly, which was truly surprising. What an impressive bard. After hearing the story, Muli couldn't help but express her admiration, even analyzing excellent water element magic, guiding the audience's emotions into the story through sound and... Suddenly, a clash of utensils from the table interrupted Muli's words. The three simultaneously looked at the table, discovering an extra plate of beans for some unknown reason. They saw a hand at the edge of the plate, and following the arm they encountered the somewhat lecherous grin of the old knight. Hee, we've met again, little knight. You healed quite quickly, the old knight smiled at Tang. Xian, she immediately pulled out a slightly charred round shield to block in front of Tang, intending to separate him from the old knight. What do you want? Muli shrank beside Tang, warily watching the old knight and questioning him. Me? I'm just asking, Tang, do you know what true chivalry is? The old knight gazed intently into Tang's eyes, waiting for his answer. I know, Tang replied without hesitation, his answer resolute. No, you do not. What do you want to say? Tang glared at the old knight with dissatisfaction. I said you do not understand the way of the knight. The old knight did not shy away from the sharpness of Tang's gaze and met him eye to eye, the tension palpable. Seeing Tang fall silent, the old knight could not sit still and took the initiative to say, don't you have any interest in joining the Knight Order? Tang frowned slightly at this. If you have come to invite me to join the Knight Order, then please leave. The old knight was not discouraged and continued to ask Tang, what kind of knight do you wish to become? What do you plan to do? Before Tang could respond, the old knight added, Tang, I have seen many confused knights, but in the Knight Order, knights do not feel lost, they find their place. Suddenly, a burst of laughter interrupted the old knight's words, and he turned in displeasure to see Muli laughing. He glanced again at Shi and found that although Shi did not laugh out loud, he was also stifling a laugh. What? Did he just say something very funny? What are you laughing at? The old knight asked the two. I'm laughing at your misunderstanding of Tang, Muli said with a smug smile. Tang has never been confused, Shi added. Never confused? How is that possible? The old knight did not believe it and turned to Tang. As he was about to speak, he seemed to think of something, and a slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Tang, do you really believe your so-called companions understand you? The old knight employed a strategy of sowing discord. I do not believe that you would not feel lost, Tang. Even the knight leader in the stories sung by bards has been deeply lost. The old knight thought to himself, yet his heartbeat began to quicken. In truth, he was quite eager for Tang's response. I never doubt my companions, sir. Tang looked at the old knight with slight dissatisfaction, but still insisted on using a respectful address. He looked at Muli, then at Shi, and then proposed to the old knight, why don't the three of us answer together? The old knight chuckled, all right. 4. Tang paused, and then the three of them spoke in unison. To become the greatest knight, to eliminate the Demon King. After saying this, Muli and Shi exchanged smiles, having long since lost count of how many times Tang had said such things. How could they not understand Tang's thoughts? The old knight was stunned, and the tavern owner and some employees who were eavesdropping at the kitchen door were also left dumbfounded. Setting aside the trust and tacit understanding among the three, just Tang's thoughts were utterly perplexing. What exactly does the greatest knight mean? And what kind of creature is the Demon King? This all felt like a fanciful tale. The old knight furrowed his brow and looked Tang up and down. Are you serious? He felt Tang's answer was too idealistic, simply insane, for a normal person would never give such an answer. He shook his head, not giving Tang a chance to respond, and said, Tang, if you truly believe this, you should not be traveling alongside this half-elf lady. The old knight pointed at Muli, which left her confused. What does Tang's knightly way have to do with me? Are you here to practice the way of the knights, or to happily travel with a pretty lady? You should join the Knight Order and see what a true knight is like. Hearing the old knight's words, Tang frowned in displeasure, but Muli was even angrier, slamming her hand on the table and standing up. What is a true knight in your eyes? Those who talk about lending, but mostly eat for free, asking for benefits from those they are supposed to protect. What kind of knight is that? Muli's voice was loud, startling many diners around them, who stopped eating and cast wary and uneasy glances their way. Noticing the gazes from those around, Muli immediately calmed her emotions and hurriedly apologized to the diners. I'm so sorry, please don't mind, I apologize for disturbing you. Seeing her so sincere, the diners did not hold a grudge and continued eating the food in front of them. Muli quickly sat back down, her expression somewhat defiant, though inside she was already panicking. Muli, oh Muli, you just embarrassed yourself. So embarrassing. Compared to Muli, she was also furious, but his emotions were calmer than hers. Are you saying that women will hinder your knightly path? She retorted to the old knight. If you have seen female knights, you surely would not say such things. Your knightly way is too narrow-minded. Oh. The old knight was not angry at this reply. Instead, he raised an eyebrow in surprise, taking a closer look at Shi. He did not expect that besides Tang there was another interesting subordinate. The surprise was even more than he had imagined. Tang's expression was similarly unsightly, and his tone grew much more serious. Sir, as a knight, would you pledge your life to follow those you serve? Of course, the old knight replied without hesitation, but was puzzled as to why Tang asked this. But I will not. Tang's answer left the old knight bewildered. How could Tang give such an answer? Not just the old knight, but Muli and Shi also showed surprised expressions. What is Tang saying? Surely there will be a twist, right? It must be so. This cannot be something Tang would say. Sure enough, Tang provided further clarification. I never intended to follow anyone, so I will not join the Knight Order. Tang's tone was calm, yet it seemed to conceal something. The three fell into silence, and then they all thought of a certain possibility, their eyes widening in shock. The old knight opened his mouth to say something, but found his words faltering. It cannot be wrong. Tang means that. The Knight Order cannot accommodate him, nor can it bear his will. Even the person in the old knight's heart cannot do it. Tang, my boy, I truly like you. Huh, you are the one. Tang, if your purpose is only this, then please leave. If you have come to insult me and my companions, do not blame me for being rude. Tang coldly stared at the old knight, then gently nodded to indicate the end of all words. He had nothing more to say to this old man. No, how could that be? I came to find you certainly for something more important. The old knight laughed. To Muli, the old knight's laugh seemed somewhat lewd. Clearly just a second ago he was being warned with words, and the next moment he could act like a lapdog. Could it be? Muli's expression darkened as she thought of a rather unpleasant possibility. Tang looked at the old knight in confusion. Please speak. I have forgot to bring money. Instantly the few stared at each other wide-eyed. Do you have no shame? Muli inadvertently blurted out her thoughts. However, the old knight paid her no heed. Come duel Tang, the rules are the same as yesterday, but with an added clause: neither of us is allowed to use combat skills or magic, and we must stop at the appropriate moment. All right, outside the restaurant without disturbing the pedestrians. The following duel went as expected amidst the loud calls of mountain opening fist, antelope, jumping monkey, scooping the moon, scorpion, tail hook. Tang once again lost and promptly paid 7 copper coins. Yes, just 7 copper coins. There is no doubt that this old knight has issues. The great bard, the beautiful Halfelf, the legendary Lady Muli naturally saw through all of this. The facts also confirmed her suspicions. At the Night Order's castle, the Lord once again found the old knight. My knight leader, why do you come back looking so battered? And yet you're laughing so happily. Huh? Am I really laughing happily? Huh? Congratulations on getting through that incident. Would you mind sharing your joy with me? The Lord asked. The old knight immediately fell silent, his gaze deep, looking at the Lord with a half-smile. I am preparing to take on a disciple. The old knight's words dropped like a bombshell, shocking the Lord of the city. The Lord was momentarily stunned, but after a brief shock he displayed a strong sense of delight. Who? Tell me, which genius is it? The old knight shook his head and replied, not from the Night Order. The Lord of the city paused for a moment at this statement, then chuckled lightly, saying, No worries, Barrow, I will recruit him into the Night Order, you need not worry about that. The Lord seemed to think that his knight captain was worried about this matter, so he called him by name, as if at that moment their identities had transformed from master and servant to friends. Whoever you choose as your successor, I will treat him with the utmost respect. The Lord continued happily, yet he was perhaps a bit too early in his joy. The old knight named Barrow shook his head once more. He will not join the Night Order. Upon hearing this, the smile on the Lord's face suddenly froze, twitching a few times before transforming into rage. He began to glare at Barrow with dissatisfaction, his breathing growing heavier and his expression gradually serious. The Lord even placed his hands behind his back, walking around Barrow in circles. Suddenly the Lord stopped, extending a trembling finger to point at Barrow's nose from a distance, angrily saying, What are you thinking? How dare you treat me this way? Barrow lowered his head. I see you are getting old and your mind is muddled. Barrow remained silent. Do you look down on me? Do you despise me? Do you still have me in your eyes and heart? Barrow still did not respond, silently enduring the Lord's fury and scolding. Seeing him like this, the Lord finally couldn't bear it any longer and sighed. Tell me, what is it about that person that moved you? I saw the shadow of my elder brother in him, but it seems my brother cannot catch up to him. Barrow recited, seemingly lost in memories. The Lord frowned and pushed Barrow's shoulder forcefully, asking, What do you mean? Barrow thought for a moment, then raised his head to meet the Lord's gaze. My lord, if one day you have a dispute with a commoner, and it is your fault, he will not hesitate to draw his sword against you. Upon hearing this, the Lord let out a cold snort, finding it amusing. He waved his hand and walked away casually. How dare he? I am a noble. How could he do such a thing? Barrow simply watched him, his gaze steady and unwavering. The Lord's expression slightly changed, somewhat surprised. Do you believe in him? I believe. The Lord lightly bit his lip, then said, Keep him for me. I cannot keep him. You cannot keep him. The Lord countered, pressing closer. If you cannot keep him, can the Lord keep him? Can the Earl keep him? Can the Marquis? What about the Duke? The King? Barrow shook his head, repeatedly denying each one. The Lord took a deep breath, his tone softening considerably. If you were still the deputy captain, you could do as you please, but now that you are the captain, you cannot entrust important matters to outsiders. The Lord stared at Barrow. I thought you had moved on from the sacrifice of Bana, but you have not. Barrow couldn't help but retort, I cannot move on. I wear his armor, learning to think and speak like him in front of others. Everyone thinks the deputy captain Barrow is dead. The hero who survived is his brother Bana. The Lord was rendered speechless upon hearing this. Barrow continued to complain. If it weren't for that bloodline woman suddenly appearing, if he hadn't been there, it should have been me who died. Yes, he is not the captain who survived from the bard's story. He is the deputy captain who should have perished. The Lord let out a heavy sigh. Barrow, at this moment you are still your brother. You two brothers are the pillars of the Night Order. If one falls, the main pillar cannot collapse again. The Lord shook his head repeatedly while Barrow could only stare at him. Your brother actively proposed that the captain does not reveal his true identity and only recognizes the armor. Perhaps he had long anticipated that such a day would come. He is an outstanding knight. Once the crisis is over, Barrow can be resurrected, but for now you cannot pass your brother's martial arts to outsiders. I never said I would pass my brother's martial arts to that kid, Barrow said earnestly. The Lord was taken aback, then shocked, pointing at Barrow in disbelief, unsure of what to say. I will inherit my brother's will along with his chivalry, and my martial arts and thoughts will follow that kid to crush evil. Barrow stared fixedly at the Lord, his gaze as steadfast as Tang's. However, he replaced Demon King with evil. After all, the Demon King does not exist. The Lord looked at Barrow, momentarily moved. Then what about your chivalry? My chivalry is too narrow. His path has long embraced me. The Lord looked at Baro in front of him, suddenly feeling a sense of strangeness, and developed a strong interest in the disciple he spoke of. Then the Lord left the sentence, "It's up to you, you just don't let him refuse." After saying this, the Lord walked away. Upon hearing this, Baro felt delighted knowing that the Lord he followed had agreed. In the next moment, the Lord suddenly stopped. "All right, Baro, I have heard about your situation. You inquired about your brother's disciples' restaurant from other knights, went there to drink, and got fed up with the other knights' behavior of not repaying debts, so you embarrassed them and beat them up. You came back to train all the knights, then injured those people. How old are you that you act like a child? You are too far from Bana." Baro's face turned red with embarrassment upon hearing this, and he spoke somewhat hesitantly. "All right, no more explanations. You are still far from inheriting your brother's will. Also, the disciple you wish to take in is named Tang, right? Humph, when he arrives, remember to greet me." After saying this, the Lord left the night order with a smile. Today's sun is really warm. The light ball was soft, almost as if it could be held in one's hands. So it turns out that illumination magic can be held up by magic. Muli held a light ball with both hands, carefully feeling the warmth in her hands. And it can also be hung up. A female voice dropped, and the light ball in Muli's hands flew into Ivna's hands, where it was then hung in the air above the front desk. After finishing all this, Ivna immediately turned to the door, shouting to the customer, who had just stepped into the store, "Sorry guests, we are not conducting business today. Please come back tomorrow." The customer at the door was somewhat surprised, but accepted the situation naturally. It seemed that the previous owner of this prop store often closed down as well. That's referring to Franca Rossi. Ivna got him. Seeing that customer leave, Shinsi took the initiative to walk over, close the store door, and flip a sign to indicate that they were temporarily closed. Although my four symbols talent leans more towards rock and wind, it doesn't mean I can't use fire magic, but the corresponding effect won't be very good. After Ivna finished speaking, she withdrew her magic, waiting for the light ball in midair to fade away before looking at Tang, who had a serious expression. "Are you ready to learn magic?" Tang placed his fist before his chest and solemnly nodded. "Please teach me magic, teacher Yifna." In an instant, Yifna, Shinsi, and Muli all changed their expressions, looking at Tang with shock. Shinsi opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated secretly, averting her gaze. Muli stretched her neck and stepped a few paces forward, positioning herself between Yifna and Tang. She first examined Tang from bottom to top, then looked at Yifna, who was blushing from embarrassment. "There's no need to be so formal, it's not that serious." Yifna awkwardly reached up to twirl her hair. She had been called teacher by Franca for a long time, and suddenly being addressed as teacher felt strange, as if she were being held high. Realizing that his words had embarrassed his friend, Tang smiled after a brief moment of thought. "Then, I will rely on you, Miss Yifna." "Just call me Yifna." Yifna smiled. Muli, speechless, lowered her eyelids, puffed her cheeks, and remarked, "Yifna, don't mind him, that's just how Tang is. Let's hurry up and teach him magic." Yifna nodded at Muli, then her gaze fell on her ears. "Although I know it's a pointless question, I'm really curious, Muli, you are a half-elf, right?" Yifna's expression became somewhat subtle. She knew that Muli couldn't teach Tang, otherwise she wouldn't have been asked to do so, but she was genuinely curious about the situation. This is a small habit that easily develops after becoming a magician, being inquisitive. Elves belong to the branch of the spirit race, but their magical talent far surpasses that of the demon race. They are born as the favorite of magic. How could Muli not be able to instruct Tang? "I am actually not very good at that, just don't ask me about it," Muli said, pouting unhappily. "All right, I won't ask anymore. Don't be upset, how about I treat you to dinner tonight? I'll cook for you to make up for it," Yifna said with a spoiled smile. Muli's expression changed slightly, and she couldn't help but laugh. Seeing that Muli had forgiven her, Yifna reached out her hand to Tang. "Come, hold my hand." Tang naturally reached out and grasped Yifna's hand. "Wait, what are we doing?" Muli called out anxiously. "Shouldn't we start with teaching magical energy guidance? Why are we holding hands? I've never seen this before." "Of course, I'm using my magic to help Tang feel the magic," Yifna explained matter-of-factly. "As long as Tang feels the magic and acts according to that feeling, he will naturally complete the guidance of magic." Muli looked at Yifna suspiciously. "I started with theory, doing it this way will make his foundation unstable. The traditional method is too slow. If Tang wants to become a magician, he wouldn't choose to be a knight, which means magic is just his auxiliary, and he will definitely learn combat skills." Hearing Yifna's response, Muli glanced at Tang and felt somewhat disheartened. Clearly she was Tang's companion. How could Yifna, whom she had known for only a few days, understand this matter better? "Damn it, if only my magical talent were a bit higher, if I could be as powerful as my father," Muli silently complained in her heart. "So it's a crash course, right?" Tang summarized with his own words. Yifna thought for a moment and nodded. "Exactly, it's a crash course. Tang, from now on, don't resist, accept the magic naturally." Yifna quickly began chanting the incantation, causing a vast amount of magic to gather. Soon Tang saw some glowing points that seemed to have life, and some lively ones flew up and down in front of him. These were magic sprites. Tang had seen them before, but the numbers were far fewer than today. It was clear that Yifna's magical skills surpassed Muli's. Then Tang noticed that the hand he held with Yifna began to glow. It was the phenomenon of a large amount of magic gathering. Tang quickly experienced a strange sensation, as if something was entering his body from his hand, flowing through his veins to his heart, then spreading throughout his body, before flowing out again. This was the feeling of magic circulating within his body. Although it sounds strange, it felt like suddenly being able to breathe after having a stuffy nose. Then Tang found that he seemed to be able to control the magic within his body, even actively drawing magic from outside. Just thinking this, he tried it. Huh. Yifna looked at Tang in surprise. How could he already do this at the beginning? She said it was a crash course, but wasn't this a bit too fast? Yifna voluntarily released Tang's hand, standing aside while examining and directing. Tang, try to gather the magic. Upon hearing Yifna's words, Muli hurried over, looking at Tang with an incredulous expression. Okay, Tang replied, then closed his eyes. Earth, water, fire, wind, spirits of the four elements, please listen to my voice and come before me. Listening to Tang's chant, both Muli and Yifna showed surprised expressions, while Shinsi, who didn't understand magic, stood beside looking dazed. In an instant, scattered magic sprites gathered before Tang, each one very lively. Did he really get started so quickly? Muli glanced at Tang, then looked at Yifna, as if she were a monster. These sprites are very lively, and all like Tang. But what was that incantation just now? Yifna looked at Tang, then at Muli. He must have just said it casually. It was just an inspiration. Muli and Tang spoke simultaneously, both feeling embarrassed. Ahem, Muli proved with her actions that she understood Tang better than Yifna. Shinsi couldn't help but chuckle. However, being a child from a wealthy family, even when laughing she would cover her mouth with her hand. Rubbing her forehead, Yifna actively changed the subject. Tang, all things in the world possess magic, and the sprites born from magic are beings that transport magic. You must remember never to treat them harshly. The magic sprites you attract have the highest affinity with you. You should be careful to distinguish between elemental sprites and non-elemental sprites, and don't let the magic sprites do work that doesn't belong to them. In the future, when you use magic, the first to be summoned will be these little guys in front of you. Treat them well, that's the rule. Shinsi listened quietly, taking notes, while Tang nodded seriously, indicating he fully understood. However, Muli couldn't help but mutter under her breath, my father said the same thing back in the day. Really? Yifna looked at Muli in surprise. What a coincidence. My teacher told me the same thing back then. Your teacher? Muli was also shocked, not expecting such a coincidence. Yifna smiled and shook her head. It's not convenient to disclose. Of course it's not convenient. Oh, what if Zintia runs away? Wouldn't she lose the reward given by Marquis Roland? So it means I need to build a good relationship with them to improve my affinity, right? Tang looked at the lively magic sprites in front of him, momentarily at a loss. You could say so, but improving magical affinity isn't easy. The related items are priceless and hard to find. Yifna nodded with a smile. I understand now. Tang also nodded in response, then took a half step back, placing his hand on his chest, and respectfully performed a knightly salute to the swirling elemental sprites in front of him. Ranger Knight, Tang, nice to meet you all, and I hope to receive your continued support in the future. The next moment, the sprites became even more lively, even actively bringing in more magic sprites. Muli and Yifna were left in awe. This isn't right, is it? Is this how affinity is supposed to be improved? Why didn't it work for them when they did similar things before? Beside him, Xian, she silently noted what had just happened, watching as Tang was surrounded by the magical sprites. Tang had once said that Xian's eyes talent leaned towards earth element. Perhaps if he learned magic in the future, he could enhance his affinity for magical power, just like Tang. Right? Seeing the growing number of magical sprites gathering around him, Tang did not understand what it meant, but he knew it was likely a good sign, and his joy was naturally reflected on his face. Then he reached out to interact with the lively sprites while posing his confusion to Muli and Ifu Na. How can I increase my total magical power? Tang, the total amount of magical power is innate, but it can be increased by certain specific items that enhance the recovery speed of magical power, provide additional reserves, and reduce consumption when using magic. Muli explained, though she seemed still stunned from the earlier shock. So it's about the blue bar. Recovery speed, increased blue amount, reduced blue consumption, I understand now. Tang felt that he needed more equipment and items. Listening to Tang clarify his thoughts in his own words, he understood, but the other three were all puzzled. What is a blue bar? Does it refer to magical power? Why is it blue? Muli and Xian, she had already gotten used to Tang's bizarre comments, but Ifu Na was still completely baffled. Her long-standing habit as a magician seemed to compel her to understand these things, making her particularly concerned. She began to suspect that Franca had ulterior motives in entrusting her with the commission from Marquis Roland, and that the real target was this very peculiar knight before her. Come on, it's Franca. She is more adept at commanding her precious apprentice than her own hands and feet. She must have foreseen this scene long ago. Oh, heavens. I forgot to remind Franca not to eat the food at home if it goes bad before I left. Even if she is willing to go out and buy food, she could at least mooch off the Marquis meals. Feeling annoyed, Ifu Na sighed and temporarily set aside these thoughts, picking up the illuminating magic textbook that was placed under the counter. Counting the days, today happened to be the time mentioned on the note Franca left in the box for the launch. You can take this magic book. Although I plan to teach you step by step, you still need to learn the related knowledge and details to use magic well. Make sure to read more during your free time. Alright, I understand. Tang naturally took the magic book. Then he turned to Xian Shi and Muli, seemingly contemplating whether his companions could learn the illuminating magic. After all, Ifu Na had previously stated that even with different talent inclinations, one could still learn magic, albeit with lesser effectiveness. He felt that illuminating magic was quite practical. Next, you must observe closely. Assign tasks to the magical sprites based on their different roles, then guide and release the corresponding magical power. After a loud chant, a glowing orb slowly appeared in Ifu-na's hand, even brighter than the previous one. The fire element signifies persistence and invasion. You need to continuously release magical power to maintain the illuminating magic, and as your understanding of fire element magic deepens, your proficiency will improve. Tang nodded, slowly reciting Ifu-na's incantation, but he added at the end, "Lively magical sprites, please lend me your strength." Then amidst the astonished gazes of Ifu-na and Muli, he successfully released the illuminating magic. Although the orb was somewhat dim, it was still shining. I think I just saw something weird. Ooh, I saw the magical sprites modifying Tang's mistakes by themselves. Muli said, gradually frowning and pursing her lips as she began to doubt whether she had not slept well, leading to an illusion today, or if something had been added to her lunch. Make sure to rest well, Muli. Ifu-na comforted her in an oddly toned manner. In truth, Muli was not seeing things, rather, Ifu-na was unwilling to reveal the truth. Such a thing, let alone having seen it, she had never even heard of it just a minute ago. Franca, oh Franca, you truly have given me a rather troublesome task. No wonder you didn't want to come yourself. Ifu-na muttered to herself, having completely lost any concern for her masters. Not enough food and sleep, even though she has money, yet her life is a mess. What replaced it was just one word: serves you right. Thank you, dear companions. After Tang expressed his gratitude to the magical sprites like a gentleman, Muli noticed that the glowing orb formed by the illuminating magic became even brighter, and the magical sprites around him began to rejoice. Muli, why did you suddenly become so self-deprecating? How can Tang be so dazzling? Muli silently took out a notebook and pen, writing down this incident in silence. Perhaps in the future, as long as she paints Tang's face on a scroll, she can use it as a light source. Just thinking about it feels so ridiculous. Postscript: it's okay, young me, you will grow accustomed to all the setbacks and misfortunes, and then freely continue to pursue the life you desire. As for Xi, he understood nothing, only knowing that Tang had successfully learned magic, and gently clapped to congratulate him. Congratulations, Tang, you finally learned magic. Yes, Xi, Tang happily nodded at Xi. If you want to learn, I will teach you later. It's very simple, you'll get it after one look. How can it be that simple? Muli secretly complained. In a moment, Muli suddenly recalled Tang had said, believing is my magic. Surely that can't be true. Although I am very grateful to you, but Tang, I feel that your talent is just too high. Oh, there aren't that many things that can be learned after one look in the world. Xi chuckled lightly and shook his head. He certainly did not think he possessed the same talent as Tang. Tang, feeling a bit shy from Xi's praise, then asked Ifu-na some puzzling questions. Ifu-na, how do I upgrade skills? Ifu-na blinked, not quite understanding what Tang was saying, and with a stiff smile she asked, Tang, I can understand skills and upgrades, but what is adding points? Upon hearing Ifu-na's question, Tang immediately realized, what I mean is how to enhance the effects and power of magic. I see. Ifu-na smiled and explained, actually there is no real distinction of strength when different people use the same magic, it's merely the individual differences among the casters. To enhance the effects and power of magic, it generally requires using the effects of other magic to assist, most of which is water element magic. Another way is to deepen your understanding of magic. With proficiency, you will naturally be able to use magic to its limits. After hearing the explanation, Tang pondered, so it's about effort points. Wait, what are effort points? Ifu-na looked at Muli in confusion. If it's a half-elf, with a fairy being so knowledgeable, Muli must know what effort points are due to her elder's influence, right? As the matter of learning magic seemed to come to a temporary halt, Muli paused her pen on a new page, looking at Tang, who was excited like a child who just got a new toy. Tang, now that you've learned magic, do you have any plans for the future? Planning. Tang glanced at the magic sprites surrounding him, then at the dim light of the illumination magic orb in his hand, and quickly settled on an idea. Yes, there's Muli and Xi tomorrow. Muli and Xi exchanged puzzled glances, blinking awkwardly at each other. The next day morning, outside the forest of the city, a once quiet goblin nest suddenly erupted with several sounds. Wah! Muli's scream echoed from the depths of the cavern to the outside of the forest, startling the birds perched on the trees. Following closely were the angry roars of goblins, filled with unwillingness, resentment, and a hint of surprise. In the bright cavern, Xi gritted his teeth, carrying all the loot and fleeing with all his might. Just 2 meters in front of him, Tang was hurriedly evacuating with the panicked Muli. In the chaos, Muli completed the incantation of the spell, casting a brief acceleration magic on both Xi and Tang, allowing them to evade some of the thrown weapons. Tang turned back just in time, his gaze sweeping over Muli's body, barely catching sight of a group of goblins chasing after them. At the forefront was a goblin wielding a finely crafted spear, riding a strange beast. Its speed was not particularly fast, but the goblins following behind it were running much faster than before. The beast seemed to possess a special ability that increased the speed of its companions behind it. This beast, and the goblin riding it, had not been seen by Muli and the others within the cavern. Although the goblins evolved quickly, it was clearly unrealistic for such a goblin to evolve in just one day. With no time to ponder these thoughts, Tang quickly began chanting a spell, then loudly declared, Great light spirits, please transform into a wall that separates despair from darkness, blocking the path of evil invasion for me. In an instant, a multitude of light orbs suddenly formed as many magic sprites gathered here. The light orbs generated by the illumination magic rapidly expanded, creating a brilliant curtain that completely obscured both sides' views. The light curtain had no defensive capabilities, it merely solidified light to obscure vision. Upon witnessing such illumination magic, Muli's mind was overwhelmed with two conflicting emotions. On one hand, there was the threat and fear posed by the suddenly empowered goblins, and on the other, she was astonished by Tang's extraordinary method of casting magic. It was definitely not a magic that created a light curtain, it was merely a curtain formed by stacking numerous illumination spells. Xi and she ignite and seal the path. As they were about to escape the goblin cave, Tang immediately issued the command. Understood. Xi and she, carrying the loot, was slightly out of breath, but quickly retrieved a box of matches he had prepared earlier and lit one. A flicker of flame fell onto the oil in front of the goblin cave. Whoosh! Fire erupted, sealing the goblins inside the cavern once more. The trio did not stop their escape, but continued to run towards a relatively safe place. Suddenly, Tang lifted his head. In the next moment, a whistling sound sliced through the air, and Tang, carrying Muli, quickly rolled to the side to evade an arrow. Before Muli and Xi could react to what was happening, Tang set Muli down and pushed her into Xi's arms. Find cover, there are two goblins. With this brief command, a bow and an arrow appeared in Tang's hands, and in a second, he shot the arrow, as if he didn't even take aim. Bang! The sound was off. It sounded like it hit a tree trunk. She responded a moment faster than Muli, immediately calling out, and then took Muli to hide behind a large tree, drawing out his damaged round shield to prepare for defense. This position was not too far from Tang, providing a certain level of safety, allowing them to cover each other in case of any issues. Tang moved in sync with Xi and she. Serpent maneuver, arrow, heart, gale, arrow. After 3 shouts of unclear, meaning, Tang strung his bow and shot an arrow upwards from beneath the tree. Just then, the goblin in the tree shot its arrow as well. Heart of conviction. The 2 arrows collided, but Tang's arrow proved to be the more powerful. The stone arrowheads clashed, causing both arrows to experience deviation in their trajectories. However, the goblin's arrow changed angle dramatically, landing in the empty ground beside Tang, while Tang's arrow, thanks to the collision, unexpectedly corrected its trajectory. Originally aimed at the goblin's heart, this arrow instead pierced through the goblin's jaw from below, killing it just the same. The goblin died with a look of horror on its face, as if it had seen a monster. Wakaya! Suddenly, a strange scream came from behind Tang as a goblin leaped down from another tree, brandishing a dagger aimed at the back of Tang's neck. Tang, be careful! She shouted in alarm at this sudden situation. Muli was equally anxious, but her reaction was a bit slower than Xi's eyes. To goblins, humans are like small giants. The back of the neck is a giant's weak point, but I will not expose my weakness easily to my enemies. Tang softly recited this, and in the next moment, a long spear flew out from the goblin's cave. At this moment, Tang crouched down and turned to face the snarling goblin. In that instant, the goblin's expression changed slightly. Why was this human not afraid of it? With a thud, the goblin's body was instantly propelled backward, pierced through by the long spear, and pinned to a nearby tree trunk. Seeing this, Tang put away a common dagger that had somehow appeared in his hand, then immediately ran to Xi's side. Let's go, today's goblins are strange. Oh, I suspect they have relatives coming. As he spoke, Tang took Xi's backpack from his back, and then ran towards the long spear carrying Muli. Although she did not quite understand what Tang meant by having relatives, he immediately followed Tang. At the same time, he glanced at the long spear thrown by the goblin. It was a good piece, but unfortunately it had pierced through the tree trunk, making it difficult to pull out quickly. Tang also looked at the tree trunk. Although he wanted to pick it up, it seemed impossible. So as he passed by, he casually broke the spear's shaft. After some time, all the fuel in front of the goblin cave had burned out, and the fire ceased. The goblin riding the beast finally emerged with its clan. This goblin immediately rushed to the side of the long spear, its eyes wide with anger, and reluctantly dismounted from the beast to pick up the broken spear shaft. The goblin, enraged, began to grind its teeth, scanning the surroundings, but finding no trace of Tang. However, soon a strange slime entered its field of vision. The slime was pale pink with a walnut-sized brain encased inside. But the goblin did not care what kind of slime it was. It immediately treated it as an outlet for its rage, hurling the broken spear shaft at it. With a splat, the slime burst, and the strange little brain shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, Muli and the others also found a temporary safe resting place. Gently setting down his companion, he placed his backpack and loot on a nearby patch of ground before finally sitting cross-legged to rest. Muli glanced at the 2 exhausted individuals and quietly began to chant a magical incantation, allowing the luminous aura of magic to envelop them. Looking at the magic surrounding them and the magical sprites flitting about, Shinsi cast a puzzled glance at Muli. What is this healing magic? Tang, who was already quite familiar with this spell, immediately provided an assessment, though he too was unsure why Muli had chosen to use it on them at this moment. After all, they were clearly uninjured. Aside from minor bumps, they were indeed unharmed. Muli, feeling a bit embarrassed, turned her head slightly and explained in a soft voice, I just Felt like it wasn't having much effect, so I thought to use magic to help alleviate your fatigue. Seemingly worried that they might not understand, Muli continued. Healing requires a certain degree of muscle relaxation, which is part of the composition of healing magic. However, it's not a dedicated spell, so the effect isn't particularly strong. Hearing this, Tang and Shinsi exchanged knowing smiles. Muli, having you here has truly made things much easier for us. Thank you, and your magic, our bodies feel much more relaxed. Watching their expressions and reactions, Muli blushed shyly, saying, all right, enough of that. But what was up with the cavalry goblin we just encountered? It definitely wasn't there the last time we visited the goblin den. Shinsi gently shook his head. Muli, you are the most knowledgeable here. If there's something unrelated to nobility that even you don't know, then we probably have no way of knowing it ourselves. Tang nodded earnestly. Not only that, Muli, the two goblins I faced earlier were quite special, they were evidently stronger than the ones we had encountered before. So, Tang's half-sentence caught their attention. I suspect those goblins came from elsewhere. Perhaps they are relatives of the local goblins who came to visit, and we just happened to cross paths with them. Visit? Do goblins even do that? Muli paused for a moment, then took out her notebook and pen to jot this down. Tang said goblins visit each other, but I feel that's unlikely. I wonder if any scholars will research this and send me feedback once this book is published. Compared to Muli, Shinsi didn't believe Tang's statement either, but he gained some insights from it, recalling certain things. Tang, I think it might be a different situation altogether. His words drew the attention of the two, who focused their gazes on Shinsi, awaiting his elaboration. You know, my family is wealthy and has connections with several nobles, relationships. Realizing he had been led astray by Tang's words, Shinsi promptly corrected himself. The two nodded in agreement. There's an insider tip, I'm not sure if you know. I'll tell you, actually, the king often grants many dangerous borders and areas near magical beasts to nobles he dislikes, reserving only the most important places for his trusted allies. He noticed Muli nodding and saw Tang nodding along as well, which surprised Shinsi. Muli as a bard had traveled extensively, although her skills were limited, her knowledge was not. But what about Tang? He had never left New Covenant Town before, being a commoner who had just risen to knighthood. How could he know such things? My family has dealings with several border nobles. They often encounter waves of magical beast attacks during specific periods. It's said that many magical beasts exhibit tribal behaviors, using weaker tribes as vanguards. If that's the case, doesn't it imply that goblins from other areas are coming here to recruit, intending to launch a fierce attack on Qianan City? Tang looked at Shinsi, who was nodding with concern. If this were true, it would mean that Qianan City would soon face an attack by magical creatures. Qianan City had been frequently facing magical creature attacks lately, and the living standards of the citizens would surely decline if it were a sudden raid. The three decided to convey this information to the Lord through the Adventurers Guild. However, when they arrived at the guild to do so, they found that the receptionist was not surprised at all. You three may not be aware, but the Lord of Qianan City places great importance on the citizens, with numerous scouts stationed daily to survey the situation for any unusual gatherings of magical creatures, explained the receptionist with a smile. I see, it seems I was overthinking it, Tang said, feeling much more at ease. At that moment, a beautiful woman with golden hair walked past the three of them, and both Shinsi and Muli were captivated by the double gravity wave she produced. Seeing this, several adventurers nearby pretended to take on some tasks, whistling leisurely, while nonchalantly lining up behind Muli and the others. The golden-haired woman walked behind the guild counter and said to the receptionist who had been serving Muli and the others, Ikai, I'm here to take over. Okay, let me introduce you. This knight is Tang, much better than the other adventurers. The receptionist, named Ikai, said, introducing Tang to the woman. Then she picked up a small leather case from behind the counter. I'll leave the rest of the work to you. I'm off now. The golden-haired woman smiled gently and waved goodbye to Ikai. Wait, may I ask? Muli stopped Ikai, who was about to leave. What's going on now? Did you resign? Ikai shook her head. I've been transferred to another city. Perhaps we'll meet again someday. Congratulations, Tang offered his well wishes. It seems she's gone to a big city, Shinsi remarked. Ikai nodded and bid farewell to Muli and the others. Although Muli was not particularly fond of the receptionist, who often displayed sycophantic behavior towards Tang, she felt a bit unsettled by her sudden departure. When the three looked at the new receptionist, she greeted them first before they could speak. Hello everyone. I've often heard Miss Ikai mention a particularly special knight who became an adventurer. My name is Polly, and I will be serving you from now on. After delivering the commission materials, Tang divided the reward into 10 parts, taking one for himself and evenly distributing the rest among Muli, Shinsi, and the team's shared expenses. When they went to the interesting owner's restaurant for lunch, the three unexpectedly found that the day's business was surprisingly slow. Hey, did something happen today? Tang inquired with the young staff member, considering how well the owner had treated them. The young staff member shook his head. Nothing much, it's just that most of our customers are knights and retired knights, and they've all been summoned back by the Lord. Even our owner has gone. Is it related to magical creatures, eh? As soon as Shinsi asked, the young staff member nodded. The owner is a retired knight. Muli was somewhat shocked. Not just a knight, our owner actually is. With a loud bang, the door was flung open. Everyone in the dining hall was startled, momentarily halting their conversations to gaze at the scruffy, old knight at the entrance. The young attendant gave the old knight a glance, then displayed an impatient expression, murmuring under his breath, "How is it him again?" Annoying. As if he had heard the attendant's words, the old knight suddenly glared over and scolded, "What are you mumbling about?" The young attendant was startled by the reprimand, and knowing the knight's status, he quickly forced a smile. "1 plate of roasted meat, 1 jug of ale, please." Barrow unceremoniously ordered the young attendant around. The attendant was displeased but dared not offend him, awkwardly grinning as he hesitated, finally asking, "Sir Knight, do you have any money today?" "Have I ever not paid for a meal?" Barrow retorted. "That's not, well, this." The young attendant was left confused. He glanced at Tang, and then back at Barrow, trying to explain that previously it was Tang who paid, but since Tang lost the duel, it seemed wrong to imply Barrow hadn't paid. Suddenly Barrow let out a laugh, then strode over to Tang's table. Without saying a word to them, he promptly grabbed the backpack that was on the last chair and plopped down into the last seat meant for 4. "What do you think you're doing?" Shinshi glared at Barrow, angrily displeased, as he picked up the backpack and placed it on his lap. He was the attendant of the trio, and he had been with this backpack the longest, which held many of their belongings. At that moment, Shinshi resembled a dragon guarding its treasure, feeling unhappy because someone had touched his possessions. "Don't be so stingy. Although you're as beautiful as a woman, as a man, you should be more generous." Barrow's eyes narrowed as he reprimanded Shinshi, treating him as if he were a younger sibling. "Have you never been loved by a woman? Are you trying to prove your narrow-minded chivalry again?" Barrow's words displeased Muli, as well prompting her to glare at him. Ahem. Barrow's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly shifted the topic. "Tang, I see the food hasn't arrived yet. Shall we practice a bit more? Same old rule, if you lose you pay for the meal, but don't say you're afraid of losing twice to me." Tang coldly regarded Barrow, neither agreeing nor refusing, but instead changed the subject again. "I see you are not a poor man. The first time you dined and dashed, then you came to trouble me 2 or 3 more times. It seems you have ulterior motives." "Huh. I just want to eat without paying. What's wrong with that?" After Tang pointed this out, Barrow realized he might have been a bit too deliberate and awkwardly searched for excuses, being unreasonable. Muli, angered by his words, pouted, "You're just looking for trouble. The Lord has summoned the knights. Why don't you go? I see you are deliberately trying to provoke Tang." Barrow, feeling guilty, averted his gaze and offered a very strong explanation. "I'm just an old man. What can I do if I go? I see you're quite skilled. Even though you're old, you are certainly not comparable to ordinary knights." Tang nodded at Muli, fully agreeing with her words. "From your combat skills, it seems you could easily serve as a knight leader in some small towns," Shinshi said seriously. At that moment, Barrow's expression slightly changed. If he allowed these 3 to continue, his disguise might be exposed. This cannot happen. He couldn't let others know he was related to his own brother. In a fit of panic, Barrow slammed the table angrily, creating a loud noise to drown out the trio's conversation. "I see this kid is just scared of me. He has no spirit of a young man and is cowardly," Barrow provocatively declared. "Don't blame Tang if he challenges you again. No need for you to issue a challenge. I challenge you. Let's step outside for a duel." Barrow stood up, directly pointing towards the door. "All right." Tang lightly nodded, accepting the duel. However, Muli beside him was not quite happy and immediately grabbed Tang's arm, trying to stop him. "Tang, this is just a provocation. How can you agree?" Tang smiled lightly at her and shook his head, saying, "Muli, I understand, but as a knight, I cannot refuse." But. Muli had more to say, but felt someone kick her lightly. Looking up, she found Shinshi shaking his head at her. Xinx's meaning was clear: do not stop Tang from accepting the duel. Even if Tang would surely lose, he must defend the honor of a knight through failure. However, this was a challenge from a stronger to a weaker. From the start, this duel had a predetermined outcome. "Muli," Tang called her softly, leaving it at that, but Muli understood his meaning. "Understood, Sai." Muli sighed, taking out a notebook and pen, preparing to record and act as the referee for the duel. As for the outcome, naturally there were not many changes, but this time the duel had unexpected developments. Tang, as always, shouted with great momentum as he unleashed his moves: skyward kick, meteor shower, lotus blossom float, fish dive into the sea. The old knight at this point was merely dodging and occasionally taking some hits. "Your strength is decent and your attack angles are well controlled, but your techniques lack coherence. Targeting weaknesses without a clear objective means you cannot form effective killing moves without a master guiding you through the training. Thank you for the guidance." Tang quickly retracted his moves and bowed to Barrow, then swiftly launched another attack. 3-phase sweep, shadowless kick, monkey, grabs the moon. "Why are all your moves focused on the lower body? Disarming, unbalancing, breaking armor, or directly incapacitating the opponent? Your techniques should be varied, but you need to have a purpose." "Thank you for the guidance." Tang will give it his all. A commander turned ranger knight is nothing but a grassroots without any backing. I suggest you join the knight order and help eliminate the beasts. At least you could learn a standard technique. The dialogue between the two went roughly like this. However, due to the multitude of chaotic and rapid movements during the battle, the great half-elf bard could not find enough ink to record it all, so only the conversations were noted. After all, hearing Tang shout out so many techniques in one breath gave a clue about the situation, right? Just looking at the current duel, the old knight's intentions were very clear. He was trying to find a way to recruit Tang into the knight order. However, this old knight did not truly understand Tang. Don't be fooled by his words claiming Tang lacked a clear target in battle. The reality was quite the opposite. When Tang fought against the evil fiends, his goals were indeed clear, two in total. The first was the determination to protect his companions. The second was the will to eradicate evil and purify the world. Muli, the battle is over. Hearing Tang's voice coming from right in front of her, Muli finally stopped writing, realizing she was a bit late to respond as she looked towards Tang. Oh, then shall we pay? Muli blinked and Tang nodded at her. During the meal, Barrow still sat at the same table as Muli and the others, even taking the seat next to Tang without invitation. The sudden concern from the old knight left Muli and the others momentarily stunned. What was this tone that sounded like an elder caring for their junior? Seeing the strange looks from the three around him, Barrow suddenly realized that he had inadvertently relaxed and forgotten to act. You refined pieces of scrap metal, you don't even know where you got them from. Barrow tried hard to make his tone sound like he was mocking the three, but their reactions were rather indifferent. No money will you give it? Muli retorted to Barrow. Equipment is meant to serve people, it's still usable, and she replied. As for Tang, he was the most straightforward. To be honest, we are currently in a financial bind and lack the strength to upgrade our equipment. If the old gentleman has any good suggestions, please enlighten us. Having said that, Tang also performed a simple knight's salute to Barrow, expressing his sincerity. Seeing Tang's earnest demeanor, Barrow almost broke character. Clearly he had been making things difficult for Tang, yet the latter was the politest among the three. Haha, if you put it so nicely about being poor, then I shall show you the address of an equipment shop out of my great kindness. Barrow awkwardly chuckled a couple of times and extended his hand towards Muli. Looking at Barrow's requestful posture, Muli scanned him up and down in confusion, not understanding what he wanted. This action reminded Muli of a monkey she encountered during her solo travels, which also reached out for food in the same manner. Paper and pen. Barrow shot a glare at Muli. Oh, paper and pen. Muli immediately rummaged through her small bag and found a separate piece of paper along with a spare low-quality pen to give to Barrow. She had better paper and pen, but those had been with her for quite a while, especially the pen which she cherished and was unwilling to let outsiders touch. Barrow skillfully drew a simple map and casually wrote down an address, handing it over to Tang. Tang glanced at it and then handed the paper to Xian Shi, saying, Xian Shi, Muli, I apologize for the trouble, but am not familiar with maps like this. Wait a minute, Tang, you all came from New Covenant Town, right? Xian Shi suddenly widened her eyes and then shared the simple map with Muli. Where did the equipment come from? Barrow suddenly realized an issue. Throughout the journey, they had only passed small villages and towns with no equipment shops, and the three knew nothing of the equipment shop in Qianan City. Where had they obtained their gear? The Adventurers Guild sells them, Tang honestly answered. Upon hearing that the gear was purchased from the Adventurers Guild, Barrow's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by laughter. You really are something. Buying equipment from the Adventurers Guild. Muli and Xian Shi immediately put down the small map, looking at Barrow in confusion. Tang was puzzled as well, so he asked, Is there a problem with that equipment? No. What problem could there be? Barrow quickly stopped laughing. The equipment from the Adventurers Guild is exquisite, but it's not something you can use. Not knowing what else to say to the three unfortunate souls, Barrow quickly departed. Muli and the others exchanged puzzled glances and left the store to find the equipment shop Barrow had recommended. After turning an unknown number of corners, Muli and the others successfully found the equipment shop in a corner of the city. On the surface, the equipment shop appeared to be an ordinary wooden house with some very cheap gear hanging outside. Even without a sign, one could instantly tell what this shop was about. At that moment, it seemed there were no customers inside. Muli took the lead and pushed the door open quickly, hearing a somewhat lazy male voice. Welcome, what equipment are you looking for? The man speaking had a full beard but appeared quite young, likely around 30. He quickly noticed the armor on Tang and furrowed his brows, beginning to assess him from head to toe before breaking into a smile. Before the three could speak, the man addressed Tang, who stood at the door, saying, Sir Ranger Knight, your armor looks like it needs some repairs. The most expensive breastplate is missing, one of the armors is shattered, and one armor is missing. Repairing this armor will cost quite a few gold coins, Knight. Tang shook his head, politely declining. The current state of this armor is quite light. I will come back when I truly need heavy armor. The man nodded, saying nothing further. Do you have arrows? Tang proactively inquired. He had already used up the arrows he obtained from the bandits, leaving only a bow behind, and the 2 arrows he bought from the Adventurers Guild had not been recovered in time, all used up. Yes, we have a full range of arrows. If you need ordinary arrows, you can find them over here, the man said, leading Tang in a specific direction. Do you have shields? Can you show me? Xian Shi also spoke up, preparing to replace her small round shield. Certainly, this way please. The man nodded and prioritized taking Xian Shi to choose a shield. Tang and Muli followed the man's earlier instructions and found the arrow section, immediately spotting several price tags. Tang found a wooden tube of arrows, picked one out to inspect, and saw that it was the same as the arrows he bought from the Adventurers Guild, priced at 1 silver coin. The shafts were uniform and the arrowheads were sharp and durable, capable of being recovered multiple times, essentially hitting wherever aimed. As for the cheaper ones, each arrow cost 50 copper coins with slightly inferior quality. The arrowheads of the 1 silver coin arrows were slightly better, but the shafts showed noticeable differences in thickness, lacking uniformity. Tang picked up a few more arrows for comparison, realizing that each arrow shaft had slight variations with average consistency, resembling those he acquired from the bandits. There were even cheaper ones priced at 20 copper coins each with the worst arrowheads. Tang tried pressing down on the arrowheads with his finger, not even scratching the surface. Looking at the shafts, the variations in thickness were large, and the flaws in the wood were evident. Arrows like these would break after only a few uses. Xian, she soon approached with the man who seemed to be the store manager. Seeing the metal round shield in the man's hands, Tang said nothing, and then picked up a few arrows to ask the man, "Can I test shoot in the store?" "Yes, but the number of test arrows is limited. Please follow me." The man led Tang to a small room in the store where there were practice dummies. Tang tested a 50 copper coin arrow and slightly frowned. "It's a bit off." Muli looked at Tang in surprise, having seen his archery skills before, but she didn't expect him to miss the fixed target. Tang tried shooting 2 more arrows priced at 20 copper coins, and his frown deepened. Both arrows missed their mark, hitting only 60 of the 1 silver coin arrows. Most importantly, each arrow felt different to shoot. Tang was momentarily at a loss for words. They were somewhat difficult to use, but not unusable. They would suffice for taking down goblins. "Give me a bundle of these arrows," Tang said somewhat helplessly due to his limited funds. A bundle of 24 arrows costs 480 copper coins. "If you are willing to add 20 copper coins, I can give you 150 copper coin arrow." The man smiled. Tang nodded, but then drew out his sword Xian Yue, causing the man to retreat several steps in fright. "Please help me appraise how much this sword is worth." The man warily observed Tang, then glanced at the long sword that had suddenly appeared in his hand, and a term flashed through his mind: wind elemental magic. It couldn't be wrong. The knight before him was a wind elemental knight and possessed profound space magic. But could such a knight also appear impoverished at times? "Tang, what are you?" Xinchi looked at Tang in surprise, mistakenly believing he intended to sell the long sword for money to buy the round shield in his hand, and said seriously, "Tang, this shield is my own." The implication was that this shield belonged to him, just like the one he had purchased at the Adventurers Guild, and there was no need for Tang to pay. "I was just a bit curious." Tang seemed to understand Xinxi's meaning and revealed a slightly awkward smile. Only then did Xinchi breathe a sigh of relief. But did Tang really want to sell this sword? To the man, it seemed he had that intention, especially since after taking a second glance at the long sword, he also thought about purchasing it. Wasn't this perfect? The two hit it off. "Sir Knight, it seems fortune has favored you today," the man said. The three of them cast puzzled glances at each other. "I am the owner of an equipment shop, and also a professional appraiser. If my staff were here today, they might have overlooked it," the shop owner said confidently. Hearing this, Tang looked down at the long sword, Xinyu, that the dwarf had forged for him. From the tip of the blade to the hilt, there were no patterns, making it very plain, resembling a beginner's practice piece. The only feature was the blade itself, made of dark iron and secret silver, which looked quite appealing under the light. I boldly speculate that this sword was crafted by a master artisan, but due to time constraints it was not embellished. Master artisan? Was that dwarf a master artisan? The three were momentarily stunned, but to the shop owner's eyes their reaction signified that he was correct. "Ah, Sir Knight, please don't mind me. I was just taking a guess based on experience." The shop owner's face showed a tinge of pride, as it was rare to showcase superiority in front of a knight, and this feeling was quite pleasant. "This sword is of good quality with solid materials and craftsmanship. It is lighter than an ordinary long sword, and its enchanting capacity is stronger, using secret silver for." Before the three could speak, the shop owner began to actively introduce the sword, leaving them stunned. If it weren't for the shop owner's erudition, the three would have been oblivious to the sword's remarkable quality when they upgraded their equipment. However, this sword is not enchanted, and there are no enchanters in Qianan City, so the price of this long sword will inevitably be low. "I can offer you a maximum of 5 gold coins, or I hope you don't mind. Also, if you could find a craftsman to enhance its aesthetics, the price of this sword could increase by a few gold coins. Even as a collectible, it would be a fine piece. If you know an enchanter, after enchanting this sword, its value could double. When that time comes, you can find me, and I will offer a comparatively generous price." Tang nodded, then returned the long sword to his storage space, and exchanged it for some weapons he had seized from a goblin nest. "Can these weapons be recycled?" he asked the shop owner. The shop owner scrutinized the items closely. "Yes, but these weapons are quite ordinary. The most valuable weapon among them is this meteor hammer. If you sell them to me together, I could offer you 15 silver coins." The shop owner smiled at Tang. Hearing this, and seeing his expression, anyone with a little experience would know that these weapons were definitely worth more than that. But the recycling price could never compare with the selling price. Tang had no intention of keeping these weapons to occupy storage space, so he sold them all. Xinchi also intended to sell his old shield, but its degree of damage was too high, resulting in a very low recycling price, and it was placed in the discount section by the shop owner. The so-called discount section was for selling high-defect or semi-damaged weapons and equipment, which would likely only attract those who were financially strapped and wanted to become adventurers to earn money. Because such adventurers generally had low strength, at most defeating some slimes, and they might never come into contact with goblins in their lifetime, so these weapons were sufficient for them. After completing the transaction, Tang suddenly asked, "Shop owner, do you have any enchanted weapons here?" The shop owner was momentarily taken aback, then smiled helplessly. "We do have some, but I don't plan to sell them. Very few people in this city can truly make use of enchanted weapons. I want stock items that won't sell, but I personally do have some in my collection. Upon hearing that the shop owner had a collection, Tang's eyes widened. He had never seen enchanted weapons before. However, Muli and Shinshi beside him didn't react as strongly. They seemed to have seen many enchanted weapons and were not particularly interested. Sensing the emotion in Tang's eyes, the shop owner felt a bit smug and said, "Would you like to take a look? I can show you." Tang, excited, performed a knightly gesture to express his gratitude. "Thank you, shop owner." Seeing Tang's performance, the shop owner felt a bit flattered and then smiled. This kid was interesting. He quite liked such customers. He had seen many knights and mercenaries adventurers, but none like Tang. Just from his words and actions, the shop owner could tell what kind of person Tang was, so he confidently led him to a small exhibition hall deeper in the equipment store. The exhibition hall was small, filled with many glass cases, all displaying enchanted equipment. There were various weapons on the walls, showcasing the hall in all its splendor. Shinshi, the former young master, also revealed a look of surprise upon entering. Judging by his reaction, the price on this wall was likely a figure that many ordinary people could hardly imagine in their lifetime. The Siren's Cup, gauntlets blessed by the angelic race, the Giant's grinding stick, a staff sword belonging to a noble of the blood race. The shop owner briefly introduced the origins of each piece of equipment as he walked past the display cases with Tang, but did not mention their effects, as Tang at this point didn't need to know, nor could he afford them. Muli had no desire to browse the equipment. It wasn't that she had lost interest due to familiarity, but rather she simply couldn't understand it. So she began to observe Tang and Shinshi, while also noting everything happening here. Shinshi was quite interested in these pieces of equipment. Later, when he reminisced, he imagined himself donning powerful gear and becoming a legendary knight who defeated the evil dragon to protect the people. Tang's interest was even more intense. These magical pieces of equipment opened up a new world to him. Though he didn't know how vast the world was, he could see its outline at this moment. "It seems Sir Knight is very interested in enchanted equipment. I see you as a ranger knight. How about this?" the shop owner said. Hearing his words, Tang immediately focused his attention on him. "Please speak. Let me know when you plan to leave and come to me in advance. I have a commission for you, and you will find out then." Tang was conversing pleasantly with the shop owner and agreed to take on the commission as long as it wasn't something that went against the knight's heart. After the three left the equipment store, they returned to their residence. While Tang and Shinshi practiced their skills and tried on new equipment, Muli was feeding the gray dragon. The next day, when they went to exterminate the goblins, they unexpectedly encountered a group of adventurers blocking their path. "Hey, where did you come from? Do you even understand the order of arrival?" A blonde woman in a magic robe disdainfully glanced at Muli and the others. Standing alongside the female mage were 6 adventurers. 5 of them wore half-armor, albeit of poor quality, made of leather. These 4 wielded weapons with clear rolls, while the remaining 1 wore tight-fitting clothes, the purpose of which was not yet discernible. After the female mage called out, her teammates suddenly reacted, realizing that Tang's armor was not half-armor, but an incomplete, full suit of armor. "Wait, you are a knight, right, sir?" A man holding a shield placed his hand on the female mage's shoulder, signaling her to refrain from speaking, while flashing a friendly smile at Tang. This man was tall, but not muscular, with a buzz cut of blonde hair and a rather ordinary appearance. While he looked quite average, but likely held considerable authority in the group, presumably as the leader. Muli observed the others, noting that they were all unremarkable and were all male. "Excuse me, may I ask what you all are doing here? What did the earlier order of arrival mean?" Tang inquired, casting a wary glance at these people. 2 swordsmen, one wielding a spear and another using a blunt weapon likely intended for armor breaking. This team had a peculiar configuration. However, there were no archers among them, indicating that these individuals were not affluent. After all, archers needed to spend money for each attack. "Oh, it's a goblin extermination commission issued by a wealthy merchant. According to the guidelines for adventurers, even if the commission is publicly offered to multiple adventurers or mercenary groups, it is typically the one who claims it first that holds full responsibility." The shield-bearing man spoke with a friendly demeanor, but his teammates displayed some hostility. Noticing the tightening grips on their weapons, Shinshi also stepped forward, gently raising her hand, holding the round shield, prepared to shield her companions in case a conflict erupted. Muli smirked slightly, speaking with a hint of pride. "In that case, according to your statement, we..." "Muli." Tang suddenly called her name softly. "Huh." Muli immediately halted her speech, looking at Tang in confusion, blinking her eyes. Tang also blinked at her, but with an innocent expression. Even if Muli could convince this group, Tang did not wish to face all the goblins alone. Seeing Muli not intending to continue, Tang nodded at her, and then turned to the shield-bearing man. "Sir, to be frank, we likely accepted the mission around the same time. It seems the goblins here grow stronger every day, which we have verified over the past few days." Although Tang smiled, the several people opposite became more vigilant, seemingly regarding him as a rival for the commission. In the current situation, even if Tang's side held the upper hand, the others were not willing to relinquish this potentially lucrative commission. Since they outnumbered him, their advantage was greater, allowing them to contend for the commission against Tang's trio. Logically speaking, such individuals would only act this way when they held the advantage. Should they lose it, they might resort to barbaric means to seize what they wanted. "However, my target is not the goblins, but the inhabitants of their nest." Hearing this, the adventurers displayed puzzled expressions. How could someone not be interested in money after seeing such a commission? It must be a trick. Muli and Xinxi were also a bit bewildered, glancing at Tang before sighing helplessly. Indeed, from the moment Tang accepted the commission, making money was merely a secondary goal. His primary objective had remained unchanged. I think we can cooperate. I can ensure that we do not take any goblin noses on this journey, but correspondingly our chances of striking will also be low. As he spoke, the 7 adventurers seemed to begin contemplating the feasibility and benefits of this arrangement, yet they also worried that Tang might go back on his word or even stab them in the back. Observing their reactions, Muli quickly added, "Since we do not wish to profit from the commission, it would be unreasonable for us to help you earn money for free." At this point, Muli's words drew the attention of the group. The atmosphere seemed to have relaxed somewhat compared to the beginning, and the opposing adventurers began to focus more on Muli and Xinxi's identities. Xinxi was a handsome man positioned at the forefront alongside Tang, without anything particularly special. Muli entered lightly armed without any armor, but those pointed ears and distinct features. She was indeed a half-elf. Alright, but may I ask what kind of 4-element magic this half-elf lady specializes in? The shield-bearing man turned his gaze to Muli, seeming quite interested in her. Muli was a bit puzzled, but honestly replied, "Wind and water elements. Why? That's wonderful. We are in need of teammates in this regard. Are you interested in joining us?" "No." The moment the man expressed joy, Muli promptly responded, and the smile she had just formed quickly faded. Muli's response was too quick. Without a moment's thought, it was an answer from the heart. The shield-bearing man awkwardly ran his fingers through his hair, turning back to apologize to his companions with a smile, then said to Muli and her companions, "In that case, we will rely on you behind us." After saying this, the man led the way, moving to the front. Seeing their initiative, Tang followed closely behind, with Xinxi and Muli. The adventurer team ahead proceeded cautiously, always on guard, while Muli and her companions felt relaxed. They were exceedingly familiar with the path leading to the goblin nest, almost like returning home. However, soon after, a divergence arose between the two teams. At a certain intersection, the adventurer team unexpectedly took a wrong turn. "Wait, you are going the wrong way," Xinxi called out. "We are not lost. There are many fresh goblin footprints on this path, which leads to the goblin nest." The one answering Xinxi was the shield-bearing captain, and from his tone and word choice, he seemed a bit stubborn. "That path leads to the goblin hunting grounds. There may be many goblins, but please beware of traps." Tang then loudly addressed the group of adventurers, yet he had no intention of following them. "Rest assured, we With a loud thud, a group of them fell into a pit, leaving only the female mage at the back of the group unharmed, yet she was now looking around in confusion, seemingly unsure of what to do. Muli was momentarily at a loss for words. How could these adventurers seem so unreliable? While she pondered, Tang had already jogged over, crouching at the edge of the pit, pulling people out while explaining. "This is a trap used by goblins for hunting, usually targeting female deer and female goats. There will be no additional traps at the bottom of the pit." The group was quickly pulled out of the pit by Tang, each one with a flushed face, following Tang's suggestion to head towards another path. On this path, goblins may occasionally ambush from the trees. Everyone please be cautious, as it appears goblins have been migrating here from other areas recently. Tang reminded as he walked behind the adventurers. The shield-bearing man smiled confidently, replying, "Do not worry, knight. We are experienced in dealing with monsters. The earlier incident was just because we rarely encounter these small creatures." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of an arrow whistling through the air came from behind the group. "Raise the shield." At the moment the arrow pierced the air, Tang's voice also reached them. The 7 adventurers turned curiously, and their captain, the only one in the team holding a shield, lifted it, as he turned only to see Tang aiming his bow at the tops of their heads. Where did he get a bow from? Whoosh! Another sound of an arrow cutting through the air appeared in the direction they were advancing. A few of them reacted quickly, sensing something was wrong, and just as they were about to turn, they heard several erratic sounds. Ding! That was the sound of metal clashing. There were also 2 sounds of arrows piercing flesh, and then, "Gah!" A scream abruptly stopped. With a thud, a green figure fell onto the path the adventurers were advancing on, startling them all. The few who were slower to react raised their weapons defensively, only to realize that the battle seemed to have already ended. The captain glanced at the goblin who had been struck by 2 arrows. Next to its corpse lay a poor-quality short bow, with 1 arrow piercing through its left arm, and another lodged in its eyeball. Looking closer, a straight arrow fell beside them. Upon seeing this, the captain swallowed, hard beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his pupils slightly dilating as his breathing became short and rapid. "That was really close. If it weren't for that knight, I might have." The others were also startled, completely unaware of the goblin's presence. The arrow that just flew was aimed at the captain. As the leader and the only shield bearer in the team, if he were to fall, the safety of the others would be greatly compromised. But how did that knight discover the goblin? The 7 slowly turned to look at Tang, only to find that the 2 companions beside him were merely slightly surprised, as if they had grown accustomed to such scenes, only not expecting a goblin to be lying in ambush at the previous spot. Moreover, Tang's bow was missing. Everyone's thoughts momentarily became chaotic, and they began to doubt whether they were hallucinating, but the goblin that had just been struck by arrows couldn't possibly be fake, right? They took another look at the goblin, which lay quietly, completely silent. As the others remained in shock, Tang gently walked past the 7. There was no joy on his face. It seemed that the hit rate of his arrows was below expectations. He picked up the arrows from the ground and then squatted beside the goblin, collecting the quiver arrows and short bow from it. The goblin's arrows were all worth 50 copper coins, each totaling 8 arrows when combined with the ones he had just picked up, worth more than the goblin's life. I wonder which wealthy person came to hunt goblins with such a quiver of arrows only to have them taken by the goblin. I hope that person is okay. Before the adventurer team could react, Tang had already stored the collected arrows and short bow into his storage space. Only after witnessing Tang make the items disappear did they finally realize that he was a wind element knight with space magic. The captain of the adventurer team raised his hand towards Tang, seemingly intending to say something, but he couldn't organize his words in time, appearing stunned by Tang's performance. Tang looked over in confusion, nodded, and then gestured towards the goblin's corpse, saying, "Please." The others were taken aback, but soon understood Tang's meaning. "No, that's not what I meant. Thank you for your help just now." By the time he reached the latter half of his sentence, the captain's tone became a bit more excited, and he immediately placed his hand on his chest and bowed. The other 6 members of the team had various expressions. Even with slight movements, they all expressed gratitude towards Tang. "This goblin should rightfully be your trophy," the captain continued. Tang immediately shook his head, replying, "I will adhere to the previous agreement." After exchanging glances with Tang for a moment, the captain seemed to understand something. Tang adhering to the earlier agreement meant that he would not necessarily provide additional assistance. After some thought, he spoke again. "Sir Knight, our team is called the Treasure Hunters. We primarily focus on hunting small to medium-sized magical beasts. We are used to dealing with beasts that have similar habits to wild animals and are not adept at handling cunning magical creatures like goblins, so please bear with us on the road. I sincerely apologize for our previous rudeness and offenses, and I humbly ask for your understanding." Muli looked over in slight surprise, and the 3 of them had a somewhat improved impression of this small team. What they referred to as rudeness and offenses must have been regarding the earlier incident of snatching the commission and inviting Muli to join their team. Tang wouldn't hold such trivial matters against them, so he nodded. One cannot just point at someone and declare they deserve death over such matters, then kill them all to appease the resentment in their narrow hearts, right? That is definitely not the conduct of a knight. I hope such people do not easily forgive themselves after making mistakes, nor unjustly attribute their errors to external factors. Seeing Tang's reaction, the captain of the treasure hunters looked pleased, and his attitude became somewhat servile as he raised his shield and walked to the front. "Please follow me. We will clear the way ahead." A few team members also sighed in relief and followed their captain. The man in the fitted clothes quickly approached the goblin, waved his sleeve, and in his hand appeared a dagger, quickly severing the goblin's nose before catching up with the team. The treasure hunters team would stop some distance away from Muli and the others, waiting for them to catch up before continuing, a complete contrast to their previous disregard. After Shinsi and Muli walked to Tang's side, Muli gently nudged him with her elbow and curiously asked, "Tang, how much did you just harvest?" After saying this, she playfully winked as if hinting at something. "A total of 4 silver coins for the arrows, plus a short bow of unknown value," Tang smiled. "Tang, how much more can your storage space hold?" Zinsa's focus was different from Muli's. He remembered that Tang's storage space had limited capacity. "There isn't much remaining capacity, but I can still fit some things in. We won't take the goblin's nose. If there are any future gains that take up too much space, just let me carry them." Shinsi weighed his backpack behind him. "Your storage space should hold more valuable and useful items." Tang nodded in agreement, then looked at Muli with a curious expression. What's wrong? Your expression is strange." Muli seemed a bit unaccustomed to Tang's expression. Muli is the treasure hunter, a magical creature. The treasure hunter, yes, that's a magical beast that loves to collect gold coins, gathering all the coins it can find together. Muli immediately answered, clearly having seen it before. "It sounds like a dragon," Shinsi joked. Muli quickly shook her head. "Not at all. The treasure hunter actually just likes to collect shiny things, and it's just that coins happen to be numerous. Dragons are truly greedy, liking to hoard all valuable items." Suddenly Tang perked up and shouted to the treasure hunter team, "Ahead, there are enemies lurking in the grass to the left front. Receive." The one responding was the man in fitted clothes, who immediately jumped into the trees, disappearing from Muli and Zinsa's line of sight. In a moment, that man suddenly stood up from the grass where the enemies were throwing out a dead goblin. It turned out that the man whose profession was previously indiscernible was an assassin, a rogue, and a killer. Along the way, they encountered several ambushes, all of which were promptly detected by Tang. The adventurers of the Treasure Bird squad quickly devised a response, efficiently eliminating those goblins. After witnessing their performance, Muli and the others finally believed the captain of the Treasure Bird's earlier words. This adventurer squad possessed impressive strength, and their teamwork was harmonious, indicative of their extensive experience battling monsters. However, it was also apparent that their combat habits were ingrained. Too often their captain would instinctively raise his shield, while the armor-breaking warrior would prepare to strike with his blunt weapon. Such habits could only be cultivated through prolonged combat against mid-sized and smaller monsters, even those with shells. In other words, this adventurer squad excelled in direct combat, while the assassin and gunner would exploit openings for coordinated attacks during battles. The female mage completed her incantation, and a shower of falling rocks descended from above, striking down the goblin hiding in the trees. The gunner waiting below immediately advanced, piercing the goblin with a shot, creating a gaping hole in its heart. Thus, all the goblins along the way were eliminated. Standing at the entrance of the cave, just as the treasure bird squad prepared to enter the goblin's lair, Exine, she immediately called out to them. Wait. As she spoke, Exine, she took out a flask of oil and walked to the front of the squad. Let's spread the oil first. This lair has a single exit. In case of a troublesome situation, we can use a firewall to block the monsters from pursuing us out of the lair. I see. Thank you for the information. By the way, young man, you know quite a lot. The one speaking was the mage, her tone rising with enthusiasm and a radiant smile on her face. Muli's instincts as a great bard alerted her that something was amiss. She craned her neck to observe the mage's expression and immediately noticed her flushed cheeks and subtle fidgeting of her fingers. It seemed this woman had an interest in Exine. She. Muli sighed, lowering her gaze and noting this observation in her notebook, thinking it might be worth showing Exine she later. Uncertain of Exine's thoughts on the mage, Muli felt the woman was rather peculiar and not very likable. After entering the goblin lair for a distance, once they reached a spot where they wouldn't accidentally ignite the oil, a light glimmered from behind. The members of the treasure bird squad watched as a soft, glowing sphere slowly floated by, followed by Tang's voice. Please illuminate our path forward, O radiant and sacred spirit. The members of the treasure bird squad looked at Tang, then exchanged glances, gathering their resolve. Perhaps because few dared to intrude upon goblin lairs, these goblins had not set traps within. The treasure bird squad unleashed their true strength here. The captain violently held his shield forward. With some unknown battle technique, his charge alone forced a group of robust goblins to retreat, leaving Tang watching with shining eyes. As the armor-breaking warrior's weapon struck down, a group of goblins was reduced to a pulp. Due to his excessive force, some goblins sacrificed themselves, causing losses for their companions, resulting in the armor-breaking warrior being temporarily sidelined. As they pushed deeper, Muli and the others increasingly sensed something was amiss. Exine, she lowered her voice and quietly spoke to her companions. Don't you think there are fewer goblins in the lair today? So far, I think the numbers are about the same, but their combat power is indeed weaker than in the previous days. Muli nodded in agreement with Exine. She. Goblins shouldn't have a habit of relocating, right? Perhaps their main force is out hunting. Tang couldn't help but speculate. Muli and Exine, she expressed ignorance as they had never heard of such a thing. An overly smooth adventure could instead evoke unease, and this sense of unease persisted. In the end, the treasure bird squad even flattened the cave without encountering any unexpected events. Along the way, the group intentionally or unintentionally dropped some goblin weapons, which was all too obvious. Naturally, Exine, she collected those items into her backpack. Though the quality was inferior to their current weapons, they could be sold for some coins. Suddenly, the conversations of the treasure bird squad caught the attention of Muli and the others. Is this all that's left? Looks like we've cleared out a goblin lair. Let's stop here. I've put in quite a bit of effort this time, Captain. You should give me a larger share. The 7-member squad began to withdraw and turned to leave the cave. Muli and Exine, she hadn't yet grasped what was happening when Tang suddenly dashed out. Watching Tang rush past, all members of the treasure bird squad were taken aback, staring as he ran by. Suddenly, a flash of sword light caught everyone's attention, followed by a shout, "Demon slay." In the blink of an eye, 5 goblin heads soared into the air, blood spraying from their necks, splattering everywhere. Exine, she, those are goblin younglings, Muli said to Exine, she, after glancing at the severed heads. Exine, she replied without offering any further comment. As the severed goblin heads rolled on the ground, the mage exclaimed in surprise, "What are you doing?" Her tone was filled with reproach, making her unlikable. Thus Tang retorted, "Shouldn't I be asking you why you left these 5 goblins alive?" Seeing Tang's furious gaze, the mage was momentarily struck dumb, forgetting to respond. Their captain stepped forward and answered, "Sir Knight, when hunting monsters, we shouldn't eradicate them all. As long as we leave the younglings, the monsters can continue to reproduce, allowing us to reap long-term benefits." Yes, didn't you see how they huddled together? Don't you feel sorry for them? The mage seemed to have found her confidence. It was evident that spending too long dealing with mid-sized monsters had regressed their thinking. Tang did not respond immediately, but instead sheathed his sword and rummaged through the small den before lifting something. In an instant, the 7-member squad stood frozen. Muli and Exine, she sensed something was off and jogged over, just in time to see Tang carrying a corpse through the group. At that moment, Muli and Exine, she were also taken aback. The corpse Tang brought out was wrapped in a foul-smelling piece of cloth, barely recognizable as a girl. Her limbs were torn off, half-decayed flesh and half-bone, with marks all over her body from monster bites. The remains were a bloody mess, and the dried blood indicated that she had suffered continuous blows to the face, most likely beaten to death. This was done by goblins. If you insist on believing this, go talk to the deceased family. I do not wish to hear it. With that, Tang walked past Muli and Exine. She both cast an unhappy glare at the stunned treasure bird squad before following Tang out of the cave. As the 3 left, the illuminating magic also faded away. Gradually descending into the darkness of the cave, several crisp slapping sounds suddenly echoed forcefully and loudly, followed by the mage's self-reproach. How could I say such things? Like a fool, I'm really such a fool. Muli and Exine, she exchanged glances, then looked at Tang, whose eyes held a hint of pity, ultimately deciding to silently follow and leave the goblin cave. The three didn't remember how long they walked until a distant sound came from the direction of Chin City. What is that? A horn. A flicker of confusion crossed Tang's serious eyes. And she seemed to realize something, her expression changing drastically. Tang. Muli. That's the city defense horn. Something major has happened in Chin City.